The Gemara, also called the Talmud, is a famously complex and ancient legal text which provides the basis and background for much of the discussion of Jewish law. Additionally, however, it contains many stories, legends, some history of the period it was written, being ancient Rome, and the times beforehand. It contains pages of ancient medicinal advice, points on avoiding sorcery and demons, principles regarding angels, the soul, God, heaven, and everything in between. Now, not everybody has time to learn the full text, as it's thousands of pages long and in ancient Aramaic. Also, not everybody has time to watch the upwards of 60 hours of footage it took for me to summarize and animate it all in a moderately digestible format. So I went through the full text and compiled all of the stories, quotes, anecdotes, historical writings, advice, medicinal or otherwise, and much, much more into this one video. If you want a full background and history of the circumstance around the writing and creation of this text, please watch part 1 of the original series. Much like my video covering this entire work, it's a summary of my notes to be able to condense it into this format. Not every single quoted verse and not every single repeated point makes it into this. I try to retain as much as possible of the original discussions, but if you feel something is missing, please don't hesitate to comment. I try to specifically bring up every point that's either famous, frequently quoted, or misunderstood, or has any semblance of practical relevance. Also, this one in particular is mostly just going by what I felt, and I feel most people would find interesting. I think I have a pretty decent coverage of everything, but if you feel otherwise, please don't hesitate to let me know if I can make a follow-up. If you care to read anything in its original text, the page number is in the top right, and it's timestamped by Tractate. Additionally, please feel free to comment with any questions or otherwise that you feel are helpful, or if you feel there was something in particular that I missed. If I can help you, I will. Anyways, to begin. Back to the main point. Rabbi Eliezer said the times are from when the Kohanim eat Terumah, which we spent quite a while trying to figure out, and then he says until the end of the first watch. So, when exactly is that? Well, he holds there are 3 watches, making each watch 4 hours, and he said until the end of the watch, instead of just saying until 4 hours, because he wanted to represent that the same way there are watches, there are corresponding watches up in heaven. He also establishes ways of knowing when each watch begins and ends, things like when babies wake up to nurse, when certain animals are awake, making noise, etc., each of which corresponds to the end of the first watch, the middle of the middle, and the beginning of the last watch. Or possibly the end of the last watch, and he establishes a sign instead of just, looking outside and seeing if it's morning, in case you're in a dark house. Rav Yitzchak Bar Shmuel pops in here to agree that the night has 3 watches, and in each of them, God mourns the destruction of the temple and the exile of the Jewish people. Story time. Rabbi Yossi interjects to tell us a somewhat relevant story, where he was walking along and popped into some ruins to pray. So, Eliyahu the prophet showed up, and when he finished praying, informed that he probably shouldn't enter ruins to pray. And if you were worried about someone interrupting you, you could have just prayed an abridged prayer, which establishes that you shouldn't enter a ruin, you may pray on the road, and if you do an abridged version. Then Rabbi Yossi informs Eliyahu that while he was praying, he heard a voice from heaven mourning the destruction of the temple and the exiling of the Jewish people, and Eliyahu says, yeah, that also happens all night, and when people say the Kaddish prayer, God considers himself fortunate and mourns his exiling of the Jewish people. Okay, that's the end of the story, but we're going to get hung up on it a little bit and say 3 reasons not to enter ruins. 1, because people might think that you're up to no good. 2, because it might collapse on you. And 3, there might be demons. We need all 3 of these reasons to establish that this is unacceptable even if you go in with 2 people, which would prevent demons, if the structure is stable, which would prevent collapse, or if the 2 people are of good moral character, which would prevent suspect of doing something wrong, or with any combination of 2 of any of these. You'll always end up needing all 3. And even by demons, 2 people being there isn't always a guarantee of safety. Additionally, we could need the demon answer in case it's a new structure in an open field where there's no concern of getting up to no good. Alright, that's that for now. Now, back to the watches. The source for there being 3 watches by night is from a Rabbi Nassan, who quotes the book of Judges. Gideon and the 300 men with him came to the edge of the camp at the beginning of the middle watch. Middle watch implies a first watch and a last watch, so therefore 3 watches. There's a different opinion, Rebbe, who says there are 4 watches, and he interprets this as saying that there are actually 2 middle watches. His actual source for there being 4 watches is that it says by King David that he woke at midnight and that his eyes preceded the watches. Watches is plural, implying he got up before a minimum of 2, and it's after midnight, which has 2 watches, totaling 4. Rabbi Natan's view of this verse is based on the fact that it's established that kings wake up a little bit later, so his total sleep amount would only be for 3 watches. In addition, you could say that 1.5 watches is referred to as 1 watch, which further works to reconcile those verses. On a totally unrelated note, this just being tossed in here because we're quoting teachings by a specific person, and this is one of them. You don't discuss Torah-related matters before the dead, as it could be seen as mocking them. Some even say you shouldn't discuss anything at all before them that's not strictly related to the dead. Okay, back to King David's sleep schedule. It says that he woke up at midnight, but elsewhere it says that he got up by the evening, so a few answers are suggested. Firstly, he usually got up by the evening, but always made sure to be up by midnight. Secondly, he would sleep like a horse until midnight, meaning in very brief 30-second intervals, and at midnight he would get up fully. There's a bit of discussion here if the Hebrew word neshef means evening in this context. Conclusion is yes, it does. It's just that it could refer to both dawn and nightfall. In fact, in regards to midnight, it says that Moshe, when he was informing Pharaoh about the 10th plague of the death of the firstborn, he said that he would go out at about midnight. So, what's going on there? Did Moshe not have an exact time? Why'd he say about? And if so, how was David able to know exactly when midnight was if Moshe wasn't? So it's answered that David hung his harp by the window, and at exactly midnight a wind would blow playing the harp, and this would wake him up, at which point he would spend the rest of the night in prayer and song, and then the entire day dealing with court-related stuff with Achitophel, his war counselor, Benaiah ben Yehoiada, as the head of the Sanhedrin, the High Court, who were consulted before any military decisions were made. The point about the harp waking him up is based on a verse in Tehillim where it references this. As for how Moshe and David knew what time to get up, there's an answer that both of them knew precisely what time midnight was. It's just David needed the harp to wake him up, and Moshe said about in case the Pharaoh's astrologers got their calculation wrong and called him a liar. From this we learn to accustom ourselves to say, I don't know, so you don't get yourself in trouble. A final answer is given, which is that of a different translation, the way it's spelled could either be about midnight, or it could mean like this midnight, meaning tomorrow at the same time as right now, which would explain Moshe's sentence. Okay, some more on King David. Famously, he says in Tehillim that I am pious, and it's explained that he says this as 1, he wakes up early at midnight to pray, and 2, unlike other kings, he was hands-on in dealing with physical cases of law, often which got his hands pretty dirty, literally handling blood and whatnot. Also, he would always consult his teacher, Mephibosheth, before making a ruling without feeling embarrassed. In fact, Mephibosheth's name was actually Ishbosheth, but he was called Mephibosheth because it's similar to the word mevayish, which means to embarrass, which references this idea. And because of David's humility in this regard, Kilov, a very wise man, was descended from David. In fact, by him, too, his name was actually Daniel, but he was called Kilov as he would embarrass, which is similar to the word machilim, similar to his name, Mephibosheth, with his wisdom in a good way. Okay, we know David called himself pious, but it's taught elsewhere that David questioned whether he was worthy of having a portion in the world to come, so why would he call himself pious in this case? So, that's only because he was afraid in case he might sin and become unworthy. A similar thing happened by the forefather Yaakov, where he was afraid of being unworthy of God's protection in case he sinned. That actually had happened in the time of the prophet Ezra, as the Jews entered Israel after the Babylonian exile, based on a juxtaposition there to a verse by Yahushua bringing the Jews into Israel. That by Ezra, it would have been in a miraculous manner similar to Yahushua, but due to the Jewish people's sins of that time, they were not worthy. There's a similar point to a short prayer said before the actual prayer, which doesn't act as an interruption, as it also serves as an extension of the prayers. Side point, if you say the 145th Tehillim 3 times a day, you're guaranteed a spot in the world to come. Specifically this one, as the prayer is alphabetical and speaks about God sustaining everything on earth. It actually isn't totally alphabetical, it lacks a verse starting with the Hebrew letter Nun, as that references a verse speaking about the downfall of Israel, which starts with this letter, hence its exclusion. In fact, the next verse in the Tehillim references this. The following letter speaks of God supporting the fallen Jews. Side point, the angel of Michael is greater than the angel Gavriel, as Michael is referenced being able to make journeys in a single flight, unlike Gavriel, who requires 2 based on some verses. Eliyahu the prophet takes 4 flights, and the angel of death takes 8, but during a plague, only 1. Rabbi Yeshua ben Levi also says that in addition to the Shema by the evening prayer, say Shema in bed. Rabbi Nachman says you don't need to do this if you're a Torah scholar, since you'll probably be involved with Torah as you fall asleep anyways, but Abaya says you still do. On this note, Reish Lakish says you should always have your good inclination fight against your bad one, and if you can't, you should learn Torah. And if that doesn't work, say the Shema prayer, and if that one doesn't work, remind yourself that you'll die one day. The rabbi also explains how every single facet of Torah was given at Mount Sinai, each word of a verse referencing a different aspect. Rabbi Yitzchak says that saying Shema by bed is akin to holding a double-bladed sword by night, guarding you against anything not good, particularly demons. Reish Lakish says learning Torah keeps you safe from suffering, which will occur particularly if you're able to learn Torah and still don't, and this is something that even kids know. On this point, it's said that God is unlike mortals, as mortals give up their beloved objects and then mourn, but God gave up his Torah to the Jewish people, his beloved things, and was happy. Anyways, if you're suffering in any way, you should examine your actions, and if you can't find anything, assume you need to learn some more Torah, and if you're still having a rough time, assume it's done for whatever God's reason is, and know that it's done out of love, and you should accept it knowingly. If you do this, you'll be blessed with a long life, and your study will be successful. Some say these afflictions are only if they don't prevent you from studying, some say only if they don't prevent you from prayer, some say both. This is all because, in some cases, physical suffering in this world could be to atone for your wrongdoings, and this is compared to salt, which is salty, but if placed on meat, actually just makes everything better overall. Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai says that the Torah, the land of Israel, and the world to come were all given to the Jewish people only through their suffering, so they could merit these. It's also said that if you learn lots of Torah, give lots of charity to the poor, and suffer by having to bury your sons, all your sins will be forgiven by God, based on some verses which relate to each other. Rabbi Yochanan says that specifically leprosy and suffering due to your children are not included in the above category, although it could be that leprosy is not a positive suffering only back in Israel, where they had it super rough and were banished and whatnot, unlike elsewhere, where it really wasn't a huge deal. As for suffering due to your children, this can't refer to them dying before you, as Rabbi Yochanan famously buried his 10th son and kept a small bone from the last one as a memorial to console him. Rather, it's referring to someone who doesn't have any children. On that note, there's a story that a Rabbi Chia bar Abba became very sick, and he told Rabbi Yochanan that he wanted neither this suffering nor whatever rewards it entailed, so Rabbi Yochanan took his hand and he immediately got better. The same thing happened to Rabbi Yochanan, with him giving up his own sickness and its reward. Also, he had to take the guy's hand, as the saying goes. A prisoner can't free himself from prison. There's another story where a Rabbi Elazar was very sick and was weeping, so Rabbi Yochanan, his teacher, went to visit him and told him that he had no reason to be sad over a lack of learning, wealth, or children, and Rabbi Elazar told him that he was sad that Rabbi Yochanan would one day decompose after he had passed, so they then cried about that together. Then Rabbi Yochanan took his hand, and he got better too, after saying he didn't want this suffering or its reward. Yet another story. Rabbi Huna had 400 barrels of wine that turned to vinegar, so he examined his actions to see what he had done to deserve this, and someone said that it could be because he doesn't give the agreed shares to one of his workers. But Rabbi Huna responded that he didn't because the guy kept stealing from him. But he was told that still it's pretty questionable, so he started paying the guy in full anyways, and some say that his vinegar turned back into wine, and some say that the price of vinegar rose and he was financially fine. Okay, back to prayer. Abba Binyamin said that he was always careful to say Shema in bed, and his bed faced north to south as the temple was to the east and west. It's said that if you do this respectful thing, you'll merit lots of blessings with children. Another teaching by this guy, if you enter a synagogue to pray with somebody and then leave while the other guy is still praying, distracting him, your prayer will be disregarded, and this causes the Shekhinah, the divine presence, to leave Israel. However, if you wait for your friend, then you get a lot of blessings. Another teaching from Abba Binyamin, which will bring us to a whole discussion about demons. Firstly, they're everywhere and invisible, thousands all around you, and cause you to feel crowded, tired, pained, and they wear your clothes out. If you want to check, spread ashes around your bed and check for chicken footprints in the ashes the next day. If you want to see them, take the placenta of a firstborn female black cat, which is the firstborn daughter of another female black cat, burn it, and then put the ashes in your eyes. Also seal the ashes in an iron tube so they can't steal them from you and harm you. One rabbi did this and got severely harmed, but the sages prayed on his behalf and he got better. That's that on demons. Now's a very long list of miscellaneous teachings relating to prayer and the synagogue that we'll take up like the next few pages, and in this, the next 10 minutes or so. It's basically a bunch of loosely correlated quotes and teachings, so I'll go through them very quickly. Usually each of these is a teaching along with a verse from the Torah as the source, but to save time, I'll say the teaching, and if you want to check the source quoted, well, just open the book. So yeah, here we go. It's said that prayer is only heard in a synagogue based on some verses, similar to how we learn that the Shekhinah rests with 10 people praying together, with 3 who sit in judgment, with 2 who learn together, or even with 1 who learns by himself, but with 2 people, their words are written in the book of remembrance. We mention also that the Shekhinah rests by 3 people in judgment to establish that that's also considered learning Torah. We mention 10, because with 10 the Shekhinah gets there before they do. It's also taught that if you intend to do a mitzvah, but can't due to circumstances beyond your control, it's considered as if you did. Also, based on some other verses, it references that God wears tefillin, and tefillin gives strength to the Jewish people. It's taught that in God's tefillin, it says the verse, "Who is like your people, Israel, one nation in the land, and God is glorified through the glory of the Jewish people." The tefillin actually has 4 compartments, so the other 3 by God contain all of these verses listed over here. Now, this is way more than 4, so some of the verses are grouped up like this, and also every single verse is written on one long parchment for the arm tefillin, which has 1 compartment. Also, it said if you normally come to synagogue and miss a day, God asks where you were. If you had a mitzvah to take care of, though, it's fine. If God enters a synagogue and there's not 10 people praying there, he gets upset, again, based on a verse. It's taught that if you set a fixed place for prayer, God will assist you, and when you pass, you should be eulogized as a humble and pious man like Avraham, who also had a fixed plan for prayer. Also, you should never run out of a synagogue, but you should always run into one, and should always rush to do such things. Also, some teach that the reward for attending a Torah lecture is from the rushing to do it, some for the crowding that occurs, some for the logical analysis. On this note, the reward for attending a house of mourning is for the silence. The reward for fasting is from the charity given on the day. The reward for a eulogy is from those that cry, and the reward for a wedding is from the good wishes granted. In addition, if you pray behind a synagogue, you're considered wicked, as it's like you're viewing them with contempt, assuming you turned away from the synagogue. Otherwise, it's fine. There's a story where somebody did this, praying behind a synagogue, so Eliyahu the prophet saw him, drew a sword, and killed him. In fact, in regards to this wickedness, it's also considered very not good to view mitzvahs or prayer with contempt. This is based on a verse which has the word kerum, which we're interpreting as vileness. Some say it means a type of bird which changes its color, and is a reference to the embarrassment people feel when asking others for help, which apparently feels as bad as if you were punished with both fire and water, and makes your face change colors. It's also said to be very particular with the afternoon prayer, as Eliyahu the prophet's prayer over by the altar and the idolaters of Baal was answered by the afternoon prayer. By this, Eliyahu asked for God to answer him twice, once that fire should consume his offering, and the second so that the Israelites watching should believe that it was from God. But still, be particular with the evening and morning prayer too. In regards to rejoicing at weddings, if you go and don't cause the groom to rejoice, you're in violation of a verse which speaks of 5 special voices right before the giving of the Torah, and if you do, you'll merit to acquire lots of Torah, and it's the same as if you had brought a Thanksgiving offering. One person says doing this is as great as rebuilding Jerusalem's ruins. Also says that if you have fear of heaven, your words are listened to, and it's as if the whole world was made just for you. Another teaching, if somebody wants to greet you, greet him first, and if he greets you and you ignore him, you're considered a robber. Also, we know God prays, because it says in a verse, the house of my prayer. What does God pray for? That his mercy should overcome his anger, and all of his other attributes, and that he should go beyond the letter of the law for them. In fact, the Kohen Gadol, Rabbi Yishmael ben Elisha, said that on Yom Kippur, when he entered the innermost part of the temple to do the special Yom Kippur service, he saw an image of one of the names of God, who asked him to bless him, so he told him the above, and it was accepted. This teaches us to not take for granted even the blessings of an ordinary person. We can also learn to not try and placate somebody while they're in the middle of being angry, as God told Moshe after the whole golden calf incident to speak to him after he calmed down. This anger is daily, however, and it's for an incredibly short moment, specifically 158,888ths of an hour, once per day, or according to some, the length of time it takes to say the word rega. And no one's really figured out when this time is, besides for Balaam, and even then God decided to restrain his anger during that period, so Balaam's attempts at cursing the Jewish people had no effect. The general time period for this moment of anger apparently is somewhere within the first 3 hours of the day, when the sun whitens the crest of a rooster until it has no red streaks and it stands on one leg. So, whenever that is. In fact, there's a story about this one heretic who was annoying Rabbi Yeshua ben Levi, so he decided to wait until this exact moment to curse this guy, but he kept sleeping through the time period, so he took it as a sign not to. Apparently, the source for this anger is when the kings of the world worship idolatry. It's also taught that a moment of true remorse is better than a bunch of lashes. It's also taught that Moshe requested 3 things: that the Shekhinah dwell upon Israel, not on the other nations, and that the ways God runs the world be revealed to him. All of these were granted, and he was told that a righteous person who prospers is a righteous person, the son of a righteous person who suffers is a righteous person, the son of a wicked person who prospers is a wicked person, the son of a righteous person, and a wicked person who suffers is a wicked person, the son of a wicked person. There's some verses referenced, some which say that people aren't punished for their ancestors' deeds, some which say that they are, and it's explained that the difference is whether you continue down their path and do as they did. So, how could a righteous person suffer for his wicked ancestors? So, rather, it's that a righteous person who prospers is a totally righteous person who suffers is a not totally righteous person, a wicked person who prospers is a not totally wicked person, and a wicked person who suffers is a totally wicked person. According to others, however, the way God conducts the world was not revealed at all to Moshe, so you can just disregard all of that. In fact, now that we're talking about Moshe, it says that as Moshe turned away from God's face by the burning bush, he never merited to fully see it again. This disagrees with the opinion that Moshe was actually rewarded for that humility with a glowing countenance, with the people fearing him, and that he got to sort of see the likeness of God later on. Specifically, Moshe got to see the back of God's head, meaning the knot of the tefillin right above your neck. We also know that all of God's promises are always fulfilled, as God offered Moshe to destroy the Jews and make him a massive nation, and although Moshe refused, Moshe's descendants ended up being more than all of the Israelites during this period, over 600,000. It's also taught that Avraham was the first person to call God Lord, and even Daniel's prayers, way later, were answered in Avram's merit. Similarly, no one thanked God for creating the world until Leah did so by the birth of Yehuda, hence his name, which comes from the word meaning thanks. Her first son, Reuven, was named that as it's a mix of 2 words, Reu and Ben, which means sea and sun. How her firstborn son was unlike another firstborn son, Esav. That, unlike him, Yosef, Reuven's brother, wound up with the firstborn rights, but Reuven wasn't upset about that, unlike Esav had been when the same thing occurred by him and Yaakov. On this note, Rus was named that because the word means to sate, which her descendant, David, did to God with his songs. In fact, based on another verse, it's established that your name can affect your life. Side point, the rabbi who taught this teaching also teaches that wayward children are as bad for your household as the war of Gog and Magog before Mashiach's coming. Back to King David, he opened the book of Tehillim by saying a psalm of David while fleeing from his son Avshalom. Why does it say a psalm and not a lament of David like other ones? Answer is because David knew something unfortunate would happen to his dynasty due to the incident with Bathsheba, so he was kind of relieved when he found out what it was, and that it could have been way worse. This person, among others, teaches that you should provoke wicked people and not to be like them. Some say you actually should not provoke them, and the difference is established to be that you should leave them alone if it's with personal matters, but with matters of heaven, you should try to get them to do the right thing. Alternatively, it does refer to always, just leave them alone if they're doing successful, but if they're doing poorly in life, then you should advise them to do better. Or, even more alternatively, you should do this in literally all cases, but it should only be done if you're completely righteous. If you're not, don't, as if he gets mad at you, you won't be fully protected. He also taught that if you have a fixed point for prayer, your enemies that want to afflict and then destroy you will fall beneath you. He also says that physically following the Torah is more important than its study, as Elisha is quoted by being complimented with his deeds, not his study. There's a quick story about a Rabbi Nachman who was sick and unable to pray in synagogue, and he decided not to ask people to come pray with him in his home, so he was told to find out what time everyone else was praying and to do it privately at the same time. This is because the time when the congregation is davening is considered a time of favor, and there's a few opinions which verse this is sourced from, or if it's from a teaching which says that God says that if you do acts of kindness and pray alongside the congregation, you're considered as if you redeemed the Jewish people and God. In fact, it's said that if you have a synagogue in your city and don't go, you're considered to be a wicked neighbor and are punished that you and your children will go to exile. As for why during this period some sages chose to live in Babylonia during this time, they were fine because they spent pretty much all day in the synagogue, so we learn from this that you should go early and late to the synagogue. Also, if you enter a synagogue, go to doorway lengths in. It's mentioned you should pray in a time of finding, and this is explained to mean that you should pray when you want to find a wife. And it was a custom in Israel that when somebody got married, you would ask them if their wife was akin to the verse which speaks about your wife being good and wonderful, or bitter and worse than death. Alternatively, the time of finding refers to finding Torah, or to finding death in a peaceful manner. In fact, 903 types of death were created, the worst of which is croup, an exceptionally painful respiratory infection, and the easiest is the extremely painless kiss of death. Or, finding is a respectful burial, and said you should pray for mercy until the final shovelful of dirt is dumped on your grave. Alternatively, finding refers to a normal lavatory situation, which was less accessible in those days. It's taught that God loves the gates of study of Torah more than any other, and since the destruction of the temple, God is only within the 4 cubits of people studying Torah law. Based on this, many sages would only ever pray in the place where they studied. It's also said that if you benefit from your hard work, it's greater than somebody who has lots of fear in God but doesn't work. It's also said that you should live where your teacher lives because it'll prevent you from doing wrong, assuming you generally do what he says, otherwise it'll just lead to fights. Leaving the synagogue when the Torah scroll is taken out to be read is considered like you're forsaking God, and if you need to go out, just do so between readings. We're not really sure if you can leave in between the readings of the actual verses. One rabbi would actually just study as the Torah was being read, but others say you should read the Torah portion of the week also, actually twice, and the translation of Onkelos once, which is the custom that many do to this day, usually right as Shabbos is starting, and the reward for this is a long life. One rabbi tried to make up all the weeks he had missed of this on Erev Yom Kippur, but he was told that he shouldn't, and it should just be done along with the week. In fact, in regards to the day before Yom Kippur, having a large meal the day before to prepare for the coming fast is considered like doing the fast itself. Okay, some actually totally unrelated points here. Be careful when cutting the jugular veins when slaughtering an animal, and also be careful to respect an old man who forgot his Torah knowledge due to his old age, as it's comparable to both the unbroken and broken tablets that were stored within the ark. Then it says that the sage Rava taught his sons 3 pieces of advice. Don't cut meat while holding it, whether for the danger or it could ruin the food if you get cut. Don't sit on the bed of an Aramean woman, which is either a metaphor for not sleeping without saying Shema, or saying that it's preferable to marry a woman who was born Jewish, or perhaps it's literal, as there's a story that one time a Rav Papa was told by an Aramean woman to sit on her bed, and he refused, and then he found a dead baby there that he would have been accused of killing if he had sat down. His last teaching was to not pass by a synagogue while they're praying within, as it could be seen as disrespectful. The Rabbi Abaya says you can do this if there's multiple entrances because they'll just assume you're going in through the other entrance. The same applies if there's a different synagogue in the city or if you're carrying something heavy, running, or not wearing tefillin. Similarly, Rabbi Akiva taught 3 things he liked about the Medes: that they cut meat on a table and not on their hands, that they only kiss on the back of the hand, and that they hold counsel in private in the fields. Similarly, Rabban Gamliel says that there are 3 things he likes about the Persians: that they are modest in their eating, in the lavatory, and in intimacy. Okay, that was a lot, and just like that, we're finally going back to discussing Shema times. Also, in regards to the exodus from Egypt, there's some discussion about God telling the Jews to go and ask the Egyptians for a ton of gold as they left, which they got. Specifically, God actually said, please do this, because he had promised Avram that the Jews would be enslaved and then they would leave with riches, and he wanted to fulfill this promise, even though the Jews just kind of wanted to leave already. Some say it was the Jews who weren't that into it because it was going to be a long journey and they didn't want to carry all that stuff. Some say it was the Egyptians based on a verse, but either way, they totally emptied the place out. Also, by the burning bush, God said, I will be that I will be, which was God telling Moshe that the same way God was with the Jews by this exile, so too by all future exiles, but Moshe only told of this current exile to the Jewish people. Then it repeats that teaching about Eliyahu and Avi that was said a bit earlier, and that's the end of this section. And by saying Shema, we should be extra scrupulous and wake up extra early and finish saying the Shema by sunrise, which was done so that they could immediately start the day with the following blessing, which speaks of the redemption. And it's taught that if you do this, no harm will come to you during the entire day. Rabbi Zera said that he did this, and yet he was actually harmed during the day. But that wasn't any actual harm. He had to bring an honorary gift of myrtle branches to the king's palace, which he really had no interest in doing, so not actual harm. In fact, in regards to kings, you should always rush to be able to see the greatness of a king, even a not-Jewish one, if only to compare. And then speaks of the greatness of this one sage, Rav Beruna, who would rejoice in mitzvahs particularly by following this custom of waking up really early and saying the prayer of the redemption at sunrise. Also, there's some concern about there being an interruption between these prayers, because you open up this prayer with a little mini prayer in between, where you ask God to help you to pray well. So, some say you only do this by evening prayers, some only by the afternoon prayer, but consensus is that it's not considered an interruption, and it's just an extended part of the actual prayer, similar to the earlier mentioned prayer of Hashkivenu. In fact, based on these Tehillim, there's a story about Rabbi Meir, where there were these neighborhood people who were driving him nuts, so he prayed for some of them to die, but his wife, quoting some Tehillim, said that it would be better to pray that they should repent, so he did that instead, and they repented. In fact, there's a different story about Rabbi Meir's wife, where a heretic decided to make fun of her for being barren based on some verses, but she educated him on the teaching of that verse, and it was somewhat resolved. In fact, people frequently get confused by certain verses. There was a question about why Tehillim opens with the one about Avshalom and then goes on to King Shaul, so that's kind of out of order. So it's explained that there's teachings that you can always learn by which verses are put next to each other. Specifically here, next to one which speaks of Gog and Magog, to show that the same way a son can rebel against his father, the world can rebel against God. In fact, King Shlomo praised his father, David, in his books for all this, and the 5 parts of his life, in the womb, birth, nursing child, fighting his enemies, and death. On this, it's taught, how is God unlike mortals? A mortal can carve the image of a person on a wall and it won't come to life, but God can give life to a fetus encased inside of another person. He's also different in the sense that he outlasts his creations. Alternatively, God and the soul are the ones that are represented by the 5 parts. That God and the soul fill the world and the body. They see, but are not seen. They sustain the world and the body. They are pure, and they both live in a chamber within a chamber. Also expresses how great God is, as he can effectuate compromise between righteous individuals, such as the story between Chizkiah and Yeshaya, by making one sick and having the other visit him, and tell him that he's not going to the world to come because he had no kids. So Chizkiah said it was because he foresaw that he would have wicked descendants, so therefore he didn't have any kids, and Yeshaya told him that that wasn't his call to make. So he asked if it was too late, and Yeshaya said, yeah, but Chizkiah said it's never too late. Even if there's literally a sword held over your neck, you should still pray to God for mercy. Similarly, it's taught that even if you're told in a dream you're going to die tomorrow, you should still pray for mercy, and it's never too late. Anyways, then Chizkiah prayed facing a wall to represent how he had made gold and silver walls for the temple, and prayed about how he had woken up early for Shema, or alternatively that he had hidden the Book of Remedies, which contained how to heal any illness, so people would then rely on God. Apparently the consensus was that was a good decision, along with him destroying the copper snake Moshe had made in the desert, and also not giving a proper funeral to his wicked father. But it was considered improper that he messed with the city's water tunnels, he gave the doors of the temple to Assyria, and he made changes to the calendar. Based on this prayer, it's taught that praying on behalf of your merit will have you judged off the merit of others, as Moshe did, and praying off of others' merits will have you judged according to your own actions, as occurred by Chizkiah. Since Chizkiah prayed based on his wall, now we're going to discuss another wall, the wall that Elisha stayed at by a poor woman's house, specifically that either they had an uncovered second story that they put a roof on for him, or that they had a porch which they set up a partition based on your translation of the verse. They also gave him a bunch of amenities, and it's good conduct generally to either accept such things or, according to some, not to. By the whole event with Elisha, it was apparently the woman who noticed his holiness, as apparently women are more perceptive to their guests, specifically that either there were no flies or that he maintained his purity. His servant, on the other hand, was definitely not, and he tried to assault the woman. In regards to all of this, if you host a Torah scholar, you're credited as if you brought the Tamid sacrifice in the temple. And back to prayer. A bit on the prayers said in the temple. They originally said the 10 Commandments, Shema, a bunch of other prayers, the Avodah, and the priestly blessings, but they cut out the 10 Commandments because the Tzadikis, a radical group of heretics who were causing a bunch of issues back then, and only believed in the written Torah and listened only to the 10 Commandments, so they didn't want to lend them any credence, so they just cut that part out everywhere. Anyways, there's also some blessings added by the priests on Shabbos. New point. According to one rabbi, somebody who could pray on the behalf of somebody else and chooses not to is called a sinner. Another adds that if the person you're praying for is a Torah scholar, you need to make yourself sick with worry. This is based off of King David's worry and mourning over his enemies who are Torah scholars. An additional point is that if somebody fully is ashamed of a past sin, they are fully forgiven, even if it's alone and not with a community, as seen with King Shaul and his sin of killing all the residents of the city of Noiv. Okay, back to Shema. Originally, they wanted to institute Bilam's prayer as a part of the Shema prayer, but they decided not to because it was way too long, and it would be a bother for the congregation to say, and you can't just cut that part out from its lengthy context because Moshe didn't, and we don't either. We actually did have the verses speaking about tzitzis as a part of the Shema, as those speak about tzitzis, the exodus from Egypt, accepting the mitzvahs, admonition against heretics, admonition against improper thoughts, and admonition against idolatry, all learned out from this verse and its derivatives. Alright, last Mishnah of the chapter. We speak about the exodus from Egypt by the night Shema. Rabbi Eliezer ben Azariah said, I am like 70 years old, and I only learned this after Ben Zoma taught that it says in the verse to teach it, all the days of your life, which implies also nights. The rabbis say it's to imply also by Mashiach's coming. On the Gemara, it's explained that the rabbis hold that by Mashiach, that will be the thing spoken about in prayer instead of the Exodus. This is similar to how Yaakov's name existed but was replaced with his new name, his main name, Yisrael. This is also relevant to the verse, Behold, I will do new things, which is in reference to the wars prior to Mashiach's coming. In this regard, there's an analogy given of a man who is traveling and keeps getting attacked by new wild animals, each worse than the prior, to the extent where he's forgetting about each previous one and only focusing on the most recent one. So too with the issues of the Jewish people, that they get progressively worse to the point where you forget all about the previous ones. Also in regards to name changes, Avram's name became Avraham, to reference that he became the father of the world. Also his wife Sarai became Sarah, as she became the princess of the entire world. Also, you shouldn't ever mix up their names, but it's fine with Yaakov or Yisrael, as even he is referenced by both names later on, unlike the others. Although it does by Avram a little bit, but that's just because it's somebody referencing one event prior to his name change. There's a similar conversation elsewhere, and others say you can't attend to your business prior to prayer, but if you pray prior to dealing with your personal stuff, God will help you with whatever you do. Bit of a random point now. According to one guy, if you go 7 days without seeing a dream, you're called wicked. If you learn lots of Torah before sleep, you won't receive bad tidings. Side point, there's a comparison cited between a grave and a womb. How are they comparable? That they both take something in and give something out. The grave by the resurrection of the dead. The implication of this is that a baby leaves the body with lots of noise and crying, and a person enters a grave with lots of noise and crying. So too, he should leave the grave with lots of noise and crying by the resurrection of the dead. We also learn in the Shema from the word uchsav tam, and you shall write them, that on the mezuzah and tefillin, all the requisite verses must be written on them, including even the command to do so, unlike the writing done by the Sotah process, which is a whole thing for later, where they didn't also write the commands. In addition, in regards to the writing, you should leave spaces between words where the last and first letters are the same, so that way everything's clear, particularly in all of these spaces. On this note, it's taught that if you're very particular about saying Shema properly with the proper enunciations, Gehenna will be cooler for you. There's also a comparison between streams and tents, as streams can purify a person, so too learning Torah can tip your scale towards merit. The Mishnah had said that if you say Shema out of order, it doesn't count. On this note, there's a brief story about two rabbis who were tying a wedding canopy, and one of them went to go learn something, and he was taught that if you made a mistake while saying the Shema but don't know exactly where, if you're in the middle of a paragraph, go back to the beginning of the paragraph. If you're between paragraphs, go back a paragraph. If you made a mistake between the two times it says the words to write in the Shema, go back to the first time, assuming you haven't gotten to the end of the paragraph, and said, in order to lengthen your days. New Mishnah. This is a bit of a continuation of the previous, which left off speaking about Rabban Gamliel when he got married, and it picks up from there. When Rabban Gamliel's wife passed, he immersed himself in water, which is generally not allowed for mourners, but he was an exception as he was very delicate in that regard. In addition, when Rabban Gamliel's servant, a guy named Tavi, passed away, Rabban Gamliel accepted condolences for him like a relative, as apparently he was a very virtuous man. Back to Shema on your wedding night. According to Rabbi Shimon ben Gamliel, even if you want to, not everybody should do that. And now the Gemara to discuss this. Rabban Gamliel was exempt from certain difficult particularities of mourning, as apart from the day of the actual death, everything after is only a rabbinic ordinance, so you can be made exempt in extreme circumstances for stuff during the later days. In regards to him mourning his servant, normally that's not something done, as seen in a story where this other sage, a Rabbi Eliezer's maidservant, passed, and all his students followed him around all day to offer condolences, so he avoided them, but they just kept following him around all around the building until eventually he told them that they couldn't take a hint and should leave him alone. In this regard to how to eulogize people, there's a discussion on titles. The term patriarch is only offered to the biblical forefathers, and matriarch to the biblical foremothers, as those are the most significant ones. Similarly, you shouldn't refer to your servants as father or mother, except for Rabban Gamliel's servants, as they were exceptionally worthy people. Back to Shema. It says the verse, "So I will bless you as I live, to your name I will raise my hands." This means to say both the Shema and the Avodah, respectively, and the reward is this world and the world to come. Then the Gemara gets even more off topic and just lists a bunch of idioms taught by a bunch of different sages. I won't read them word for word, even though that kind of defeats the purpose of an idiom, as that would take a really long time, and this is intended as a summary. But if you want a collection of just idioms, quotes, and sayings from these sages, there is a book which is exactly that, penned around the same time as this, known as Pirkei Avot, or Ethics of Our Fathers. So, Rabbi Meir spoke about the importance of learning Torah and not doing anything wrong, and that God would be with you. The sages of Yavne taught that for some, their purpose is to learn Torah, and that's what they do, and for others, their purpose is to work in the field. One is not better than the other, both are fulfilling their individual purpose, and don't presume to be better than a worker because you learn more Torah than him. Abaya said, "Be careful to have fear of heaven and create peace with your brethren, relatives, and everybody, Jew and non-Jew alike, so that God will be happy with everybody." Rabban Yochanan ben Zakkai would always greet people first in the marketplace. Rava said that the point of Torah wisdom is to repent and do good deeds. If you do it to try and glorify yourself or to become haughty in your knowledge, that's wrong, and if you learn Torah not for its own sake, you'd be better off not having been created. Rav said, "In the world to come, there is no eating, drinking, procreation, negotiations, jealousy, hatred, or competition. Rather, the righteous sit with crowns, basking in God's presence." Also, there is a greater promise for the future to women than men, based on a verse, and this is achieved by them helping their family learn Torah. Okay, after that, then it lists a bunch of individual blessings said by people as they left their respective teachers' study halls, blessings for a good life, and they should do good deeds, and that no bad of any form should form within the Jewish people. Side point. Some say that the entire world is sustained because God is charitable, while some righteous are sustained because they deserve it. Some say that the world is sustained on behalf of the righteous, and the righteous themselves just exist. There's a famous story here where it says that every day the voice of God descends from Mount Horeb, and says that the entire world exists only due to the merit of a Rabbi Hanina ben Dosa, who was a particularly holy man, and apparently ate a lot of carobs. Then, for some reason, they say that the people of the cities of Gevai and Mata Mahasya are exceptionally foolish, and also none of them ever converted to Judaism. So, that's that. Back to Shema. There's also a story about some sages traveling through a graveyard, and one tucked in his tzitzis so as to not mock the dead. In fact, the dead do know what's going on, and the righteous people are referred to as alive even when they're dead. For instance, Benayu ben Yehoyada, a biblical character, is referred to as the son of a living man when it mentions that he slew a lion in a pit on a snowy day. This is explained to be an allegory that either he broke blocks of ice to be able to immerse in water for purification, or that he learned the entire Sifra texts on a snowy day. There's a story where Rabbi Chia's sons went out to work and realized they had forgotten their learning, and wondered if their father, who had recently passed, knew how upset they were. They cited one source, which implies not, saying that the dead don't know anything, but there's another source that says the dead feel pain as their body is consumed by worms and maggots, so they conclude that the body knows what's going on with their body, but that's it. However, there's a different story related, which contradicts this a bit. Basically, it goes that a man gave charity to some poor people during a drought, so his wife mocked him for being so generous, so he went and slept in a cemetery. There, he overheard two spirits conversing that they should go and listen in behind the heavenly curtain to see what would happen during the coming year. The other spirit said she couldn't, as she was buried in a mat of reeds. So the other one went, came back, and reported that there would be severe hail during the following year. So the guy who was listening to this went and sowed his crops accordingly, and everybody else's crops got destroyed besides for his. The next year he went back to the same spot and overheard them having the same conversation. Again, one went to listen in, and the other stayed, as she had an improper burial. The first spirit returned and said that again there would be a rainy period during certain months, so he went and planted accordingly and was successful. His wife asked him how he knew all this, so he told her the story. Then the wife a few days later got into a fight with a different woman, who coincidentally happened to be the mother of the dead second spirit, and she told her that she should be ashamed for giving her daughter an improper burial. And so, the next year, when the man came back, the spirits didn't converse because they said they knew somebody was listening in. Alright, so the point of the story is that clearly the dead do know what's going on in the world, as they knew somebody was listening in and had told people. Well, not necessarily, as it's possible somebody had died in between all of this and reported what had happened himself to them. Fine, so there's a different story as proof. A sage would leave his money with an innkeeper, where she would then hide it for him, but she died, so he visited her grave, and she told him where it was, and also asked that she be sent her makeup and a hairbrush with somebody who would be dying tomorrow. So apparently the dead do know what's happening in the world. Well, no, because perhaps the angel Duma, who oversees the dead, announced to everybody who would be dying the next day. Fine, so another story as proof. Shmuel, a sage, had an issue, which was that his father collected money for orphans, but then his father passed away, and he wanted to give the money out, but he didn't know where it was hidden. So, he went to the cemetery and was told to ascend to the yeshiva school on high. Side point, then he saw his friend who wasn't allowed into the yeshiva because he'd upset one of his teachers when he was alive by refusing to go to a school, so Shmuel asked if they could allow his friend in on his behalf, and they said yes. Anyways, Shmuel then met his father, who informed him of the location of the money, how it was buried so as to protect the orphan's money first and foremost, and then told him that he would unfortunately be dying soon. So clearly the dead know what's gonna happen if he knew that. So, no, as Shmuel was an important man, his arrival to heaven was announced a while beforehand. In addition, based on some verses, it's implied that the dead speak to each other, and God informed the forefathers of everything going on with the Exodus so that they could credit Moshe. Another point on the dead. Some say speaking badly about the dead doesn't really matter if they either don't know or don't care. Another disagrees, saying a story where somebody spoke badly about a sage and a reed fell off a roof and injured his skull, but that could be an exception because it's a sage who God looks after their honor. Similarly, another says that if you speak disparagingly about the righteous, you'll go to Gehenna. On a similar note, it's said that if you see such a man do something wrong, you should assume he repented by the following day, unless he did something wrong to another guy, in which case you should wait until you see him reconcile with the other guy. Also, there's a source which says there are 24 different reasons a person could be ostracized for disrespect, 3 of which are demeaning the idea of ritually washing your hands, speaking disrespectfully after the funeral of a Torah scholar, and being arrogant towards heaven. The source for the point about being disrespectful towards a Torah sage after the funeral is based on a story in regards to a conversation on the laws of Sotah when a Rabbi Akavia ben Mahalal was brought up who had done this disrespectful thing, so was ostracized, died a few years later, and his coffin was stoned. Alternatively, it actually wasn't that guy that did wrong. According to some, he was actually a stellar individual, and the ostracized and coffin-stoned guy was a Rabbi Elazar ben Chanuch, who demeaned the hand-washing thing. The source for the being arrogant towards heaven is based on the whole incident of Chani Hamagil, which isn't actually cited here, it's said a bit later, but basically it goes that there was a severe drought, so he drew a circle on the ground and refused to exit it until it rained, and then it started raining immediately. Anyways, the sages told him that normally they'd ostracize somebody for being so disrespectful towards heaven, but they made an exception here as it had worked. There's also another ostracism suggested towards this other guy who had instituted a whole roast kid to be eaten by Passover, which mimics the Paschal sacrifice and looks very improper. So that's another whole thing. There's also the whole ostracism situation of the oven of Achnai, which is a discussion in a much later tractate involving the laws of purity of a certain kind of oven. It's an interesting story that goes off the rails pretty quickly, but it's only referenced here, so I'll save it for later. In regards to the point of how the priority of God is more important than that of people, there's a question about how people were permitted to run sea kings, even running over the locations of coffins, which could cause ritual impurity. But that's allowed because coffins are designed in a way that they don't carry the ritual impurity up through the ground by having a gap between the corpse and the roof of the coffin. And even if they didn't have this, there's an exception for seeing a king out of respect. Some interpret the verse all of this is based on to mean to abide by rabbinically instituted decrees, which are the ones which can be suspended in certain cases out of respect for people. Side point, there are certain circumstances where it's permissible to disregard a lost object you found if you're a priest and the object is in a cemetery, if you're old and it's demeaning, or if you're just really busy. The point about it being demeaning overriding Torah law is unique here because it's a part of monetary laws which have their own unique category. Another question on this topic. Normally, a person who took a Nazirite oath cannot come in contact with any dead body, even his own relatives. He is, however, permitted to bury a mace mitzvah, an abandoned body, which nobody else would bury. Seemingly, this is overriding Torah law with respect for people, so not really, as that's a special case where you're not really technically in violation of any actual commandments. Side discussion now. They discuss how in previous generations the Jewish people were worthy of miracles happening for them as they did proper Torah study and learning, and they were dedicated to the sanctification of God's name, as seen in a story where they accidentally confiscated an improper cloth mixture from a woman and then realized she wasn't Jewish, so they reimbursed her. And also that one sage would stand outside the entrance to the woman's mikvah immersion pool and explain the proper laws of mikvah in a manner which was totally proper in intent. And another sage did the same thing because he wanted the woman to have the blessing of beautiful children. People believed back then that if you looked at a beautiful person when you were pregnant, your children would be beautiful, and he was particularly handsome, so he wanted to give them this blessing. And he wasn't afraid of the evil eye on him, as he was a descendant of Joseph, who the evil eye has no power over. There's also a point stated that the angels went to God and said that God shouldn't show extra favor to the Jewish people, and God responded that the Jewish people bless God for satiating them with a meal even if they aren't full, so he favors them extra in return. This applies by any form of using the restroom. Some say you should leave the tefillin outside if you can, some say no, wrap them up in a few layers and bring them in, as somebody might steal them, as it's a story brought where a student went to the restroom, left his tefillin outside, and a harlot took them, went to his school and claimed the student had given them to her as payment for her services, and the student took his own life, so maybe don't leave them lying around. Now for a discussion on the regular evening prayer. The actual quote says that it is not fixed to a specific hour. So what does that mean exactly? Some say that just means you can say it whenever you want in the night. Some say that just means it's optional. It was, in fact, a massive debate whether the evening prayer is obligatory or not. There's a whole story cited where they were arguing about it originally, so it went and was brought before the study hall, and the Nasi, the prince of the time, Rabbi Gamliel, said his opinion, and the person who disagreed didn't really want to say anything out of respect, but he was told to testify his opinion, and he stood, but he was not told to sit back down, so he had to stand there for a very long time, and people started getting upset, so they decided to replace Rabbi Gamliel with a person named Rabbi Eliezer ben Azariah, an exceptionally talented 18-year-old who consulted with his wife and took the position. However, he was worried he wouldn't be respected because he was so young, so he prayed to God, and his hair turned white. Hence he famously said in a quote, "I am like 70 years old," because he wasn't actually 70, he just looked really old. First thing he did when he got to the school was announce that everybody could learn there, instead of being super selective like the prior guy. And either 400 or 700 new benches got added to the school. Seeing this, Rabbi Gamliel, the prior guy, felt really bad and thought that it was his fault that so many hadn't learned Torah in his school because he was too selective. So he saw in a dream white jugs filled with ashes, which represented that the new students weren't actually learning very well. But as it turns out, that wasn't actually true. They were learning well. He was just shown that in a dream so he could feel better. Anyways, it was a great day. Every pending halachic legal ruling was decided at that point, and even Rabbi Gamliel kept going to that school without a grudge. There is a specific incident mentioned where an Ammonite convert on that day came in and asked if he could marry a Jewish girl, so it was argued a whole bunch because normally Ammonite converts are one of the few that can't marry a Jew, but there could be an exception because his people have been scattered around a whole bunch. In the end, the marriage was made permissible. Anyways, one of the arguers in that case was Rabbi Gamliel, so we see that he went back to the school without any issues. Anyways, Rabbi Gamliel went to the house of the earlier guy that he had offended to ask for forgiveness, and saw that he was also a blacksmith, which he was surprised by. So the rabbi got upset that he didn't know what Torah scholars had to do to support themselves, so Rabbi Gamliel asked for forgiveness in the name of his father, and the guy forgave him. So, because he was forgiven, he was reinstituted as the head of the school, but this time shared with Rabbi Eliezer ben Azariah, who would give classes for 1 week and then Rabban Gamliel for 3 weeks. Also, the one who asked the original question that started all of this was a Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai, a very famous sage who has a whole holiday around him, but that's for way later. New Mishnah. One rabbi would say a little prayer as he entered a study hall that nothing bad would happen due to him while he's there, and a prayer when he left as thanks. The Gemara says the exact contents of these prayers. Not going to say the whole things here because this isn't really something done anymore. Then the Gemara goes and lists a bunch of teachings from different rabbis. When Rabbi Eliezer was sick, he taught his students to properly educate their children so they get reward. When Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai got sick, he began to cry and explained it was due to fear of an eternal God and his judgment. Then he blessed his students to have a fear of a God akin to that of the fear of a moral king, the logic being that you don't do things wrong if you know a moral king is watching, neither should you do something wrong when God is watching. Then, right before he passed away, he had his room prepared in regards to the laws of purity, and had a chair brought in for the king Chizkiah, who he said was coming to accompany him. Alright, new Mishnah. Rabban Gamliel says you say the full prayer of the 18 blessings, the Shemona Esrei, also called the Amidah. Rabbi Yeshua says to just say an abridged version of that prayer. Rabbi Akiva says you do the full version or not, depending on if you're fluent in prayer. Rabbi Eliezer says if your prayer is fixed, it is not considered supplication. This will be explained soon, what that means exactly. Rabbi Yeshua says if you're in a dangerous place, you can do a listed abridged prayer. If you're riding on a donkey, you should dismount and pray. If you can't, you should look towards the temple. If you can't do that, think of the inner room of the temple. Do this also if you're on a ship or something. And now the Gemara. There are 18 blessings in the Amidah, either to correspond to the 18 mentions of God's name in Tehillim Psalm 29, the 18 mentions of God's name in the Shema, or to correspond to the 18 of the vertebrae in your spine. Furthermore, there are certain points in prayer when you bow, either to the point where all your vertebrae protrude, or until a coin on the ground would be parallel to your heart. Some say you just need to bow your head as long as you're actually exerting yourself. There was actually a 19th blessing instituted later, which speaks negatively about heretics, so that either corresponds, depending on which your opinion was, to an additional reference to God on that psalm, or in Shema, the word one, which counts as a name, kind of, and of the spine, it's 19 technically if you include the lowest descending vertebrae. In fact, there's a story that after the 19th blessing was added, the next year they were praying and the guy forgot the blessing, so he stood there for a few hours and he wasn't removed because he didn't make a mistake. And we do suspect somebody is a heretic if they mess up the heretic blessing, which was this 19th one, but not this guy, because he was the one that had actually instituted this blessing in the first place. And we don't suspect that he became a heretic since then, because there's a tradition that a good person doesn't become wicked, specifically if he was initially righteous to begin with. Although, even this may not be strictly true, as one of the high priests of the time, Rabbi Yochanan, became a heretic. Still, point is, there's no issue of concerns of heresy by this guy, as he was the one who had instituted the prayer. Alternatively, he started the prayer, and although it did take him a while to continue, he did finish it properly, so again, not a cause for concern. We said there are 19 total blessings of the Amidah, and on Shema there is a different Amidah said with 7 blessings. These 7 correspond to the 7 voices of God referenced in Tehillim number 29. On Rosh Hashanah we say 9 blessings corresponding to the 9 mentions of God's name in Chana's prayer, as she's one of the people specifically remembered on Rosh Hashanah, along with Sarah and Rachel. On a fast day, we say 24 blessings in the Amidah, corresponding to the 24 songs of Solomon when he brought the Ark of the Covenant into the temple, specifically then as it's a day of asking for mercy, like a fast day. It then lists exactly what the abridged prayer version of the Amidah is, along with which blessings are and are not said. There's an unresolved question as to whether we say the Havdalah blessing in the actual Amidah. There's similar points arguing about other of the individual blessings, about the prayer for rain, the prayer about the new moon, and others. It goes on for a bit like this about the formatting and circumstances, but yeah, if you just open up any prayer book, you'll see the accepted standard format of the Amidah prayer. We said earlier in the Mishnah that if your prayer is fixed, it's not supplication. What this means exactly is that if prayer is a burden for you, or if you say it just as words, or if you don't introduce something new depending on your opinion. That last one isn't really done as it can cause confusion. Or, some say what this means is to pray at the time of the reddening of the sun, which either means right after sunrise or right before sunset. Others say don't do this as it could mess up your timing and you could end up praying late on accident. Then it says that you should do the abridged prayer if you're in danger, and there are a bunch of variants of which of these to do. There's also a story where Eliyahu, the prophet, told a rabbi to say the traveler's prayer while traveling, along with other advice like not to get angry or drunk. In fact, this traveler's prayer listed is still said to this day if you're going on a long trip or on a flight or something. There are more specifics as to when to say this prayer, specifically if your journey is longer than a parsa, an old form of measurement. Some say to say it specifically while standing, others even while walking or sitting. This is seen in the story where some said this prayer and decided to stand even though they didn't have to. Chapter 5 begins with a Mishnah discussing the level of focus necessary while praying. Specifically, it should be with great focus and submission. Some particular people would wait an hour prior to prayer in order to prepare. Your focus should be to such an extent that if a king greets you or if a snake comes over to you, you shouldn't interrupt your prayer. The Gemara states that this focus is derived from the story of Hannah, who prayed with great intensity and focus. Well, maybe that was an exception over there, because Hannah was extremely distressed. Okay, so we learn it from King David, who prayed with great intensity. Again, that may be an exception, because King David was distressed over the whole Bathsheba incident. So, there are many interpretations of King David's verses. Some say it means you have to wear nice clothes while praying. Some teach it to mean in general you shouldn't have excessive joy and should temper it. The exception being if you're wearing tefillin, as that caused one sage to be super happy. Furthermore, there's a story where there was a wedding and everybody was getting a little bit too joyful, so one sage took a super expensive cup and smashed it. There were similar things that happened at many weddings. To this day, there is a custom to smash a glass by a wedding to remind ourselves of the sadness of the destruction of the Second Temple and our exile, even during a joyous day like a wedding. In addition to this point, if you're praying right after learning, don't begin prayer after learning a complex, highly debated subject, as it'll preoccupy your mind during prayer. Rather, pray after learning a conclusive law that's not debated, like certain laws of purity, tithes, or consecrated animals. Also, don't go into prayer right after being sad, lazy, chatting, laughing, etc. Rather, go into prayer after doing a good deed. Similarly, you should only leave a conversation in general with a discussion of Torah, not any of the above frivolous things. Some say you do this so you'll think well of that person you just finished talking to. There is an example of this occurring where there's a story where two sages were walking by some palm trees in Babylon, and one said that those palm trees had been there since the time of Adam, and there's a verse which teaches that every land Adam decreed would be settled was eventually settled in, and every land he said would remain uninhabited remained uninhabited. Also, in addition, students should accompany their teachers around. Back to prayer. You should have great focus, again sourced from some verses, and it's taught that Rabbi Akiva prayed shorter when he was leading the congregation, but when he prayed by himself he would do it for hours and would end up walking all across the room from all the bows he was doing. Also, you should try to pray in a room with windows, as Daniel did, again based on a verse. Similarly, a lot of the more precise laws of prayer, such as to do it 3 times at different times facing Jerusalem, saying the Amidah quietly, to ask for stuff for yourself after praying God, not to be drunk during prayer, and many others, are learned from several biblical figures such as Daniel, Hannah, and King Solomon. There are, in fact, several things that can be learned from the whole Hannah story. The story being that there was this woman named Hannah who was barren, so she prayed at the temple, and the high priest, Eli, thought she was drunk, so tried to kick her out. She explained what was going on, and she was blessed with a kid. So we can learn from that things such as that someone who prays while drunk is considered like doing idolatry. If you suspect someone of doing something they didn't do, you should appease them and then bless them afterwards. And that when Hannah prayed for a son, she called God Lord of Hosts, the first time such a term was ever used, and prayed that as God had made the whole world, she should be able to have just one son, comparable to a king who was at a great feast, and a beggar who requests just a piece of bread. Furthermore, based on some double wording in the verse, it's taught that she kind of threatened God because she said that if she didn't have a kid, she would seclude herself with another man besides for her husband and be accused of being unfaithful, even though she wouldn't have been, and then have to go through the Sotah ceremony, which, when it's proven that she did no wrong, the blessing is to have children. So that was going to be her strategy to have kids. According to some, however, that wouldn't have worked because the blessing is actually that if you already have kids, then they're going to be better, be it birthed painlessly or more attractive or something along those lines. Not that you'll start having kids. So, according to that, the double wording she used in the Torah is just an expression. Also, in Hannah's prayer, she referenced herself as being a servant to God 3 times, referencing either 3 things that a woman is likely to pass away from, or to 3 of the special commandments towards women, the laws of female purity, separating challah, and lighting Shabbos candles, all of which Hannah was very careful to do. In addition, when Hannah asked for a child, she said, an offspring of men. This is either interpreted to mean a very great man, a man who would anoint 2 men to royalty, being King Shaul and King David, or to be equivalent to 2 great men, Moshe and Aaron. And according to some, it means just that her son should be inconspicuous, average, be it in height, size, looks, or intelligence. Also, based on the verse, it teaches that Eli, the Kohen Gadol, stood a bit away, specifically 4 cubits, which is the distance he should be from somebody who's praying. There's also another teaching based on some words here and some terminology later that she prayed that her son not be punished when he later taught something in the presence of his teacher, being the Kohen Gadol, Eli, something about the laws of priestly sacrifice, which apparently made him liable for the death penalty, and God offered to give her a new child, but she said, for this child I prayed, meaning not another. It also says that Hannah spoke on her heart, the implication she was asked why her body was made in such a way if she wasn't going to be able to have a child. Bit of a side point, somebody who fasts on Shabbos, it's considered so great that a negative decree against him, even up to 70 years, is torn up. However, you're also punished for violating the commandment of enjoying Shabbos, so to make up for it, you should do another fast during the next week. Okay, back to Hannah. It's taught that she actually kind of spoke a bit disrespectfully to God through all this, similar to what Elijah the prophet and Moshe did. Side point, it's taught that God assists people to do the right thing, and if he didn't, things would have fallen apart a long time ago, from all of these verses listed here. In regards to Moshe speaking to God, it's explained that he argued on the behalf of the Jewish people after the golden calf, that only happened because God had decided to give tons of gold and silver to them after they left Egypt, so therefore they built the golden calf. This is akin to the saying that a lion does not roar before a basket of straw, but it does before a basket of meat, or to the example of someone who fed a cow good food and then it started kicking them, or to the example of somebody who gives their son fancy food, clothes, and money, and then leaves him outside of a brothel, at which point he sins. So that's comparable to the whole thing with the Jewish people receiving a ton of gold and silver and then sinning with the golden calf. Based on this, there's a teaching that overeating is a type of sin, as it could lead to these types of issues. In fact, based on some later verses, the implication is that God actually conceded the point that maybe giving them all that gold and whatnot wasn't such a great idea. There are some other points about Moshe and God by the golden calf, how Moshe initially was rejected and then tried again and managed to convince God, comparable to a man who stops a king from severely punishing his son. In fact, it says that he grabbed God in a manner comparable to how a person would grab another person by their garment in order to convince them. God offered Moshe to be the new and only forefather of the nation, but he argued no, if the original nation, with 3 patriarchs, was insufficient, then for sure 1 wouldn't be enough. And in addition, he wanted to give him another chance, or it would even look badly on him. It said Moshe prayed to the point where he either became extremely ill, or to the point where his vow was nullified, or to the point that he gave his life, and managed to bring out God's divine attribute of mercy. He also argued on the point of God's eternal oaths towards the Jewish people, and furthermore the nations of the world would say that God was weak and could defeat Pharaoh, but not the 31 kings of Canaan. God eventually, of course, conceded, and it says that a student is fortunate to have his teacher concede to him in such a manner. Another thing to learn from this is the above point, that Moshe praised God first and then made requests from him. Bit of a new point. We know prayer is greater than action alone, as Moshe did many great things, but was only allowed to look at the land of Israel after he prayed a bunch for it. There's a similar thing taught, that fasting is greater than giving to charity, as charity affects your money, while fasting affects yourself. Also, prayer is greater than sacrifices, based on some verses. Very unrelated side point, a priest that has killed somebody for whatever reason may no longer perform the priestly blessing. Okay, back on prayer. It said that since the destruction of the temple, the gates of prayer have been locked, but the gates of tears remain open. God covered himself, similar to a cloudy day, which is a bad omen for prayer in general. It's as if there's an iron wall between God and the Jewish people. However, similar to Moshe, anybody that prolongs their prayer, it is answered. However, don't do that expecting it to be answered or else you'll wind up disappointed. However, if you're not answered, don't give up and try again. In fact, there are 4 things you should constantly try to improve in: Torah, good deeds, prayer, and your occupation. Each of these is sourced from a verse. Later, in regards to all this about the golden calf, it says that God forsook and forgot us, both of them. God counters by saying he has created 12 constellations, each of which has 30 armies, each of which has 30 legions, each of which has 30 leaders, each of which have 30 leaders, each of which have 30 leaders, each of which have 365,000 stars, and all of this was only created for you, so clearly he has not forgotten about you. However, the only thing he chooses to forget about is the golden calf. Okay, back to the original topic. We said earlier that extra pious people would wait an hour prior to prayer to prepare. Some would wait an hour after, too. In fact, they would wait an hour, pray for an hour, and then wait another hour, and there are 3 prayers, so that's 9 hours a day, but they were fine because the work that they did do in their day was blessed. With regards to not interrupting even if a king speaks to you, there is an exception if it's a king of Israel. However, if you see something dangerous coming towards you, be it a dangerous person or a vehicle, abridge your prayer and move out of the way, if possible. If not, you can stop and make an interruption. In fact, there's a story where somebody was praying and an officer stopped to speak to him and he continued praying, and the guy said, "That's not a very good idea, you're kind of risking your life by ignoring me." So he countered by saying that he wouldn't interrupt himself if you're conversing with a mortal king, so neither should you interrupt yourself when you're speaking to God. We say not to interrupt if there's a snake, but do interrupt if there's a scorpion, as they'll attack you even if you're standing still. We try to bring the disproof, saying we hold if somebody falls into a pit of snakes, you can presume and testify that he died, hence snakes are actually dangerous, but no, as there he's falling on top of the snakes, which would provoke them, hence he's standing still here, so there's no concern. If there's an ox running towards you, you can interrupt your prayer. Generally, if it's a calm ox, you should distance yourself prior 50 cubits, and if it's a dangerous ox, just get out of eye shot. In fact, if it's a very dangerous ox, you should just hide on a roof. In regards to snakes, we end off with a story where there was this venomous snake that bit somebody and they died, so Rabbi Hanina ben Dosa took the snake and held it to prove that it's not the snake that kills the person, but it's the fact that you did something wrong, and that allows you to be liable for punishment. There's a few stories about prayer now, one where the prayer leader was taking way too long, so some students complained, and Rabbi Eliezer defended him, saying, well, Moshe prayed for 40 days. Then there was a time where the prayer leader was praying for way too short, and Rabbi Eliezer said, well, Moshe prayed very briefly by Miriam and her leprosy. Also, we learn from Moshe's prayer by leprosy that when praying for somebody else, you don't need to mention them by name, as Moshe didn't over there. There are certain blessings we bow during, the first few and some in the middle. Just see a standard prayer book if you want to know specifics. It's good not to do additional, though, unless you're the high priest who bows by every blessing. Some say, in addition, a king bows at the beginning and then stays like that for the entirety of prayer. Furthermore, there are many forms of bowing. Bowing your head, your body, bending your knees, fully prostrating yourself, etc. Some say it's enough to just bow your head. There's lots of opinions as to when to bow in the blessing of Thanksgiving. Some say not to do it at all, some say in the beginning only, some say in the end only, some say both, some only in the Hallel prayer, some say only in the prayer after eating. New Mishnah. If you pray and make a mistake, it's a bad omen for you. If you are the prayer leader and error, it's a bad omen for the congregation, as you're acting as a representative and have their status. Rabbi Hanina ben Dosa would pray for sick people, and afterwards know who would get better and who would not, based on if he made mistakes, as he prayed for each individual. The Gemara says that the specific blessing that's a bad omen to mess up is the first one of the Amidah, about the patriarchs, as that's the one that has a priority to focus in. The source for the fact that messing up in prayer is a bad sign for the sick guy you're praying for is based on the verse, "The Lord that creates the expression of the lips says, peace, peace, to him that is far off and to him that is near, and I will heal him." On this note, the prophets prophesied reward for people associated with Torah scholars, be it marrying their children to them or supporting them financially, but didn't mention the reward for learning Torah itself, as that's unquantifiable. Similarly, they prophesied the times of Mashiach, but not the world to come. This, by the way, is in contradiction of the opinion that Mashiach is a more mundane, non-miraculous time, with it just being that the Jewish people will be free from the oppression of other nations and countries. Similarly, the prophets only spoke of people who repented, but never the fully righteous. This disagrees with the opinion that fully righteous people are not as good as people who repented. The reward referenced, according to some, has wine preserved since the 6 days of creation, or eaten which has never been seen, not even by Adam, who only saw its garden, which is different. There's a story in the above topic where Rabbi Hanina ben Dosa prayed on behalf of a sick rabbi and did so without any mistakes, and then recorded the time, and the person was healed at that exact moment. There are a few words of praise for Rabbi Hanina ben Dosa for his connection with God, particularly from Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai, a very prominent sage. Also, in regards to prayer, again, you should pray in a room with windows, and it's improper to pray out in a field, and it's improper to specify any of your transgressions during prayer. It then lists a few negative concepts towards people who don't say these blessings, which branches into a brief point about whether it's more worthwhile to focus on Torah study or work, the conclusion of which is to focus on Torah study first, as people who focus on work first always end up compromising on their Torah study. In fact, the earlier, better generations prioritized Torah study first, unlike the later generations. Similarly, the earlier generations would properly adhere to the laws of tithes, while the later generations would use loopholes to get out of them. Then there's a quick story about a rabbi and his two students were eating, and one of the students messed up his blessing, and the other people made fun of him, so the rabbi got upset at both of them. The mistake made was that there was two foods, and some hold you say the blessing on your preferred food of the two, while others say you say the blessing on the one that provides more sustenance. Then we say how God is greater than a mortal, as with mortals, an empty vessel holds things and a full vessel cannot, while with God, a full vessel, somebody who has lots of Torah knowledge, can always acquire more, while somebody who has a lack of Torah knowledge, meaning like an empty vessel, has a more difficult time acquiring Torah knowledge. It then mentions from some verses to listen the first time learning, or do lots of review. Then it lists a bunch of different blessings for a bunch of different smells of a bunch of different plants, which leads into a bunch of miscellaneous teachings. It says that God made everyone's craft appear beautiful in his eyes. Then, in regards to warding off demons, it can't attack if there's two people, and a torch can suffice as your second person, and they won't appear at all if there's three people, and the moon can act for you as three people. Then it says that it's better to toss yourself into a furnace than to embarrass somebody publicly. Then it lists a few more opinions on the blessing of scents, and that's that for that topic. Then it gets a bit sidetracked again, saying there are 6 things a Torah scholar should not do. Go out with perfume on your clothes, and according to some, on your hair. You shouldn't go out alone at night, as it could look like you're up to no good, unless you have a known teaching schedule. Don't go out with patched shoes if the patches are visible. Don't converse with any women in the street. Don't recline with unlearned people in case they rub off on you, and don't be the last to enter your study hall. Also, some say don't take long strides, as it's bad for your health, but that can be healed by drinking Kiddush wine. And lastly, some add not to walk with an erect, haughty posture, as God is everywhere, and you don't want to do that before him. Then it goes on about how amazing an egg is. First it says that an egg is the single best egg-sized food, and depending on how it's cooked, has lots of health benefits. Also, Rabbi Akiva mentioned a cooked vegetable that satiates you. This refers to a stalk of cabbage. This is sourced from a lengthy diatribe about healthy foods, and it mentions this about cabbage. In fact, pretty much the rest of this page is just dedicated to listing different health benefits and practices of different foods. There's another story mentioned where there's this rabbi who was sick, so they had a feast sponsored when he got better, and they were discussing who should lead the after blessings. Some said the host should, as he breaks the bread, while others say yes, the host breaks the bread, so that he's generous with it, but the guests say the blessing, as that way they could bless the host. And there's also some text brought for that listed here. Then it gets into a bit about the Persian people's dining etiquette. They would have the more prominent person of two recline on a lower couch, and the other on a higher couch. And if there was a third person, he would be on a lower couch than the most prominent guy. They had it like this because they would gesture with hand signals, so it would have the most important guy near the middle. In addition, they would have the most important guy wash his hands first, and then, so he didn't need to wait for everybody else, serve him his food immediately. Then, when the meal was over, he would be given the washing water last, but they don't remove the food from the table while he waits. That's what the Persians did. We did very similar, except with 2 people, the more important person would be higher up, and when washing with 5 people or less, you go from most to least prominent, and if more, you go from least until you reach the last 5 people, and then switch it so that way the first of those 5 is the most prominent at the table. and the first of those last 5 leads to blessings. There's a quick story cited to demonstrate how this happened. However, in general, it says that we don't have a greater person go first when traveling on the road, crossing a bridge, or here with washing hands. There's also a story where they didn't have the greater person go in front of them until they got back to the synagogue, and then they put him first by the entranceway. An additional point on dinner etiquette: don't eat, or according to some, taste, just to be precise, anything until the guy breaking the bread eats first. Also, if 2 people max are eating together, if one person leaves, the other should wait for him, and as we said, the guy who breaks bread should eat first. But if he wants to, he can defer this honor to his teacher or somebody else of importance if he wants to. Also, the guy breaking the bread shouldn't do so until majority of the people there say amen to his blessing that he made beforehand, as that's when the blessing properly ends. We don't need the minority people because you shouldn't say amen for too long anyways. In fact, we're very particular about how you say amen. You shouldn't say it too long, you shouldn't say it too short, you shouldn't say it abbreviated or clipped off, or if you didn't hear the blessing, or otherwise, and negative things will occur to you if you do these things. Then there's another quick story, that a sage ate really quickly to be able to join another 2 sages' zimun, saying that although they had finished eating, they would probably eat a bit more after so he could join. There's yet another quick story about a great sage joined towards the end of a meal and said that he shouldn't say the after blessings as he joined towards the end. Rather, it should be the greatest person who was there since the beginning. But we say afterwards that even if you come late, it still goes to the most important person by the meal. Then it gets into a little bit as to what constitutes exactly an Am Haaretz or an ignoramus. Some say it's somebody who doesn't say Shema in the evening and the morning. Some say it's somebody who doesn't wear tefillin. Some say it's somebody who doesn't wear tzitzis. Some say it's somebody without a mezuzah. Some say it's somebody that doesn't raise his sons to learn Torah. Some say it's if he didn't serve Torah scholars, which is explained to mean not learning Gemara, which makes somebody an ignoramus, and that's the opinion we hold like. Then there's a quick story about a sage who didn't let a person join his zimun as he hadn't learnt Gemara, although had learned a ton of other things, and it was said that when that person passed away, he passed away because he didn't let that guy join the zimun, as that guy actually had learned Gemara, and he just hadn't checked properly. Alternatively, because the guy reviewed the teachings of the rabbis, which made him essentially like a young Torah scholar, so he technically should have been allowed to join. In this regard, it states a quick point that 2 of the greatest sages, Rabbah and Abaya, when they were extremely young, were both asked where God was, and they both pointed upwards, so we're told they would grow up to become great sages based on their intelligence at such a young age. Then there's a story cited wherein the king Yanai was eating at a feast and wanted to do the after blessings, but he couldn't, as he had killed most of the sages at that time, so his wife offered to bring out one sage if he promised not to harm him. He agreed, so she brought out her brother, named Shimon ben Shattach, a great and pretty famous sage. King Yanai told him that he was giving him a great honor. Shimon ben Shattach told him, no, it's the Torah that grants me honor, so the king got upset. Anyways, he made the blessings, but only after drinking some wine, so that way he had participated in the meal. There's some disagreement if this was permissible. Some say he needed to eat some bread to participate in the meal. Some people disagree, and some say it's enough to participate in the blessing, but not sufficient to do it for everybody else there on your behalf, which is basically what he did, which is the opinion we end up holding like. Okay, that was a while, but that's pretty much the end of the discussion on the Zimun. Then it lists the times of the composition of many of the blessings that are said as a part of the after blessings. Moshe composed the first blessing of the after blessings after the manna fell in the desert. Yeshua composed one when they entered Israel. David and King Solomon composed one after conquering Jerusalem and after building the temple. The sages of Yavne composed one after the bodies of the Jewish rebels killed by the Romans at the Battle of Beitar did not rot and were allowed to be buried after a while. It then lists the particular order and sequence of all the blessings based on whether or not it's Shabbos. I'm not going to list every single one. Just open a standard Venture or a Grace After Meals book, as it's called. It also quotes a bunch of verses that are quoted as sources for these blessings, along with a very brief point about King Saul and how a bunch of women talked to him, either because they just talk a lot, or because Saul was very handsome, or because God wanted them to delay him so that way his kingship would only start once Shmuel's leadership ended. It also mentions a bunch of necessary phrases to mention throughout the after blessings, basically, again, all of which are included in the standard format for these blessings. It goes on a bit longer like this, again still discussing what verses or words or concepts are mentioned. It also gets into a brief point about whether you can end a blessing by speaking about two subjects, which is argued, citing sources back and forth for a bit, which generally that's not allowed, as we don't do mitzvahs in bundles, although there is an exception for one of the blessings here. It also says a quick story where a rabbi brought up that he hadn't properly learned how to say the after blessings by meals, and explained to another that he had messed it up one time, and the sage then criticized him, and the guy he was telling this story to then also criticized him because he had messed it up so badly. A bit more discussion goes on now about how many times you need to mention God's kingship in certain blessings, and that's about that. Again, just see the standard formatting if you want to see the conclusive decisions. Okay, then the Gemara goes on for a bit about the health benefits of a mixture of undiluted wine and cabbage. There's lots of rules of how to properly consume it, so yeah, that's a thing. There are a few interesting points in this discussion, such as that it says that a certain angel told a sage that you should get your shirt yourself in the morning, not from a servant. You should not have your hands ritually washed by somebody whose hands have not been ritually washed properly in the morning. And lastly, only return the cup of this medicinal cabbage wine stuff to the guy who gave it to you in the first place, because not adhering to any of these will allow demons or angels of affliction to harm you. Also, he was told 3 things by the angel of death. The first 2 of the above-mentioned points, about your shirt and the hand-washing, and also, don't stand in front of women returning from a funeral, because the angel of death dances with sword in hand and harms such people there. If you encounter these women coming back from a funeral, you should either jump away 4 amos, which is about 6 feet, try to cross a river, go onto a different road, stand behind a wall, and if none of those are available to you, then look away and repeatedly say the verse, Hashem shall denounce you, O Satan, Satan being the angel of death. There's another story that somebody was traveling in a caravan and forgot to say the blessing, so he wanted to head back, but he needed a really good reason for that. So he just said that he had left behind a gold dove. So they were like, okay, fine. So he went back and said his blessings, and he just found a golden dove there. A dove is unique, by the way, as the Jewish people are compared to a dove. As the same way a dove is saved through its wings, the Jewish people are saved through following mitzvahs. There's a blessing said if you see a place where miracles were performed for the Jewish people. There's a blessing if you're in a place where idolatry was uprooted. There's a blessing if you see a shooting star, an earthquake, thunder, strong winds, or lightning. If you see mountains, hills, seas, rivers, or deserts, there's a blessing. If you see the Great Sea, generally interpreted as the Mediterranean, or another major ocean, you say a blessing, but only every 30 days. On rain and on good news, there's a blessing, which also applies to good news that can turn bad. On bad news, there's a blessing, which also applies to bad news that could turn good. On a new house or new clothes, there's a blessing. We also don't make a blessing or prayer on something retroactively. For instance, if your wife is pregnant, don't make a prayer now that it should be a boy. Or if you hear a commotion within your city, don't pray that it wasn't by your house at that point, because in theory, it would be already too late. Some say when you enter a dangerous city, you should pray when you go in and when you leave. Some say you should pray twice by both of those times. The prayers are for the future and for thanks. You should bless God for the good and for the bad, as it says, you shall love Hashem your God with all your heart and with all your soul. Heart includes both your good and evil inclinations, and with your soul means even if God takes your life. It also says with all of your resources, which means with all your wealth, or it means that whatever you receive, you should thank God. In addition to all this, you should act respectfully by the temple entrance that's opposite the holy innermost part of the temple, and don't enter the temple itself with your staff, with your shoes, money, belt, or dust. Also, don't use the temple mount as a shortcut, and no spitting there either. Also, by the first temple, blessings would be ended with the words Ad Ha'olam, until the world, but the Sadducees, a heretical sect, started misinterpreting this to mean that there's only one world, so by the second temple they established the words Min Ha'olam ve'ad Ha'olam, from one world until the next world. In addition, based on some verses from the Torah, a person should greet another with the name of God. Okay, now in the Gemara we're going to go through each of these individual points and blessings and expand on them a bit, basically for the rest of the chapter. First, blessings for miracles. This is only if the miracle was for a large number of people, not for an individual. But we see some people said the blessing for their personal miracles. One man was saved from a lion, one for a well of water that appeared for him miraculously, and another, a wild camel attacked him, and then a wall broke apart, giving him a way to escape. So, an individual can say those personal blessings, but it has to be for a large number of people for it to be instituted for everybody. There are a number of such locations, where the Red Sea split, where the Jordan River split, the canyons of Arnon, the stones of Elgavish, the stone of the giant Og, the stone Moshe sat on during the war against Amalek, the remains of Lot's wife, and the fallen walls of Jericho. The canyon of Arnon was when some Ammonites decided to hide in caves of a canyon to ambush the traveling Jewish people, and the canyon walls closed together, crushing everybody inside. The stones of Elgavish is the miracle of hail that stopped when Moshe said to, and started again by Joshua during a war. The stone of Og is when the giant Og wanted to drop a massive stone on the entire encampment of the Jewish people as they wandered in the desert, so he lifted it up, but then ants bored through it, causing it to fall on his head, and then his teeth grew into the mountain, so it was walked over him based on some verses. Anyways, then Moshe, who was 10 amos tall, took an axe that was 10 amos tall and jumped 10 amos into the air, struck Og on the heel, and Og died. All the remaining things in the list are pretty self-explanatory based on their individual sources. Why do we say this blessing by Lot's wife who turned to salt? That was kind of a punishment. Fine, so we say the blessing for something negative that happened over there. Also, we say the blessing about God remembering the righteous by Lot himself. In fact, even at a time of God's anger, he remembers the righteous, like we see by Lot and the story of Sodom and Gomorrah. Also, in regards to the wall of Jericho, it says that it was swallowed into the ground because the wall was just as wide as it was tall and couldn't really just fall over, so it was swallowed into the ground. Also, we thank God for 4 things. Someone who travels across a desert, across an ocean, someone who was sick and got better, and someone who was released from prison. Each of these is based off of an individual verse. The blessing said is Baruch HaGomel, and must be before 10 people. Some say 2 of them must be Torah scholars, and it's an unresolved issue. There's also a story mentioned of someone who was sick and got better, so somebody said this blessing for him before 10, and he said Amen. 3 types of people need protection: a sick person, a groom, and a bride. Some add a woman who recently gave birth, a mourner, and Torah scholars by night. It's also taught that there are 3 things that prolong your life: prolonging your prayer, prolonging your meals, and prolonging your restroom. This about prolonging your prayer is assuming you're not expecting your prayer to be fulfilled. Instead, you should rely more on God's mercy. You should prolong your meal, as it gives more time for poor people to come by, so you could feed them. The restroom thing is just about health benefits, and it depends on how you sit. Then it says 3 things that, when done, shorten your life: being given a Torah scroll and not reading from it, being given a cup of wine for a blessing and not saying the blessing, and someone who assumes authority. These are all based off verses, and it says that Yosef passed away before his brothers as he assumed authority. Also, there are 3 things that require God's mercy: a good king, a good year, and a good dream, all of which are based on verses. In addition, a person shouldn't appoint a leader without first consulting the community, as God asked Moshe to ask the Jewish people if he could put Bezalel in charge of the construction of the tabernacle. Bezalel's name means "in the shadow of God," to reflect his wisdom, how he built the tabernacle properly and interpret everything properly in the order of assembly, building the tabernacle first and then its implements. He also knew how to create using letters in the same way the world was created, which is a more Kabbalistic notion. Also, it's mentioned in a few sources that God only gives wisdom to wise people. Okay, now a bunch of points on dreaming. This is like the entire next few pages, all about dreams, their interpretations, significance, and otherwise. So, a dream in which you fast is a bad sign. An uninterpreted dream is like an unread letter, meaning it just means nothing. No dream is destined to be fulfilled in its entirety. A negative dream is better than a positive one, as it'll result in you doing more good. If you get a negative dream, the sadness you get from it could suffice as its meaning, and the same applies to a good dream and its joy. Some also say a negative dream is worse than a lashing. Also similar to a wheat mixed with chaff, all dreams have nonsense mixed within. Only some of a dream is fulfilled. For instance, by Yosef and his dreams, his mother was included in them even though she was no longer alive. Also similar to Yosef, your deadline for a dream to be fulfilled is 22 years, based on some math with Yosef's lifetime and the fulfillment of his dreams. Also, a positive dream is never shown to a good person, like King David, and a negative dream is never shown to an evil person, like Achitophel. Some interpret this to mean that others will see such dreams about you. Some say further, as not dreaming is a bad sign, that it means you see good dreams, but you just won't remember them. If you see a dream and you're upset, have it interpreted before 3 people in order to fix it, as everybody will interpret it for good. They should also say 3 verses about transformation of bad to good, 3 verses of redemption, and 3 verses of peace. There are a few examples of this. There's also a similar ceremony to do if you're afraid of the evil eye. Hold onto your thumbs with your other hands and say a prayer about how you're a descendant of Yosef who was unaffected by the evil eye. If you're afraid of using the evil eye on someone else, you should look at the surface of your left nostril. Also, if you're sick, don't tell anyone during the first day, but do tell people after, as people who care about you will pray for you, and people who hate you will be happy, so that will end up benefiting you. Also, you can say dreams speak lies, or perhaps not, based on your dream, as a true dream is sent from an angel and a false dream is from a demon. There's also a point that somebody went around to get interpretations for his dream and got 24 different interpretations, and all of them ended up being true. Also, as a very important rule for dream interpretation, as long as it fits with the dream, all dreams' meanings follow according to the way they're interpreted. Meaning, whatever you interpret them, that's what the dream's gonna mean. By Yosef's dreams, the people knew he was right as they dreamed their dream and the interpretation of the other guy's dream. If you dream of a verse from the Torah, it's a minor prophecy. Also, 3 types of dreams are destined to be fulfilled. A dream right before you wake up, a dream somebody dreamed about you, and a dream interpreted within a dream. And some also say a dream you have multiple times. Some people say simply that dreams are just a product of what you were thinking about during the day, which is why you never dream of something that's impossible to exist. In fact, a Roman emperor once asked a sage what he would dream that night, so the sage told him he would dream that he'd be overthrown and humiliated. So that's what he was thinking about all day, and that's what he ended up dreaming about. This also happened to a King Shapur. Okay, now is a very famous story from the Gemara. There was this guy named Bar Hedia who was a dream interpreter. 2 sages repeatedly came for dream interpretations, one of which paid him and he received good interpretations, and the other didn't pay him, so he received negative interpretations. This occurred even when they had the same dreams, and of course his interpretations always came true, so the guy who didn't pay was pretty upset. There was a bunch of examples of these dreams and their positive and negative interpretations, so the second sage started paying the guy and he started receiving positive interpretations for his dreams all of a sudden, all of which came true. Anyways, the dream interpreter left on a trip, but left his book of interpretations behind. So, the second sage decided to look inside, take a quick peek, and see what was written within, and all it said was that all dreams follow their interpretations, which is what we said above. So the guy just was giving bad interpretations to people who didn't pay him. So the sage got really upset, particularly as one of the interpretations was that his wife would pass away, which ended up happening, so he cursed the interpreter, who decided to go into exile for his sins. But he didn't really learn from his mistakes, so he went right back to his old practices and ended up predicting for the guy that was in charge of the king's wardrobe where he was staying at, that all of the king's clothes would be eaten by worms, which occurred. So the wardrobe guy was put to death, but before he was killed, he said it was the interpreter's fault. So the interpreter, Bar Hedia, was arrested and executed by his legs being tied between 2 bent cedar trees, and then they cut the rope, tying the trees together, causing the trees to snap back in place and ripping him in half. Then it lists a few more specific dream interpretations. Someone dreamed their jaws fell out of their mouth, and it was interpreted to mean that 2 Roman battalions had planned to attack him and they had died. Someone dreamed that their nose had fallen off, and it was interpreted to mean that wrath had been lifted from them. Someone saw their hands being severed, so it meant that they would become so wealthy they wouldn't need their hands anymore. Someone saw their legs cut off, and it meant that they would ride on a horse. Someone was told in his dream that he would die in a certain month, and it was interpreted that he would die in glory without succumbing to temptation. Then it lists the story of a Sadducee who came to Rabbi Yishmael with a ton of dreams, and he interpreted all of them. I'm not going to go through every single one, but it was things like who he had cohabited with, somebody he had kidnapped, and where a certain treasure lay. Then it lists a number of other things that are a good sign in a dream. A well is good, and it symbolizes Torah, or life. A river, a bird, and a kettle all represent peace. A gourd, a heart of palm, wax, and a reed are good omens. You should also say some specific verses if you see these things, along with grapes, a mountain, a shofar, a dog, a lion, somebody shaving, a well, a reed, and an ox. The ox is only a good sign if you're riding on it. A donkey in a dream represents salvation. If you see a cat in a dream, depends how the word cat was pronounced where you live. whether it was a good sign or not. White grapes and black grapes, only when they're in season, are a good sign. A white horse, or a red horse that is trotting calmly, is a good sign. Seeing Yishmael, the biblical figure, in a dream means God has heard your prayer. A camel in a dream means God has changed his mind about you dying. Seeing Pinchas in a dream means a miracle will happen for you. The same for elephants, and even more so for multiple elephants, specifically if the elephant is saddled. The name is Hunna, and even more the name is Hanina, Hananya, and Yochanan, being written down in a dream, all mean a miracle will happen for you. The word hefsid, eulogy, means God has spared and redeemed you. If you say the Amen response to Kaddish in your dream, it means you're assured a place in the world to come. If you say the Shema in a dream, it means you merit to have the divine presence rest on you, but your generation does not merit this. Wearing tefillin in a dream means you will rise to greatness. If you pray in a dream and wake up before you finish, it's a good sign. Also, it gives a big list of people who, if you cohabit with them in a dream, it means certain things, and that also continues about every once in a while throughout the next few pages. Feel free to check those ones up yourself. Wheat in a dream means peace, barley means your sins have left you, vines with grapes means you won't have stillborn children, a branch of a vine means Mashiach is coming, a fig means your Torah knowledge is safeguarded, pomegranates mean your business will be successful, or that you'll get Torah knowledge if you're a Torah scholar, or it just means you'll do lots of mitzvahs. Olives, small ones, will have a successful business. An olive tree means lots of children. Olive oil means learning Torah. Dates means your sins have ended. A goat means your year will be blessed. Myrtle means your assets will do well, and if you have none, then you'll get an inheritance. Some say this is only if the myrtle is attached to the tree. An esrog means you are beautiful to God. A lulav means you have one heart for God. A goose means wisdom. A rooster means you'll have a male child, and multiple roosters means you'll have multiple children. A hen means a beautiful garden and rejoicing. An egg means your wish is held in suspension. If the egg breaks, it means the wish will be fulfilled. The same applies for anything breakable, be it nuts, cucumber, or glassware. Entering a large town means your desires will be fulfilled. Getting a haircut is a good sign. Cutting your hair and your beard is a good sign for you and your family. Sitting in a small boat means you'll get a good reputation. If it's a big boat, then also your family, assuming the boat is lifted up above a wave. Using the restroom can be a good sign. Ascending or descending from a roof means you're going up or down in prominence. Some say not going down. Tearing your garments means a harsh decree against you is being torn up. If you're naked, if in Babylon, it means you stand without sin. If in Israel, it means you stand without good deeds. If a Roman officer seizes you, it means God is granting you protection. If you're placed in chains, it means extra protection. This doesn't apply if it's only rope. Entering a marsh or a forest means you will become the head of a school. There are some stories of this happening to some sages who became the heads of some schools. And they also mention one of them had a bell around his neck which he rang. Letting blood means your sins are prepared to be forgiven. If you see a snake, it means you have livelihood prepared for you. If the snake bites you, it means your livelihood will double. If you kill the snake, it means you'll lose this livelihood. All drinks are a good sign except wine, which varies. By the way, just about every single one of these had a verse alongside it as a source for the implication. Okay, a bit faster now. There are certain Jewish kings which represent good or bad depending on the king. There are prophets who represent good or bad depending on the prophet. There are certain biblical books which represent good or bad depending on the book. By the way, by all of these last few, it's listing the individual kings or books or prophets or whatever, but I'm not going to go through every single one of them because, like I said, I'm trying to keep this pretty concise. There are certain sages whose appearance represents certain things. Metal tools represent good signs, except hoes, mattocks, and an axe, assuming the handle is attached. All fruits and vegetables are a good sign, besides for unripe dates or turnips, not attached to their stems. Any color is a good sign besides techeles, which is like kind of sky blue. All birds are a good sign besides certain types of owls. Then it gets a bit sidetracked and lists a bunch of things that are good or bad for the body. Certain foods, washing, etc. Okay, fire is a 60th of Gehenna. Honey is a 60th of the manna. Shabbos is a 60th of the world to come. Sleep is a 60th of death. And a dream is a 60th of prophecy. Also, 6 things are a good sign for a sick person. Sneezing, perspiration, bowel movement, a discharge, sleep, and dreams. Then it goes on for a while longer about certain vegetables and foods that are healthy for a sick person. Then it ends off the thing about dreams, saying a few things that you can see a corpse do that are a good sign, like eating and drinking, or a bad sign, like taking your stuff. Okay, that was a lot. Now we're going back to the original point, which was the next thing you say blessings on, a place you see idolatry was uprooted. It gives some examples of blessings to say and a number of locations, a bunch of places in Babylon and similar. It also says that Babylon was cursed in many ways along with its neighboring countries. There's also a blessing to say if you see a giant multitude of Jewish people, which is roughly 600,000. Then there's a few teachings mentioned by this one sage, such as that Adam, to make clothes, had to do a massive process from beginning to end to make them like there was no one to assist him or to buy from. Also, he lists a bunch of things a polite guest does and things that an impolite guest does. There are also blessings for Jewish sages and Jewish kings and non-Jewish kings. You should also run to see any king, Jewish or otherwise, so you can see the difference between Mashiach and them. There really is a story about a blind sage who did this and listened for when the king came. Then a Sadducee heretic made fun of the sage that he went to see the king when he was blind, so either the heretic's colleagues gouged out his eyes or the sage looked at him and he disintegrated. There's another story about a sage who wasn't a huge fan of the Egyptians, so it became a whole issue and he ended up killing a guy who was going to tell on him to the Egyptians, so then he said a bunch of prayers. There's a blessing mentioned to say if you see Jewish houses that are inhabited, and one if they are ruined. Then there's a story of some sages who saw the ruins of a massive charity house and mourned, and it was because ever since the destruction of the temple, the houses of the righteous were also destroyed, but they will all be restored by Mashiach's coming. There are some blessings for the graves of Jews and of non-Jews. There's also blessings for seeing your friend after 30 days, and after 12 months. It also says you tend to forget about a deceased person after 12 months. Then there's a story about a person who was disrespectful towards some sages in regards to the blessings when seeing them, and he died. There are also blessings said praising God for his creation of diversity when seeing somebody with freckles, a unique skin color, obesity, a dwarf, and other variations. There's also blessings if you see somebody with a mutilation of some sort. There are blessings for seeing unique animals too. Then we said there's a unique blessing by shooting stars, and it says that if they get too close to certain regions of space, the planet could be destroyed. It also says that due to the specific placement of the planet in relation to the other celestial bodies, it's the perfect temperature, and if it was too far off in one direction, everyone would freeze or boil. And then lists a bunch of the constellations and their names and why they're called by such names. As for earthquakes, it's said that the reason why those occur is when God cries over the struggles of the Jewish people. A sage was actually told this by a necromancer, and he denied it even though the guy was right, because he didn't want people to start listening to necromancers. Some say earthquakes are from God clapping his hands together, or sighing, or kicking the sky. There are a few theories as to where thunder comes from, be it clouds colliding, water and clouds sloshing together, hail breaking apart from the lightning, or the wind blowing through the hollow clouds. The next one was winds, specifically strong winds, which only start during the day and are maximum 2 hours straight. We also say a blessing on lightning, which under certain circumstances can be a bad sign. There's also a blessing said upon seeing a rainbow, although you don't bow by it as some used to, as it looks like you're bowing down to a rainbow. There are a few other blessings said on certain natural phenomena, if it rains all night and the sky is totally clear, although some say that's never happened since the temple was destroyed. There are certain celestial cycles and certain rivers too, and by certain rainfalls. There's some question about if you say the blessing about something good happening if you are the only beneficiary, and whether certain clothes require the blessing for new clothes, such as if he already has similar clothes. There's a bit more on exactly when to say that blessing. Then there's example brought when they say the good news blessing and the bad news blessing. Then we said you don't say a prayer about something that already occurred. However, you see Leah, the biblical character, prayed when she was pregnant for her last child that it should be a girl, so her sister could have another of the 12 sons who would form the 12 tribes, and she had a daughter, Dinah. But that's an exception, as it was a miracle, or it was during the first 40 days of the pregnancy prior to the full development of the fetus. It also says that it depends on what happened during the act of intimacy that the gender of the child is decided. Also, in regards to the other point, you should trust in Hashem that if you hear something unfortunate happening, that at least you're not affected. There's a few stories about this, bringing out the point not to have stress or anxiety about things outside your control because Hashem is in charge. Then a list of prayers said if you're entering a dangerous city, but specifically a city where they execute without judgment, or according to others, even a city where they judge first, as you might not be able to argue your innocence. There's also prayer said when you enter a bathhouse, as those could have the danger of collapsing. Others say not to say a blessing by dangerous times, as you don't want to give the Satan an opening. There's also a blessing when you exit a bathhouse safely. There's a story brought about the dangers of a bathhouse, that a sage was inside one and the floor collapsed. But he miraculously was standing on a pillar and caught someone with one hand, who caught others, and everybody survived. Then it says some blessings for healing, and some blessings before and after using the restroom. There's blessings for when you go to sleep in addition to the Shema, and blessings for when you wake up, some of which are included in the morning blessings we say daily. There are 15 of these individually, covering just general stuff about your life, the morning, and you waking up, and are all said as part of the morning Berachos prayers. Then it says we need to bless God for good or bad, which has many sources for this. There's a famous story of this where Rabbi Akiva was traveling with a rooster, a donkey, and a lamp. His rooster and donkey were eaten by wild animals, and his lamp blew out, and this was after he wasn't allowed lodging in a city. The next morning he found that an army had attacked the city and captured everybody inside, but he wasn't found because he didn't have any light from a lamp or an animal to make noise, so he said from this that everything God does is for the good. A few other teachings: your words should be few before God. Man has two inclinations, or two souls, a good inclination and an evil one. Some say Adam and Eve were originally combined as one person back to back and were then separated. Specifically, the man was in the front because it's not modest for a man to walk behind a woman or to generally try to interact with specifically a woman, say at the store, out of desire. There are a few examples of this. It also says man was created last of all the creations and destroyed first by the flood. Some say Adam had a tail and Eve was made from that and the incision was sealed shut. Some say God originally wanted to make two separate people, but then made one and formed the other from him. Some say that some of these words that we're using as sources actually just mean that God braided Eve's hair. Some say it means that Eve was shaped specifically in a way for childbirth. Others say that God made Adam and Eve's wedding arrangements, and you can learn from this that an important person should help lesser people with their weddings without taking issue with that. Some teach the evil inclination is comparable to a fly, others to wheat. It also explains how the body makes decisions for good or otherwise. It said that a righteous person is ruled by his good inclination, a wicked person by his evil inclination, and an in-between person by both. Rava, one of the greatest sages of all time, said he was an in-between person, while others said that that's way too low for him. This conversation on the makeup of the souls and what constitutes a wicked, a righteous, or an in-between person forms largely the basis for the discussions in the Tanya, a central Hasidic text. Some say the worlds were only created for the fully righteous and the fully wicked, the world for the fully wicked, like King Achav, and the world to come for the fully righteous, like Rabbi Chanina ben Dosa. You should know where you stand in this regard. Then it says that you need to love God with all your soul and with all your might, to include both with all your money or with all your body, depending on which is more important to you. Rabbi Akiva said it means even if God takes your soul. A famous story is brought to illustrate this, wherein after the Roman destruction of Jerusalem and the Temple, and after the Bar Kokhba revolt, the Roman Empire outlawed all Torah study, but Rabbi Akiva persisted with his teaching. A guy named Pappos ben Yehuda asked him why he was doing this, so Rabbi Akiva gave him a famous analogy of a fox watching fish in a river flee from fishermen's nets, and the fox asked them why don't they just come up onto dry land with him to be safe, and they answered that leaving the source of their life, the water, would spell death for them for sure. So too with the Jewish people, that Torah is their life, and it would be better to continue study and risk persecution from the Romans. Later, they were both arrested, and Pappos mourned that Rabbi Akiva had been arrested for teaching Torah, while he had been arrested for something irrelevant. Rabbi Akiva was eventually executed by having his flesh flayed off with iron combs, and while this happened, he said the Shema prayer, as he said above, to love God even if he takes your soul. He said the Shema as he died, and prolonged the last letter of the prayer in the word Echad as he died, and a voice from heaven commended this. The angels of heaven got upset at God, saying this is the reward he gets for all the Torah he learned, and then a voice called out that he was destined for life in the world to come. Okay, the next part of the Mishnah was about acting respectfully near the temple. This is specifically within the boundaries of Mount Scopus, where you can actually see the temple without something in the way and while the temple is standing. In addition, these caveats also apply to when you use the restroom, so as to not do it towards the temple. Some are stricter and say this applies even outside of Israel. Then it mentions some points about proper restroom etiquette. As stated, you should face the proper direction, you should only uncover yourself while sitting down, and you shouldn't use your right hand. There are a few reasons why the right hand, because the Torah was given with the right hand, you tie your tefillin with your right hand, and you point in the Torah with your right hand while reading. Some also say because you write with that hand. And there's another story where a student was very particular about learning the laws of Torah, so he decided to spy on his teacher to learn about the laws of intimacy, and his teacher got upset at him, so that's something. Anyways, if you're modest in the bathroom, it says you'll be saved from snakes, scorpions, and demons. Some say it means you'll have good dreams. In fact, there was this one bathroom that was haunted by a very powerful demon, but the sages were fine when they went there, as they were modest. Also, they said to end suffering, you do silence and prayer. There were a few customs to fend off bathroom demons. One was to bring a lamb with you, not a goat, as that could be substituted by a goat demon. Some would bring a rattle, and some would have a window that somebody else would have their hand in the room too. There are also very specific places you should use the restroom: behind a fence or in a field, far enough away that no one can see you or where you can't be heard. Bear in mind, this was all before restrooms were properly invented. We are more lenient in other areas of this regard. Just generally be modest in this area. Some say to the point that even at night you go somewhere secluded for this. There was also concern that if you use the restroom in the wrong way, somebody with sorcery could attack you. Some other health points: don't lie down on the ground, don't sit on a beam, and you should sleep and use the restroom by dawn. One person even sold such pieces of good advice for money. Also, when going to use the restroom somewhere, look around to make sure nobody else is there. There's a few other points of modesty in the restroom and just general health advice, along with a quick story that a sage was about to enter a restroom and then a Roman officer pushed him out of the way, and then a snake in there killed the Roman. In fact, it illustrates how even King Saul was extremely modest by using the restroom and entered very far into a cave and covered himself, which allowed David to cut off a piece of his cloth, which resulted in a whole biblical incident. There's a few other explanations on some biblical verses brought here, but that's about that. Back in regards to the temple, one of the things mentioned was that you can't use it as a shortcut. Then it says not to spit on the Temple Mount, even today, as it's like spitting in God's eye. We're a lot more lenient by a lot of these things in a regular synagogue. You can't, however, use a synagogue as a shortcut, and there's some debate as to which parts are learned from what over here. The next point in the Mishnah was the unique response prayer said in the temple, which is done, and as you don't say amen in the temple at all. Then we said that you should greet somebody with the name of God, and there's a bunch of verses cited, as it's a bit complicated what exactly our source for learning this is. Some other miscellaneous teachings: if the price of merchandise declines, purchase it. Also, in a place without a man of a needed role, become that man. Another adds that the implication is that if a needed role is filled, don't try to do that also. Also, all Torah principles are implied by the verse: in all your ways acknowledge him, and he will direct your paths. You should also teach your children a clean and ethical craft, such as gemstone cutting. Some more advice: don't have too many friends in your house. Don't appoint an administrator of your house, as occurred by Potiphar and Yosef. Also, the verses about the Sotah are juxtaposed to the verses about a Nazirite and about Terumah, to teach if you see a Sotah, you should renounce drinking wine like a Nazirite, as that really was the cause of all those issues. And you should pay your Terumah tithes so you get wealthy and your wife doesn't become a Sotah. If you accept God whenever you're having issues, you'll have a much greater livelihood. If you weaken yourself in Torah learning, some say even in a single commandment, you'll have no strength during a time of distress. Then there's a story that this one sage, Hanina, began intercalating and making changes to the calendar outside of Israel, which is not allowed. So some other sages went and began ruling like the opposite of all of his rulings to discredit him. And when he finally found out what he had done wrong, he complained about Rabbi Akiva that he had done the exact same thing. But they told him that Rabbi Akiva was an exception, as he's a very great sage, unlike you. And everybody has outgrown you while you left, so you'd better stop what you're doing wrong, or else all of you are heretics. And then everybody got really upset. There's a few of the verses explained at length here in regards to Moshe and God. It has some points about not studying by yourself, and some points about how properly and rigorously a person should study Torah, particularly monetary laws, as they are exceptionally complex. A few other teachings, largely about the importance of assisting Torah scholars and having them at your homes, which results in blessings of many children. Another teaching: somebody that tries to force the moment, it will push back against him, but if you yield, the moment will yield to you. This is referenced by a sage who waited many, many years, never accepting any forms of honor, and eventually became the head of a school. Some other teachings: King David prayed in the merit of specifically the forefather of Jacob, as he has responsibility, being the progenitor of the 12 tribes. Also, if you partake in a meal with a Torah scholar, it's as if you benefit from the radiance of the Shekhinah, the divine presence. When you leave somebody, say go to peace, as Yisroi said to Moshe not to go with peace, like David said to his son Avshalom, who was hanged right after that. But do say go with peace to a dead person. Somebody who leaves a synagogue and immediately goes to study in a study hall merits to greet the face of the divine presence. Also, Torah scholars have no rest, not in this world, nor in the world to come. They also increase peace in the world, and with that, Tractate Berachos ends by quoting several verses about peace. There are many times for eating. The first hour of the day is the time of the meal of the Ludim, a cannibalistic tribe. The second hour is the meal of thieves. The third hour is the wealthy. The fourth is for the laborers. And the fifth hour is the meal of all people. Some people switch around the fourth and fifth hours. The sixth hour is for Torah scholars, and from then on, eating is pointless unless you ate a bit earlier on. Some teach you can say prayers in a bathhouse. But we see from elsewhere that we're actually very particular about not doing that, with variations dependent on like each area of the bathhouse. Fine, so according to him, it's allowed if nobody else is there and it's brand new. This is unlike a lavatory, where such a thing is still not allowed, as a lavatory is gross. In addition, in a lavatory, you cannot greet somebody with the word shalom, as shalom is considered to be a name of God and may not be said in a restroom. It asks if you can say the word heimanusa, faith, and you can, as that word is used as an adjective, not God's actual name. Another teaching: if you're going to give your friend a gift, you should inform him, as God informed Moshe and the Jewish people when he was giving them the gift of Shabbos. For instance, if you're going to give bread to a child, you should inform his mother, which was done back then by making a mark of some sort on the kid so his parents would know what you did. This applies to a gift that is likely to be revealed, like the giving of Shabbos, but not one that's unlikely to be revealed, like the reward for Shabbos. And there's sources brought for these teachings. Another teaching: don't favor one of your children over the others, as Yaakov did to Yosef by giving him a fine coat, and that went pretty poorly for everybody. Yet another teaching: it's better to live in a newer city, as that city's cumulative sins would be less than old city. This is seen by Lot, who lived in the city of Zoar, which was newer than the city of Sodom. The city of Sodom had 26 years of peace, based on some calculations. Yet another teaching: any city whose roofs of their houses are taller than the roofs of their synagogue will eventually be destroyed. It also mentions the town of Masa Mechasia, which adhered to this rule, yet still was destroyed, but that was for a different unnamed reason. Another point: it's preferable to work under an order from best to worst an Ishmaelite, an Edomite, a Chabarian, a Torah scholar, and then an orphan or widow, as if you mistreat those last few, it's a pretty severe wrongdoing. It also says that the worst sickness is a stomach sickness, the worst pain is a heart pain, the worst ache is in the head, and the worst evil is in an evil woman. Another teaching: if all the oceans were ink, all the marshes were quills, all the heavens were parchment, and all the people were scribes, it would be insufficient to record the depths of the government. Also, a fast is extremely good at nullifying a bad dream, particularly if it's done the day after, even on Shabbos. It also mentions the source for the holiday of Hanukkah, which is, of course, as the Syrian Greek armies invaded Jerusalem and the temple, defiling it, so the Maccabees fought back and won, but found one pure jug of olive oil, so it was lit, and that miraculously burnt for 8 days. Another point, another very miscellaneous teaching: when Yosef, the biblical figure, was tossed into a pit by his brothers, it says that the pit was empty and there was no water in it. It says no water, being seemingly redundant, to teach that there were snakes and scorpions inside. Some other points: if you light Shabbos and Hanukkah candles, you'll merit children who are Torah scholars. If you do mezuzah, you'll merit a beautiful residence. Tzitzis, beautiful garments. Shabbos wine, you'll fill many kegs of wine. There are a few stories of great sages being born to people who are particular about their candles. Generally, by kindling for Shabbos, you could do it earlier, but don't push it off to the last second. Some more points: if you love Torah sages, you'll have children who are Torah sages. If you honor Torah sages, you'll have son-in-laws who are Torah sages. And if you fear Torah sages, you'll become a Torah sage. And if you can't, then your words will be respected like a Torah sage. It also lists several biblical verses which contain implication for the requirements of Shabbos, like candles, washing yourself, and others. A quick side point: who is a wealthy man? There are many opinions. Some say someone who takes pleasure in his wealth, somebody with hundreds of vineyards, fields, and workers, someone with a beautiful wife. Indeed is another option, which was said by Rabbi Akiva, and is particularly nice if you know his story. And the last opinion is somebody with good hygiene, with a latrine near his table. It also taught you shouldn't use balsam to light your Shabbos candles, as that smells very good and you might try to use it for yourself. But the main reason is because balsam oil is very volatile and dangerous. In fact, there's this story where this lady hated her daughter-in-law, so told her to anoint herself with balsam oil, which she did, and then told her to light a lamp, which she also did, and her daughter-in-law got incinerated. There's also some biblical reference to balsam, and also the chalazain fish. We also can't kindle using impure tevel, basically ever, based on some verses. There are further arguments as to which oils can and cannot be used as fuels, but that's the idea. This gets into a broader conversation about hides used for the tabernacle, specifically a strange animal known as a tachash that's referenced in the Torah, which was kosher apparently, and resembles some other animal in that it has many colors, which is why this animal is also called a saskona, meaning to rejoice in its many colors. This goes further on laws of impurity in regards to animal hides. This about animal hides gets into a brief point about the making of tefillin, which must be made using kosher animal hide. The head tefillin must have the Hebrew letter shin protruding, a passed down tradition from Mount Sinai. They must be sewn shut with kosher sinew. The straps must be kosher and black, also a passed down tradition. Based on all this, the tefillin must be made using kosher animals, but the tabernacle itself did not have to be. A bit more on the multicolored tachash animal. It also says that the one that existed by Moshe was a unique species, that the sages couldn't decide if it was undomesticated or not, and it had a single horn on its head. It presented itself to Moshe when it was needed. You used its hide for the tabernacle, and then it was hidden away. So, do with that information what you will. Based on the fact that it has horns, that probably means it was kosher, as it also says that the bull that Adam offered to God had one horn, which was kosher. There's also a similar animal, now a wild animal of some sort with a single horn. On this topic, it goes off topic for a few pages to discuss King David and Solomon. King David said that the dead cannot extol God, and King Solomon said, I praise the dead who have already died, and then later, now contradicting himself, a live dog is better than a dead lion. So the explanation is that when King David said his verse, he was referring to the fact that you can only do good deeds and learn Torah when you're alive, while King Solomon's first verse referenced the fact that Moshe had to invoke the names of the forefathers who had passed by the sin of the golden calf. Or, it's because Moshe made many ordinances, and yet they're all still followed even after his passing. Or, it's because King David begged forgiveness for his incident with Bathsheba, and God said he'd show forgiveness during the lifetime of King Solomon. The way that went was when King Solomon built the temple, the gates of the Holy of Holies remained shut, and he couldn't bring in the Ark of the Covenant. So he said many praises and verses, and said they should open so the King of Glory may enter. So the gates got mad when they heard this and tried to swallow him, until he clarified that the King of Glory was God. However, the gates only opened when King Solomon invoked the name of his father, King David, and everyone realized then that King David had been forgiven. There are further expansions on similar verses related to this incident. The next point, a live dog is better than a dead lion, references that King David begged to know when he would die. God said on a Shabbos, so he asked him to push it off to Sunday, but God said no, as Solomon's king time should not encroach on David's. So then he asked if it should be earlier, but God also said no, because he preferred a single day of David's Torah learning to 1,000 offerings from Solomon. So every Shabbos, King David would learn Torah all day, and the angel of death couldn't do anything to him. So when the day came, the angel of death shook some trees, so King David went upstairs to see what happened, and a stair broke, so he stopped learning Torah for one moment, and he died. Now, young Solomon saw his father had passed, but there are halachic issues with moving the body on Shabbos, and he didn't want the dogs to eat at his father's corpse, so he was told to either feed the dogs some other meat, or to put like a loaf of bread or something on the body, and that'll allow you to move it somewhere else. So that's that. There are some other points. The book of Ecclesiastes, Koheles, was almost not canonized, but they decided to do it as it has verses of Torah at the beginning and end. They teach that the entire world was created for somebody that fears God and keeps his commandments, and he's of equal importance to the entire world. There are some other odd contradictions that are resolved here. Things like it explains that better God's anger towards the righteous now than the laughter the wicked get in this world. However, the laughter that God has with the righteous is worthwhile. There's also the joy of a mitzvah and joy of other things, teaching that the divine presence rests on a person who does good deeds with joy. There are other points about joy and fear, such as that it should be with the teacher and the student should be with awe and respect. Or the teacher should be joyous at the beginning of his class, as the sage Rabbah would famously begin his classes with a humorous comment, and from there would teach a very serious class. A similar issue existed with the book of Proverbs, Mishlei, that it was almost not canonized due to the apparent contradictions. For instance, it says, "Do not answer a fool according to his folly," and then right after it says, "Answer a fool according to his folly." So it's answer that the first verse is about in general, and the second verse is about Torah. There are some stories of people speaking to fools, such as a sage, who some guy came over to him and told him that the sage's wife was actually his wife, and the sage's children were actually his children, so the sage offered him some wine, so the guy drank it, and then he exploded. The same thing happened to a different sage. This sage was also protected from having illegitimate children because he said the prayer She Tatzileni, which we say every day during morning blessings. Examples of speaking to fools in Torah matters is there's a story that a sage was expounding some verses about when Mashiach comes, that a woman will give birth every day, and some student said from the verse, but there's nothing new under the sun, so the teacher showed him a hen which lays eggs every day. The sage also taught that fruits will bear fruit from trees every day, again based on a verse, so the student started causing issues and asked the same question, so the sage showed him a caper bush. Then the sage also taught that the earth by Mashiach will bring out ready-made bread and clothes. The student asked the same question, there's nothing new under the sun, so the sage showed him mushrooms and truffles, and then bast of a young palm. Also, we should always try to be humble like Hillel and not stern like Shammai. There's a story that these two guys made a bet that they could provoke the sage Hillel. So one of them went to his house where Hillel was preparing for Shabbos, so the guy started harassing him and asked, why are Babylonians' heads so round? So Hillel told him that that was truly a profound question, and it was because that Babylonians don't have skillful midwives. So the guy waited a bit, started calling out for Hillel again, and then asked why the Talmudians' eyes are so round. So Hillel again complimented the question and said it's because they live in a sandy area. The same thing repeated itself, this time with the question as to why Africans' feet are so wide. So Hillel said it was because they live in a swampy region. So the guy said, I have many more such questions. So Hillel sat down and said, great, ask away. So the guy said, I hope there are no others like you. So Hillel asked, why would you say that? And the guy said, because I just lost a massive bet because I couldn't get you mad. Another story about how nice Hillel was, a non-Jewish individual once went over to Shammai and asked how many Torahs the Jewish people have. So he said 2, of course, the written and the oral Torah. So the guy said he'll only believe in the written Torah, so Shammai berated him and sent him away. So then the guy went to Hillel, who was a lot more patient, and eventually the man converted by him explaining the importance of the oral Torah. Then there's another very famous story where a guy walked over to Shammai and said he'd convert to Judaism on condition that he'd be taught the entire Torah while he stood on one foot. So Shammai whacked him with a ruler. So the guy went to Hillel and asked to be taught the entire Torah while standing on one foot. So Hillel told him, don't do unto others what you wouldn't want done to you. And the rest of it is all commentary. And now you should go and learn it. There's another story where a guy was walking past a school and overheard children being taught about the garments of the Kohen Gadol, the high priest, so he thought that was pretty cool and wanted to convert to Judaism so he could become a Kohen Gadol. So he went to Shammai, who sent him away, and then he went to Hillel, who taught him, and he became Jewish. Later, it says that these 3 converts met up and said that the sternness of Shammai tried to push them away from God, but the humility and patience of Hillel brought them to him. Another teaching, when you pass away and go for judgment, you're asked many questions, but the most significant of them all is if you had fear of God, which is explained using an analogy of wheat and a preservative. In fact, having Torah knowledge but no fear of heaven is comparable to having the keys to the inner chamber of a house, but you can't get inside because the outer chamber is locked. That's the reason why God created the world. This is brought from a few sources. It also says, do not be exceedingly wicked. This means that if you do something wrong, don't do more wrong. Another teaching, the verse says, for there are no ties that bind them upon their death, and their strength is robust. This is a reference to the wicked, who know they will die, and yet still live hedonistic, robust lives. Childbirth is a time, by the way, as childbirth is a dangerous time, and there are many similar quotes regarding this. Men, however, have their dangerous time when they're judged as they do something dangerous, like crossing a bridge. Some sages would refuse to enter a boat with an idol worshipper in case they got wrapped up in that guy's punishment. Others would specifically go in their boats, as Satan does not have the power over 2 nations at one time, while some sages would just check their boats for leaks before crossing. Similarly, never do something dangerous that'll require a miracle to save you, because it might not happen, and even if it does, it's deducted from your merits. That is sourced from a verse. Some sages, if it was very windy, wouldn't go out by palm trees. Also, always pray that you don't become ill so that you don't need your merits to get better. Again, a source, and it says, benefit is imparted through the meritorious and harm through the guilty. If you are about to pass, you should confess your sins. Also, if you're in a remotely dangerous situation, like going out to the market a little bit sick or very sick, you should look at it as a very extreme situation, and only repentance and good deeds will help you out. Still, though, if you have 999 accusers, or some say accusations, and one merit to counterbalance, you will be saved. Some say women pass early from these things, and some say it's because they launder their children's clothes on Shabbos, or because they refer to the Ark of the Covenant in a disrespectful, mundane manner, and there are similar points repeated. Another teaching, the laws of consecration of animals and tithes are fundamentals of Torah, and they were still handed to common people. Some say that the sin of unfulfilled vows causes your wife or children to pass away young. Some say children passing is from their parents neglecting to study Torah, again sourced from verses. Some even say it's from not having mezuzah up. Even further, some say it's because of not wearing tzitzis, and it's an argument of sources. However, some teach that if you're careful with tzitzis, you'll merit to have 2,800 servants for you. There are a number of other things listed with severe punishments, like hatred towards others, causing early deaths in your household, not dealing with tithes of many sorts, causing famine, robbery, causing locusts, corruption of justice, and not learning Torah, causing invasion and plundering. It lists a bunch of others. False oaths, desecrating Shabbos, and others cause wild animals to attack. Murder causes the temple to be destroyed. Forbidden relations, idolatry, and others cause exile of the Jewish people and others to settle in their lands. For bad language, it causes many other calamities, and also causes Gehenna for you, even if you hear it and say nothing. If you make time in your schedule to do wrongdoings, your body will develop welts and wounds, particularly with a disease referred to as hydrokan, which, if caused by sinning, will make your skin thicken. If from hunger, like by certain sages, it causes swelling beneath your skin, and from sorcery, it causes your skin to thin. Similar to this, it's said that an indicator of transgression is the disease hydrokan. An indicator of senseless hatred towards others is jaundice. Arrogance causes lack of Torah knowledge, and of slander, diphtheria. There are more points on slander causing disease, and according to others, many sins of the mouth, like eating certain forbidden foods, can result in this disease, or perhaps by young children for other reasons, but we say it comes from slander. During this conversation, the sage Rabbi Yehuda is described as being the first of the speakers in every place. This is because of a famous story wherein Rabbi Yehuda, Rabbi Shimon bar Yochai, and a few other sages were sitting together, and Rabbi Yehuda was admiring the Roman works of the city, of their markets, bridges, and bathhouses. One sage was silent, and Rabbi Shimon bar Yochai responded that everything was made for selfish reasons, the markets for harlots, the bridges for tolls, and the bathhouses to beautify themselves. A fourth sage told this story to others, and it spread around until the Roman government heard it. Rabbi Yehuda, who complimented the Romans, was elevated to the point where he had that title. The sage who was silent was then exiled, and Rabbi Shimon bar Yochai was sentenced to death. So Rabbi Shimon and his son, Rabbi Elazar, hid for a while, Rabbi Shimon's wife smuggling them food, but eventually it grew too dangerous, so they went out and hid in a cave. Miraculously, a carob tree and a spring of water grew there for their food, and they would sit in sand up to their necks all week long, only getting dressed for prayers, so their clothes wouldn't get worn out, as they stayed there for 12 years. Eventually, Eliyahu the prophet showed up and announced that Caesar had died, and their death sentence had been annulled. So they were walking back, and they saw somebody working in a field instead of studying Torah, and forsaking something infinite for this world. So from then on, wherever they looked, got incinerated. So God ordered them back to the cave for another 12 months. Then, they said, after those 12 months, it's known that Gehenna is a maximum of 1 year for everybody, so it's probably fine if we go out now. And a voice from heaven said that they could leave. So, they went out again, and this time his son, Rabbi Elazar's gaze would incinerate everything, and Rabbi Shimon bar Yochai's gaze would fix everything that he looked at, saying that we're good enough, the whole world doesn't need to be at our high spiritual level. Then they saw an old man carrying bundles of myrtle home in honor of Shabbos, and when asked, he said he had 2 bundles for both parts of the verse, Shamor, remember, and Zachar, observe, so the 2 sages were then appeased. Rabbi Shimon bar Yochai went to his son-in-law, who saw how ruined Rabbi Shimon's skin had become from years spent sitting in sand, so he began to cry, tears which fell onto his skin, hurting him. His son-in-law said he was sad to see Rabbi Shimon like this, but Rabbi Shimon said, on the contrary, as now he had become dramatically more knowledgeable in the Torah, and spiritual matters. Anyways, Rabbi Shimon wanted to do something nice for his community as thanks for his miracle, similar to how Yaakov, after being saved from Esav, either established a new coin, new marketplaces, or bathhouses. So there was a region that had a questionable status of impurity, so he went around and defined which regions were and weren't impure. Some other guy started criticizing him, so he looked at him and the guy died. Then Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai went to the market, saw the original guy that had told people about what he had said to the Romans. So he asked, "Is this one still in this world?" and looked at him, and the guy disintegrated. Also, the regions known as Bursif and Babylon at some point changed names, which is relevant to certain documents like divorce papers, which require an accurate name of their country. The Gemara states a pretty famous story in relation to the concept of dove feathers. It states that Elisha Baal Kenafim, the winged one, instituted that you should maintain a clean body while wearing tefillin, either not passing wind or not sleeping. So why was he called the winged one? At some point during this time period, the Roman government established a law that anyone wearing tefillin would have their brain gouged out. So Elisha was walking around wearing tefillin in defiance, so an officer saw him and chased him into an alley. Elisha took the tefillin off and was holding them in his hands, so the officer asked him what he was holding, and he said, "Dove's wings," and when he opened them, there were miraculously dove wings instead of tefillin. Specifically, a dove, as the Jewish people are compared to a dove, as their wings protect them, and the commandments protect us. Okay, a bit of an odd story. There was a husband whose wife passed, leaving a nursing child, and he couldn't afford a wet nurse, so a miracle happened, and he became able to nurse his child. Some say this is because he was a very great man and deserved a miracle. Some say he was not, as he required a miracle, as opposed to the normal means of a livelihood. Normally, miracles don't happen by creating food. Another story, there was this lady who had her arm cut off, and the husband didn't notice until she had passed. Some say this was due to the modesty of the wife, some say it was due to the modesty of the husband. Last thing we said was that there was this one sage who had a cow that he had acting against the law of the sages, and it explains that it was actually his neighbor's cow, but since he didn't protest against her, it was called his cow. Some teachings in that regard: if you can protest against others, your household, your town, or the world, and you don't, you're punished for the wrongdoing. The examples of being able to protest against the world, for instance, are the Reish Galusa and similar leaders of the Jewish people. There's a story brought about sages transferring the judgment to the head of the rabbinical court. Another teaching: God never issues a good decree and retracts it for not good, besides for if you fail to rebuke. There's a verse that's explained that God told the angel Gabriel to mark the righteous' foreheads with ink to be spared, and the wicked's foreheads with blood for destruction, but the righteous didn't rebuke. And the rebukes wouldn't have worked, but they didn't know that. The angels of destruction listed were Fury, Anger, Wrath, Destroyer, Breaker, and Annihilator. The people were marked with the Hebrew letter Tuf, referencing either that you, which is tough, shall live or die from that letter, or it references the merit of the patriarchs, or it's the last letter of God's seal, MS, Truth. Or it's that they learned the entire Torah from the first letter Aleph to the last letter Tuf. Some say the merit of the patriarchs lasted until the time of the prophet Hosea or the prophet Eliyahu Hanavi. Another point, there is no death without transgression, and there is no suffering without sin. All of this is based on verses. But there were 4 people who died without any sin: Binyamin, Amram, Moshe's father, Yishai, King David's father, and Kilov, King David's son, so that's a refutation of the point. Okay, one of the 12 sons of Yaakov, Eruvin, it says he lay with Bilhah, the concubine of his mother. But that's not literal based on another verse, rather it means that he moved his father's bed, so it's considered as if he did this transgression. This was either as he thought it was unfair that Bilhah, the concubine, was rivaling his mother, or that he mixed up the bed of his father and of the divine presence. There are similar points about Eli the Kohen Gadol and Pinchas, who didn't protest against Chafni. A similar point on the sons of Shmuel and King David, that they never actually sinned, as by Bathsheba, people who went to war then wrote bills of divorce before fighting, and Uriah was considered a rebel against the monarchy, so he was killed. But perhaps King David did sin, as he accepted a slanderous report about Mephibosheth, so it's a difficulty. It also says that if not for accepting the slanderous report, the house of David wouldn't have been split, idol worship wouldn't have been a thing, and there would have been no exile. Also, King Shlomo never sinned with idol worship, although it says he did. It means he didn't protest against his wives, who did. So it's considered as if he did the idol worship. For instance, it says he married the Pharaoh's daughter, and she showed him 1,000 musical instruments and explained how they were used for idolatry, and he didn't protest. It's also taught that at the moment King Shlomo married the pharaoh's daughter, the angel Gavriel stuck a reed pole into the ocean, a sandbank formed around it, and it eventually became Rome. A similar thing happened when King Yerovam made his idolatry. A hut was built, which eventually became Italia of Greece. Another person who didn't actually sin was Yoshiyahu, who was the greatest penitent of his generation. The greatest penitents of this generation, it says, are either the sages, the brothers Abba and Acha, or Ukvan, son of Nehemiah. An individual dozed off in a lecture once, then he had a dream where he saw an angel reach out his hand to accept the sage's repentance. The next thing mentioned earlier was that golden tiara shaped like Jerusalem. It mentions that such an ornament was given by Rabbi Akiva to his wife. New Mishnah. No going outside on Shabbos with hobnailed sandals, which are sandals that the top leather straps are attached to the wooden soles with nails. No going out with a single sandal if your foot isn't wounded. No going out with tefillin with an amulet unless you're an expert. No going out with a coat of mail with a helmet or shin guards. But again, these are all only rabbinic institutions, and you're not liable to bring a chatas offering. The Gemara explains that the reason hobnailed sandals was outlawed was because during the persecution of Emperor Hadrian, a bunch of Jewish people were hiding in a cave, and they made a rule that nobody could leave, and one person who was entering, their sandal got flipped around, and the footprint looked like someone was leaving, not entering the cave. So everybody freaked out because they thought they had been caught, and they all started pushing and shoving each other, and a bunch of them died. Some say they heard a noise outside, some say this happened in a synagogue. Anyways, this happened on a Shabbos, so these sandals aren't allowed to be worn on Shabbos. This applies to holidays too, but not to fast days, as those are different. You can have gatherings that are permitted to work. It also mentions some heinous actions, some that bring to poverty, which are urinating before your bed, facing it, and onto the ground, not properly washing your hands before eating, and being cursed by your wife in front of you, specifically in regards to not giving her adornments when you have enough money to do so. It also lists several verses which are used to describe and reprimand the beautiful Jewish women back in those days who would act improperly and in an illicit manner, and further expounds the verses how people who do such things will lose their beauty in the end. It also says that men of those days were basically just as improper in this regard. Last point, in regard to the general fragrances, it says that the logs used in Jerusalem as fuel were cinnamon trees, and all of Israel could smell the fragrance when they were burnt, but after the destruction of Jerusalem, only a tiny piece of wood remained, the size of a barley grain, which was kept in the storehouses of a Queen Tzimtzumai. New Mishnah. Some things a man can't go out with on Shabbos: a sword, a bow, a shield, a mace, or a spear, as a biblical ordinance. Some say these are allowed as they're like ornaments, some say no, they're disgraceful, as the verse says, they shall beat their swords into plowshares, nation shall not lift up a sword against nation, etc. A garter is not susceptible to the loss of impurity and may be worn on Shabbos. Leg chains can become impure and cannot be worn on Shabbos. The Gemara discusses the point on weapons, that when Mashiach comes there will be no more war, and they will be useless. This and its verses are discussed a bit. It also discusses many verses which allude to the importance of Torah study and its reward. It mentions a few teachings in this regard about giving to the poor, being around Torah scholars, and also a point about if you have a dog, if you raise it poorly, it prevents kindness from coming to your house. This is seen in a story where a dog is in someone's house and barked at a pregnant woman and caused her to miscarry. There are more points. It also discusses the garter and the leg chains a bit in regards to the laws of purity. It also briefly brings up the tzitz, the golden forehead plate that have the words Kodesh LaHashem, holy to God, inscribed on it. There's argument about the placement of the words, and one sage said he had been to Rome where it was displayed, and he said that the words were all written on one line. This gets further into some points on the laws of purity. It also says some other methods of working with medical talismans and similar. It then mentions a list of other ancient medical practices and talismans of sorts to cure a fever, with a whole practice with an ant and a tube, and others. There are a number of such medical practices and incantations listed for a few illnesses, be it blisters, burning fever, and otherwise. It also says an incantation used to banish a demon and a bathroom demon, which I'll put up, and others. The point on bells, it's either allowed by everybody because all Jewish people are considered like princes, or it's where the bells are woven onto your garment and won't be removed. New Mishnah and last Mishnah of the chapter. No going out on Shabbos with locusts, eggs, a fox's tooth, and a nail from a used gallows for healing purposes. Some sages don't allow these ever, as it's like following the magical practices of the Amorites, which is not allowed. The Gemara lists the medical and therapeutic practices that used to be done with those items. It does mention two practices which are allowed in regards to copying the Amorites, which are a thing you say if somebody's choking to make them unchoke by a regular bone and by a fish bone, which involves placing a bone by their head and saying some verses. It then lists a whole bunch of things you can't say or do in this regard, which copy Emorites as they relate to idol worship. Okay, a few miscellaneous laws. According to one opinion, stretching the thread of a stitch on Shabbos is forbidden, and if you learn from a heretic, you're liable for death, and if you know how to calculate the astronomical progression of the seasons, and you don't, it's forbidden to learn Torah from you. Also, you're allowed to learn sorcery in order to rule laws on its regard. Honey, we said, was the minimum 2 plates on a sore. It's unresolved if this is the entire sore or just the tip of it. Bit of a side point, everything God created was necessary. The slug can remedy sores, the fly to cure hornet stings, the gnat for snake bites, the snake for certain boils, and the spider for the sting of scorpions. The snakes are good for boils, apparently by cooking a black and white snake together and rubbing that mixture on the boil. It also says that there are 5 fears, where the strong fear the weak. The mafkia, which is some sort of an animal with a powerful cry that the lion is afraid of. The elephant fears the gnat, the scorpion fears the spider, the eagle fears the swallow, and the kilbis, a little fish that burrows into big fish's ears, is feared by the leviathan. A few other miscellaneous teachings. It's said that goats, which are darker, walk at the front of flocks in front of lighter sheep to reflect the creation of the world where it was dark then light. Furthermore, a sheep's tail covers itself, unlike a goat, because people get their clothes from sheep. Also, a camel has a short tail because it eats thorns, which could get tangled, and an ox has a long tail because it lives in swampland and needs to chase away gnats. Locusts have antennae that are soft because it lives by willows, so if the antennae were rigid, they'd break and it'd be blinded, which is how you blind an antenna. Also, roosters have their lower eyelids closed first because there's often smoke under the beams where it lives, and if smoke got into its eyes, it'd be blinded. It also explains why many words are called by their name. Lastly, it says there are 3 animals that get stronger as they age: fish, snakes, and swine. Also, it mentions that you should only spread lime on your body 1 limb at a time, because one guy did it to his daughter all at once and she died as her body temperature raised too high. Also, this is only really required if you drink beer. It gives further definition as to the locations of the application of lime. It also mentions that this one sage tried to expound on the verse of the Maaseh Merkava, the esoteric passages from Ezekiel, so a hornet stung him on the forehead and he died, and they said it was his fault. Anyways, this is brought to teach us the word for forehead, which is used here. It also explains some other of such things used for the restroom, like shards of pottery, which are problematic, mostly because it's dangerous, but also because it makes you susceptible to witchcraft. It mentions a story here where the sages were traveling on a boat, but they didn't take a noblewoman with them, so she said a spell that immobilized the boat, so they said a spell which released them. Anyway, she said she could do nothing to them, as they didn't do things that make them susceptible to sorcery, such as cleaning yourself with a shard of pottery, killing a louse while it's on your clothes, and they also don't pull vegetables out of tied bundles to eat. It also lists the proper healthy manner of using the restroom, and discusses some other materials like stone and grass. It explains the basis for this, and references the sons of Seir, the Horite inhabitants of the land. Inhabitants of the land to show that they were experts on the land, and could grow produce super well, whether by smelling it or tasting the earth. Then, it uses this opportunity to get into a topic about some of the points of the giving of the Torah at Mount Sinai. Some say it was given on the 6th of the month of Sivan, and some say it was on the 7th. Everyone agrees that the Jews got to the desert of Sinai on Rosh Chodesh, the first day of the month of Sivan, based on the verse. Everyone also agrees that the Torah was given on Shabbos, again based on verses. So the opinion that says that the Torah was given on the 7th of the month holds that the first day of the month was on Sunday, so on the first day nothing happened because they were tired from the journey. On Monday, Moshe told them, "You shall be to me a kingdom of ministers." Tuesday, they were commanded to set boundaries. Wednesday, everybody separated from their wives and stayed like that for Thursday and Friday. According to the opinion that the Torah was given on the 6th, the first day of the month was Monday, and everything is shifted a day later. The verse does say they would abstain today and tomorrow, which implies like the second opinion, but the first opinion could just say that Moshe chose to add a third day, which is actually referenced as something he chose to do on his own, along with permanently separating from his wife and breaking the tablets based on individual logics. 3 days of abstinence as excluding the actual day of the commandment, separating from his wife as the Jewish people separated from their wives when the Shekhinah spoke to them once. So for sure Moshe always, who the Shekhinah spoke to always. Breaking the 10 Commandments, as an idol worshipper can't eat of the Paschal sacrifice, so for sure they shouldn't be able to receive the entire Torah. It also references based on a different verse that God approved of this. It's argued back and forth as to who exactly is right in regarding the dates by citing sources which imply like each opinions. We try to bring a proof from dates that happened in earlier months, but that's not valid, as you can maybe make the month in between a leap month. There are more attempted proofs along these lines. We have proofs for the opinion of the rabbis. It also says famously that by Mount Sinai, God threateningly held the mountain over the Jewish people, saying they had to accept the Torah or else he'd drop it on them. So they were kind of coerced into accepting the Torah, but they did a full, proper acceptance by the times of Purim. As it says, the words Kimu v'kiblu haYehudim, the Jewish people established and accepted, establishing what they had already accepted. It also says, based on another verse, that by the giving of the Torah, the earth was afraid at first, as if the Jewish people didn't accept the Torah, God would revert the world back to nothingness, but then they calmed down once they saw that the Jewish people were going to accept it. It also says that as the Jewish people said, "We will do and we will hear," 600,000 angels came to each Jew and tied 2 crowns onto each of them for both parts of "we will do and we will hear." But when the Jewish people sinned with the golden calf, double that number of angels removed the crowns. But it says Moshe merited to receive all of them and took them, and in the future, by Mashiach, the crowns will be returned. This is all based on verses. It teaches some other points on the words "we will do" and "we will hear." That's how the angels pray, and the Jewish people are compared to an apple tree whose fruits precede its leaves, like these words. There's a story in this regard about a Sadducee heretic trying to mock a sage for the impulsiveness of these words, to which the sage responded, citing some verses. It also says that accepting the Torah has God view you with one eye, but when you perform the Torah, it's with both eyes, again, based on verses. Then it gets into the sin of the golden calf. One sage compares it to the shamefulness of a bride being unfaithful in her bridal chamber. Side point, people who suffer insult but do not insult, people who hear disgrace and don't reply, people who do God's will with love and are happy even in suffering. It's about them that the verse says, "But they who love him shall be as the sun going forth in its might." It also says, again based on verses, that by Mount Sinai every statement of God was divided into 70 languages. The words of Torah are compared to a prince because both have the power to give life or death, or compared to princes, as each statement had 2 crowns tied to it. There are further teachings that with every statement by God at Mount Sinai, the world was filled with the fragrance of spices, and each time God spoke, the Jewish people all died and were then resurrected, and also ran away to the edge of the camp, and were helped back by the angels. When Moshe himself received the Torah, the angels got upset that it was being given to a human, so God told Moshe to argue his case, and to hold on to his throne for safety. So Moshe argued, as the verses of the Torah speak of descending to Egypt and being enslaved by Pharaoh, which only the Jewish people did, not the angels, and also that only people do labor, which you can refrain from on Shabbos, and only people can do business, which have laws in the Torah, and only they can honor their mother and father, which only humans have, and only people have an evil inclination, and similar. So clearly the Torah can only be for people, not angels. So the angels became friends with Moshe, and they all gave him gifts, including the angel of death, who taught him how to cure the plague by the Jewish people later on. It also taught that the Satan asked God after the giving of the Torah, "Where is the Torah?" So God said, "On earth." So Satan searched everywhere and told God he couldn't find it. So God told him to ask Moshe. So Satan asked Moshe where the Torah is, and Moshe said, "Who am I that God should have given me the Torah?" So God asked Moshe, "What, are you lying or something?" So Moshe said that the Torah, which is God's coveted treasure, should he flatter himself by saying it was given to me? So God said, because of your humility, he'd call the Torah by Moshe's name, which it is. It also says that Moshe saw God fastening crowns to the letters of the Torah, and God asked him why he hadn't greeted him. So Moshe said that it's not proper for a servant to greet his master, so God told him that he should have offered him support at least, so Moshe did with a verse. It also says how Moshe told the Jewish people he'd come back after 40 days, but the Jewish people miscounted, including that day that he told them it on. So Satan caused everything to look terrible and told everyone that Moshe had died, and made the image of Moshe's funeral bier go into heaven, and then the golden calf thing happened. There's discussion on why Mount Sinai is called Mount Sinai, saying it references many notions about these events, although it's actually just called Chorev. It then explains the point of the scarlet wool used by the goat representing God forgiving the Jewish people, which will be done by any amount of sins if you rely on God and are forgiven. This is explained further, and also says that the forefather Yaakov was originally going to go to Egypt in chains, but because of his merit, he did not. It also mentioned the medicinal benefits of the specific locust, and the child can be given a live, non-kosher locust, as there's no concern of it dying and the child eating it, as it's more likely that the child will eulogize the dead bug instead. The Gemara says that carrying an item between domains above 10 handbreadths in the air is not allowed, as that's how some things were carried by the tabernacle, and within our calculations, it said that the Levium, the Levites, were 10 ames tall, which is very tall, and they were carrying implements on poles above their shoulders, so the math makes it above 10 handbreadths. We have to learn that the Levium were that tall, and not just Moshe, which we know was 10 ames tall based on an earlier source, because you might have thought that Moshe was an exceptionally tall person, as it said that the divine presence only rests on a person who is wise, strong, wealthy, and tall. Gemara brings the source for the prohibition against carrying, which was Moshe standing in the Levite camp, which was a public domain, and telling people not to bring anything in. And we know this was a Shabbos from a linkage of words towards Yom Kippur, implying this is a day without work, being Shabbos. That's the law of taking stuff out. Logically, based on that, you wouldn't be allowed to bring anything in either. This is discussed further, and if parts constitute primary labors or subcategories. We know throwing things is an issue after some discussion, as maybe the source is from the sewers of the curtains by the tabernacle throwing needles to each other, but no, they would be sitting within 4 amos cubits of each other, which is smaller than the minimum amount you can't throw. We try to learn it's from the weavers throwing the shuttle back and forth, but there are issues with that, so in the end it's just a tradition passed down from Sinai. During the wandering in the desert, there was a famous incident where one person violated Shabbos and was put to death. He took a bunch of wood. Some say he violated the law of carrying, some say it was reaping, and others say it was gathering. We know from an earlier mentioned topic that there's an opinion that one of the 39 forms of work does not have the death penalty for its violation, so this rules out these 3, according to their respective opinions. The person who did this in the desert was named Tzalafchad. This was learned from a source. It also discusses leprosy, which could be caused by suspecting others of misdeeds. We also see by Moshe having his hands get leprosy, it healed faster than it contracted the disease, meaning God gives healing faster than a punishment. It also says that when Aaron's staff swallowed the Egyptian magician's staves, there was a miracle within a miracle. The Gemara says that the mourning can't be for a relative or a sage, who everybody is like their relative, because tearing your garment for them is an obligation, so it's a constructive act, and you would be liable for that. So, or it's where it's not an upright individual, or you weren't there by the passing. Some say that tearing out of anger is actually constructive, perhaps to satisfy your evil inclination, but we say no, because that's how the evil inclination gets you. First you tear your garments out of anger, then you break utensils out of anger, then you scatter your money out of anger. The principle is that you start off with little things, and they get progressively bigger and bigger until it tells you to perform idolatry and you listen. So rather, it's acting angry, even though you're not actually mad, in order to affect proper behavior from your household. It also says the importance of mourning and eulogizing sages. There's a story in this regard where a man badgered a sage with many questions, some of which were in this regard, so the sage cursed him. The sage was also being hosted by a different sage who was feeding him in a way to help his illness, but he didn't realize as it made him sick, so he cursed the sage to not be survived by his sons, and then realized his mistake. So the other sage only ended up having daughters. In regards to salt water, some say that no one has ever sunk in the Sea of Sodom if they would have sunk on a regular ocean. There's an opinion that you can wash with this water on Shabbos, along with some substances you can't put in your eyes on Shabbos, as they constitute a medical practice. Things like wine and raw saliva. It also lists a few medical practices of those times in this regard. This goes further, listing many more medical practices. New Mishnah. Some medical procedures not allowed on Shabbos. No eating certain types of hyssop, which is eaten by unhealthy people. You can eat any food or drink for healing on Shabbos, but not palm tree water, a potion of sterility, which are used for treating jaundice. You may, however, drink palm tree water out of thirst and anoint yourself with root oil if it's not for healing. The Gemara goes on a lengthy sequence of listing medicinal foods, their uses for certain illnesses and ailments, and similar concepts and practices, things like worms, drinking uncovered water, and a snake bite. There's also what to do if a snake wraps itself around you, if it's chasing you, and many such situations. It lists more medical foods. Then it lists even more medical illnesses and the practices for curing them. New Mishnah. If you feel pain in your teeth, no drinking vinegar through them. You may drink vinegar in a regular manner, and if it cures you, then great. If your loins hurt, no putting wine or vinegar on them. You may use oil, but not rose oil. Princes can use rose oil, as that's what they usually use. Some say all Jewish people are like princes, so they can use rose oil on Shabbos. The Gemara argued when vinegar is actually good for your teeth. There's argument on this and the usage of rose oil. It also mentions a story where a certain philosopher made it as if he would never accept a bribe, so 2 sages, Rabban Gamliel and Ima Shalom, decided to expose him by both offering him bribes, one a golden lamp and the other an expensive donkey, and he took them both and switched his opinion to rule like the one with the more expensive gift, so he was caught. As for the point on not reading books of Kesuvim, some say this applies during the time of learning in the study hall, some say even the rest of the day. This is argued, but they seem to rule that it's allowed the rest of the day. There's some discussion on how many meals you actually eat on Shabbos. It's agreed that it's more than a weekday, but only if you can afford it. It also describes the proper amounts in meals to assist other people in this regard, whether it's 3 or 4, along with a bed and pillow if he stays overnight. It also says that if you eat 3 meals on Shabbos, you'll be spared from the travails of Mashiach's coming, Gehenna, and the war of Gog and Magog. It brings the sources for all of these. Some also say you won't be oppressed in exile. Some say your heart's wishes will be granted based on verses. It also describes the foods you should eat and says on the importance of keeping Shabbos that if you do properly, your sins, even super severe ones, will be forgiven. And if the Jewish people had properly kept the first Shabbos, then no people would ever have been able to attack them, all based on verses. There are further teachings in this regard, including about proper prayer during certain times. There are many of such points listed as to what are admirable actions in this regard, about what they hoped for their portion to be, and similar points on proper and modest conduct. It also says some good things people do that they should be rewarded for. Again, eating 3 meals on Shabbos, focusing during prayer, not walking 4 cubits with your head uncovered, wearing tefillin and tzitzis, which there's a quick story brought to show the importance, where a sage went up a ladder, one of his tzitzis strings got cut short, so he stayed up there until he got it fixed with a new string. It also lists some other things, making a big party whenever a student finished a tractate, putting a lot of focus on cases brought by rabbinical students, and one sage even said he was disqualified to judge a lawsuit involving rabbinical students because he loved them as much as himself. Then it lists more proper practice and conduct by sages on Shabbos, buying fancy foods to honor the day, cooking things themselves, or being involved, and similar. There's a very famous story brought about the reward for Shabbos. There was a man named Yosef called Yosef Moker Shabbos, Yosef who honors Shabbos. Anyways, one of his neighbors was told by an astrologer that all his possessions would go to Yosef, so he decided to protect it by selling everything he owned and buying a single pearl, which he protected by sewing inside his hat. So he was walking along, and then the wind blew his hat into a river, and a fish ate it. The fish was caught, but it was late Friday, so the fisherman brought it to Yosef, who bought expensive fish to honor Shabbos. When he bought it, he cut it open, found the pearl, and sold it for 13 attics of golden dinarim. It also says that Israel, they got wealthy because they tithed their crops, and in Babylon, outside of Israel, they got wealthy for keeping Shabbos, and there are further instances of this listed. It also says that this Roman Caesar once asked the sage Rabbi Yeshua ben Hananiah why Shabbos food smells so good, so he said there's a spice called Shabbos, so the Caesar asked for some, but he told him it only works if you keep Shabbos. It also says other ways of honoring Shabbos by wearing clean clothes, by having your meal later or earlier, the opposite of what you usually do. It says some points on the proper words in Friday night prayers and to prepare your house properly for Shabbos. As it says, there are 2 angels that accompany you home on Friday night, one good and one not. And depending if your house is set for Shabbos, the good or not good angel will say that next week should be like this week, and the other angel says Amen. There's further points on proper preparation for Shabbos. It also says that answering Amen with all your might will cause the gates of the Garden of Eden to open for you. It also says that not keeping Shabbos causes fires, and opinion says that Jerusalem was destroyed as Shabbos was desecrated. Some say Jerusalem was destroyed because people didn't say the Shema prayer in the mornings and evenings. Some say it was because people diverted children from their Torah study. Some say it was because people had no shame for each other. Some say it was because the great and small were considered equal. Some say it was because they didn't admonish one another. Some say it was because they demeaned Torah scholars, which it lists some points on, and the importance of children studying Torah, that they shouldn't be diverted even for the sake of building the temple in Jerusalem, and similar points on its importance. Some other opinions as to why Jerusalem was destroyed. Some say because people of truth had disappeared. Others say people of truth never disappeared from Jerusalem, even as it fell. Some clarify this to mean that men of truth in regards to Torah never disappeared, but in regards to business they did, unfortunately. There's a story where a sage, who was the king's treasurer, caught fire, so a bunch of Roman men ran and tried to put him out, but he said not to, as it was Shabbos. So a miracle happened, and it rained on him, and he was fine. After Shabbos, he gave a lot of money to all the people who tried to help him, and the sages said it would have been totally permissible for him to just let them put him out anyways. It also talks about the importance of receiving guests and treating them properly. It also says how God is different than mortals, that Abraham was allowed to ask God to wait for him when he went to greet guests. It also says there are 6 things that doing them allow you to receive reward for them in this world and the world to come. Receiving guests, visiting the sick, concentration in prayer, getting up early to go to the study hall, raising your children to study Torah, and judging your fellow favorably. Some also say honoring your parents, bestowing kindness, bringing peace between two people, and that studying Torah is equal to all of them. There's a story about judging your fellow favorably. There was a guy who worked for somebody for 3 years, and after requested payment, but the other guy said he had no money, so he asked for produce, and the guy said he had none, so he asked for land, then livestock and pillows, but the guy said he had none, so the guy left sadly. Afterwards, the employer went to him and repaid him with tons of goods, food, and drink, and asked what he had thought by the initial lack of repayment. So the guy said, when you said you had no money, I assumed you had spent it all and had none to give. And by livestock and land, perhaps they were leased to others. By produce, perhaps it wasn't tithed. And by pillows, perhaps you consecrated everything to God. So the guy said, yes, actually, that's exactly what happened. And he had just gotten his vows annulled so that way he could repay him. And as God judged me favorably, so should God judge you favorably. There's some other similar stories about judging people favorably, such as by a sage who paid the ransom for a young Jewish girl who was a captive, and a different sage who entered into seclusion with a non-Jewish noblewoman, but that was to discuss confidential government matters and similar. It also mentions proper times for bloodletting on certain days of the week, and times and how they confer to the influence of the planetary bodies. It also says that if the Jewish people are suffering, look at the deeds of their judges, and it lists many points on the tremendously negative impact of a corrupt judiciary. It also says an unrelated point that when Yosef was exiled to Egypt, him and his brothers stopped drinking wine. It also says that in the merit that God testified about Aaron merited to wear the Chosh and Mishpat breastplate upon his heart. It says further that you shouldn't build a canopy on a Shabbos, and also certain people weren't informed of leniencies in case they started making up their own stuff. It also says when buying vegetables or reeds, buy longer ones, as then you have more. It also says not to eat herbs when you don't have bread to satisfy your appetite. Some didn't eat herbs even when they were rich because they then just had meat and fish. It further gives advice as to what you should do when you're poor, how you should portion your food, and general advice for meat and clothes purchasing. He also gave lots of advice to his daughters in regards to being modest with their husbands. It also says some miscellaneous teachings like birds in Babylon are fatter than from Israel, as the birds of Israel were exiled along with the Jewish people, and this is discussed further. It also says that the festivals of Babylon were more joyous, as the festivals of Israel were cursed in the book of Hosea, so then troops kept plundering or taxes were imposed on festivals. It also says that Babylonians had nicer garb, as they weren't native to that locale. It also says that idol worshippers are not pure, as they didn't stand at Mount Sinai, and Eve received impurity from the serpent, passed it on, and it was only removed from those that stood by Mount Sinai. As for converts, their mazel was there. Others say that impurity left people after 3 generations from Eve, seen as Yaakov sired 12 good sons without any aberrations. It mentions other therapeutic things like certain wine and mud, and says the 10 tribes were lost because people were too involved in those pursuits. It mentions one sage that forgot all his Torah knowledge because he was enticed by these things, and he later went up to read from the Torah and messed it all up, so the sages asked God to have mercy on him, and his Torah knowledge was returned. The thing about divvying up portions via lots works with your family, but not with others, as they'll violate measuring, or weighing, or counting on Shabbos, which is forbidden due to their particularities. It says that you actually can divvy uneven portions to your family in order to teach your children about how interest works, and how it's not great to be on the receiving end of it. You can't do it with others, even not on Shabbos, as it's an issue of gambling. When we said that Kohanim cannot make lots for portions on holidays, it means for portions of sacrifices of the preceding weekday, as they tended to argue. It also lists many verses speaking about the righteousness of Tzidkiah and the wickedness of Nebuchadnezzar, who would assault his captives, and until he died there was no laughter or song. And also you shouldn't stand in his house, as it says that demons would dance there. It also says that due to Nebuchadnezzar's violations of his captives, his organ became greatly malformed, and a few other points that he rode on a lion with a serpent tied to its head based on some verses. And it says that you can violate Shabbos to save a live 1-day-old baby, as then it could grow to keep many Shabbosim. But you can't violate the Shabbos for even a dead King David, as he was mentioned already a few times, as he's no longer doing any mitzvahs at that point. It also says this applies by animals, that they'll attack anybody once they're dead. It also says that a lion doesn't attack 2 people, but this is according to the opinion that animals will only attack people that they regard as animals due to their wicked behavior. It also says it's forbidden to sleep alone in a house, as then you'll be seized by Lilith, the mother of demons. There are further points on doing good while you can, like giving charity and Mashiach's coming, where poverty won't exist. It also says that young Torah scholars do not become poor, meaning they are spared indignities of begging. It also expounds on some points about aging, referenced in the book of Ecclesiastes, how your body begins to lose function over time. It also says 3 types of tears are bad, from smoke, crying, and stomach pain, and 3 types of tears are good for your eyes, from medicine, laughter, and good-smelling produce. It further expounds a number of euphemisms in regards to old age, and relates a incident where a sage, Rabbi Yeshua ben Karcha, got into an argument with a certain eunuch, and they cleverly insulted each other using euphemism and play on words, which are listed here, which eventually resulted in them insulting each other not using euphemism. There are further points on the decline of the body due to old age. It also expounds on a verse that it's strange that men are so attracted to women, as logically they have menstruation, which is pretty gross, and yet in spite of that, that's the way things are. There are further similar points. It also says that if someone has no mourners, 10 people should mourn for him for 7 days, and this is a story where this happened. Some say the body is aware of what's being said around him until the grave is closed, some say until the flesh decomposes. It also discusses what happens to the souls after they pass very briefly. The righteous and intermediate go beneath the heavenly throne, the wicked get flung back and forth across the universe by angels. It also says that this one sage, when his grave was disturbed centuries after his passing, he made a noise at the diggers and then spoke with a different sage. He said he hadn't rotted, as he didn't envy while he was alive. The sage invited the corpse to his house, but he said he couldn't until the resurrection of the dead with God's permission. It also says that the righteous do not have their corpses decay, but they will decay right before the resurrection of the dead, based on a verse. A Sadducee heretic once asked, based on this, how Shaul had asked a necromancer to bring back Shmuel, and it was answered that it was within 12 months and it hadn't yet reached its final resting place. Some say that you can tell if somebody will enter the world to come based on how stirred people get by the eulogy, and there's a related incident. Some say it's based on if you please your teachers with your conduct. There are further points given on this topic. There's an analogy given of a king who prepares a feast and tells his servants to prepare, so the wise servants do, and the foolish ones don't, so the king lets those that prepared eat, and those that hadn't just had to watch, comparable to the righteous and the wicked, by the world to come. This is going through a sage's ledger, by the way, and then he gets into a point on people's birth times and how it will affect them as a person. He says, if you're born on a Sunday on which light and dark was created, you'll either be all good or all bad. If you were born on Monday, you'll be angry because that's the day when the waters were divided. Tuesday, wealthy and promiscuous, as that's when plants were created, and plants relate to those concepts. Wednesday, wise and radiant, as that's when the sun and moon and similar were created. Thursday, you will do deeds of kindness, as that's when fish and birds were created. Friday, you'll be an assiduous individual in pursuit of mitzvahs, according to some. If you were born on Shabbos, you will pass on Shabbos, as your birth caused a violation of the Shabbos. Some add that he'll be a great and holy man. Others disagreed with all this, saying it goes according to the celestial sign at the hour of your birth. At the hour of the sun, you will be of lustrous appearance. You'll eat of your own food and drink, but your secrets will be revealed, and if you attempt to steal, you won't succeed. If you were born by the hour of Venus, which is associated with fire, you'll be wealthy and promiscuous. If you were born by Mercury, which is the companion of the sun, you'll be wise and radiant. If you were born by the moon, you'll suffer afflictions. You'll build and raise and build, eat the food and drink of others, but your secrets will be kept, and if you attempt to steal, then you'll succeed. If you were born under Saturn, your plans will come to naught. Others say that plans against you will come to naught. By Jupiter, you'll be a man of righteousness, some say regarding mitzvahs. Some say that if you're born under Mars, you'll be a spiller of blood, be it as a bloodletter, thief, slaughterer, or male. Some say the celestial signs determine your intelligence and wealth and hold sway over you. Others say that they hold no sway over the Jewish people, as they can change their fates. Others agree. There are stories brought to prove this. There's a story about a man who was told about him that a snake would kill him, but he gave his bread to somebody else so that way he wouldn't be embarrassed, and the snake was found to be cut in half. There's a similar and very famous story about the daughter of Rabbi Akiva, who was told by astrologers that on the night of her wedding, a snake would bite and kill her. When the night came, she took off her brooch and stuck the pin in the wall for safekeeping. The next day she was fine, so she removed her pin, and she found that she had speared a snake in her wall through its skull. Rabbi Akiva, her father, asked what she had done to merit this, so she told him that during her wedding feast she had given her plate of food to a poor beggar by the door. Rabbi Akiva taught based on this that charity saves from all death. A similar story about how the celestial signs have no sway over the Jewish people. A sage was told as a child that he would grow up to become a thief, so his mother never allowed him to uncover his head. One day, as he was studying, his cloak fell off his head, and his evil inclination overpowered him, and he ate some dates off a tree with his teeth. We try to bring a proof to the gates of the city of Nehardia, which were sunk into the sand and stuck open, but we can't, as they are partially closed, actually. One sage said that they should clear the sand, but that may have been only to make the doors fit to be closed. It gets into some translation with the Mishnah, and it branches off into a side topic. An opinion states that Adam had a second body attached to his back, Eve, which was later detached. Some say it was actually a tail. Based on these arguments, there are a number of verses argued over. It's largely a repeat of a conversation that was at the end of Tractate Berachos on page 61a. This is discussed further. Repeating some points, it says that the male was in front, as it's very immodest for a man to walk behind a woman, and similar, as it says, Manoah arose and followed his wife, which implies that he was an ignorant man, as he was following his wife being behind her, which is, we said, inappropriate. But others disagree, saying that it says the same thing about Elkanah and Elisha, so it means that they followed her advice, not literally walking behind her. There are other points about not going behind a woman, better to go behind a lion, but it's better to go behind a woman than to go behind an idol, and it's better to go behind an idol than to go behind a synagogue when they're praying and not enter. There are further teachings that Adam fathered spirits, demons, and Liliths after his banishment from the Garden of Eden from involuntary emissions, not from relations, as it says that he fasted and refrained from intimacy and wore fig branches for 130 years after. Another teaching, you can give part of a person's praise in their presence, but all of their praise only when they're not there, so that way you don't look like you're flattering them. It also says that the dove returned to Noah with an olive leaf to demonstrate that it would rather bitter food from God than sweet food from humans. Another teaching, any house that hears words of Torah at night will never be destroyed. It also says that since the destruction of the temple, it's enough for the world to use the two-letter name of God. It also says that when Babylon was cursed, its neighbors were also cursed, and when Samaria was cursed, its neighbors were blessed. Another teaching, God is different than mortals, that when a king punishes somebody, they block his mouth with a piece of wood so that way he doesn't curse the king. But when God punishes somebody, that person is silent. Then it goes into a point on Gehenna. It says that Jewish sinners repent, but idol worshippers that sin don't repent even at the gates of Gehenna. It also says that the fires of Gehenna don't have complete hold over the Jewish people within, all based on verses. It also says an opinion that Abraham reaches into Gehenna and removes the Jewish people that didn't marry idol worshippers and shamefully cover their circumcision. It also taught that there are 3 entrances to Gehenna, in the desert, in the sea, and in Jerusalem, based on verses. Some say there's another entrance in the valley of Ben Hinnom, where there are 2 palm trees with smoke rising between them, but some say that's just the Jerusalem one that we referenced. It also lists the 7 names of Gehenna: Sheol, Abaddon, Annihilation; Be'er Shachas, Well of Destruction; Bar Sha'on, Pit of Turbulent Waters; Tit Hayavin, the Mire; Tzalmaves, Shadow of Death; and Eretz HaTachtis, the Underworld. It brings all of the sources. Although it's just called Gehenna, which means the Valley of Immorality. It mentions some other potential names, and then says that the entrance to the Garden of Eden is either in Israel, so it's by Beis Sha'an, or it's in Arabia, so it's by Beis Goyrim, and if it's between the rivers, the entrance is at Dumaskanin. It also talks about the fruits of these regions. It also talks about the importance of following the teachings of the sages, such as that Rabbi Akiva was incarcerated by the Romans prior to his execution, and a sage brought him water, which he would drink and use to wash his hands, a rabbinic ordinance. A guard came over to him and he said that he had way too much water. Perhaps he was trying to dig his way out, so he only gave him half the water, so Rabbi Akiva only used that for washing his hands. The sages said about this that he must have been comparatively so much greater in his youth, and when he was out of prison. There are more verses expounded on about the teachings and institutions of King Solomon. There are further verses which are defined. We bring a source for the argument, and it also expounds on a verse that when Chizkiah became ill, Yeshayahu established a yeshiva for students to learn Torah next door in their merit to protect him. Some say we should always do this for a sick person, and others say no, as it could incite Satan, the angel of death, against you. The Gemara brings a teaching that there are 3 things that cause a person to violate his own will and the will of his creator: people who worship idols, evil spirits, and poverty. We bring this to say that we should pray for mercy due to these. It also says that there are 3 types of people who are spared from Gehenna as they suffer in this world: the poor, people with intestinal disorders, and someone being pursued by creditors. Some add a bad wife, others don't, as they say you could just divorce her. Others say this is a case where you can't do that, where the marriage contract requires a reimbursement that you can't afford, or they have kids and you can't divorce her. This was brought to teach us to accept such tribulations with love of God. In addition, it says that there are 3 types of sufferers who can just die at any time. People who have stomach disorders, you could die due to post-childbirth complication, and hydrokin, which is some sort of a disease. This is necessary to teach us to prepare shrouds for such people. The Gemara disputes over the definition of one of the words used. There are other disputes over word translations mentioned. Some say Ma'aras Hamachpelah, the cave where Adam and Eve and the forefathers and foremothers are buried. It's called the double cave, either because it has 2 rooms, others say because it has pairs of couples buried there. Also, the figure of Amraphel is mentioned early in the Torah. This is explained to be Nimrod, and he's called that as it references the fact that he threw Avraham into a furnace. Others say that his name was actually Amraphel, but he was called Nimrod, as the whole world rebelled against God during his reign. Similarly, when it says a new king arose over Egypt, some say this means a new king, and some say it means the same king but with new decrees, as it doesn't say that the previous king died. Then, when it says that he did not know Yosef, this is because he either didn't, or it's because he acted as if he didn't. It also talks a bit on how the sages would teach their students in this time, and their greatness. It also talks about the residents of Judea, who were very particular in their speech, so they retained their Torah knowledge, unlike the people of Galilee. Some say it was because they were very precise with their language, and used memory aids. They also learned from one teacher, and they elucidated Talmudic tracts, like King David did. It talks further about this and gives instances of the precise language of Judeans and of imprecise language, where slurred speech makes it sound like you're saying different words. They make a lot more sense in their original language of Aramaic, but it's things like mispronouncing the word master so you accidentally say slave and similar. That's from an incident wherein this woman who couldn't speak very clearly tried to testify before a judge that her tablet had been stolen, but accidentally, because she couldn't talk properly, mistakenly accused the judge of stealing a beam and that he should be hung on it. So clearly you should be very careful with your words. There are further examples of unique usage of languages. Also, the sage Rabbi Yeshua ben Hananiah said that there were 3 times he had been beaten in a verbal encounter. Once he ate by an innkeeper, and she made him food, so he ate all of it, and then again on the next day, but on the 3rd day she added too much salt, so he didn't eat any. So she asked if he was making up for all the leftovers he hadn't left the prior days. Another incident, he once took a shortcut through a field and ran into a little girl who asked, "Isn't this a private field?" So he said, "No, it's a trodden path." So the girl said, "Yeah, because thieves like you have turned it into a trodden path." Third incident, he ran into a fork on the road, so he asked the little boy which was the right path to the town. So the boy said one was short and long, and the other was long and short. So he took the short and long one, and it led to the town, but it was an inaccessible part, as there was a garden in the way. So he went back and asked, "You said this was a short path." So the kid said, "Yeah, but I also said it was a long path." So he praised the boy for his wisdom. It also speaks of Beruria, the wife of Rabbi Meir, who was a great Torah scholar. There's more points on the importance of learning Torah. It also says how God is unlike mortals, that mortal medicine can be harmful for other illnesses, but God gave us the Torah, which is only good. There are more points on the importance of learning Torah, especially aloud, and to be humble and agreeable, which helps retain your studies. There are many teachings on this topic. There are also points in the importance of reviewing your study, and there was one sage, Rabbi Preda, who would repeat his lessons 400 times for one student, and one time the student still didn't get it after all that, because he was distracted. So he taught it another 400 times, and then a voice from heaven said he could either live 400 years, or everybody in his generation would merit the world to come. So he picked the latter, and the voice said he should get both. It also talks about the importance of mnemonics to help with your learning, and similar points. It also says there are 3 things that reveal a person's character: the way he drinks, the way he does business, and if he gets angry. Some say also how he laughs. In addition to having to give up your life to not serve an idol, the other 2 things, based on sources, that you need to give up your life rather than do are engaging in illicit relations and murdering an innocent man. So you need to let yourself die rather than kill another individual, save for if somebody is trying to kill or sexually assault you or somebody else. There are related points on forbidden medicinal benefits from foods which you can't use. This and further laws are discussed further. It also gets into a point about Mashiach's coming. A verse is interpreted either that the sun's light will be far greater by Mashiach, or complicated laws will be simply understood then, or people who are rich and famous in this world will be irrelevant by Mashiach's coming. It says a story about a sage who became sick and fell into a coma, and saw such a world where the Torah scholars were praised, along with the 2 martyrs of the city of Lud, who falsely admitted to murdering the emperor's daughter and were executed by a Tyrannus. There are further points about Mashiach, about the great donations to the temple, about the wealth of the Jewish people, and similar, about how all blessings, when you hear about any occurrence, will all be for good. It also says how God's name will be written when Mashiach comes, and some points in that regard. And the Gemara argues as to when fire was created. One source says that there were 10 things created on the eve before the first Shabbos: Miriam's well, the manna, the rainbow, the Hebrew letters, the stylus used to engrave the 10 Commandments, the tablets of the 10 Commandments, Moshe's burial place, the cave where Moshe prayed by the golden calf and where Eliyahu hid, the mouth of Balaam's donkey, and the opening of the pit which would swallow Korach and his followers. Some add to this list fire, and the mule, the ram that Avram slaughtered instead of Yitzchak, and the shamir worm which was used to build the temple. Some also said the first pair of tongs, but others disagree. Anyways, so we see that the difference is that the fire mentioned in this list is the fire of Gehenna, while our fire was made right as Shabbos ended. But there's a different source which says that there were 7 things created before the world itself, which were Torah, repentance, Gan Eden, the Garden of Eden, Gehenna, God's throne of glory, the temple, and the name of Mashiach, all based on verses. So we clarify that the space of Gehenna was made before the world, but the fire of Gehenna was made on the 2nd day of creation based off a different discussion. And actually, our fire was thought to be created just before Shabbos and was actually made as Shabbos ended, and we bring a source. Some add to the list of things created just before the first Shabbos: Aaron's staff, demons, and Adam's garments. On another list, there are 7 things concealed from people: the day of their passing, their consolation, the depth of judgment, what other people are thinking, how your business dealings will result, when the dynasty of David will return with Mashiach's coming, and when our exile will end. It also says that there are 3 things that God thought to create during the creation of the world and were made later: the fact that corpses decompose, that mourners should eventually forget about the deceased, and that produce should rot. Some add that currency systems should function. The Gemara says similarly there were 6 things that King Chizkiah did, 3 the sages agreed with, which were that he dragged the bones of his wicked father Achaz on a bier of ropes, he crushed the copper serpent that Moshe had made, and he hid the book of remedies written by King Shlomo, which had the cure for every single illness. There were 3 things that sages disagreed with that he did, which were that he cut down the doors of the temple and sent them to the king of Syria, he stocked up the waters of the Gittin River, thinking there would be a siege, and he once made the year a leap year during Nisan when it's too late to do that. It goes through the above points, how they would graft the trees, opinions as to what wrapping the Shema means. Some say that they would not have a separation between the first Shema verse and the rest of the paragraph. Some say the lack of a break was elsewhere, as discussed. It also says why we see the verse Baruch Shem between the Shema verses, which isn't in the Torah, as it's taught that right before the forefather Yaakov was going to pass, he called his sons to tell them what would happen in the future with Mashiach's coming and whatnot, but the divine presence left him right then, so he was upset, thinking that he had done something wrong, but his sons told him reassuringly the Shema verse, and he responded saying Baruch Shem. There's still question if we say it, as it's not explicitly written as a part of the Shema, so we say it quietly instead. Some said it loudly back in those days so heretics wouldn't cause issues with their questions as to what was being said, but others did not. The remaining points are further discussed. This is all qualified further. There are additional points on the Peah charity and the offerings of sacrifices, and it says that one man, Yisachar from Barkai, a Kohen Gadol, would wrap his hand while performing the temple service. So he was punished that a king and queen of the Hashmonaean dynasty started arguing if kid meat is better than lamb meat, so they decided to summon the Kohen Gadol to resolve this dispute, who answered disrespectfully and said that lamb must be better as it's brought every day as a part of the Tamid offering. So the king didn't like his disrespect and ordered his right hand cut off. So Yisachar tried to bribe the hand cutter to only get his left hand cut off, which happened, but the king found out and he ended up getting his right hand cut off also anyways. It also says that clearly this guy had no idea what he was talking about, as there are clear verses implying that they're equally preferable. One of the things the rabbi also asked to be taught was about the book of Yochanan, an exposition on the book of Chronicles, which was forgotten, and it says therefore the strength of the sages was weakened. There are further points on this topic discussed. It says that wisdom will desert the haughty and angry. There are many instances from the Torah quoted to prove related points, and they cite verses which imply like their opinions, and related verses which talk about how the righteous will resurrect the dead by Mashiach's coming, which will apply both to Jewish people and also non-Jewish people who will have greatly extended lives. There are many verses cited and discussed on this topic. There are also points on the exile of the Jewish people, why specifically to Babylonia. Some say that they were less cruel than the other nations, some say because their language is similar to Hebrew. A number of suggestions are offered. The Gemara says that the distance from Jerusalem to Moedin is 15 million, which is about a modern equivalent of a bit over 3,000 feet, and the calculation is given based on the assumption that you can walk 5 million from dawn to sunrise, which is calculated. The calculation is discussed further. It gets into some math in regards to astronomical calculations. It says Egypt is 400 by 400 parseos, which was an old form of measurement, and that is a 60th of Kush, which is a 60th of the world, which is a 60th of the size of the Garden of Eden, which is a 60th of Eden itself, which is a 60th of Gehenna. Some say that all of civilization is not wider than the diameter of a single star, based on the fact that you can walk in any direction and have the star still be opposite you, which contradicts and disproves an opinion that the world is only 6,000 parseos. There are further astronomical calculations, and there's some further discussion. It also says that there's no concern of drinking 4 cups of wine in regards to eating or drinking stuff in pairs, which shouldn't normally be done, as it makes you susceptible to demons and sorcerers. So, it says that the first night of Passover is a guarded night from any of such things. Others say that some of the cups technically combine, making 3 cups. Others say that it's considered 4 separate cups, as each is a mitzvah to itself. There are some further discussed points in regards to drinking cups or doing things in pairs or in even amounts, as a sage was told by a figure known as Yosef the demon that Ashmedai, the king of the demons, is appointed over all pairs, so it's dangerous to do things in pairs. Yosef the demon said that if you drink 2 cups intentionally or not, the demons can kill you. If it's 4, they won't kill you, but they'll only injure you, and only if it's intentional. If you accidentally consume something in pairs, you should hold your thumbs in either hand and say, you and I are 3, and if a voice says you and I are 4, he should say you and I are 5, and if it responds that you and I are 6, he should say you and I are 7, and someone once did this until they got to 101 and the demon burst. There are also some other quotes you should say listed here to ward off any sorceresses you meet, as told to a sage by the Madam of Sorceresses. It also says that demons will only harm you if you're particular about this whole pairs thing. If you just don't care, they won't bother you, but you should still be mindful. There are further points and qualifications on these concerns of pairs by such topics. It says the time a sorceress did sorcery on somebody, but they were careful to not eat things in pairs, so it had no effect. But once he got drunk and drank an even number of cups, so he was walking, and an Arab individual informed him that he was a dead person, and he touched a palm tree, which shriveled up and he burst. Some say the concern of pairs does not apply to man-made foods, like cooked things, and not by a shop, not by a guest, not by a non-prominent woman, and similar points on this. There are also other things which expose you to harm of demons mentioned, relieving yourself between a palm tree and a wall if it's less than 4 cubits, as that's where demons pass and you're not giving them room. Passing between 2 palm trees if it's not a public thoroughfare, drinking borrowed water in a field if you are a minor, and passing over spilled water even if it was done by your wife, so long as there's no dirt spread on it, or if you didn't spit on it, and other qualifications. Some of these qualifications don't apply in a place where sorcery is common, as someone was riding a donkey and wearing shoes while passing over spilled water and his shoes shrank and his feet shriveled. There are also 3 things you shouldn't pass between: dogs, palm trees, and women. Some say pigs or snakes also. There are points on this, and it says that if 2 women are sitting by a fork in the road facing each other, they're doing sorcery, so you should use a different road. And if you can't, you should hold the hand of the person next to you, and if you can't, there's a quote you should say, mentioning a few demons by name so you won't be harmed. There are other concerns mentioned, like sleeping beneath the shade of a single palm tree in a courtyard or beneath the shade of the moon, and similar. There are a bunch of other shades and demons it talks about that are around certain trees and plants. It says the one by caper bushes has no eyes, so by that one it's a viable strategy to just run away. Once it chased after somebody, tripped, grabbed a palm tree, and burst. It says sorb trees were filled with demons. There's the ketev demons, which appear by certain dates, and similar. There's also a few other negative practices mentioned. It says blindness is caused by combing your dry hair, and also drinking wine that drips from a barrel, and putting shoes on while your feet are wet, and also other improper practices which will make you poor, and many similar points. There are other concerns: drinking from water from rivers or ponds at night because of the demon shabriri of blindness, and quotes you can say to get rid of him, and many other points. There are a number of other of these and other harmful practices to be avoided in regards to health practices and similar. There are also other demons mentioned: Agras Bas Machlas, who goes forth by evenings with 18 myriads of angels of destruction which harm people, but they respected the sage Rabbi Hanina ben Dosa, who decreed to all demons that they should never pass through populated areas. There's a bunch more miscellaneous advice given for health stuff, business advice, and similar. There are other points saying God loves people who don't get angry, drunk, or insist on their due measure. There are 3 who God does not love: people who say one thing and mean something else, someone who won't testify for his friend, and someone who tries to testify against someone by himself without a second witness. These points are discussed further. There are other points. There are 3 things who hate each other: dogs, roosters, and a certain sect of Persians. Some add harlots, and some say the Torah scholars of Babylon who would frequently debate each other on just about everything. There are 3 who love each other: converts, slaves, and crows. There are 4 kinds of people who are intolerable: haughty paupers, rich people who deny valid financial claims against them, old people who commit adultery, and a communal leader who imposes himself on everybody for no reason. Some add somebody who remarries a wife he divorced twice. There are many other similar types of teachings brought. New Mishnah. By the first cup of wine, Beis Shammai says you first say the blessing on the sanctity of the day and then on the wine. Beis Hillel says you do the opposite. These opinions are discussed. It says we hold like Beis Hillel, even though obviously, as a heavenly voice said, we always follow Beis Hillel, as either this was ruled before that occurred, or this is like the opinion that says we just don't pay attention to heavenly voices in regards to resolving disputes. It also says how when Nebuchadnezzar tossed Hananiah, Michael, and Azariah into a furnace, different specific angels argued which one of them should save him, and God told Gabriel to do it. These verses are debated along with expansion on a number of verses from the Hallel prayer. There are verses explained about the Exodus, how the great wealth of the Jewish people leaving Egypt was passed down people to people until the Romans got it. It also says that there were 3 fortunes hid by Yosef. One was given to Korach, one to Antoninus, Marcus Aurelius, a good friend of the sage Rabbi Yehuda Hanassi, and one is stored for the righteous when Mashiach comes. There are some further verses discussed. It also expounds on a related point. It says that there's no generation without mockers, and describes how even by King David, people would mock him, asking when the temple would be built, even though they knew it would only be built after his passing. But King David wasn't upset, as he knew that his son would build the temple and bring many offerings, but God still preferred his charity and deeds more than any offering, which is based on the verse. The Gemara further discusses this process and says teachings on the importance of diligence, which brings to purity, which brings to holiness, which brings to humility, which brings to fear of sin, which brings to piety, which brings to divine inspiration, which brings to the resurrection of the dead, which brings to the coming of Elijah the prophet and the coming of Mashiach. It brings sources for this. It also says that somebody who lives in Israel should speak the holy language of Hebrew, eat his produce while pure, and he should pray with the Shema prayer in the morning and evening. And if he does that, he's worthy of the world to come. The Mishnah lists the 15 different administrators of the temple, their names and identities, and what exactly they were in charge of. For instance, Achia presided over the flour and oil offerings by the libations. Pesachia, who some say was actually Mordechai from the Purim story, presided over the collection chests for the pairs of bird offerings. Ben Gever was in charge of locking the gates. The house of Avitnas produced the incense. Pinchas would dress the Kohanim, and many others. The Gemara says that obviously over the 420 years that the Second Temple stood, there were many different people in charge of all these positions. Some say that these men listed were singled out as they were the most upright of all of them. Others say it's just a list of those who were in charge at the time of the writing of this Mishnah. It also says some praises of the other great sages, such as Rabbi Akiva and his teachings, and all of those that taught and ordered the Torah. It also says how, compared to the scholars of earlier generations, the scholars of this one were far inferior, some saying that they were not even comparable to the donkey of the sage, Rabbi Pinchas ben Yair, about which a story is told that it was stolen but refused to eat, so it was left, came back, and would only eat food that was properly tithed. It also talks about Pesachia, possibly Mordechai, who is renowned for speaking 70 languages, which it lists some examples of his knowledge in translation. It said Ben Achia, who was in charge of the health of the Kohanim, as the Kohanim would walk barefoot on the stone floor of the temple and eat a ton of meat and water, so they often had intestinal issues, which he would cure by giving them certain wines. It goes through the other jobs, like Nechaniah, the digger of ditches, and a story about a righteous man who would dig ditches and pits so those who passed by could have water, and his daughter was going to her wedding, but a flooding river swept her away, so the sage Rabbi Pinchas ben Yair said that the same way he had honored God with water, it should not be that he should be cut down with water, and the daughter managed to get to safety and was saved. Some said that an angel in the form of this sage saved her. The other jobs of the temple, the wick adjuster, the one in charge of the cymbals, and the one in charge of the singing, who it says about how he was exceptionally talented in this, and the others are all spoken further about. It also says about the house of Avitnas, who were in charge of making the temple spices, that they had a special, unique recipe for it that caused the smoke to go straight up, and it was not able to be replicated by anybody else, and they refused to share the recipe, as they knew the temple would one day be destroyed, and they didn't want the incense recipe to be used for idolatrous practices. Their family and those they'd marry would also not use perfume, so that way people wouldn't suspect that they were using their special incense recipe on themselves. This is described further. It goes through the other jobs and says that once one of the Kohanim who was in charge of dressing the others dressed a military officer who gave him a lot of money for his service. It also says that Moshe was extremely wealthy, some say as he was allowed to keep the fragments remaining from the carving of the second tablets, which were made of sapphire. Some say it was because God made a quarry of gems and pearls in his tent. The Gemara discusses points on the importance of giving charity, especially in secret to avoid embarrassing the recipients. It mentions once that the sage Reb Chanina Bar Papa would go around at night secretly distributing charity, and the chief of the evil spirits confronted him for entering another's property, so he said that it was to give charity, and the spirit ran off. There are other similar stories about the importance of giving charity. It says how the sage Nacham Ishgamzu delayed giving charity to a poor man, and the poor man died, so he prayed that he should become blind with non-functioning hands or legs with lots of physical suffering, and it occurred. The Mishnah says there were 13 collection chests in the temple, 13 tables, and 13 places of prostration. Some said there were 14 places of prostration, the extra one being opposite the wood chamber, as they had a tradition that that's where the ark was hidden underground. There's a story where one Kohen was working in the wood chamber, saw that there was an odd variance in one of the stones on the floor, wanted to tell others about what he had found, and passed away before he could finish. So they figured that that's around where the ark was stored. The Gemara describes the collection chest. They said that they were shaped wide on the bottom and narrow on top, so that way nobody could try to steal the coins. There's also debate as to what happened to the ark based on verses. Some say it was taken to Babylonia by Nebuchadnezzar, some say it was hidden in its place. It also says that the Kohen who found the misshapen stone tried to pry it open with a hammer, but fire emerged and incinerated him. It also discusses some points on the uses of the ark. Some say that there were actually 2 arks. Some say only one. It's debated based on some verses. There's a bit more discussion on the ark and on the usage of the anointing oil, and some laws in regards to the anointing of kings. It also discusses how the 4 tablets fit into the ark, along with the Torah scroll, by using the measurements of the ark, which is debated. It also discusses the making of the ark. Some say it was 3 boxes, one inner of gold and an outer one of wood, then another outer one of gold with a rim of gold above to cover the top. Some say it was 1 box that was coated with gold. It also discusses the tablets of the 10 Commandments. Some say it was 5 commandments per tablet. Some say it was 10 on both. Some say 20 per tablet, with the commandments being written twice on each one. Some say it was 40, with 4 sets of commandments on tablets. The opinions cite verses, which imply, their opinions. Some say on the 10 Commandments, besides for the commandments, there was also all of the related commandments of the Torah written next to them. Their placement in the ark is further debated, and it says a teaching that the 10 Commandments were given to Moshe as white fire inscribed with black fire, made and crafted totally of fire. As the verse says, from his right hand he presented the fire of the Torah to them. New Mishnah. The different locations of prostration in the temple were done: 4 in the north of a courtyard, 4 in the south, 3 in the east, and 2 in the west. It also lists the names and locations of all the temple gates. The Gemara further discusses their placements and says that by Mashiach, based on verses, a spring of water will come from the temple, and it describes its placement and uses. There are other points. It talks about how fast trees and grains will bear their produce by this time, and related discussions. It also says that when Nebuchadnezzar came to Jerusalem, he asked for their leader, so the king Yehoiachin went to the roof of the temple and returned the keys to the temple to God. Some say he threw them up, and they have yet to come down. Some say that the likeness of a hand came from heaven and took them, and when the noblemen of Judea saw this, they all went to the roofs and jumped off, and this is based on a verse. We say the inauguration service of the Kohen Gadol is connected to the Yom Kippur service, as both include a bull for a Chatas offering and a ram for an Olah offering, unlike other holidays, and also both are done by a Kohen Gadol, which is discussed further. The verses on atonement in reference to this service are further qualified, and some say the fact that the Kohen Gadol is sequestered in the chamber as preparation is derived from the inauguration service. Others say it was learned from the fact that Moshe was sequestered by Mount Sinai for 6 days before he could receive the Torah. This debate is discussed further. There are reasons mentioned why Moshe was sequestered. Some say it was to honor him. Some say that way all the food would be cleared from his system after this period, making him like an angel. Some said so that Moshe would have fear and awe. The dispute on the days of this event is mentioned as to whether the Torah was given on the 6th or 7th of the month of Sivan, and when the sequestering was relative to that, and how it works with the dates. Some include the 40 days by the mountain with the 6 days of sequestering. There are related points. It also learns a few things out from the verses, that according to some, God seized Moshe and brought him into the cloud. Some say a path was cut for him through it, and we learn that you should only talk to someone if you first call their name from this. There's further debate if we learn about the sequestering of the Kohen Gadol before the Yom Kippur service from the inauguration service of the Kohen Gadol. Anyways, the Kohen Gadol was sequestered in the Parhedron chamber. It was originally called the Chamber of Balvate, meaning aristocrats, but then the office of the Kohen Gadol became corrupted, and wicked people would bribe their way in, and every year they would remodel the chamber when a new one was appointed. So they started calling it the Parhedron chamber, meaning appointees, superintendents of the king, a position which was switched out every 12 months, similar to these Kohanim. There are additional verses discussed, and I mentioned the verse, the fear of God will increase days, but the years of the wicked will be shortened. This is in reference to the first temples. The first, which stood for 410 years, had only 18 Kohanim Gedolim serving throughout it, as so few died, while by the second temple, which stood for 420 years, the office was corrupted, as mentioned, so they would just keep on dying, and over 300 Kohanim Gedolim served there. The great sage and Kohen Gadol, Shimon HaTzadik, was one of those, and he served for 40 years. And the sage Yochanan the Kohen Gadol did 80 years, and Yishmael ben Pabi did 10 years, and some say Reb Eleazar ben Charsom did 11. Those were the righteous ones. So if you do the math, the remaining Kohanim Gedolim all each didn't even survive a year in office. It also says that the tabernacle was destroyed in Shiloh because of immorality and irreverence for sacrifices. We bring sources as proofs. It also mentions mistaken belief, that as the verse says, seemingly, that Eli the Kohen Gadol had committed adultery, it actually means that his sons had delayed the women's bird offerings, delaying their return to their husbands, so it considers it as if he had done this sin. It says the first temple of Jerusalem was destroyed because of idolatry, immorality, and bloodshed, and verses are discussed. The second temple was destroyed in spite of the Torah, mitzvahs, and kindness that were done. It was nevertheless still destroyed due to sinas chinam, baseless hatred, which is just as bad as idolatry, immorality, and bloodshed. There are further points on this and about how much greater the earlier generations were. It also discusses the provinces of certain regions. It says the Persians are descended from Yafes, whose sons are Goymer, which is Germania, Magog, or Candia, which is either Crete by Greece or possibly Russia, possibly the Scythians, and possibly, according to a more obscure source, possibly the Mongols, as there are Arab writers who had written of the Great Wall of China as the Wall of Al-Magog. There are also Madia, or Media, the Medes, Yavon, which is Macedonia, Tubal, which is Base Unike, possibly Bithynia, Meshech, which is Mysia, Tiras is debated, some say it's Base Trike, or Thrace, some say it was Persia, some other nations from the sons of Cush, Safta and Saftecha, which are Inner and Outer Sakistan, Babel is Babylon, Erech is Orychus, or Uruk, Akkad is Baskar, Kalna is Nefer Ninfi, which is Nippur, which is near Babylonia, Ashur is Silak or Assyria, Nineveh is Ninveh of Assyria, and a few other cities are mentioned with their modern equivalents listed. It also says that Rome is destined to fall to the Persians based on a verse. This is discussed. Others say that actually Persia will one day fall to the Romans, and it's debated. There's points on the exact wording of the vow he would take, and he would turn and weep, as he was suspected of being a Sadducee heretic who would misperform the service, hence the need for the oath, and they would weep because they had to suspect him, and those who suspect the innocent of misdeeds, their body is stricken. The Sadducee heretics would incorrectly prepare the incense outside of the innermost part of the temple and then bring it in. This is discussed. It says a heretic did this and then died a few days later, and his body was found thrown in a trash heap with worms crawling out of his orifices. There's also some points on if the sun makes sound, which is heard around the world similar to the Roman crowds as it's compared to, and also the sound of the soul leaving a body and on the sound of birth. This is discussed in regards to the times and says that although the courtyard was so cramped, everyone miraculously had place to bow. This was one of the many miracles of the temple, along with the fact that no woman ever miscarried from the smell of the sacrificial meat. The sacrificial meat never rotted. There were no flies by the butchering place. No Kohen Gadol ever had an emission on Yom Kippur, which would disqualify him. No disqualification was ever found in the Omer offering, or in the 2 loaves, or in the Panim bread. No snakes or scorpions harmed anybody in Jerusalem, and everybody had place to stay in Jerusalem overnight. Some add that also the pyre wood was never extinguished by rain, and that the smoke was never blown, not by any winds. There are others listed. The Panim bread stayed fresh and warm, and the ark and the cherubim took up no physical space in their chamber. but we say those aren't in the list, as those who are within the actual sanctuary of the temple and not publicized. There are more points by these. It says that there were 5 differences between the first and the second temple. The first temple had the ark, its cover, the cherubim, the cherubs, the fire from heaven on the altar, the divine presence, the Holy Spirit of prophecy, and the Urim V'Tumim, a parchment with God's name that was kept within the Kohen Gadol's breastplate. None of these were by the second temple. There was fire from heaven that descended to the altar by the second temple, but it did not consume the offering. It also says there are 6 types of fire. Fire that eats but does not drink, which is our fire. Fire that drinks but does not eat, which is the fire of sick people. There is fire that eats and drinks, which is the fire of Eliyahu Hanavi, which consumed offerings and water. There is fire which consumes moist things like dry ones, which is the altar fire. There is fire that repels fire, which is the fire of the angel Gavriel. And there is fire which consumes fire, which is the fire of the divine presence. Originally, the way that the separating of the ash from the altar was done was that any Kohen who wanted to do it could, so they would have a race to the top to see who got to do it. If it was a tie, then they'd have a lot for all of the Kohanim who had tied, who would stick out a finger, not a thumb, which will be explained, and they'd pick one person. Once during the race, one Kohen got pushed and he fell off, breaking his leg, so they decided that this was a bit too dangerous and started picking the ash separator by lot, which was the first one of the day. The Gemara says they only later instituted the lot as they didn't realize so many Kohanim wanted to do it, as it was done by night. The timing of it is also discussed. It also asks which dimensions of the altar they would reach during the race, which is unresolved. They put out their fingers to count, as we don't count the Jewish people, even for a mitzvah which is based on verses. It also discusses some points on King Shaul's war against the people of Amalek. This is discussed along with comparison to David, who it says had 2 sins, one for arranging the death of Uriah, and that he took a census of the Jewish people. But Sheva isn't counted here, as he himself was punished for that, with all of the issues with his children. Some say David himself was punished, that he contracted Sarah's leprosy. This, that says it wasn't a sin, disagrees with the opinion that David accepted a slanderous report against Mephibosheth. Some say he did, but he was punished for it, that his grandchildren would divide the kingdom. There are points further on King Shaul that it says he was a year old when he reigned. This is explained to mean that he was like a 1-year-old who never sinned, but another sage says that it means that he was like a 1-year-old who is dirty and soiled, like Shaul was with sin. That sage then saw angels of terror in his dream, so he apologized for misspeaking against King Shaul. Some say that King Shaul's line ended as his genealogy was unflawed, so his line could have become arrogant. Some say Shaul was punished as he renounced his honor. It also talks about not bearing a grudge in regards to monetary matters, but you should allow others to take care of your honor, and you should not make a response yourself based on verses which speak about the importance of bearing God's will, and any suffering with love and happiness, and the reward for that. Back by the raffle of the Kohanim, it says that the Kohanim would put out 1 finger, but if they were sick, they could put out 2 if their hands weren't working so well, which would count as 1. They didn't put out the thumb, so that way people couldn't cheat and make it look like they had a separate hand somehow. This for the discussion. There's an incident mentioned when they had the race, and one Kohen took a knife and stabbed another, which had some pretty serious ramifications. New Mishnah, the Kohen Gadol was brought into the parva chamber for a second immersion. The linen sheet was put up, he'd wash his hands and feet and undress, although some said he undressed first and then immersed in the mikvah, dried himself, wore white garments, and washed his hands and feet. It also goes over the make and worth of these linen garments, which were paid for by the temple treasury, although the Kohen Gadol could add to the funds himself if he wanted. The Gemara says that the parva chamber was named after the sorcerer who had built the chamber, after he had given up that forbidden practice. Again, a linen sheet is used to remind the Kohen Gadol that the service is done with linen garments. It also says to not decrease the total value of the garments worn, but you could increase the value of one and decrease the other accordingly. The mourning garments must be better, based on verses where the word linen is mentioned 4 separate times. This is discussed, and it covers more points on the make of the garments, and mentions especially fine garments that were paid for by the extremely wealthy Rabbi Eliezer ben Charsom, but they wouldn't be used as they were so fine that it was basically just transparent. There's a related point. It says that when you pass, you're asked questions about what you did. A poor person is asked why he didn't study Torah, and if he says, because I was poor, they ask him, were you any poorer than Hillel, who was so poor he had to split half his paycheck to feed his family, and the other half to pay to enter the study hall, but one time he was so poor he couldn't even afford that low entrance fee, so he climbed up on the roof and listened in through the skylight to hear the teachings of the sages Shmaya and Avtalion. It snowed overnight while he was up there, and they eventually saw the figure of a person blocking the skylight, so they went to the roof and found Hillel buried underneath 3 cubits of snow, so they brought him in and heated him up. If you were wealthy when you pass and didn't study Torah, they'll ask, were you any wealthier than this Rabbi Eliezer ben Charsam, who it says inherited 1,000 cities and 1,000 ships for each city, yet each day he would walk around with a sack of flour to go from town to town to study Torah, which he did all night, so much so that his servants didn't even recognize him, and once he was walking and not recognize him, they took him to do some work for himself. Also, if you pass and try to say you didn't learn Torah because you were handsome, you'll be asked if you were any handsomer than Yosef, who it says about how much effort the wife of Potiphar went into to try and seduce him. New Mishnah, the Kohen Gadol would then go to the bull offering between the antechamber and the altar, which had its head to the south and facing west. The Kohen Gadol stands to the east, facing west, leans his hands on the bull, and confesses. It lists the words he says. The Gemara argues of the exact placement and location this would occur as to the dimensions of the courtyard of the temple. New Mishnah, the Kohen Gadol would go to the eastern part of the courtyard, to the north of the altar, with his deputy, the Sigan, to his right, and the head of the family group to his left, to go to the 2 he-goats along with a chest with 2 lots. They had originally been made out of wood, but a Ben Gamla had remade them out of gold, and he's recalled with praise for this. Some other nice contributions to the temple that people had donated. Someone added 12 spouts to the Kior from its original 2, along with a mechanical device that lowered its water into a spring-fed well, so that way the water wouldn't become impure overnight. Others made the Yom Kippur service utensil handles out of gold. Others made a golden candelabrum which was hung over the entrance to the Heichal, along with a golden tablet that had the verses for the Sotah service written on it. Nicanor donated the doors, which was a miraculous event, which will be mentioned. All of these were mentioned with praise. The Gemara discusses more points on the placement and in regards to the order of standing, and it mentions that somebody should not walk to the right of his teacher or behind. It goes through the remaining points and further describes the donations. It also says that the sun would reflect off the golden candelabra that was donated, and everybody in Jerusalem would know that it was time to say the Shema prayer. It also discusses how the Sotah verses were inscribed on the tablet. The incident with Nicanor's doors, which he donated to the temple, were shipped from Alexandria by boat, but there was a severe storm and they needed to lighten the ship, so they threw 1 door overboard, and then they were about to throw the second, but Nicanor, the guy who was donating these doors, held onto it and said he'd have to be thrown in too, and the sea calmed down. Then, when the ship arrived in Israel, the first door floated along with the ship. Some say a sea creature swallowed it and spat it onto dry land. All the other doors of the temple were eventually replaced with gold ones, but not Nicanor's, which was made of refined copper and shone like gold. New Mishnah. There were those people who donated to the temple, and there were some in the temple who refused to share their knowledge. The house of Garmu, who did not teach others how to make the panim bread, the house of Avitnas, who did not teach others how to make the incense, Hogras, one of the Levium, did not teach others his special singing method, and Ben Kamsar did not teach others his special writing method. The Gemara speaks of the special bread made by the Lechem Apanim, which did not spoil, and the family was very righteous in that they never gave refined bread to their children, so that way nobody would ever suspect that they were giving the Lechem Apanim bread to their kids. Similarly, the special incense, which would only burn straight up, was not shared by the family because they knew the temple would one day be destroyed and didn't want the recipe to be used for idolatry. They were praised in the fact that they, and those they'd marry, would not use perfume, so people didn't suspect that they were using the incense recipe. Eventually, one member of the family shared the recipe with a sage in private, so it was all good. It talks about the special singing of this Levi, and how Ben Kamsar would uniquely write with 4 pens at once to write all of God's name in one stroke, and he was the only one who didn't have a valid excuse as to why he didn't teach this method to anybody. There's a few other points discussed. It mentions that God spread out the righteous across the generation, as there were so few of them, and the world would only continue even for the sake of one righteous man. Some say if you don't sin for most of your life, you won't start, and some say if you have 2 opportunities to do a sin and you don't, then you won't do it. There are other points on the righteous and how wrong it is to sin. Once the sage Shimon HaTzadik said by the Yom Kippur service that he'd die that year, as he said normally. When he entered into the innermost part of the temple to perform the service, he would meet an old man dressed in white, who would enter and exit with him. That year, he met an old man dressed in black, who did not exit with him, and he passed away a few weeks later. It also discusses some of the miracles of the temple and related points. There's more discussion on the lots. It's questioned if the Kohanim put the garments under their heads when they slept as like a pillow of sorts, or only next to their heads, and if the issue is of benefiting off priestly garments, or of kilayim, benefiting from forbidden mixtures due to the cloth makeup of these garments. We finally bring the source which says you can personally benefit from these garments. However, there's a famous story wherein on the 25th day of the month of Teves, on a day on which it's not permissible to fast, the Kuthians had spoken to an Alexander the Macedonian, being Alexander the Great, of course, requesting if they could conquer Jerusalem and destroy the temple. So the Kohen Gadol of that time, the sage Shimon HaTzadik, wore the garments of the Kohen Gadol and set out with an entourage of the most prominent members of Israel to meet Alexander the Great. The Kuthians claimed that the Jewish people had rebelled against Alexander, so he approached to meet the delegation, and when he saw Shimon HaTzadik, he stepped off his chariot and bowed to the ground, explaining that before he ever won a victory on the battlefield, he saw an image of this man, being Shimon HaTzadik. So they chased away the Kuthians, and as is mentioned later, Alexander the Great actually spoke at length with the sages and discussed many interesting topics. Anyways, Shimon HaTzadik here used these garments, so either it wasn't the actual priestly garments, it was garments fit to be priestly garments, or they were the priestly garments, it was just an emergency, so he was allowed to use them. It discusses points on the order of the reading and blessings, and it says a very interesting story that the sages in the time of the first temple cried out to God concerning the fact that man had an evil inclination to serve idolatry, and it caused so much suffering for the Jewish people because of it, so they prayed that the evil inclination should be removed along with the reward for overcoming it. A note then fell from heaven which said truth, and some say from this that God's signet is truth. Anyways, so they fasted for 3 days and nights, and the desire within people for idolatry appeared before them in the form of a fiery lion cub coming from the innermost part of the temple. They subdued it, although a hare managed to slip out of its mane, and it roared loud enough to be heard over 400 parseos. So they decided to stuff it into a sealed lead cauldron. So that was it. They had removed the wicked desire within people to serve false idols, and they decided while they were at it to remove the desire within people of immorality. So that inclination too appeared before them, and it told them that if they killed it, the world would become desolate. So they just imprisoned it anyways for 3 days, and all the people and animals in the world during this period lost interest in procreation, and there were no eggs being laid, so they decided to compromise by blinding it and then releasing it, thus removing the desire within humanity of having forbidden relations with your relatives. There are additional points, and it further goes through the portions read by the Kohen Gadol. The remaining points and the blessings are also qualified. There's also points on the garments of the Kohen Gadol and the consulting of the Urim V'Tumim for advice by military matters and similar. Some said that the response was given that the letters of the stones of the Choshen breastplate would protrude to spell out an answer. Some say they'd join together. It had all the necessary letters. Some said that the names of the forefathers were also inscribed, and also the words tribe of Yerushin. So that way it also has its tzaddik and a tes, and that way it has every single letter, so that way any answer could be written, essentially. This occurred if the Kohen Gadol was worthy, along with some verses as source. It also goes and discusses a bunch of related verses in the interpretations. It discusses verses about the mun, the food provided to the Jewish people wandering in the desert. Some said it tasted like every food, besides for ones that would be medically harmful to a pregnant woman. Some say they have the taste, but not the substance. It describes the mun as round like a coriander seed and white like a pearl. There are further related points. It says that the mun fell outside the homes of the righteous, fully prepared. For the average, it fell just outside their camp and slightly unprocessed, and for the wicked, it fell far away and had to be ground in a mill. Some say that women's cosmetics also fell with the mun. Some say seasoning for the food too. Some say precious stones, based off interpretation of some verses. Some say the mun had many tastes, as the word in the verse is similar to the word for demon, which have many forms. There are further verses explained, and also on the quail that the Jewish people in the desert demanded when they wanted meat. There are further points, such as that the mun wasn't excreted, and others. This is discussed further along with other verses. There are further points on the definition of certain words related here, and otherwise. There's also a lengthy exposition from the book of Daniel on the angel Gabriel fighting against the Persian kingdoms, along with other verses giving definition and sources to the prohibition on Yom Kippur. Now, about not wearing shoes. The remaining prohibitions, like not washing your hands, are qualified, with exceptions like if you're going to visit your teacher or someone greater than you. Some say you can walk through a stream up to your neck if it's calm water, which is discussed. It also speaks about the stream that flowed from the temple and the vision of Yechezkel, such as that the angel of death would not be able to cross it and similar. The Gemara says you'll be able to know when somebody afflicted with the bulmus disease can see again if his taste is also restored. There's some related points on this illness as to what normally forbidden foods you can feed him. This is discussed further along with some medical advice for healing this disease. There are some related stories, including one where a number of sages stayed at an inn, and one sage didn't give in his purse for safekeeping because the host's name was Kidor, which has a negative connotation based on a verse, and instead left it by his host's father's grave. The host saw this in a dream and mentioned it to them, so the sage took his purse back. Anyways, after all this, the sages wanted their purses back from safekeeping, but the host denied ever having received them. So they went to his wife instead, and told her that her husband, the host, had told her to give them the purses. And as proof, they said what he had eaten that day, which was lentils, because they just saw the guy had lentils all over his face. Anyways, they confronted the host with the purses, and the guy then killed his wife. There are related points. It also describes a mad dog that its mouth hangs open with saliva, its ears droop, its tail rests between its legs, and other points. Some say this is caused by sorceresses messing with it. Some say this is an evil spirit possessing it. This has relevancy as if it's an evil spirit, you'd want to kill the dog with a ranged projectile. They also say if it touches you, you're in danger, and you should remove your clothes and run, which happened to one sage. It also gives medicinal methods to deal with it biting you. There's further points on medical practices. It also discusses the sin of desecration of God's name, which generally just means acting rude or disrespectful in public. Some said for them it meant not to be rude to a shopkeeper by not giving them their money fast enough. Some said for them it was not walking 4 cubits while studying Torah or wearing tefillin. Some say it refers to embarrassing your friends with your bad reputation, for instance, where somebody's friends need to ask other people for forgiveness for their friend. And there are sources in regards to just being a pleasant, refined, kind, good person to sanctify God's name. It also says the opposite, that you could be a great sage who studies lots of Torah and whatnot, but if you're not honest with your business dealings and you don't treat people with kindness and respect, it speaks very poorly about such an individual. There are also points on the importance of repentance. These points are further discussed, and also how to request forgiveness from somebody you hurt, such as that if you owe him money, you should first pay him, or ask friends to ask him for you, and if you ask him 3 times and he still won't forgive you, that's enough. There are points in this one sage, if somebody upset him, he would often walk before them, making himself very accessible to be asked forgiveness. There's also a point on a butcher, who the sage Rav had issue with, so he went to him before Yom Kippur to try and reconcile things. The butcher, as he was working with animal bones, told him to leave him alone, and a shard of bone shot out of the skull as he was breaking it, went through his throat and killed him. There are also stories about these sages, about their teachings, and about Rabbi Eliezer's teacher, the great sage, Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai, who it says never engaged in frivolous talk, never walked 4 cubits without studying Torah or wearing tefillin. He was always first in the study hall. He never slept or even napped in the study hall. He never even thought about sacred things in unclean alleyways. He never left someone behind in the study hall. He always opened the door to greet his students and similar points. And Rabbi Eliezer conducted himself in all of these ways also. Further, it says that the great sage Hillel had 80 students. The greatest 30 were worthy of the Shekhinah, the divine presence, that it should dwell on them as it did Moshe. The bottom 30 were worthy that the sun should stand still, as it did for Yeshua, and there were 20 students in between. The greatest of all of them was the sage Yonasan ben Uziel, and the least of them was Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai, and he had mastered the study of scripture, Mishnah, Gemara, the Halacha law, Agados, commentaries on the Torah, laws derived from seemingly extra letters in the Torah, rabbinic safeguards, other traditional forms of argument, gematria, the traditional formulas of number values of words within the Torah, the speech of angels, demons, and palm trees, parables of launderers and foxes, and a great matter, which is said to be the Ma'isa Merkava, the meaning of the heavenly chariot vision shown to the prophet Yechezkel, and a small matter, which is the inquiries of the sages Abai and Rava. The greatest of all these students, Yonasan ben Uziel, was so much greater that it said that when he studied Torah, any bird flying above would be instantly incinerated. The analogy of the slave bringing wine was that actually the master dumped the wine on the servant, saying, "I don't want your service." There are other natural occurrences which are regarded as being not good omens from God. A solar eclipse, which is compared to being like a king who holds a feast and then takes away all the lights, says whenever the celestial bodies are stricken, which is presumably a bad omen for the Jewish people who get punished very often. Although some say that when the sun is stricken, it's a bad omen for those who worship idols, as they calculate their calendar based on the sun, while if the moon is stricken, it's a bad omen for the Jewish people whose calendar operates off of the moon. There are further similar points. It says that a nation is always smitten along with its angel, and also that these omens do not need to be worried about if the Jewish people are doing the right thing, what God wants, basically. These are further qualified. It says which sins cause these occurrences, and it says that 4 things destroy homeowners' property: withholding payment from the workers, stealing payment from the workers, casting responsibility onto others, and being arrogant due to their wealth. Arrogance is as bad as all those combined, and states a verse praising the humble. This is debated, and it also mentions that these palms are on the valley of Ben Hinnom, where smoke rises between them, and it's an entrance to Gehenna. New Mishnah. Now a discussion on the water libation service done on the holiday in the temple. At the time of the morning Tamid offering, they would fill a golden flask, which could hold 3 lugin, an old form of measurement, from the Shaloach, a spring outside Jerusalem. They brought it to the water gate, where trumpets would be blown, and a Kohen would carry it up the ramp of the altar, turn left, where there were 2 silver bowls. Some say one was plaster, but they looked darker from wine. Anyways, the bowls had perforated spouts at their bottom. One was for wine and one was for water, so they had different size holes. The water one was smaller, so that way the water and wine would flow at the same rates. The west bowl was for water, the east bowl was for wine. The obligation was still fulfilled if you poured them into the wrong bowls. Anyways, there are additional points, and they would make sure to tell the pourer to keep his hands raised, as one time the pourer poured the water onto his feet and everybody pelted the guy with their esrogim. This is a reference to the incident from the latter half of the Second Temple era, when the wicked Hashmonaean king Alexander Yanai, or Alexander Jannaeus, deliberately misperformed this service to antagonize the people who pelted him with esrogim, and he used this as an excuse to hire a foreign mercenary army, who then entered the temple and killed 6,000 people. This empowered the heretical Sadducee sect to take more action, and caused even greater issues. Anyways, the water libation was also done on Shabbos. Besides for that, an unconsecrated golden barrel was filled beforehand and stored in a chamber. If it spilled or was uncovered, they would fill more from the kior, which was outside the temple, as you can't use uncovered water or wine. The Gemara cites sources for these points and related discussion on verses. It describes how he went up the ramp and how the other steps of the service were done. It also mentioned that when they pelted the Sadducee heretic with esrogim, one of the horns of the altar was damaged, so they patched it up with salt so it would look fine. And there are more points on the altar mentioned. This is discussed. It then expounds on several verses on the importance of charity more than any other offering, and that an act of kindness is greater than charity, and similar as to how important those two are. New Mishnah. Further on the water libation ceremony, whoever did not see the celebration of this day had never seen rejoicing in his life. The Kohanim and Leviim made arrangements in the women's courtyard, which will be explained. There were special golden candelabras, which are described in great detail, and the whole of Jerusalem was illuminated from them. Pious and righteous men would dance before them with torches and singing praise, while the Leviim would play music, trumpets were blown, and certain prayers were said. The Gemara says, in addition, a person who never saw Jerusalem has never seen a delightful city in his life, and whoever has never seen the temple has never seen a magnificent structure in his life. It describes the second temple, built by King Herod, of fancy-colored stones which resemble the ocean. It also talks about the glory of Diopluston, which was a great structure for the Jewish people in Alexandria, where hundreds of thousands would pray. And it's described in great detail. It also says that all of them were killed by Alexander the Great, as they lived in Egypt, which is not allowed. It also says that when Alexander sailed to do this, it only took half the time. The arrangement made in the women's courtyard of the temple was that the women were in the balconies above and the men below, so that way they would celebrate separately without anything improper happening. It mentions a eulogy from the Torah, and some say it'll be in reference to the Mashiach from Yosef, who will precede the final Mashiach and will die in battle. Some say it's a eulogy for the evil inclination, which will be killed. That will be a sad occurrence, as it says that when Mashiach comes, the evil inclination will be brought out and slaughtered, and to the righteous it will appear like a high, unscalable mountain, and they will weep knowing that they were able to overcome it, while to the wicked it'll resemble a strand of hair, and they'll weep knowing that they were unable to overcome it. There are similar related points. It says the names of the evil inclination, evil, a stumbling block, and others based on verses. It also says that the evil inclination antagonizes Torah scholars the most, as there's a story that the sage Abaya overheard a man go to a woman and make plans to travel together in the morning, so he decided to follow them to make sure they didn't do anything improper together. So he followed after them for a long while, and then they reached a crossroads, and they said it was a pleasant journey, and they wished they could continue together further, but they had to go in opposite directions, so they left each other. Anyways, Abaya was watching this and became sad, realizing that he had followed them, thinking that if he was in their place, he would have done something improper. But then an old man, who was Eliyahu Hanavi, dropped by and told him that the greater somebody is, the greater his evil inclination is. It says the evil inclination strengthens itself against a person every day, based on a verse, and it's only with God's help that you can overcome it. There are further points on the nature of the evil inclination, how you can break it by going to the study hall, how it entices you to sin, and then eventually testifies against you, and further similar points. There are further verses expounded on the coming of Mashiach and similar. It speaks about the celebration by the water libation further, and another story. Once there were two Kuthians who were attending King Solomon, and the angel of death was there, and it looked sad. So King Solomon asked why, and he said it's because he couldn't take the souls of those two Kuthians. So King Solomon, to protect them, quickly handed them over to demons to travel with them to the city of Luz. But that's where they died, and the angel of death said that I wasn't able to kill them, as I could only do so by the city of Luz. There are more points on the celebration. It says that the sage Levi would juggle 8 knives for the sage Rebbe, and Shmuel would juggle 8 glasses of wine before the king Shapor, and Abiah would juggle before Rabbah with 8 eggs, although some say it was only 3. There are further additional points. It also says that King David excavated beneath the altar to make the area for the libations, but the waters of the deep threatened to flood the world, so Achitophel, his advisor, told him that it was permitted to write God's name on a shard, based on a logical comparison to the Sotah ceremony, which he then tossed into the ocean, and the water subsided. This is further discussed along with the remaining points on the celebration. It also brings a side point source that your income for the year is set on the holiday of Rosh Hashanah. There are also some additional points on the importance and holiness of Shabbos, which are largely repetitions of things said in earlier tractates. There are similar points, and it says that there are 3 who are strong: the Jewish people among the nations, the dog among the animals, and the chicken amongst the fowl. Some add the goat amongst the smaller animals, and the caper bush amongst the trees. Beyond not carrying animal parts on poles or litters, we actually bring a number of verses to determine which month exactly is the New Year for kings. We try to bring proof from quotes from the Torah about all sorts of rulers, Jewish or otherwise. We discuss King Cyrus, who it says was also Darius, and also Artaxerxes. It discusses his corruption, and also his construction of the Second Temple, that he built it in a manner, unlike King Solomon by the First Temple, that allowed it to be flammable, thinking to burn it down if the Jews ever rebelled against him. It also mentions a consort next to him in a verse, using an interesting word. Some translate it as a she-dog. Others say it means a consort, depending on your definition. Some say the 1st of Tishrei is the New Year in regards to the calculations of the sun and moon, as the opinion says that the world was created in the month of Tishrei. It also says this is the Day of Judgment. This is based on a source where it says the whole world is judged on this day, and the Jewish people are judged first. There are explanations brought according to different opinions, either that it's improper for them to wait for everybody else, or so that God doesn't have any built-up anger from previous judgments that'll result in a harsh judgment for them. We also say it's the New Year for sabbatical years based on verses, and for the Yovel year, and their requisite laws and customs. These are also discussed a bit. It mentions a teaching from a similar topic that if you eat a large meal before the fast of Yom Kippur, it's considered as if you fasted on that day also. It also brings a source which says that the world was created in the month of Tishrei. The patriarchs were born and passed in the month of Tishrei. Yitzchak, Isaac, passed away on Passover. Sarah, Rachel, and Hannah were all remembered by God on Rosh Hashanah and conceived on Rosh Hashanah. Yosef was freed from prison on Rosh Hashanah. The Jewish people's slavery ended, and the Exodus occurred in Nisan. And in the future, the Jewish people will be redeemed in the month of Tishrei, with Mashiach's coming. Others disagree, saying that the world was created in Nisan, as were the patriarchs were born and passed then. The other points are the same, but he holds that the Jewish people will be redeemed by Mashiach in the month of Nisan. The verses are all brought which teach these, along with some expansion on the teachings. In addition to the verses, many of the dates require calculations based on other data we're aware of. Also, some teach that the first night of Passover, everyone's watched over and protected from demons based on a verse. It also said that God caused the flood by removing 2 stars from a constellation known as Kima, which caused the flood, and this is argued over. Some add that the same way they sinned with heat of forbidden intimate relations by the flood, they were all punished with the boiling flood waters. New Mishnah. The world is judged 4 times a year. On Passover, judgment for grain. On Shavuos, for fruits of trees. On Rosh Hashanah, for all living creatures, you pass before God like sheep, as it's referenced in a verse. He who fashions their hearts alike, who considers all their deeds. On Sukkot, they are all judged for rain. The Gemara says that the judged grain is on that which will be sown in the coming year. Some say that there are 2 judgments, one for between the time it's sown and Passover, and then another from Passover until it's harvested. Based on this, others say you should check your crops. If the slow-growing ones are doing well, you should harvest your fast-growing crops before Passover, as they were judged well, apparently. This is debated. Some say that everything is judged on Rosh Hashanah, and they're sealed on those dates. Passover for grain, Shavuos for fruit, Sukkot for rain, and mankind is judged on Rosh Hashanah and sealed on Yom Kippur. Some say a person is judged every day, some say every hour, based on verses. This is discussed further. It also says that this is the reason why we offer the Omer offering on Passover for blessings for grain, and the 2 loaves offering on Shavuos for the fruits, and the water libations on Sukkot for the rain. And of course on Rosh Hashanah we say verses of kingship as we crown God king over ourselves. We say verses of remembrance that we should be remembered for good, and shofaros of the shofar, which is blown to commemorate the binding of Isaac, Yitzchak, and the ram that his father Abraham offered in his place. It also asks why we sound a tekiah, which is the name for the single long blast of the shofar, and then a teruah, which are the 9 short blasts, and then repeat them during the Amidah, and it's said to confuse the Satan when he brings his accusations in the heavenly court. And if you don't do this, the next year will not go well. Some say that a year that starts off not good will end very well based off verses. Another teaching, God only judges people as they are now, and not by what they will do, as we see by Yishmael, whose prayer was answered when he was young, even though he would do some poor things when he was older. It also is taught there are 3 things that cause your sins to be brought up and examined: doing something dangerous, like sitting by a wall that's about to collapse, expecting your prayer to be accepted, and praying for God to pass judgment on someone else. It's also taught that your sentence is torn up for 3 things: charity, prayer, changing your name, and changing your deeds. Some say also changing your residence. This is all based on verses. It's also taught that you're obligated to greet your teacher on a holiday, and also to purify yourself on a holiday. We discussed the source. In regards to Rosh Hashanah, it says that there are 3 books opened: of the holy wicked, who are sealed for death; of the holy righteous, who are sealed for life; and of those in between, whose sealing is held off until Yom Kippur. So you should make sure that during the 10 days in between Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur, to do lots of good deeds, as to merit being sealed in the book of life. One opinion says that a similar thing will occur at the end of days. The holy righteous will be sealed for life, the holy wicked for Gehenna, and those in between to Gehenna temporarily to be cleansed and then brought back up. Again, all this is based on verses. It also says that most Jews only go to Gehenna for 12 months, but there's an opinion that certain wrongdoings, like a Jew being a heretic, an informer, an apostate, denying the Torah or the resurrection of the dead, separating from the Jewish community, causing the masses to sin, and others, they're in Gehenna for much longer. This is discussed further. It mentions that sinning with your body for a Jew is to never put on tefillin. For others, it's for immoral relations. There are further points. Some say that the first time you do a sin, God ignores it, but if you do it again, that and the first time are counted. Again, discussed further. It also explains a verse that God showed Moshe how prayer was done, and told him people should do that to ask and be forgiven. There are further explanations on this, prayer, and the importance of repentance. It talks about repentance between Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur for an individual, and forgiveness can be granted even after for a community's repentance. It also says that sometimes people will not do well by Rosh Hashanah, so there will be little rain assigned, but then they'll do a proper repentance before Yom Kippur, so the little rain will fall exactly when and where it's needed. The inverse applies, with a lot of rain being decreed, but then they do poorly, so it'll fall when it's not needed. There's more on this, and it mentions the difference between a sin against God, which God could forgive, but a sin against another person, you need that person's forgiveness. We bring in analogy of somebody who swears on the life of the king to repay his friend money that he owes him. If he doesn't pay him back, the king could forgive the oath, but he's still going to make the guy pay him back. There is discussion if a decree against an individual can be rescinded. Some say it can if you pray with your whole heart. It's discussed. It also says that God can rescind a decree for a community if he hasn't taken an oath against doing so. There are more points. It mentions a family that everybody in it would die at 18 years old, so a sage suggested that perhaps they were descendants of Eli, who it said that his house's descendants would die young, so it was suggested that they should learn Torah, and they started not dying. The Gemara says that we don't send messengers during the other months with fasts, as those aren't strictly obligatory. Tisha B'Av is different, as it had so many not good things happen on it. The 2 temples were destroyed on that day, the city of Beitar was captured, and Jerusalem was plowed over. It also discusses some of the other fasts, like the death of Gedaliah, the 10th of Teves, when Jerusalem was besieged by the Babylonians, and others, and what they're referred to. Some say that the Megillah Taanis, a list of minor holidays on which we don't fast or eulogize, is no longer done. Others disagree. There's debate on if this is done, if the holiday of Hanukkah should be annulled, which it was decided not to, and some further points on this topic. It also says that the Syrian Greeks forbade people saying God's name, so when the Maccabees defeated them, they made it that they'd even write God's name on official documents, but then decided against that in case people threw out such documents. Anyways, the date that whole thing occurred was a minor holiday when the temple stood. There's more on this. It mentions some further points on the fast of the death of Gedaliah. It mentions another minor fast when some sages were advised to protest against the Romans' bans against Jewish practices like Torah study, Shabbos, and circumcision, and it worked. In the end, we say that basically every single minor Jewish holiday was nullified, besides for Hanukkah and Purim, which were left. It also discusses why we send messengers to inform by the calendars for both Elul and Tishrei, so that the holidays can all have accurate times. There's disagreement if they'd send another group of messengers by the second Adar by a leap year, based on if you hold the second month as a fixed number of dates or not. This is discussed further. It also explains the calendar and when and why some months are 30 days as opposed to 29. There's also points on the testimony about the moon given by witnesses to help determine this. This is all explained further along with an opinion that you fast for 2 days on Yom Kippur in case the prior month of Elul had actually been declared 30 days, extending things by an extra day. The Gemara says that the messengers by these 2 months were only sent out by day after the court convenes. We bring sources for all the above points. New Mishnah. Some say you can always desecrate Shabbos to testify about the new moon. You saw. Others only allow it if it's not clearly seen, as if it was clearly seen, you can assume somebody else testified. Once, 40 separate pairs of witnesses traveled to Jerusalem to testify about the moon, so when they passed through Lud, Rabbi Akiva stopped them, so they wouldn't desecrate Shabbos when they weren't needed. But Rabbi Gamliel told him not to do that, as then people would just stop testifying. The Gemara brings some verses as sources. It also said that there was no prophet comparable to Moshe, but there was a king Shlomo, who was as wise. It also says that King Shlomo wanted to rule cases based on his logic and intuition, but based on a verse, God said he still required witnesses. It also says that the story by Rabbi Akiva on the witnesses wasn't actually Rabbi Akiva that made such a mistake. It was a person named Zephyr, who was removed from his position. The types of wood used for the torches are discussed, with definitions for all types of wood, and some points as to how the idol worshippers who persecuted the Jewish people, what they did has no remedy, as who could replace sages like Rabbi Akiva and the others who were killed by the Romans. It gives definition as to which mountains they were, and the distances between them. The Gemara goes through the different moon questions as to where the placement of the moon was in relation to other celestial bodies and descriptions. After this is done, the head of the Beis Din, the court, says, "It is sanctified," and everybody repeats this after him. This is done whether or not the moon was seen on time, but some say you don't, as it was already sanctified in heaven. The Gemara brings verses as sources for all this. It also says we hold out the opinion that we don't sanctify a delayed day. New Mishnah. The sage, Rabban Gamliel, had the form of various moon shapes on a tablet and on his wall that he would use to show simple folk to ask if the moon resembled any of them. The Gemara asks, how could he make an image of the moon, as it says, "You shall not make with me," which is said to mean to not make images of God's servants. So, some say the only things that are actually forbidden to replicate are things that you can actually fully replicate, so all houses or pavilions were not built like the temple was, and the implements of the temple could not be recreated. So, menorahs in that time were all shaped differently from the one in the temple, but a moon could be fine according to this, because you can't really recreate the moon. Some say that it only refers to not recreating the 4 faces from the prophet Yechezkel's vision. Others say it includes angels. It's discussed. Other places it says you can't make the image of the sun, moon, stars, or constellations. So some just say that by Rabban Gamliel it was fine, as he asked a non-Jewish person to make them for him. It also says that by a protruding signet ring with an image on it, it should be defaced, as it could resemble an idol. And if it's an indented ring, you can't stamp a seal with it, as that produces a protruding image in the wax. This is discussed further. It says there was a statue of a king in a synagogue that many of the great sages prayed in, but that wasn't a cause for suspicion, as it was by a multitude of people, so there wasn't cause for suspicion. There was no suspicion by the moon images. Some say as he was the Nasi, the prince of his time. There were many people frequently in attendance there. Some say that the images were made of sections, and some say it was allowed as it was made for study, which is permissible for such things. New Mishnah. There's a bit of an odd story mentioned, that witnesses came to Rabban Gamliel and gave contradicting accounts, yet he established a new month like they said, and similar things kept happening, so a different sage, Rabbi Yeshua, said that he's wrong, so Rabban Gamliel told him to travel to him on the day that Rabbi Yeshua had accounted as Yom Kippur. So he was very upset, but Rabbi Akiva said it was fine, even if he was mistaken. It's legally permissible, as the verse says, "These are the festivals of God, holy convocation, that you shall declare them." And this is interpreted to mean that God accepts the festivals, even if they're not on their exactly correct date. Also, Rabbi Yeshua said that if you're going to reconsider the decisions of Rabban Gamliel, then you have to work your way back and reconsider the decisions of every Beis Din court until Moshe, as it says that the 70 elders that judged by Moshe aren't listed by name, to teach that every Beis Din court has the same authority as the court of Moshe. Anyways, Rabbi Yeshua then went to travel to Rabban Gamliel on the day that he had calculated as Yom Kippur, and Rabban Gamliel greeted him with kind words and praises. The Gemara further explains the calculation and how Rabban Gamliel accepted the testimonies due to lack of uniformity in the moon's orbit, which is sourced from verses. Another teaching based on some verses, God has 3 keys that, save for some rare exceptions, are basically never entrusted to an agent. The key of rain, the key of childbirth, and the key of the revival of the dead. Some add the key of sustenance, some say that's included in rain. There are further arguments on this topic. There's also a separate prayer for dew and winds, which we do say, however, it says that they're not obligatory. As based on a source by Eliyahu and the wicked king Achav, the world could not survive without dew, so it's definitely going to fall. We also bring a source that the world cannot survive without wind, based on a comparison of the wind to the Jewish people, that the world cannot exist without either of them. Based on this, during the summer, if you accidentally say the blessing for wind, it's fine. But if you accidentally say the rain blessing, you have to say it again without it. The inverse applies in the winter. If you forget to pray for wind, again, it's fine. But if you forgot to pray for rain, you have to say it again. The same as wind applies to dew. We also say clouds and wind are not withheld, specifically with early clouds and ordinary clouds. Extraordinary winds are not strictly necessary for things like separating chaff, as you can use a sieve for that. Some other points, clouds and winds that come after rain are secondary to rain. Rain that falls forcefully can raise dust and cause issues. If it falls gently, it's beneficial. It continues to discuss the benefits of wind and clouds after a rainfall and sunshine between patches of clouds. Snow is great for mountains, heavy rain is good for trees, gentle rain is good for produce. It also compares a Torah student to a seed which sprouts, and if he gets heated, it's from Torah, which is compared to fire. Torah scholars are also compared to iron. Some say because they must be steadfast, some say because they support the world with their study. Anyways, in spite of those points, a person should train himself to be calm. A bit of a new topic. 3 people made improper requests, and 2 were answered properly, and 1 was not. The first was Eliezer, Abraham's servant, who prayed that the first girl who offered his camels and him water would be a wife for the forefather Yitzchak. And things worked out. It was the foremother Rivka, but it could have been problematic by someone lame or blind. The next person with an improper prayer was King Shaul, who said that whoever killed Goliath would get great wealth and marry his daughter. Again, it could have been someone problematic, like a slave or a mamzer, an illegitimate child. But it was David, so things worked out. The time an improper prayer didn't work out was by Yiftach the Gileadite, who vowed that if he won his battle, he would offer as a sacrifice the first thing that comes out of his house, which could have been problematic, like a pig or a dog. So things didn't work out for him, and the first person to step out of his house was his daughter, and based on other verses, clearly God did not want her to actually be offered. The vow could have just been annulled, but he decided to offer her anyways. There's also some improper prayers from the Jewish people. They ask that God should be like rain, which is only sometimes, but God answers all the time. A similar point was by the prayer that God should be like a seal, which is sometimes not visible, but God said he'd always be visible. There's debate over if requesting rain is the same as mentioning rain. There's points on the start of the rain prayer. Some say it's said by the translator, others disagree, and there are further points. The Gemara says that the verse brought references a rain which miraculously fell in Nisan. It also explains the background of this event by Yoel. There was a severe famine. It says the first year they ate all their food in their houses, the second they ate of their fields, the third year they ate all their kosher animals, the fourth they ate their non-kosher animals, the fifth they ate bugs and similar, the sixth they ate the flesh of their sons and daughters, and the seventh they ate their own arms, fulfilling a verse. Then the prophet Yoel told them to sow their fields, and they found grain lying around, hidden in holes. The grain grew extremely fast and large, and they were eventually able to bring the Omer offering. It also said that God said he wouldn't enter Jerusalem, meaning the heavenly Jerusalem, the counterpart of the earthly Jerusalem. It also says that there is one transgression that causes the wicked to burn in Gehenna, which is the sin of idolatry. There's more points on how bad idolatry is. It also says that Shmuel, the prophet, was old, even though he was 52 when he passed, as he prematurely aged, as he didn't want Shaul to pass during his lifetime, so Shmuel passed early, but he aged, so people didn't think he had passed early from sin. There are sources brought. It also says that some sages were eating, and one taught afterwards, because talking during eating is dangerous, and said that the forefather Yaakov never died, so long as his descendants, the Jewish people, live. So does he. It also says one sage, Rav Nachman, asked another sage, Rav Yitzchak, to bless him. So the sage said it was comparable to a man who rests beneath a shady tree with fruit and a stream, so it already has everything. So he blessed it that his shoots planted from it should be like this tree. So too should the sage's offspring be like you. We further define the types of rain and the times they fall. We possibly rule that the last of the Yora variant of rain falls on the first of the month of Kislev. Others disagree, it's discussed. We need to know the times of these specific rainfalls. The first rainfall to start praying for rain, the third to know when to fast, and the second is relevant for some vows. And also on giving your fields produce to the poor, and for which paths you're allowed to walk on, and to disposing of sabbatical your produce from your house, mainly straw and stubble. We further define certain types of rain and some others. Some say it's good if rain doesn't fall in the month of Teves, as either then the roads are in good condition and people will travel to study Torah, or it's because it won't blight the crops. Others say it's good when rain falls, but that's where there was no rain in prior months. If rain falls on only half a province, people say that's not a curse, unless it falls hard enough that it damages crops. Some also add a prayer of thanksgiving for when rain falls, starting from when puddles form that rain falls into. Some say rain is greater than the resurrection of the dead, as the resurrection of the dead is for the righteous, and rain is for everybody. Some say they're equivalent, so we say the blessing for rain in the blessing for the resurrection in the Amidah. Some say, based on verses, that a day of rain is as great as the day of the giving of the Torah. Others say it's even greater. There are similar points brought, and we say Torah learned by someone with good character is like dew, which is beneficial, and if learned by somebody who does not befit a Torah scholar, it will break him like harsh rain. We further bring points on the importance of learning Torah for the right reasons only, and how if done for the wrong reasons, like your own glorification, it'll not go well for you. There are similar points taught. We also compare Torah to fire, as fire catches on lots of wood together, so too Torah study is not retained by somebody who studies alone. It lists many things about how improper it is to study Torah by yourself without a study partner. We also compare Torah to a tree, as a small piece of wood can be used to ignite a large one, so too young students sharpen the minds of older ones with their questions. A sage said that he had learned much from his students and from his colleagues, more than his teachers, but from his students he had learned the most of all. It lists more points on being a student of proper character in this regard. Torah is also compared to water, which flows downwards, to teach that Torah is only retained by the humble. Torah is also compared to water, wine, and milk, to teach that the same way those are best retained in inferior earthenware vessels, so too Torah is only retained by the humble. In fact, it says the Caesar's daughter once was conversing with a sage, Rabbi Yeshua ben Hananiah, and said that it was a shame that such wisdom was retained in a person who was so physically unattractive. So he responded by asking if her father kept their wine in simple earthenware vessels, so she said yes. So he said that as they were nobility, they should store their wine in vessels of gold and silver. So she did this, and all the wine went bad, which he brought as an analogy for this point. Then she said that there are some beautiful people who are extremely learned, and he responded by saying that perhaps if they weren't so handsome, they would be even more learned. Some say that those three liquids of water, wine, and milk go bad through inattention, so too Torah knowledge is forgotten through inattention. Some more points on how great rain is. Some say a day of rain is as great as the creation of the world. Some say on a rainy day salvation grows. Some say rain only falls if the Jewish people have been forgiven, all based on verses. Others say rain falling means the Jewish people are not condemned to destruction. Rain is withheld, according to some, for not bringing tithes. Others say for speaking disparagingly of others. Others say due to brazen people who eventually stumble and sin and are called wicked. Some say rain doesn't fall if you neglect Torah study, which has sources brought. Some say it's withheld for theft, and to get the rain back, you should pray profusely. But it would have been better if you had just been good in the first place. There are more points on studying properly, like having a good foundational base of understanding of a Mishnah before learning others. Also, if a student is greatly struggling, it's because his teacher is not showing him a cheerful countenance. So he should send friends to his teacher to intercede on his behalf. But it says it would have been better if his behavior had been pleasing to the teacher in the first place. Also, if a generation doesn't have rain, it's because they don't pray, and they should speak to somebody who does. There are similar points brought. It's also taught that in the future, all the animals will go to the snake and say that we attack for food, but you bite people for no reason. So the snake will say that it's the same way people speak ill of others without reason or benefit. It further has teachings on the importance of sincere prayer. It's also taught that rain falls for the sake of people who are honest in business. It also says the importance of trusting in God, comparable to a famous story of trusting a weasel and a pit, where a girl fell into a pit and a boy helped her out on the agreed condition that she would one day marry him. They made the pit and the weasel their witnesses. Time passed, the girl waited to marry the boy, but the boy married someone else. The boy had 2 children, one of which was killed by a weasel, and the second fell into a pit and died. He told the whole story to his wife, who told him to divorce her to marry the first girl, which he did. It's also taught that if you better yourself in this world, you're judged more strictly and precisely above. We bring sources. It's also taught that if you joyfully bear suffering, you bring deliverance to the world. Also, God preventing rain from falling is compared to a woman in labor who doesn't give birth. We bring sources. It says one time there was a plague and a famine, and based on some verses, you're only supposed to pray for one thing at a time. So they decided to pray for the famine to end, as when God provides plenty, he does it for the living, so the plague would then end also. It also says that one time the government passed a decree against fasting, So the Jewish people accepted a fast upon themselves that they would do once the decrees were rescinded. Others say rain is negative if on a Friday, and similar. It says that sunshine on Shabbos is a gift to the poor. It also says that a rainy day is great, as even the money in your purse is blessed from it. Some say blessings are only found in things hidden from your eyes. We bring sources. A few other teachings: a day of rain is as great as the ingathering of the exiles. It's great as even soldiers cease movement on it. Rain is withheld because of people who pledge charity in public and then don't pay. It also is taught that giving tithes brings you to become very wealthy, and it's taught that this is basically the only thing you can test God with, that it'll definitely happen if you give as charity. Nowadays, by the way, it's 10% of any of your income that goes to charity. It also mentions the young son of the sage Reish Lakish, who went with his father's friend, Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai, after Reish Lakish passed away, which is a long story for later. It also says that rain is given even for the sake of one individual, although prosperity is given for the sake of many. But we see that many great leaders, Moshe, Aaron, and Miriam, had 3 great gifts given in their merit alone: the manna in the desert from Moshe, the clouds of glory from Aaron, and the well of Miriam from Miriam. It says that when Aaron passed, the clouds of glory disappeared, which is why the king of Arad thought it would be a good time to attack the Jews then. It says, however, that all 3 of these gifts returned in the merit of Moshe alone, and all disappeared in the same month that Moshe passed. So we see prosperity on behalf of one man, so we say no, as Moshe prayed on behalf of many, so he's regarded as many people. It also says a story that the sage Rav Papa would teach a class, and 3 sages who would attend the class, if they didn't get a teaching and disagreed with the logic, they would signal their disapproval to one another. The teaching sage, Rav Papa, would notice and got upset, so he had a dream where a verse was read to him, implying that those sages would pass away. So the next morning he went over to them and told them they should go in peace. A different sage also attended his class and would regularly challenge his teacher, Rav Papa, and he overheard Rav Papa during prayer asking God to help with this sage and his questions, so he stopped challenging him. There's more points on who rain falls for, and it says this one sage would go out to his garden, say certain rows needed water, and then rain would fall, watering those exact rows. There's more similar teachings. It also teaches that if there's gentle rain followed by heavy rain, it means a sustained rainfall is coming, compared to a sieve. If there's heavy rain, then gentle rain, it means it's going to stop raining soon compared to goat feces. It also says that Babylonia's clouds are not accurate for determining when rain comes, and they're liars, just like the Babylonians. It also says a sage went to Babylonia, saw a basket of dates for an extremely low price, and said he was shocked people in Babylon didn't learn all the time with such food available. He ate it and became very sick, and then said it's a wonder anybody at all can learn Torah here with food like this. There's also teachings as to where rain comes from the ocean to the clouds, which removes the salt from the water, and similar. It brings sources. It also says Israel was created first, and rain is brought there first by God, and not through an agent. It also brings sources with the points on salt being removed during this rain process, and similar. It also lists the sizes of various locations. It says the measurements of Egypt is 400 parseos, which is an old measurement, by 400 parseos, a parsa being about 2.5 miles. However, it is a 60th of the land of Cush, which is itself a 60th of the world, which is itself a 60th of the Garden of Eden, which is a 60th of Eden itself, which is a 60th the size of Gehenna, and there are some who say Gehenna has no measure, while there are others who say Eden has no measure. It also says that Babylon has great abundance, as it's a swampy land and doesn't need as much rain. It also teaches the importance of learning Torah as you travel, and also not to take large strides, as they're bad for your eyesight, and you should travel with the light. Also, when traveling, it says to eat little. Some say for health reasons, others say to provision. There's a practical difference if you're on a trip or you're traveling between merchant inns. It also says that during a famine, you should eat very little, and the reward is to be saved from unusual death. Also, don't have marital relations during a famine unless you don't have kids. It also says that it's a very negative thing to separate yourself from your community when they're in distress. There are several teachings on this. It also says that the wicked are punished even for minor transgressions in the next world, while the righteous are punished for minor transgressions in this world. It also says that when somebody passes, all his deeds leave him, and ask him if he did each of them, and they tell him to sign, which he does, and then he certifies his own judgment, saying he was judged correctly. Some say that a person who fasts by himself, it's a wrong thing. Others disagree. Some say it depends if you're able to. Some say if you fast, you're called pious. Some say a student shouldn't fast. Some say the only public fast day is the fast of Tisha B'Av. Others say a Torah scholar shouldn't fast, as then he won't be able to learn as much. It also says you can eat or drink as much as you want before a fast. Also, if you decided to extend your fast until the next morning, the next day you don't say the Anenu prayer for fast days, as that day wasn't part of your original intended amount. It says if somebody offers you one, enter quietly and solemnly and wrap yourself and sit like a mourner until God shows mercy. It also says an important person should only wear sackcloth if he knows he will be answered, like Yehoram, son of Achav. It also says that not all are worthy of tearing their garments like Yehoshua and Kalev did, and not all are worthy of falling on their faces like Moshe and Aaron did. Others disagree, saying Yehoshua and Kalev did both. It also says that by Mashiach, kings will rise before God, and ministers will bow. This is based on verses. It also teaches that the righteous will be rewarded with light, while the upright will be rewarded with gladness, again based on verses. It further expands on these points and the repentance of the people of the land of Nineveh by Yonah. They kept their animals separate and returned everything that they had stolen. Even if a palace had been built atop a stolen beam, they had to tear down the whole palace to return it. It also says some of the minor fasts, such as that the Roman government once decreed a ban on Torah study, Shabbos, and circumcision, so they asked the advice of a Roman matron who frequently met with Roman nobles, and she advised them to protest at night about them being singled out with these decrees. It worked, so there was a minor holiday instituted. There are further points, and there's a disagreement on who we hold like by no eulogizing the day before or also after. It also lists the dates and rules by several other minor fasts, such as the day of Nicanor, who was a Greek governor who used to boast he would destroy Jerusalem. So during the Hanukkah Wars, the Hashmonaim captured Nicanor, cut off some of his fingers and toes, and hung them by the gates of Jerusalem. The other minor holiday was the day of Tyrannus, a ruler who wanted to kill two righteous men, Lulianus and Pappus, for some accused crime, and said they should be saved the same way Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah were saved. So they responded that those men were saved from Nebuchadnezzar, a proper king, so a miracle was brought through him. You, Tyrannus, are not a proper king. So the only reason this is happening is so God could avenge us on you. They were executed, and immediately officers arrived from Rome with an imperial edict against Tyrannus, and broke his skull open with clubs. So that was also a minor holiday then. There's a famous story where there was no rain. So the people went to this sage, Chani Hamagil, Chani the circle maker, due to this story. So they asked him to pray, which he did, but there was no rain. So what he did was he went out, drew a circle in the ground around him, and said he would not leave it until the rain fell. So it began to rain a little, but he said that it wasn't as he requested. So it began to rain extremely hard, and he said, again, that's not what he requested. So the rain fell normally. They asked him later to pray for the rain to end, and he said he'd do that once a stone in the temple that served as the lost and found marker was covered with water. Anyways, the sage Shimon ben Shattach sent him a message saying that he would have excommunicated him for acting so bold towards God, but God fulfilled his request, so it was fine. There's also a story where everybody went up to Jerusalem for the pilgrimage festival, but there was no water. So a very wealthy Jewish individual, Nakdimon ben Gurion, went to a Roman patrician and asked to be lent 12 wells of water to be repaid by a certain date. So it was agreed and the day arrived, but it still hadn't rained. So the patrician asked for the rain, or the money. So he told him the day isn't over yet. So this kept happening every hour, the patrician asking him for the rain or the money, and him telling him the day isn't over yet. And eventually the patrician just said that there's no rain all year. You really expect it to fall now? And then he went into a bathhouse. So Nakdimon went to the temple and prayed, and it rained so hard that it filled up all the wells. So they met up, and the patrician said, "Fine, you were right, but the rain fell after sunset." So Nakdimon went back to the temple, prayed again, and the sun shone through the clouds, showing that it was still day. It also says that the man's real name was Buni, but he was called Nakdimon, as that means to break through, like the sun did through the clouds. It also says that besides for Nakdimon ben Gurion, there were two others that the sun stood still for, Moshe and Yehoshua, by their wars, based on a verse. It also says several verses that seem to imply negatively about Jerusalem, but actually imply like a positive result, and similar. There's also a story that a person should always be flexible like a reed, as there was this one sage who was traveling after learning a lot, and he was very proud of himself, and an extremely ugly man walked past him and greeted him. So the sage called him very ugly, and asked if everybody from his city was that ugly. So the ugly man responded that he should ask his creator why he had been made this way. So the sage realized his wrongdoing and begged forgiveness, but the man said, "Not until you ask my creator why he was made this way." So the sage followed him all the way back to his city, begging forgiveness all the way, and eventually the people of the town told him he should forgive him as he's a great Torah scholar. So the ugly man said he'd forgive him for their sake, as long as he doesn't do this again. So it says you should be like a reed, so you don't say stuff like that. And it's in this merit that a reed was used as a pen to write a Torah scroll, tefillin, and mezuzahs. The point on buildings collapsing earlier was by sturdy buildings. This is discussed further, along with the point that there was this old, dilapidated wall that the sages wouldn't walk beneath. But they did whenever they were with this one great sage, Rav Ada bar Ava, who had great merit, so the wall wouldn't fall. There are other similar points, such as that someone did this with him and he got upset as he didn't like his merit being used for that, and you shouldn't rely on miracles. The great thing that this sage, Rav Ada bar Ava, had done was that he never ever showed anger in his house, he never walked before somebody greater than him, he never thought Torah in a dirty alley, he never walked 4 cubits without wearing tefillin or studying Torah, he never slept in a study house, not even a nap, he never rejoiced when his fellows stumbled, and he never called people by their nickname, and some even say by their surname. It also says some other great actions by sages, such as Rav Huna, who would travel around every once in a while inspecting the walls, and if there was a dilapidated wall that the owner couldn't afford to repair, he'd pay for it. He also bought all the leftover produce from growers, so that way they would bring lots of it on Fridays, and then he threw them out and didn't give it to the poor, so that way they wouldn't rely on him and not have food for Shabbos. He didn't give it to animals because he held that human food shouldn't be given to animals. He would also give out free medicine to everybody, and some say he knew the ways of the demon Shifta, which attacks people who eat with unwashed hands. So he supplied water for hand washing. Also, whenever he ate bread, he would open his door and let anybody come in and eat. The sage Rava said he could keep all of these, besides for the last one, as his city had way too many poor people and he'd run out of food eventually. It says a story that there was these 2 sages, Reb Yochanan and Ilfa, and they had no money, so they decided to start a business, and they were walking past a wall, and Reb Yochanan heard 2 angels saying that they should push this wall on them, as they aren't learning Torah and doing business, but the second angel said no, because one of them will attain greatness. So Reb Yochanan left back to the school, and after a while Ilfa returned, and Reb Yochanan had begun the head of the school, and he said that if he had stayed, it would have been Ilfa that would be the head of the school. Then Ilfa decided to demonstrate that he still knew a lot, so he balanced himself atop a shipmast and said that people should challenge him with questions, and if he couldn't answer them, he'd jump off into the ocean, and he was able to answer everything. There's yet another story about a sage named Nachum Ish Gamzu, who was totally blind, had no hands, legs, and was covered with boils, and he was lying in a dilapidated house on a bed with his legs placed in buckets of water so ants didn't crawl up on him. His students wanted to move him out, but he said to take out everything but him first, and when they eventually took him out, the building collapsed. So they said, "You're clearly very righteous. What happened to put you in this state?" So he said that once he was traveling with a bunch of food and drink, and a poor man asked him for food, so he told him to wait until he unloaded his donkey, and as he was halfway through doing that, the man died from hunger. So the sage prayed that he should become blind with no arms or legs and have boils because of what he had done. Also, the sage was called Nachum Ish Gamzu because he would always say, Gamzu L'Tova, this too is for the best. There's a famous story about this where the Jewish people wanted to send a gift to the Caesar, so they asked Nachum Ish Gamzu to go, as he was accustomed to having miracles happen for him. So they filled a chest with gems and pearls and sent him with it. Along the way, he stayed at a place whose owners snuck on over to the chest, emptied it, and filled it with dirt. The next day, he saw the dirt, said, "This too is for the best," and traveled on. It was brought to the Caesar, who was very upset when he opened it, thinking the Jews were mocking him. So Nachum said again, "This too is for the best." So Eliyahu the prophet appeared as a Roman official and said, "Avraham, the forefather, threw dirt and straw at his enemies, and it turned into swords and arrows to defeat them. So perhaps this is the same." So the Romans tested the dirt on a city they were unable to conquer, and they used the dirt, and it worked, and they conquered the city. So, as thanks, they filled up the chest with gems and pearls, and gave it to Nachum, and sent him away with great honor. Anyways, Nachum traveled back the same way, staying at the same place he had before, and told what had happened to his hosts, the men who had stolen from him. So they took all their dirt, brought it to the Caesar, and it didn't work, and they were executed. It further qualifies as what counts as a disease for this fasting severity. It gives some instances and discusses some similar points. It also says one town which was spared from plague, and the merit of a man who lent out his hoe and shovel for burials. Similarly, there was one town that was spared from fire, as there was a woman who heated her oven and let her neighbors use it. It further gives examples of when fasts were instituted. It also says that there was a surgeon named Abba, who merited to be greeted by the Heavenly Academy every day, as he would run his clinic in a very modest manner, and also he let people pay whatever they wanted, without him knowing, and he would never charge a Torah scholar, and would give them some coins as they left. Some sages wanted to test him, so they took his rugs, and the next day tried to sell them back to him, and he didn't accuse them of stealing, so they asked him what he had thought had happened, and he said that he assumed that somebody had been kidnapped and they needed to raise money to ransom the individual, but they were embarrassed to ask him. So they tried to return the rugs, but he didn't take them, saying that he had already assigned them to charity. A different sage, Abaya, received heavenly greetings every Shabbos Eve, and the sage Rafa received greetings once a year on Yom Kippur, so he was a bit distressed about this, but he was told, "It's enough that your city is protected through your merit." Another story, a sage met Eliyahu the prophet in a market and asked if there was anybody there who was worthy of the world to come. So Eliyahu said no, until one man walked by who wasn't dressed like a Jew. And Eliyahu said yes about that man. So the sage asked the man what he did, and the man said he'd speak to him tomorrow. So he met with him the next day, and the man said he's a prison guard, and he imprisons the men and women separately, and puts his bed between them so that way they don't do anything improper. He also said that he had saved a few Jewish girls. For instance, there was a betrothed young Jewish girl under his watch, and he saw some of the others eyeing her improperly, so he threw some of his wine dregs on her lower dress and told the men that she was menstruating, so that way they'd leave her alone. He also said he wasn't dressed like a Jew, as he came and went amongst non-Jews, and it allowed him to hear what decrees were being passed, so he could go to the sages and have them pray for mercy, if necessary, which is actually why he had told him to hold off that previous day, as he'd been busy with that. Also, 2 brothers went to the market, and Eliyahu the prophet said that they too had a share in the world to come. The sage asked what they did, and they said that they were jesters who cheered people up, and ended quarrels to make peace. We said verses about this from the incident when King Yoshiyahu, who went to war with the Egyptians, and says that he was shot with so many arrows that his body resembled a sieve. He was punished as he didn't consult with the prophet Yirmiyahu. It also says that as he died, Yirmiyahu listened to what he was saying in case it was improper, but he said that God was righteous and he had rebelled against him. So then Yirmiyahu eulogized him, which is all based on verses. Some other points on rain are said, like by the time of Herod and the building of the second temple, it only rained by night so people knew they were doing the work of heaven. It then repeats the entire story of Chani HaMagil that was said earlier with a few additional points. Another story about Chani HaMagil, he was distressed over a verse, when the Lord brought back those who returned to Zion, we were like those who dream. He asked, how is a 70-year exile comparable to a dream? So he was walking along and saw a man planting a carob tree. So he asked the man how long until it bears fruit, and the man said 70 years. So Chani asked, but you probably won't live that long. So the man answered that the same way his ancestors had planted carob trees for him, he would plant for his descendants. Anyways, Chani sat down to eat some bread and became tired and fell asleep. An outcropping of rock grew around him, hiding him from view, and he then slept for 70 years. He woke up and saw that a man was picking carobs from the fully grown tree. He asked, and it was the man's grandson. Also, Chani saw that his mare had given birth to generations of offspring, so he realized he had slept for 70 years. He went back to his home and asked if his son was alive. They said that Chani's son had passed, but his grandson was alive. He tried to tell people that he was Chani HaMagil, but nobody believed him. The sages didn't believe it was him either, so he prayed for God's mercy and he passed away. Rava said this is an example of the adage, either companionship or death. Also, Chani's grandson would pray for rain on request, and rain would fall. Once, 2 sages went to visit him, and a number of odd things occurred. First, he didn't greet them while he was working in a field. He carried his wood and hoe on one shoulder and his cloak on the other, while he walked home. He didn't wear shoes while he walked, but he did put them on while crossing a river. When he walked through thorns, he lifted up his clothes. When he reached his town, his wife greeted him, adorned. When they got to their house, his wife entered first, then him, and then he invited the 2 sages. He didn't offer the sages bread, and he gave his older child 1 bread and his younger 2. He then went with his wife, prior to being asked, so they wouldn't take credit, to the roof to pray for rain. And the rain clouds came to the corner first where his wife was. With that done, the sages asked about all the odd things that had occurred, so he explained them all. He hadn't greeted them as he was working for somebody and being paid for his time, so he didn't want to waste any time by greeting people. He hadn't carried the wood on top of his cloak, as it was a borrowed cloak that he didn't want to damage. He didn't wear shoes until the stream, because only there could he not see where he was stepping. He had pulled up his clothes when walking through thorns, as he could risk scratching his legs, which heal, but not tearing his garments. His wife greeted him so that he should have no desire to look at any other woman. He had his wife go in first because he didn't know the character of the people visiting him, and he wanted to be safe. He hadn't offered them bread, as clearly there wasn't enough bread to go around, and if he offered it, it wouldn't have been accepted, so it would have been dishonest to offer. He gave the younger son bread as he was studying Torah all day, so he was hungrier. His wife's prayer for rain had been accepted first, either because when he gave charity, he gave money, but she gave ready-made food, or it's because there was some troublesome individuals in the community who were causing issues, so he prayed that they should die, but she prayed that they should repent, and they repented. Another grandson of Chani HaMagil, Hanan the Hidden, would also be asked for rain. They would send school children to ask him for rain, and he would pray in the merit of these children, who wouldn't differentiate between God who gives rain and him who cannot. He was called the Hidden, as he was very modest in the restroom. It further lists the differences between those who pray for rain in Babylon or Israel. There are more stories about sages who would pray for people to become wealthy or similar, and some students asked if they could become wise, but he said he could no longer do such a thing. There are a few more miscellaneous stories listed, and more on praying for rain. There are more stories. One sage saw people in the market desperate for food, So he decided to pray for rain. So he took off a shoe and it began to rain. And he moved to take off the other shoe, and Eliyahu the prophet appeared and told him if he did, the world would be destroyed. It also said that a sage saw angels who resembled sailors unloading cargo of fine flour. So he told people to not eat it, as it was from a miracle, which is best not to benefit from. And the next day, the normal wheat shipment arrived. There are more stories. One sage prayed because he had a dream which implied good things, as it says that King Shapur told the sage Rava to pray for rain, so Rava did it in a demanding manner, and a ton of rain fell. But Rava's father appeared to him in a dream and told him that he shouldn't have prayed in such a manner, and he should change his sleeping place. He did, and the next morning he found slash marks from knives all over his original bed from demons. There are more incidents of prayer mentioned. It also says that there was a great sage, Rabbi Hanina ben Dosa, that a voice from heaven proclaimed every day that the world receives its sustenance in the merit of Hanina. He and his wife were very poor, so his wife would just put a smoke-causing substance in her oven so people would think they had food. They had this one neighbor who wanted to find out what was going on. So the neighbor knocked, and Rabbi Hanina's wife, embarrassed, hid in an inner chamber, and a miracle appeared and the oven appeared to be full of bread. So the neighbor called her out, saying that your bread's going to burn. So she said, yes, that's why I went to this inner chamber, to get a baker's shovel. Once, Rabbi Hanina's wife was upset over their poverty. So Rabbi Hanina prayed, and a hand appeared giving them the leg of a golden table. But Rabbi Hanina said that he had seen in a dream that the righteous eat from tables with 3 golden legs, and now ours will only have 2. So she said they should return it. So he prayed, and it was taken back. It says that the taking back of the leg was a greater miracle, as there's a tradition that things aren't taken back by heaven. Another story, Rabbi Hanina's daughter was sad on a Friday night, as she had lit Shabbos candles with vinegar instead of oil accidentally. So he said that the same way God had commanded oil to burn, he could make vinegar burn. The flame then burnt over the entire Shabbos until the Havdalah prayer. Another story, once people complained to Rabbi Hanina that his goats were damaging their fields. So he said, if that's true, bears should eat them. But if not, the goats should come back in the evening carrying bears on their horns. And that's what happened. Another story, Rabbi Hanina's neighbor was building her house, but her beams were too short. So he said that the beams should grow longer, and they did. In regards to the goats that carry the bears, the way he had gotten the goats in the first place was someone once accidentally left chickens outside of Rabbi Hanina's house, so he found them and saved all of the eggs and chicks, and eventually he sold them all and bought goats. A while later, the original guy came back looking for his chickens. He provided a valid identifier, so Rabbi Hanina gave him the goats. There's also another story about a sage who fell asleep after bloodletting, and then had a conversation with God about heaven and reward. There are more points on praying for rain. There are further points on the declaration of fasts due to rain. One sage, Rabbah, said he saw the angel in charge of rain, Vidya, who resembles a calf with its lips parted and stands between the lower and upper deep waters and commands them. There were 5 tragic events that occurred on the 17th of the month of Tammuz. The tablets were broken, the Tamid offering was discontinued, Jerusalem's walls were breached by the Romans, Apostomus, a Greek general, burned the Torah and put an idol in the temple. There were 5 tragic events that occurred on the 9th of the month of Av. The Jews wandering in the desert were decreed that they would not enter Israel. The first and second temple were destroyed on this day. The city of Beitar was conquered, and the city of Jerusalem was plowed under. So when the month of Av begins, we lessen our joy. So during the week of the fast of the 9th of Av, the fast of Tisha B'Av, there's no cutting your hair, laundering your clothes, except on Thursday for Shabbos. On the eve of this fast, there's no eating 2 cooked foods, no meat, and no wine. One sage said that we should make some variants, which we'll explain, and one sage said we should turn over our beds, and others disagreed. However, there was also a very festive day celebrated back then in Jerusalem, which was Yom Kippur, and also on the 15th of the month of Av. All of the unmarried girls on this date in Jerusalem would wear borrowed white garments, so nobody would be embarrassed if they had none. The garments were immersed in a mikveh, and they would all go out to dance in the vineyards. The unmarried boys would go out, be told to not pay attention to beauty and pay attention to family, and they would all get married. There are related verses expounded on. The Ma'amodes read from the portion of the creation, as it said that without the Ma'amodes, the heaven and earth will not exist. It also says that Abraham asked God what the Jewish people will do once the temple was destroyed, and they could no longer do any of this. And God said that he established the scriptural section of the sacrifices, and when they're read from, he'll consider it as if the Jewish people had brought offerings in the temple, and he will forgive their sins. The Ma'amodes fasted Monday for sea travelers, Tuesday for desert travelers, Wednesday that children shouldn't contract a throat disease, Thursday that pregnant women won't miscarry and nursing women would be able to nurse. Friday and Shabbos they didn't fast because of Shabbos, and some say they didn't fast on Sunday as the Nazarenes had a holiday on that day, and they didn't want them to take offense. And Sunday is the third day from the creation of man, which happened on Friday, and some say it's because on Shabbos you receive an additional soul, and it leaves when Shabbos ends, which is difficult for you. It gets through the verses, which we said we read. The other points are discussed further. It also mentioned two specific families of the pestle smugglers and the fig cutters, which was that basically once the government agreed that no one could bring wood for the temple to Jerusalem or the first fruits to the Kohanim, so what certain families did was bring their fruits and cover them with dry figs and carry a pestle so they could sneak everything past the guards, saying they were just making pressed figs. A similar thing happened to smuggle wood in. They brought in ladders, saying they were for dovecots, disassembled them, and gave them to the temple. It further goes through the identification of certain families and which tribes they were a part of. The other dates are also discussed. We bring the sources for the events on the 17th of Tammuz, that Moshe broke the tablets, and the others, some of which are tradition. We also bring sources for the things that occurred on the 9th of Av and the calculation of dates. It also says what songs the Levium were singing when the Babylonians destroyed the first temple, and it was the same by the Romans destroying the second. It also says the story that when Tyrannus Rufus wanted to plow into the temple, he made a decree that Rabban Gamliel should be put to death. So a Roman official came to his study hall and loudly announced that the one with the prominent nose is wanted for execution. So Rabban Gamliel understood and went and hid. So that official then met up with him in secret and said, "If I save you from execution, will you bring me to the world to come?" So Rabban Gamliel said, "Yeah." So they swore it, and the Roman official went up to the roof, jumped off, ending his own life. So the decree was annulled as one of the council members had died, and a voice from heaven declared that the Roman official was going to the world to come. It also says that by the destruction of the first temple, that groups of young Kohanim went to the roof and told God that as they were not trusted to be caretakers of the temple, they should hand over their keys. So they all threw their keys up, and a hand of a sort emerged and grabbed the keys. So all the Kohanim then jumped into the flames of the burning temple. It also says the same way we limit joy by the month of Av, we increase joy by the month of Adar. So if you need to have a lawsuit, don't do it in Av, do it in Adar, when you'll have good luck. On the festive day of the 15th of the month of Av, it also says that the tribes were allowed to intermarry on this day, and also Binyamin, after all the issues from the book of Judges. Some also say it was the day that those destined to die in the desert stopped dying, and once it stopped, God resumed communicating to Moshe. Some also say it was the day that Hoshea ben Elah, the last king of the northern kingdom of Jerusalem, removed the guards placed by an earlier king, Yeravam, that prevented the Jewish people from making the pilgrimage to the temple on holidays. Some say it was also the day that the dead of Beitar were allowed to be buried, and some portions of the after-meal blessings were added because of it. Some add it was also the day they stopped cutting trees for the altar fire. It also says that if you learn Torah at night, you'll have a longer life. But if somebody doesn't, their mother will bury them, God forbid. By the girls dancing in the field on this day, they all borrowed white garments from each other so nobody would be embarrassed if they didn't have nice clothes, which were immersed as there's a question of impurity in clothes, even if they're folded in a chest, and the boys used this as a time to find a wife and get married. It also says that in the future, all the righteous will sit around God in a circle in the Garden of Eden, and everyone will point to God, as the verse says, "He shall say on that day, Behold, this is our God, we hoped to him, and he saved us. This is Hashem, to whom we hoped. Let us exult and be glad in his salvation." We also bring a verse that alludes to cities that were walled by Yeshua, as it says in the Megillah, "Therefore the Jews of unwalled places who dwell in unwalled cities celebrate Purim on the 14th, implying if it was walled, it's on the 15th, as was celebrated in the city of Shushan, the capital city of Persia. We also know we commemorate Purim with the reading of the Megillah on the same day the holiday is celebrated, as it says, "These days shall be commemorated and celebrated," juxtaposing them. Others have the opinion that it goes by cities that were walled by the times of Achashverosh, not Yeshua, as it's like the same way the city of Shushan was walled at that time. The opinion that it's walled cities from the earlier time of Yehoshua ben Nun is based off of verse linkage of specific words, and Shushan has a special status that they celebrate Purim on the 15th because that's where the actual miracle happened. The other opinion is also discussed. It also mentions the concept that there are certain Hebrew letters which, if put at the end of a word, are drawn slightly differently, which was a concept instituted by the prophets. They had existed by Moshe, as was referenced with a miracle by the tablets of the Ten Commandments, that the final letter of Mem and also Samach, which have a hole in the middle, were carved all the way through, and the middle bit just stayed in place as a miracle. So the prophets just instituted the proper usage of these letters specifically at the end of a word. It also lists who wrote the Aramaic translation, the Targum, of many books of scripture, Onkelos of the Torah, which actually had existed earlier but was forgotten. Yonasan ben Uziel wrote on the Book of Prophets, and when that happened, the land of Israel shook, and a heavenly voice asked how he could be revealing the secrets to mortals. So he answered that he only did it for God's glory, so it was fine, but he wasn't allowed to write such a text on the books of writings as they contain allusion as to the coming of Mashiach. Israel didn't shake during the writing of the Targum on the Torah, as the Torah is very clear, and it's more the books of prophets that have enigmatic subjects. It gives some examples of this. It says that I, Daniel, alone saw the vision, and the people who were with me did not see the vision, yet a great fear fell upon them, and they fled into hiding. It said that the people with Daniel were the greater prophets, Haggai, Zechariah, and Malachi, although less great in that they didn't see the vision. It also says that although they didn't see the vision, they fled in fear as their representative angel saw it. And it says that based on this, if you randomly become frightened, it's because your mazel saw something. If this happens, you should say the Shema prayer. If you can't, as you're in a dirty place, for instance, you should jump 4 cubits to the side. And if you can't do that, say, the goat at the slaughterhouse is fatter than me. Anyways, back to the hearing of the Megillah on Purim. Kohanim and Leviim must abandon their post at the sacrificial services in the temple to hear it, as must people who are studying Torah. It also gets into a related point about Yehoshua meeting an angel, which proves that Torah study is more important than offering temple sacrifices. It also says that Yehoshua greeted the angel with the word shalom, as he knew it wasn't a demon, where saying such a thing is not allowed, as the angel said, I am an officer in the army of God. And there's a tradition that demons don't say the name of God in vain. You have to interrupt studying the Torah for the Purim Megillah, but don't interrupt while you're honoring the Torah by mourning the death of a Torah scholar. Burying an unattended corpse also supersedes hearing the Megillah being read. It lists some cities that were walled during the time of Yehoshua, cities like Lud, Gei HaCherashim, and others, along with a bit of their history. Also, women are obligated to hear the Megillah, as they were also involved in the miracle of Purim. There's more on this, discussing many other cities from the Torah, and what their modern equivalent is, and details about them. For instance, it says that both Caesarea and Jerusalem will never be settled or destroyed at the same time, only one or the other, and other similar verses and points. It also references a location known as Germania and their interactions with the Romans, which is interpreted by many to be Germany, and says that if they go forth, they would destroy the world. Another teaching, if somebody says, I tried but did not succeed, don't believe him. If he says, I did not try and succeeded, don't believe him. If somebody says, I tried and succeeded, you may believe him. It clarifies this applies to Torah study. With business, that's dependent on God's assistance, and it's even dependent on God's assistance to retain your Torah knowledge. In addition, based off of verses, it says not to antagonize a wicked person who is enjoying good fortune. His endeavors will be successful, he will win in court, and he will witness the downfall of his enemies. This applies to personal affairs. With heavenly affairs, meaning to defend Torah and mitzvahs, then you should get involved. Some say it's only allowed to get involved if you're truly righteous. Some only don't allow it if the wicked individual is having good fortune. It also speaks of Italia, of Yevon, the great city of Rome, and speaks of its great size, markets, architecture, and geography. There are further points on this and on the institution of this holiday. For instance, some say it was originally instituted only in the city of Shushan and then later everywhere, and also some teach that Esther requested that this holiday be created and the sages said no, as then the nations might get upset thinking we're celebrating their downfall. But Esther said everything's already written in the history books, so it should be done. And there are other points, such as that the Megillah scroll doesn't make your hands impure, as while it was composed with the divine spirit, it was written for the purpose of reading, not fit for the purpose of being written as a part of scripture. There are sources. We said that we bring gifts to the poor on Purim. This means 2 gifts, 1 gift for each of 2 people. There are some stories about sages giving gifts to each other. It also famously says, as the sage Rava taught, that on Purim you're obligated to become so intoxicated that you can't tell the difference between cursed is Haman and blessed is Mordechai. Also, another famous incident that's subject to a lot of discussion. The sages Rabbah and Reb Zera were once eating their Purim feast together. They got drunk and Rabbah slew Reb Zera. Rabbah then prayed and Reb Zera was revived. The next year Rabbah asked him to have another Purim feast and Reb Zera responded that not every time does a miracle occur. It also says that you have to have the Purim feast on the day of Purim, not by the night, and similar points on this. The point about writing in different languages is argued on. There's a lot of discussion on this, and also why only Greek in reference to the time that the Torah was translated, as a king Ptolemy of Egypt gathered 72 sages, put them in separate rooms, and told them all to translate the Torah into Greek, and every single one of them thought to make some small adjustments so the king wouldn't be offended by certain verses or similar, so they all made some slight spelling or grammatical adjustments in the Greek translations, and they all miraculously lined up perfectly. In the end, we ruled that the only language besides for Hebrew the Torah can be written in is this ancient classical Greek language. And now this tractate is going to go through basically the entire text of the Megillah with little teachings and traditions on basically every verse and section in regards to the story of Purim. Again, as a very brief summary of the story, the Jewish people were in exile in Persia. The king Achashverosh was advised by his minister Haman to destroy all the Jewish people. Achashverosh, after drunkenly ordering his first wife, Vashti, the descendant of Nebuchadnezzar, to be executed, held a beauty contest of a sort for a new wife, and wound up marrying Esther, or Hadassah, a relative of the sage and leader of the Jewish people of that time, Mordechai, who advised Esther to hide her religion, and together worked with God's help to foil Haman's plot. Haman was eventually hung on the gallows that he had built to hang Mordechai, along with Haman's 10 sons. A great battle was fought in the capital city of Shushan. The Jewish people won, and it's now celebrated and commemorated as the holiday of Purim, which is recorded in the Book of Esther, or the Megillah, which there is an obligation to read on this day, hence this entire tractate. That's a very, very rough summary. There's a lot more details, but that's the short version. To begin with, the very first verse of the Megillah is, "And it was in the days of Achashverosh." It says, whenever it uses the phrase, "and it was," that connotes a negative time, and it gives many examples, along with a few other points on the importance of modesty. It also says the tradition that the ark didn't take up any physical room, miraculously, based on some measurements of its dimensions. Anyways, it lists a few verses that many sages said prior to giving lectures on the Megillah, which in their words reference many aspects of the story, such as the righteousness of Mordechai and Esther, the wickedness of Haman, and others. It also says that God does not rejoice in the downfall of the wicked, even by the drowning of the Egyptians in the Red Sea. He did not allow the angels to sing as his handiwork drowned. There are more introductory verses brought. There are more of these, among many points as to why the king Achashverosh is called Achashverosh, usually as it could be translated as an expression of suffering, literally woe upon his head, and similar. The Megillah then repeats, Achashverosh, that is Achashverosh. This is to teach that Achashverosh remained the same, wicked from beginning to end. There are similar phrases used for many figures in the Torah. It then says that he ruled. Some say this is positive, as he didn't inherit the throne. He seized it. Others say it's negative, as he basically bought it with a ton of money. It then says he ruled from Hoidu until Cush. Some say this means that they were the opposite extents of his rule. Some say they're right next to each other, and it means that the same way he ruled over them, he ruled over the entire world. There's a similar phrasing brought from a different source. The Megillah says that he ruled 127 provinces. Some say that the unique phrasing implies that he ruled over 7 provinces, then 20 more, then 100 more. Similarly, there are 3 kings that have ruled over the entire world, Achav, Achashverosh, and Nebuchadnezzar, based off sources. Other kings are excluded from this list from individually unique reasons. It also says that Achashverosh had looked at the prophecies, as it said that the Jewish people would be in exile for 70 years, but he miscalculated and thought the period had passed without their exile ending, so celebrated with his feast and brought out all the stolen vessels and artifacts to be used at said banquet. The year calculation is given. There's a bit more on this. It says that Persia and Mede had a deal that if someone from one country was the king, the governors would be from the other country. Achashverosh wore the priestly garments of the Kohen Gadol at the feast. Some say Achashverosh was a wise king, as he invited outlanders to his feast first, as they'd be more difficult to appease. Others say he was foolish, as he should have invited residents of his own city first, as his own city could support him if the others rebelled. There's discussion on why the Jewish people of this period deserved destruction. Some say it was because they attended this feast, some say it was because they had bowed to the idol of Nebuchadnezzar, some say because they only pretended to bow, God only pretended to destroy the Jewish people. There are further definition and explanation of the feast, and its finery and food. The women's feast was right next door, as Achashverosh and his wife Vashti intended for everyone to commit immoral acts. On the 7th day of the feast, on a Shabbos, Achashverosh was drunk and discussed with others whose country had the most beautiful women. So they said he should prove his wife was the most beautiful by parading her out without any clothes on. It's explained that this was repayment for the fact that Vashti, his wife, had forced Jewish girls to work for her while undressed on Shabbos. Originally, Vashti, who was herself a very immoral woman, intended to go out, but she then refused. Some say that she broke out into leprosy. Some say the angel Gabriel came and made her grow a tail. She then mocked the king for becoming drunk off such little wine, unlike her father, Balthazar. It says that Achashverosh asked for a counsel as to what to do with his wife. Originally, he asked the Jewish sages, but this was not something that they wanted to get involved in, so they just said that ever since the destruction of the temple and the Jewish people's exile, they could no longer give counsel and pronounce capital punishment. Eventually, he asked one of his advisors, a man named Memuchan, who was explained to just be Haman, disrespectfully answering first, and advised that they should make a law that every man should rule in his house. This actually benefited the Jewish people, as it was such a ludicrous decree that future decrees, like for the destruction of the Jews, were not taken as seriously. Anyways, Vashti was put to death. Achashverosh wanted a new wife, so he was advised to gather all the young women from the land and pick one. It says that people ended up hiding their daughters. It then mentions Mordechai, who explains some points on his lineage. It also explains some of the other names of Moshe. Mordechai went into exile of his own will, and had raised his adoptive daughter, his younger cousin, after her parents died, whose name was Hadassah. She was called Esther, which means to conceal, as she hid the fact that she was Jewish, but in Aramaic it means moon, as she was said to be as beautiful as the moon by everybody else. The name Hadassah means myrtle, which the righteous are compared to. Some say her name was Myrtle, some say because she was of average height, like a myrtle, some say because she had greenish complexion, like a myrtle, but she still appeared beautiful. Some don't translate the word daughter as meaning daughter, some say it means home, meaning that they were actually married. Anyways, she was brought to the king's palace and had 7 maids, one for each day of the week, so she could keep track of which day was Shabbos. Haggai, the custodian of the woman, some say he arranged for her to get kosher food, some say he had her eat pig meat, which was a delicacy, some say he gave her seeds. There's further points on her preparation before going to the king. Achashverosh would take one of the women to be with him every night, and it said that as heinous as this was, at least he had the decency to not have relations during the day. It further describes Esther's great beauty, how Achashverosh fell for her, and that he tried to convince her to reveal her origins by making a feast in her name, remitting taxes, and similar. It also said that all the women were regathered a second time. It's explained that Achashverosh asked Mordechai how to convince his wife to reveal his origins, so Mordechai advised him to regather all the original women to make her jealous, and it's explained that he did this in hopes of making him pick somebody else. There are more points on the different merits of several figures, that they merited to have certain people descend from them. There are some further points on Esther and Achashverosh. It then says, in the meanwhile, these 2 men, Bigsan and Seresh, became angry and wanted to assassinate Achashverosh. They plotted to poison him in their native language of Tarzian, but Mordechai was sitting nearby, and Mordechai was one of the Sanhedrin and spoke basically every single language. Anyways, Mordechai reported this attempted assassination to Queen Esther, who reported it to Achashverosh, so the would-be assassins were dealt with, and Mordechai's assistance was recorded in the Book of Chronicles. Anyways, this happened first, as God only creates an affliction after creating the remedy. So then Haman came into power and made a law that everybody had to bow down to him. Mordechai, of course, refused, so Haman got really mad at him, and that hatred slowly expanded to the rabbis, and then got to the Jewish people. So he decided to make a lottery on which day to destroy the Jewish people. It landed on the Hebrew month of Adar, which Haman was thrilled about, as that's the month when Moshe passed away, although he didn't realize that Moshe had also been born on the same day, on the 7th of Adar. It then explains how Haman slyly and skillfully convinced Achashverosh to give him permission to destroy the Jews. He bribed Achashverosh with Shekalim, many silver coins, which God always knew would happen, hence the institution of the half-shekel fund towards the temple. Achashverosh removed his signet ring and gave it to Haman to do it with whatever he wanted. This was said to be a greater action than every single prophet and prophetess, as it was this action that got the Jewish people to repent and turn to righteousness. We don't see the Hallel prayer in Purim, as the miracle happened outside of Israel. Passover has Hallel, though, as that happened before they got to Israel in the first place. Some say it's because reading the Megillah is equivalent to saying Hallel. There's more discussion on this in the prophets. It also lists the 7 prophetesses: Sarah, Miriam, Devorah, Hannah, Abigail, Huldah, and Esther. It goes through their prophecies. Miriam prophesies the birth of Moshe, for instance, and all of the others. The prophetesses are discussed a bit further. There's also discussion as to who the figure of Malachi was. Some say it was actually Mordechai, some say it was Ezra. It also says that there were 4 women of exceptional beauty in the world: Sarah, Abigail, Rachav, and Esther. According to the opinion that Esther was green, they would replace her with Vashti, and there's points on the beauty of these women, particularly Rachav. There are more points. Some say that the officer Hasach was actually Daniel. Anyways, Esther requested of Mordechai to have all the Jewish people fast and pray, as she herself did before approaching the king and asking for his assistance. Also, as now she'd be approaching the king with consent, as opposed to all the previous times, according to the opinion that she was actually Mordechai's wife, this would mean that they could never be together again. Mordechai made a fast on Passover, and it says that Esther clothed herself in royalty, a reference to the divine spirit. A few miscellaneous teachings: never ignore the blessing or curse of even an ordinary person, based on a few verses, and it says how God is unlike a mortal, that a man places a pot and then fills it with water, while God places water and then surrounds it with a pot. There are further teachings. There are some other points on God judging the world. Anyways, Esther approached the king. It says 3 angels came. 1 raised her neck, 1 endowed her with charm, and one stretched the king's scepter towards her. Some say the scepter was originally 2 cubits, and it became 12. Some say 16, some say 24, as was done by the arm of the daughter of Pharaoh when she reached out to grab Moshe's basket. Achashverosh offered Esther anything, even half his kingdom. This is explained to be anything, but not the full kingdom, and not something that divides the kingdom, being the building of the temple. Esther instead asked Achashverosh and Haman to join her at a feast. There are many reasons. Some say she invited Haman so he wouldn't suspect her of being a Jew. Some say she did this so that the Jewish people wouldn't think she's Jewish and would stop praying. Some say it was so that if she convinced Achashverosh to execute Haman, it would be done immediately without time for anybody to change their mind. Some say it was to make the king jealous, and others. Haman had 10 sons, but some say he had much more. It was just 10 that were hanged, and the rest died or became beggars. That night, it says the king could not sleep. Some say this is a reference to God. Some say this was Achashverosh, who was worried that his wife and Haman were conspiring against him, so he wanted to see if there was anybody that had helped him that he had yet to reward. So he had the Book of Chronicles read to him. Some say, based on the wording, that the Book of Chronicles miraculously kept flipping to the page with Mordechai and read themselves. Some add that the king's scribe, Shimshai, was also a son of Haman, and he kept erasing the account of Mordechai saving the king's life, and the angel Gabriel kept on rewriting it. There are more points. It says that Haman had prepared a massively tall gallows to hang him, Mordechai, although in the end it was himself that was hung. Haman showed up then, and Achashverosh asked him what he should do to a man the king wished to reward. Haman, thinking he was referring to himself, said he should wear the king's clothes and crown, and be paraded around the city on the king's horse, while someone cries, "Thus shall be done to the man whom the king wishes to honor." Achashverosh then said to do just that to Mordechai, the Jew who sits by the gate, to be very specific so Haman couldn't pick someone else. Haman then went to Mordechai, who was teaching a class on the laws of Kmitza, the flour offering, so Mordechai told everybody to get out of there, as he was suspecting that Haman was coming to kill him, and then began to pray. When he was done, Haman told him that your fistful of flour has pushed away my 10,000 silver talents. So Mordechai said it doesn't really matter, as you're legally my slave, due to a way earlier incident, a long time earlier, where Haman had once sold himself as a slave to Mordechai for some bread. So technically all of Haman's property belonged to him anyways. Haman told Mordechai to wear the king's clothes, but Mordechai said, "Not until I get a haircut," and Esther, in the meanwhile, had detained all of the bathhouse attendants and barbers in the entire city, so Haman was forced to give the haircut himself. Haman began whining that he had fallen so far, and Mordechai reminded him that he had once started out as a village barber anyway. Then Haman told him he had to get on the horse, but Mordechai said he couldn't as he was tired from fasting, so Haman was forced to kneel and have Mordechai step up on him to reach the horse, and Mordechai made sure to kick him on the way up. As they were traveling and Haman was leading Mordechai through the city, Haman's daughter saw the procession and assumed that it was Mordechai leading Haman on the horse, so she emptied a chamber pot out of her window onto the head of the man leading the horse, and when she saw it was her father, she threw herself off the roof and died. Haman then sought advice from his friends, who it calls wise, as anybody, Jew or non-Jew, can be called wise if they speak with wisdom. They said that the Jewish people were compared to the dust and stars, that when they descend to the dust, but when they rise to the stars. Haman came to the second feast with Esther. Achashverosh asked Esther what was up. She revealed that she was Jewish and from the royal house of Saul, at which point he finally started speaking to her in person and accused Haman of everything, although it says she actually pointed at Achashverosh and an angel turned her hand towards Haman. Achashverosh stormed out to calm down. It says angels appeared as workers tearing apart the garden, and said they were doing so under the orders of Haman. Haman then begged Queen Esther for mercy and fell on her. It says an angel made him fall on her, so it looked like he was assaulting her, and Achashverosh walked in just then and was really upset now. Charvaina, one of the counselors, had been on Haman's side, but he switched sides right here when he saw things were going poorly and thought this would be a pretty good time to inform the king that Haman had built a massive gallows for Mordechai, so Achashverosh ordered Haman to be hanged on it instead, and it says the king's anger was abated, both God's and Achashverosh's. There are other points. It also explains that Yosef fell on his brother Binyamin's neck and wept. Neck is plural, in reference to him weeping for both temples, which were built in Binyamin's territory and were destroyed. There are some additional points on Yosef meeting his brothers. It also says in the Megillah that the Jews had light, being Torah, gladness, being holiday, joy, being circumcision, and honor, being tefillin. The 10 sons of Haman are also listed, and as they all died at the same moment, when you read the Megillah, you should read them all in one breath. The letter Vav in the last name, Vayizasa, is elongated, as they were all hung on one pole. It also gets into some points on the structure of the spacing of verses in Scripture when it's a song being recited. There are further points listing how the Jewish people then fought in the city of Shushan against everybody who wanted to kill them. They won, and now the Megillah is read from a scroll. It also says that some members of the Sanhedrin lowered Mordechai's position after all of this, as he chose to maintain his political position to keep the Jewish people safe over going back to learning Torah. There are further points about the great importance of learning Torah. There are some other calculations on the life of Yaakov and the schools he studied in, and some other points on his life. There's more discussion. It mentions an incident that the sage Rav didn't fall to his face during the Tachanun repentance prayer, as it was a stone floor, which is problematic. It's discussed. Also, in regards to bowing, there was this special form of bowing called Kiddah, where you stand straight and bow your face straight folded to the ground, using only your thumbs to support yourself. The sage Levi tried to demonstrate this once, and he injured himself and became lame. It also says an opinion that indefinite verses from the Torah should be read delicately. It also says that all mockery is forbidden, besides for the mockery of idolatry, and further points, such as that you're allowed to tell an idolater to take his idol and place it up his... There are further proper actions and traits listed that different sages said resulted in them having a long life. Things like giving charity, not showing anger, wearing tefillin, not looking at a wicked person, and others. The Gemara gives the definition of a mole. It also says how to stop an anthill by taking soil from one anthill and exchanging it with another, so the ants start fighting. This would even work if the anthills are totally separated, up to the distance of a parsa. It also goes through some particular cases and incidents that warranted ostracism. It also speaks about the great power of ostracism. There was one sage who was being antagonized by a violent individual, and he was afraid to confront him. So he was advised to write a written ostracism, put it in a jug, take it to the cemetery, and blow a shofar over it for a long period, which he did, and the man died. There are further points on these laws described. There are also some additional points, and it speaks on cutting facial hair. Some say you're only allowed to trim your mustache if it gets in the way of food, and it says that the pharaoh by Moshe was a cubit tall, had a beard a cubit long, among other descriptions. Some add that he was also a sorcerer. There are further related incidents by the burials of different sages mentioned. This goes on further. It brings some stories about the events revolving around the passing of certain particular sages and the miraculous things which occurred, like the pillars of Caesarea running with water, the gutters of Tzipori flowing with blood, the stars being visible by day, and several others. It also brings some verses and says why people die from certain illnesses for certain sins. It also speaks of many times sages prevented the angel of death from taking their souls, temporarily, at least, either as they were eating consecrated food or busy learning Torah, and others. The Mishnah says the laws of forbidden unions can't be taught with 3 or more people, the accounting of the creation can't be taught between 2 or more people, and the accounting of the Ma'aseh Merkava, the miraculous vision of the chariot, to one person, unless he's scholarly enough to figure out the understanding on his own. It also says there are 4 things that, if scrutinized, it'd be better if he had not been created. What is above, what is below, what was before, and what is after. Also, someone who has no honor for his creator. The Gemara explains that it means that the laws of forbidden unions shouldn't be taught to 3 other people. The creation to 2 people, and Ma'aser Merkava to 1 person. The verses which imply these are quoted and explained. The issue with 3 people learning is that 2 might start chatting privately and then mess up the laws, as this is a topic which people have an intense urge to do. The verse for not teaching creation to 2 people is cited, and it explains many points on this. It says that Adam was originally made from the earth to the sky, but was shrunk when he sinned. There are further points on this, and it says that there were 10 things created on the first day: the heaven, the earth, tohu and vohu, which will be defined, light and dark, breath and water, the length of the day and of the night. All the verses which imply these are listed. Tohu is said to be a line that encircles the world, which darkness comes from, and vohu is the stones of the deep, that water comes from. It also says that the light created on this day was so bright that everyone could see across the world, but it was hidden after the flood. It also says that the world was created with 10 things, and it essentially lists the 10 sephiros, the 10 expressions, essentially, each of which refer to a different concept. There are verses and further points on the creation of the world. There's debate as to the heavens. Some say there are 2, based on a verse. Some say there's 7, and it's said to refer to astronomical layers. They're all defined and what goes on in each one of them. For instance, the highest has righteousness, charity, and justice. The souls of the righteous, the spirits of those that will be created, the dew, which will be used to resurrect the dead, and others. It also speaks on not transmitting secrets of Torah, like the accounting of creation and the Ma'aseh Merkava, to people unless they're respected, a teacher of the wise, a comprehender of mysteries, and others. One sage is even of the opinion that you shouldn't go and teach Torah to a person who worships idols. There's points on the teaching of the Ma'aseh Merkava and how the book of Yechezkel was almost not canonized due to apparent contradictions until a sage went through the whole thing and clarified everything. These points are further discussed going through the verses and points and explanations on the Ma'aseh Merkava. There are further verses cited, and it goes further in regards to some incidents where these laws were actually taught. There are some other laws of purity discussed, and it speaks of a famous incident where there were 4 sages who entered the Garden of Eden. One sage, Elisha ben Avuya, who would come to be known as Acher, the other, was one of them, and he spoke to the angel Metatron, who records the merits of the Jewish people, and they had an argument, as Metatron was sitting, so they fought, and the voice said that he had lost his portion in the world to come. There's a lot of commentary as to what's going on with this story, as to what it means, but anyways, after this, Elisha decided to go become a heretic, so he paid for a harlot on Shabbos, and she asked, "Aren't you that sage?" So he uprooted a radish, which is forbidden on Shabbos, and she said, "Oh, you must be some other," hence the name Acher. Anyways, there are other points on this guy's teachings. There are points on his death and on his descendants, and that he was studying heretical tracts even before the whole heaven incident, along with other points. Rabbi Akiva was one of those who went to the Garden of Eden, and he survived, even though the angels wanted to push him away. It also says that demons are like angels in 3 ways. They have wings, they fly across the world, and they know the future, as they listen behind the curtain. Demons are like humans in that they eat and drink and reproduce, and they die. Humans are like angels in that they have understanding, they walk upright, and they speak the holy tongue. Humans are like animals in that they eat, they reproduce, and they use the restroom. The remaining points are discussed. Some say someone who doesn't honor his creator refers to somebody who gazes at rainbows. Some say it's someone who sins in secret. And it says another point that the fire of Gehenna doesn't affect Torah scholars, as learned from the salamander, a strange creature which comes from a fire which burnt for 7 years, and if you put its blood on you, you'll be fireproof. So how much more so the Torah scholars, who won't be affected by fire as they're made of fire, based on the verse. Similarly, according to others, even the sinners will not be affected by the fires of Gehenna, as learned from the altar, which was thinly gold-plated, and fire didn't affect it. So for sure, fire won't affect the sinners, who are still so full of mitzvahs they're compared to a pomegranate, based on a verse. These are discussed along with some discussion as to how the prophet Yeshaya died. He was killed by Menashe, who wanted to kill him, as he felt he had prophesied falsely, so Yeshaya said God's name and was swallowed by a cedar tree, but then Menashe had the tree cut down, killing him. Moshe abstained from procreation after having 2 sons, but that's not a viable proof, as that was one of the 3 things Moshe did based off his own logic, that he permanently separated from his wife, as he always spoke with the divine presence. He broke the 2 tablets based on the logic that an apostate can't give the paschal offering, so for sure they shouldn't be able to receive the whole Torah, which God actually commended, and he also added a day of abstinence to the Jewish people before accepting the Torah based on the verse, including the day that the command was given. Some say a person should never abstain from having children. Similarly, Rabbi Akiva said a person should never abstain from learning Torah and having students, no matter his age, which is seen from the fact that Rabbi Akiva had 12,000 pairs of students, and they all died from a plague of diphtheria between Passover and Shavuos because they didn't treat each other with respect. So he only had 5 students left: Rabbi Meir, Rabbi Yehuda, Rabbi Yossi, Rabbi Shimon, and Rabbi Elazar ben Shammua, and he continued to teach them from there. A side point, the day that this plague ended, and also the day his student, Rabbi Shimon bar Yochai, passed, have been instituted as a holiday, the holiday of Lag BaOmer. Anyways, we hold like this opinion that a person should never abstain from having children. There are other miscellaneous points on the high importance of being married, saying without it a man has no Torah or peace or similar, and it speaks about the conjugal obligation of a husband to his wife. There's a lot more on this, several other points on the importance of choosing a good partner, an expansion on a few verses, and good business and agricultural practices. It also speaks on a few instances of individuals whose wives would aggravate them, and related points. There's a lot more instances on marrying a good wife and examples as to what constitutes a not good one, and quotes from other texts more on the importance of marrying a good woman. The Gemara discusses based on this how the forefathers, Abraham and Yitzchak, stayed married to their wives as they were infertile for several years. Also, it mentions that God answered Yitzchak's prayer even though both him and his wife were answered, as Yitzchak was a righteous man, the son of a righteous man. It also says that the forefathers were infertile, as God desires the prayers of the righteous. Some say it was an exceptionally great miracle that Abraham and his wife Sarah had a child based on verses. Some say that both of them were tumtumim, with covered reproductive organs. Some say Sarah didn't even have a uterus. Also, it says it's general advice, if such a thing occurs, meaning there's a boy who reaches an adult age without having physically developed, it was said to either gain or lose weight, depending on where it's necessary. It also cites an incident where the daughter of a ditch digger fell into a cistern, so they kept going to the sage, Rabbi Hanina ben Dosa, for help, and he kept saying it was fine, and then the third time he said she had emerged, and she had, claiming that an old man with a ram had let her out. They asked Rabbi Hanina if he was a prophet, and he said, no, it just doesn't make sense that a righteous man should have his child punished through the good things he had done. This ditch digger's son, nevertheless, still died of thirst one time, as God is extremely exacting still, based on verses. New Mishnah, if a person hears somebody else saying that somebody died, he can testify that the man died. Some say even if he heard his kids saying that they were going to eulogize and bury him, it's allowed. These words are accepted whether they were intended as testimony or not. Some say we only believe an idol worshipper if they didn't intend to testify. The Gemara further clarifies these points along with citing some related cases, and this is discussed further. In New Mishnah, witnesses can testify that somebody died whether they saw him by lamp or by moonlight. You can also allow a woman to remarry if they just heard but didn't see somebody testifying to her husband's death, and it cites some particular incidents. The Gemara discusses these points, and it asks, what if the person that she heard was a demon? And it says that, in that case, it must be where she saw at least the man's shadow of a shadow, which it said that demons cannot fake. New Mishnah, there's a very famous story on the life of Rabbi Akiva. He started as an illiterate shepherd of a man named Ben Kalba Savua, whose daughter, Rachel, saw that Akiva was a good man and offered to marry him on the condition that he one day became a Torah sage. He agreed, but Rachel's father was very upset with all this, and he disowned her and took a vow against giving them his possessions. Akiva spent 12 years studying Torah and returned as one of the greatest sages of his time, with 12,000 students accompanying him. When he reached his house, he overheard a man criticizing Rachel for having his wife leave him for so long, and he heard her say, if he was here right now, I'd have him learn for another 12 years. So Rabbi Akiva took this and went immediately back and learned for another 12 years, and then returned with 24,000 students. So Rachel's neighbors tried to have her borrow expensive clothes to dress and greet him, but she wore what she had, and she approached him to greet him, and Rabbi Akiva's students started pushing her away, not knowing who she was, and Rabbi Akiva stopped them, saying both his and all of your portions of Torah belong to her. Anyways, Rachel's father, Ben Kalba Savua, heard that a great sage had come to town, not knowing that it was his son-in-law, so he wanted to annul his vow to support his daughter. He spoke to the sage, again not knowing it was Rabbi Akiva himself, and Rabbi Akiva asked him if he would have made his vow if he knew his son-in-law would have become a great sage, and Ben Kalba Savua said he wouldn't have if he knew his son-in-law would have learnt even a single chapter or law. So Rabbi Akiva revealed who he was, and Ben Kalba Savua gave him half his possessions. Rabbi Akiva and Rachel's daughter ended up doing a very similar thing to her husband, Ben Azai, sending him away for a long while to learn Torah. There are related points brought on the importance of giving charity to orphans. It also describes how to give charity and more points on its importance. There's a story where the sage Mar Ukva would secretly give coins to one poor man from his town, so the poor man wanted to uncover who was giving him charity. So he went out to catch this person, who, as it turns out, was Mar Ukva and his wife. But before they were seen, they quickly ran away and jumped into a large oven. Mar Ukva's feet started to burn, but his wife didn't, and she said it was because she stayed at their house, so gave charity more often, and also that she gave prepared food, which benefits people immediately. It says they jumped into an oven, as it's better to jump into a fiery furnace than to embarrass another person. There are other points on the massive amounts of charity Mar Ukva gave, and that he gave half of all of his assets to charity before he passed away. Normally, you shouldn't give more than a fifth of your assets, but it's fine there as he was about to pass away. There's an instance where the sage Rabbi Yeshua ben Levi was about to pass away, and the angel of death was told to fulfill his request. So Rabbi Yeshua ben Levi asked to see his portion in the Garden of Eden, and also asked to hold on to the angel of death's blade. And when they got to the Garden of Eden, the sage jumped in with the blade and swore not to leave. It was a whole issue, and it was said that he didn't need to leave, as he'd never had an oath annulled during his entire life, but he did have to return the blade. Anyways, it describes the sage entering the Garden of Eden, and he was asked if there was ever a rainbow seen during this time, which is a negative sign, and he said yes, but that wasn't true, he was just being humble. Another sage, Reb Chanina bar Papa, also met the angel of death as he was about to pass, and he made the exact same requests to have some time to review his studies, and to see his portion in the Garden of Eden. And then he asked for the angel's blade, but the angel of death refused, saying he was not going to fall for that one again. It also says that when this sage passed, a column of fire appeared to separate him, which traditionally only happens for 1 or 2 people per generation. There are additional points on the passing of the sage Rebbe. He was extremely ill, but the sages kept praying for him so he wouldn't pass, and his maidservant, feeling bad for him, threw a vessel off the roof, causing the praying sages to stop for a moment and allowing Rebbe to pass on. There are related points on this, and it talks about how great the men of Israel are and how great the land is in regards to a number of topics, like in regards to the resurrection of the dead, and it says that those in Israel will rise and everybody else will have to roll there through tunnels before being resurrected in Israel, which is why Yaakov, the forefather, wanted to be buried specifically in Israel. And further discusses many of the great miracles of Mashiach's coming, on the great produce of the land then, which is described in related points. It further brings points on the great fruitfulness of the land of Israel, which are discussed. It also speaks on the love of the sages towards Israel, more on the great blessings of Mashiach's coming, and it ends by saying that in the generation that Mashiach will arrive, there will be great vilification and criticism of Torah scholars, and there will be harsh decrees against the Jewish people, which will increase. It ends by citing a verse which teaches that all the barren trees of Israel will one day bear fruit. It further gives cases of instances of invalidating vows, and it also speaks on how negative it is to be an angry person, how there's severe punishment for such, and it also mentions an incident where a sage was traveling with others and one of them got angry and killed the other, and then the person turned to the sage and asked if he had done the right thing, and the sage, fearing for his life, said yes, and you should open the wound up so that way the man will die faster and not suffer. Later the sage was upset by this whole event, but he was told he had done the right thing in saving his own life. Judges still do clarify the literal meaning of an oath, but that's only because there was a famous case where a man owed coins to somebody and told him that he had already paid it, so it was brought to court, and the judge told the borrower to swear that he had given the man the coins back, so the borrower handed the other guy his cane, and he took this oath that he had returned the coins, and the other guy got so mad he smashed the cane, and all the coins rolled out. So that meant technically the guy had not made a false oath, as he had literally returned the coins. It further clarifies the necessity for specific wording in an oath, and it says that he can't be referring to other concepts when he uses particular words. In regards to exaggerating that you saw a massive snake, but it says there actually was such a massive snake in the days of King Shapur, which swallowed 13 stablefuls of hay. So rather, when somebody is exaggerating a vow that a snake was like an olive press, it means that the snake's back is rigid. This also informs us that the back of an olive press is rigid, which has relevancy in regards to whether or not it needs this factor in regards to the laws of sale. The Gemara describes how Moshe was punished for delaying the circumcision of his son as he traveled back to Egypt, even a little bit. It says, as he traveled, 2 angels of destruction came and swallowed Moshe up to the legs, so Moshe's wife quickly performed the circumcision. It cites several other teachings on the great importance of circumcision, that it's equivalent to all of the other commandments of the Torah, and similar. It also criticizes people who try to divine the future, and says God will help those who don't do such things, which is based on verses. There are further points on the forefather Abraham. It says he recognized God when he was 3 years old. It also says he had total mastery of his body, which again is all based on verses, and the priesthood was taken from the descendants of Shem to be with Abraham's descendants. It digresses to cite many verses and points on the immense importance of visiting the sick, and also verses regarding Korach, who challenged Moshe's leadership during the Jewish people's wandering the desert, during which it says that the sun and moon ascended to the higher heavens and demanded God support Moshe on this, so God responded by asking why they're getting involved in Moshe's honor when every day people worship the sun and moon instead of God. So the sun and moon thought to stop illuminating the world because of this, but God forces them to continue. It further brings points on the great importance of visiting the sick, which has no limit, and it says it takes away 1/60 of the sick man's suffering to an extent. There are more such points in this, and instances where certain sages became sick and people visited them, causing them to get better. It says those who visit the sick are spared from Gehenna and will also be rewarded in this world, and further such points. These are discussed. There are further points on the sick. It says once a person has reached the end of his life, any creature can end him, and it gives examples and it describes other illnesses and their causes. These are discussed, and it says that healing the soul, as mentioned, is healing the man's body, and healing his money means healing his livestock. It also mentions one sage whose face shone, and it's attributed either to his great wisdom or to his personal healthy practices. It also discusses the beginnings of the great sage Rabbi Akiva, who started as an illiterate shepherd, and his employer's daughter, Rachel, saw that he was a good man with great potential and offered to marry him so long as he would study Torah. Rachel's father was very upset by this and disowned her, but they married anyways, and they were extremely poor. It says they would sleep in a straw shed, and Akiva would pick straw out of his wife's hair and say if he had the means he would give her a golden tiara instead. Eliyahu the prophet appeared as a poor man begging for a little straw, and Akiva told his wife, see, at least we even have straw. Anyways, Akiva eventually went to study at the academy and did so for 12 years. He then returned and overheard a wicked man criticizing his wife, saying, "Firstly, your station was far higher than your husband, and secondly, he's abandoned you for the past 12 years. Rachel responded to the man, if Akiva was here, she would tell him to go and study for an additional 12 years. So Rabbi Akiva turned and went back to study for another 12 years, and then returned as a great sage with 24,000 pairs of students. Everybody in the town went out to greet him, including his wife, who still wore her poor clothes, so Rabbi Akiva's students, who didn't know who she was, pushed her away, but Rabbi Akiva said to stop, as his Torah and all of theirs belonged to her. Anyways, Rachel's father, who had disowned her a while earlier, heard a great sage had come to town and came to him to release himself from the vow he had made against providing for his daughter. Rabbi Akiva revealed who he was and received great wealth from his father-in-law. It also says Rabbi Akiva became very wealthy as the figurehead of a ship broke off and was found by Rabbi Akiva, and also that he received a treasure chest as he gave a few coins to some sailors to give him anything, and they had found a chest which happened to have been filled with gold coins from a sunken trader ship. He also received a lot of wealth from a Roman noblewoman, from the wife of the Roman governor Turnus Rufus, who would eventually execute Rabbi Akiva, and also from a man named Kitia Bar Shalom, another Roman nobleman who was kind to the Jewish people. A different sage also gave some sailors some coins in exchange for anything, so they gave him a monkey, which ran away into a hole, leading him to find a cache of pearls. It also says a story that the daughter of one of the Caesars was chatting with the sage Rabbi Yeshua ben Hananiah, and she said that he had such beautiful Torah knowledge, but he was extremely physically unattractive. So he responded by asking where her father kept their best wines, and she said in earthenware vessels. So the sage said they should be kept in fancy gold and silver vessels instead. So she did that, swapping them all into gold and silver vessels, and all the wine went bad. So the sage explained it's the same way with learning Torah. She asked, but there are also extremely handsome Torah scholars, and he said they'd be even more learned if they weren't. It also speaks of a time that there was a different woman who insulted the teacher of a sage during a court case, so the sage excommunicated her and she died. It also describes the special mentioned egg, which was a specially prepared egg that was used for medical diagnostics. It discusses incidents of this harvest and mentions a story where the sage Rav Tarfon was eating figs after the harvest, and somebody saw him and decided to shove him into a sack and toss him into a river. So Rav Tarfon said who he was, and the man realized it was a great sage and ran off. Then for the rest of his life, Rav Tarfon regretted this, as he had felt he had used the Torah for his personal benefit, which is a very wrong thing to do. It says the man tried to drown the sage, as there had been a person stealing his grapes and he thought it was the sage. Rav Tarfon thought he should have just paid the guy money instead of using his title. It cites many more points on the impermissibility of using Torah to benefit yourself. It also generally discusses some further points on how the intent behind an action changes how it's perceived. As an example, two people who bring a paschal offering, one to eat in a gluttonous manner and others to fulfill the commandment, exemplifying the verse, "For the roads of God are straight, the righteous walk in them, while the transgressors stumble in them." Others say it's more accurately exemplified with other instances, the point on Lot and his daughters after surviving Sodom and Gomorrah cohabiting, the daughters doing so to try and do a right thing to restart the human race, Lot doing so as a sin, as he allowed it to happen twice. There are further points on Lot and discussion on other similar instances of scriptural immoral relations, for instance Tamar, who did so but with good intent, so kings and prophets were descended from her, unlike Zimri, who did so for improper intents and tens of thousands died due to him. Some even say a transgression performed for the sake of heaven is greater than a good deed done for ulterior motives, and it brings related verses. Famously, it says, a person should still learn Torah and do mitzvahs even if it's done with the wrong motives, as through this you'll eventually come to do it for the right reasons. It discusses additional points on the incident with Lot. It also lists many teaching sages who would say prior to teaching this whole topic, one said that women and men are paired in heaven for marriage in accordance with their deeds. Some said that marriages are determined at conception, but to determine a remarriage is as difficult as splitting the Red Sea. It also cites verses talking about how poor arrogance is and its consequences, along with the great importance of humility as seen by Mount Sinai, where the Torah was given on the smaller mountain, and also that God rested his presence on a thorn bush. There's further on the negativities of haughtiness. New Mishnah. It said that how a person acts, that's how God deals with them. This is seen by the punishment of an adulteress. Through the Sotah ceremony, she dressed up to commit adultery, so now she's dressed down. She revealed herself to sin, so her sin is revealed to all. She sinned with her thigh and stomach, so she's punished through her thigh and stomach, which become physically deformed after the Sotah ceremony, along with the rest of her body. The Gemara says, even though capital punishment doesn't exist any longer, as the Sanhedrin no longer exists, God still punishes people in that measure. If somebody deserved death by stoning, they'll fall from a roof or be trampled by wild animals. If somebody deserved burning, they'll fall into a fire or be bitten by a snake. If somebody deserved beheading, the country authorities will execute him, or bandits will kill him, and if somebody deserves strangulation, they'll either drown in a river or get a choking disease. It further describes how each step of the adulterer's seduction and cohabitation are referenced throughout steps of the Sotah ceremony. It additionally cites verses on the topic of divine punishment and many related points. It also says that the tabernacle and its parts are hidden underneath the temple sanctuary. It also says how the serpent by Adam and Eve were punished in a similar manner. It was originally supposed to be the king of all the animals. It was supposed to walk on legs and eat the same food as people, but now it's a cursed creature that crawls on its stomach and eats dust. It goes through the remaining points on the measured punishment by the Sotah. New Mishnah. Similarly, Samson followed his eyes, so his eyes were gouged out. Avshalom gloried in his hair, so he was hung by his hair, and he cohabited with his father's 10 concubines, so he had 10 spears thrust into him. And he stole 3 things: the heart of his father, the court, and of Israel, so he had 3 other spears thrust into him. The inverse applies also for good. Miriam waited for her brother Moshe in the basket for an hour, so the entire Jewish people in the desert didn't travel, waiting for her for 7 days. When she became impure, Joseph buried his father and was greatly honored, so his bones were brought up by Moshe, and God buried Moshe. And it's also said that God attends to all the righteous after their passing. The Gemara cites many related verses and teachings in regards to Samson and the reason for his punishments, along with points on his wife, Delilah. There are many further points, and it goes through Samson's life, explaining many verses and teachings from Scripture on him. It also explains some points on Tamar and also on the forefather Abraham. It explains that Abraham was extremely hospitable and would explain to all of his guests that the food came from God and they should thank and bless God. There are further points on the incident of Tamar and Yehuda, going through all of the verses and their explanation. It also goes through the verses on the death of Avshalom, and it says that after his hair was caught as he fled, he went to cut his hair with his sword, but he saw the depths of Gehenna open up beneath him. It also says that when David cried over his son's passing, he said, "My son," 8 times to remove him from the 7 chambers of Gehenna. And the last one, some say Avshalom's head was reunited with his body, some say it was to bring him to the world to come. There are further points, and it explains that Miriam waited for her brother for an hour and was repaid far greater with 7 days later. The verses are cited. In addition, at the beginning of the story of the Jewish people's slavery in Egypt, it says, "A new king arose over Egypt." Some take this to mean that this was a new king. Some say it means that he made new decrees based on the fact that it never said that the old king died. And when it says he did not know Joseph, it means he acted like he didn't. There are further explanations. It says the Pharaoh said, "Come, let us act wisely regarding it." It says it, not them, as he meant in regards to God based on verses. The wisdom that they thought of was that it said that God will repay punishment through fire or the sword, but God promised to never again flood the world. So they thought to drown the babies in the Nile River, not realizing God hadn't promised to not flood a single nation. It also says Pharaoh had 3 counselors: Balaam, who gave the advice to drown the babies and who was eventually killed; Eov, Job, who was silent and suffered; and Yisroi, Jethro, who ran away in protest, so he greatly merited through his descendants. Based on further verses, it is explained that Pharaoh pretended to work to coerce all the Jewish people to partake in the labor to eventually become slaves, and they eventually built the cities of Pitom and Ramses, called that as the word means to fall apart, essentially, which the buildings that they were building constantly would fall apart, so that way the Jewish people would have to keep working. There are further verses. It says that the women were made to do men's work and the men were made to do women's work. It also says that it was the merit of the righteous woman that the Jewish people were freed from Egypt, that they would prepare water and food for their husbands and sneak over to them to be with them based on verses. It also says the woman would go to give birth beneath the apple trees, and God would send angels to take care of the babies and would give them stones to nurse from, which contained oil and honey. And when the Egyptians went to grab the babies, they would be sucked underground, so the Egyptians would park their oxen and plows over the area, but when they left, they'd pop back out, and this is why these children recognized God first by the splitting of the sea. Pharaoh summoned Jewish midwives to advise him. It says summoning women named Shifra and Puah, and some say the individuals were actually Yocheved and Miriam, who were called that because of how they took care of the newborns as midwives. There are further points on this. It's explaining that the midwives told Pharaoh that the Jewish people are compared to various wild animals: a lion, a serpent, an ox, a wolf, and others. They say that the Jewish women did not require midwives. They were rewarded with their descendants, being the Kohanim and Levium and David, who was the descendant of Miriam. It further expands on several other scriptural figures referenced by other names. It's also said that Pharaoh threw his own people's babies into the river. It's also said that Amram, Moshe's father, saw that all of their male children were being thrown into the Nile, so he stopped having children at all, and then all the other Jewish people followed suit, until Miriam said that that was wrong, as she was preventing even women from being born. So Amram remarried his wife with a whole ceremony, so that way all the Jewish people would follow. It also calculates the age of Yocheved, Moshe's mother, based on the fact that it said she was conceived en route to Egypt and born between the walls of Egypt. And the verse calls her young, in spite of the calculation making her therefore be extremely old. So it said that she resembled a young woman. It also said that she gave birth without pain, as did all of the scriptural righteous women. It also says that Moshe's name given at birth was Tovia. Some say it shows that he was fit for prophecy, some say that he was born circumcised, and some say that their house was filled with light. It says Yocheved hid him for 3 months, as she had given birth very early and couldn't wait any longer, as the Egyptians would take their babies into the houses and then hurt their own babies, making them cry, so that way the hidden babies would cry, allowing them to be found. So she hid Moshe in a wicker basket, either wicker because the righteous are very particular with their property, or so it wouldn't break on a hard object. It had tar put on the outside and clay on the inside, so that way Moshe wouldn't need to smell the tar, and she put him in the river. It says Pharaoh's daughter went to wash in the river, which is explained that she wanted to spiritually wash after having been around her father's idols. She saw the basket, and it says that her maidservants criticized her for not following her father's decrees and trying to rescue this baby, so the angel Gabriel struck down all of the maidservants. Some say one was left to fetch the basket. Some say that she went to take it herself, and based on the wording, it shows that her arm miraculously stretched out to reach the basket. There are further points. It says she knew he was Jewish as he was circumcised, and it says that after this, the Egyptian astrologers saw that the savior of the Jewish people would be stricken by water, so they entered their decree, but they didn't realize that this was a reference to Moshe striking the rock of the well of Miriam much later on. It goes further and describes the dates that all this was occurring on. It also says that Miriam offered to fetch a Jewish wet nurse, as Moshe refused to nurse from any of the Egyptian ones, as that would have been of non-kosher food. There are additional points on Moshe's mother, Yocheved, being brought to nurse him instead. It also says in regards to Yosef, all of the descendants of Esav, Yishmael, and Keturah all came to his father Yaakov's burial and hung their crowns on his coffin. When Yaakov was then brought to Ma'aras HaMachpelah, the cave of doubles where all the forefathers are buried, Esav showed up and said that he should be buried there, as it wasn't fair that Leah had taken his spot. So they said he had sold his firstborn rights to Yaakov, so they were arguing if that included the burial rights to the cave, so they sent Naphtali, who was very fast, to run to Egypt to fetch the document. In the meanwhile, the son of Dan, Choshim, who couldn't hear very well, saw that the burial was being delayed, so he stepped forward and smashed Esav's head with his staff, killing him, and Esav's eyes popped out and landed at Yaakov's feet, causing Yaakov to open his eyes and smile. Moshe buried Yosef, and he knew where he was buried, as only Serach, the daughter of Asher, was alive from his generation, so she said that Yosef had been encased in a metal coffin and placed in the Nile River to bless their water. So Moshe went there and told Yosef to either show himself or be absolved of his oath, and the coffin arose to the surface. Others say this happened, but in the royal catacombs. There are further points in the burial of Yosef. When he was initially sold as a slave to Egypt, he was purchased by Potiphar, who is later referenced in the verse as being called Potipharah in the female, as it says that he purchased Yosef for inappropriate reasons, but the angel Gabriel made him into a eunuch. There are further points on him and the passing and burial of Moshe, who it says was buried in the portion of Gad and carried there by the divine presence. Further, it said, in spite of all this, Moshe did not die, and in spite of the Torah containing many references to the places of his burial, the Roman Empire sent many people to find it, but no matter where they stood, it always seemed out of reach. There are further points on all this, and it's explained that Moshe desperately wanted to enter Israel so he could fulfill all the obligations specific to the land of Israel. It also more precisely describes the sequence of the blessings and curses by the Jewish people done between the mountains before they entered Israel, and there's debate as to the particular location and placement of the mountains. It also describes points on the crossing of the Jordan and the carrying of the ark, as they did. The ark was placed in the Jordan River and the water split, although it debates as to how high the water split, along with other points such as when the spies carried the fruit back to the Jewish people from the land of Israel, how they carried it in regards to the placement of the men. It speaks further on the incident with the spies' incursion into Israel. It says that Kalev went and prayed at the graves of the forefathers to be able to do the right thing, and Yeshua didn't do this, as Moshe had already given his blessing earlier. It explains the names of the giant inhabitants and on the fertility of the land of Israel. It explains how Yeshua spoke good of the land in spite of the negative reports of the other spies, starting off speaking as if he would give a negative report and then switching to a positive one. It also said is that the spies thought it was a poor land, as the Canaanite inhabitants would die as they traveled, but that was so that way they would be preoccupied and wouldn't notice them. Or possibly that it was the passing of Job that caused the inhabitants to be preoccupied. It also describes the punishment of the spies. It said that they died from their tongues extending down to their navel and maggots crawling back and forth between their mouth and navel. Some say that they just died of a throat inflammation. There are further points on the crossing of the Jordan. It goes through the remaining verses on this topic. There are further points on the miraculous events during this. It says how the enemies they fought were miraculously stricken with various afflictions, including by a flying venom-spitting insect that aided them. It also describes the stone placement on the breastplate of the Kohen Gadol. It debates on the order of the placement of the names of the stones and related points. It also describes the incident with Yosef and Potiphar's wife. It said that Potiphar left the house as there was an idolatrous holiday, and Potiphar's wife attempted to cohabit with Yosef, and Yosef almost conceded, but then he saw a vision of his father who spoke to him, so he stabbed his fingers against the ground, hurting himself and preventing an act of cohabitation. This is further described, and it says that when Pharaoh met Yosef, he spoke to him in every language, but only Yosef spoke Hebrew, and the Pharaoh made him swear to not tell anybody. There are related verses expounded on. It also speaks on the splitting of the Red Sea. There's a few opinions as to how that went down. Famously, it says that a man by the name of Nachshon ben Aminadab, the prince of the tribe of Yehuda, while everybody else was arguing as to what to do, simply walked into the sea, and when it covered him, that's when the water split. It further describes the placement of the tribes by the mountains, and it also says that by Mount Sinai, the general principles of the Torah were taught to Moshe, and the details were taught in the tent of meeting. Others say that everything was taught on Sinai, and it was reiterated later. It also goes through the curses said by Mount Gerizim and Mount Abel and their meanings. And it also speaks of the importance of escorting people to safety, and if you have nobody with you, you should learn Torah as you walk, and that somebody will be safe even if they're only escorted the first few steps of their journey. It discusses various other points on the importance of escorting individuals as they walk for safety. It speaks on some related verses on the prophet Elisha, who it says was punished with illness, as he caused those bears to attack those children who mocked him, as he pushed away Gehazi, who took gifts from an Aramite general, and he suffered a third illness, which he passed away from. It expounds on these verses and speaks of an additional incident of a sage pushing somebody away, and it having negative consequences. Specifically, the incident involving the sage Yehoshua ben Parachia and Yeshu HaNitzri. Now, some quick background. Yeshu HaNitzri is often translated as Jesus of Nazareth, but that's not a very accurate literal translation. The word Yeshu, in spite of its similarities, does not translate to Jesus. It's a very commonly used acronym, which stands for Yamach Shemai V'Zichrei, literally may his name and memory be erased. Further, this figure is referenced a few times throughout the Gemara, and particularly here in this source, actually it provides some background as to who this character is and what he did. Specifically, he studied beneath the sage Yehoshua ben Parachia at the time of the sage Shimon ben Shatach, and under the difficult rule of the heretical Hashmona'i king Yanai Janius, and all of these individuals lived around 200 to 150 BCE, so objectively this referenced character of Yeshu must refer to somebody living around 150 to 50 BCE, and because of this, most commentaries explain that this Yeshu figure, as referenced in the Gemara here and in several other sources, does not refer to the historical Jesus of the Christian faith. Anyways, with that aside, it says the story as to how he became a heretic. He had studied beneath the tutelage of Rabbi Yeshua ben Parachia for a while, and together they were traveling back to Jerusalem, and they stopped by an inn, at which point the sage praised the hostess in reference to her deeds, but his student criticized the compliment, thinking it was on the looks of the hostess, and saying she actually wasn't beautiful. So because of this, the sage got upset that his student was thinking about such things and had him excommunicated. The student came begging back to him many times, but Rabbi Yeshua ben Parachia always ignored him. Once, the student again came to beg forgiveness, and the sage happened to be finally willing to forgive him and take him back, but he was in the middle of prayer, so he gestured to the student to wait, and the student thought he was motioning him to leave, pushing him away, so he decided to become a heretic. stood a brick on one end and worshipped it as an idol. Further, he began to practice forbidden sorcery and caused many others to sin. So when he later re-met his teacher, he refused to repent, saying that it was too late for him as he'd caused others to sin in addition. So by this and others, we see the negativity of pushing people away with both hands. New Mishnah: if the murderer is found before the calf is offered, the calf is no longer slaughtered. If he was found after, the calf must be buried there as it had atoned for an uncertainty, and the murderer still receives capital punishment. If one witness says he saw the murder and another witness says the other witness did not, the calf is not slaughtered. If one witness says he saw it and two say he did not, the cow is offered. If two witnesses say they saw the murder and one says they did not, they do not slaughter the cow. At one point in time, there was a lot of murders, particularly from a man named Eliezer ben Dinai, also known as Techino ben Perisha, who killed a lot of people, so this whole ceremony was discontinued. Further, at some point, there were many adulterers, so the Sotah ceremony was also discontinued based on a verse. Similarly, when the sages Yossi ben Yoezer and Yossi ben Yehuda passed, the comprehensive knowledge of Torah ceased. Other abolished practices, the Ma'aser confession and the waters and strikers, which will be defined along with the banging of the hammer, and they also instituted the mandatory tithing of questionable tithed produce. The Gemara cites sources for many of these points. It also discusses the point on the witnesses of the murder regarding the atonement calf offering. This was abolished when there were too many murders, as those weren't uncertain murders. Everybody knew who was doing them. In regards to the abolishing of the Sotah ceremony, it cites verses as sources for this principle, and it discusses remaining points on how as time passed, the Jewish people have regressed greatly and increased in wrongdoing and similar. The other abolished practices are described: the Ma'aser tithes, the awareness, which were the Levium singing the verse, "Awaken, lie to sleep, Hashem," which is a reference to God's seeming disregard for our suffering, and was not applicable during the time of peace. The striking that was abolished was that people would make a cut on the forehead of their offerings, so its blood would cover their eyes and make the slaughtering process easier, and it was abolished so it didn't look like a disqualifying blemish. Others say it refers to them striking the animal on the head to slaughter it, which is impermissible according to the laws of slaughtering animals. The banging of the hammers is in reference to the blacksmiths working on the intermediate holidays, which was abolished. New Mishnah: ever since the Sanhedrin ceased, song and wine feasts were abolished. When the early prophets passed, the Urim V'Tumim ceased. When the temple was destroyed, the Shamir worm and the Neifes Tzufim, which will be defined, were lost, as was the people of faith in Israel. Others add, since the destruction of the temple, every day has a curse. The dew does not fall in blessing. Flavor has been removed from fruit, and some add their richness. Some say this was due to the cessation of purity and of tithing, ended the richness of grain. Others say this was caused by harlotry and sorcery. The Gemara cites sources for these points and the prohibition to listen to music, with some exceptions, and the negative effects of doing so. It further defines which constituted the earlier prophets, essentially being King David, the prophet Shmuel, and King Shlomo, and after the Urim V'Tumim ceased. It further speaks on the greatness of various sages. It defines the Shamir worm, a worm used to carve rock by King Shlomo during the building of the first temple, as will be discussed later in Tractate Gittin, as iron tools could not be used. Also, other things that ceased by the destruction of the temple, it says paranda, silk, white glass, the nofes tzufim, which was a honey bread of a sort, and others. There are related teachings on the importance of studying Torah together, even in poverty, and further. New Mishnah: during Vespasian's siege of Jerusalem, there was a band by the sages made on grooms' wreaths and on a particular musical instrument. During Titus's siege, they banned bridal wreaths and teaching the Greek language. During the final parts of the campaign, they banned bridal canopies within the city, although it was later re-permitted. When the sage or the mayor passed, there ceased to be composers of parables. When Ben Azai passed, there ceased to be diligent scholars. When Ben Zoma passed, there ceased to be experts in exegesis. When Rabbi Akiva passed, the glory of Torah ceased. When Rabbi Hanina ben Dosa passed, there ceased to be people of deeds. When Rav Yosef Kantonta passed, there ceased to be pious men, even as he was the last of them. When Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai passed, the splendor of wisdom ceased. When Rabban Gamliel, the elder, passed, the glory of Torah ceased, along with purity and abstinence. When Rabbi Yishmael ben Pavi passed, the splendor of the kahuna, the priesthood, ceased. When Rebbe passed, humility ceased, along with fear of sin. Further, since the temple was destroyed, scholars and highborn have been ashamed and covered their heads, and meritorious men have been impoverished, while the strong and slanderous have triumphed, and there are none who seek, search, or inquire. The only one on whom we can rely is our Father in heaven. Others add, since the temple is destroyed, the scholars become like school teachers. The school teachers became like synagogue attendants, and the synagogue attendants became like commoners. And the commoners became lesser in their wisdom, and there are none who inquire and search. The only one on whom we can rely is our Father in heaven. During the years of Mashiach's coming, insolence will increase, prices will rise, the vine will give fruit, but wine will be scarce. The government will turn to heresy, and there shall be no rebuke. The meeting place of the sages will be used for harlotry. Galilee will be destroyed, and Gavlon desolate, and the people on the borders will wander from town to town, unassisted. The wisdom of scholars will decay, and those who fear sin will be hated, and truth will be absent. Youth will shame the elders, and elders will stand before the young. This is all based on verses. The face of the generation will be the face of a dog, and a son is not ashamed before his father. The only one on whom we can rely is our Father in heaven. The Gemara discusses some opinions on which types of bridal wreaths were forbidden, along with the musical instruments and the bridegroom's canopies. In regards to the ban on the Greek language, there's a story when the Hashmonite kings besieged each other, Hyrcanus outside Jerusalem and Aristobulus inside. Some would sneakily pay to have land snuck over the walls so that way they could keep having the daily temple offerings inside, but one man told those facilitating this in Greek that they couldn't take the city as they were maintaining the temple offerings. So they swapped the animal for a pig the next time, and it stuck its foot in the wall as they were carrying it up, and the whole city shook. So they banned teaching Greek. Some say this isn't a reference to the actual language, but rather to the concept of Greek wisdom. Some in Rabban Gamliel's household still had this, as they were close with the government. It further speaks on the great losses as many sages pass from this world, and it says that in spite of that, humility and fear of sin still do exist. It also cites many verses and discussions on the east wind and upon the other winds and their importance, the harshest of which is said to be the south wind, which is blocked by the angel Ben Nates to protect the world. It also goes through the negative effects of the east wind, which causes decay in many things, and it cites verses on this topic. There's a story where a sage saw that the daughters of another sage would stir a boiling pot with their hands without being harmed, so he assumed that they were very righteous. Once all three of them were captured, and a raven and then a dove spoke to the sage telling him to flee. So he went to check on the other daughters, and he overheard them saying that they were marrying their captors, so he escaped on his own, and when the two daughters eventually returned, he found out that they had been stirring the pot with sorcery. There is a related story where the sage Reish Lakish, who was a bandit chief when he was younger, allowed himself to be captured by a cannibal tribe and brought a bag and a hard stone ball. On the day he was to be killed, they told him that they had a tradition that he would be granted one final request to the man that they'd be eating to gain forgiveness. So he said that he wanted to tie them all to chairs and hit them with his bag. So they agreed, and then he put the stone in the bag, and then he beat them all to death with it. Anyways, he eventually became a great sage from a later story and lived a very simple lifestyle. The Gemara explains why this principle didn't apply in Judah during the actual war. Titus, the Roman emperor who had led the siege and destruction of Jerusalem, had instituted a few laws. First, that whoever doesn't kill a Jewish person should be executed, then whoever kills a Jewish person would be fined, and then whoever kills a Jewish person would be executed. So during the periods of the first two rulings, if somebody was attacked for their land, they would fully and sincerely give the land over, meaning it would no longer have this particular legal status where he didn't fully give it up mentally by the later situations. Further, in regards to the actual destruction of Jerusalem, it said this occurred due to the incident with Kamsa and Bar Kamsa. The region of Har HaMelech was destroyed due to the incident with the rooster and the hen, and the city of Beitar was eventually destroyed due to the incident involving a carriage, all of which will be recorded. First, the incident of Kamsa and Bar Kamsa. There was a very wealthy man who was good friends with a man named Kamsa and enemies with a man with a very similar name, Bar Kamsa. So he tried to invite his friend to a banquet and accidentally invited his enemy, Bar Kamsa. So Bar Kamsa arrived, and the rich man became furious and immediately tried to kick him out. Bar Kamsa, embarrassed, begged to stay, offering to pay for his meal, then half the banquet, and then the entire banquet. The rich man refused and forcibly ejected him. Bar Kamsa left ashamed and angry at the sages who were at the meal and did nothing. So he went to the Roman officials and spread slander that the Jewish people had begun a rebellion and offered to prove it by having the Romans send a delegation to bring an offering in the temple. So they sent a fine calf, and along the way, Bar Kamsa made a blemish on the calf's lip, making it unfit for offering. When it was brought to the temple, they debated if they should offer it anyways due to the unique circumstances, but they decided against it. Some suggested just killing Bar Kamsa, others rejected this, and it was said that this rejection resulted in the destruction of the temple, Jerusalem, and the exile. Nero, the Caesar, was sent to attack Jerusalem. There's some debate as to if this refers to the actual Caesar Nero, or if this was some general who was also named Nero. But anyways, he arrived and shot an arrow in all 4 directions, and they all landed by Jerusalem. A child walked by, and he asked what verse the boy was reading, and the boy said, "I will take my revenge against Edom through the agency of my people Israel." So Nero realized that God wanted Jerusalem destroyed, but he would also destroy whoever did so. So he ran away and converted to Judaism, and the sage Rabbi Meir was his descendant. So instead Vespasian was sent, and he laid siege for 3 years. Now, Jerusalem had 3 wealthy men, Nakdiman ben Gurion, Ben Kalba Savoa, and Ben Tzitzis HaKeses. These are all actually nicknames referencing their great wealth. Collectively, they sustained the city throughout the siege with wheat and barley, wine, salt, and oil, and wood. Together, there was enough food and supplies to keep the people of Jerusalem safe for 21 years. However, of the many factions within Jerusalem, there was one group called the Beryonim, and they refused to make peace with the Romans or to hold out with their supplies for the siege. They wanted to fight, and they wanted everybody in the city to join them. So they went and burned down all of the storehouses, resulting in there being no food in Jerusalem at all, and a severe famine. It gives an instance of a wealthy woman who went to buy food from the market, and each time she went, there was less and less until she walked the city herself, stepped in waste, and died. Although before she did so, she threw out all her gold and silver into the streets as they were of no more use. One of the sages, Rev Tzadok, fasted for 40 years to try to prevent the destruction of the temple, and ended up being extremely delicate to the point where he could only eat fig juice. Anyways, the sage Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai secretly met with his nephew, a man named Abba Sikra, who was the head of the Beryoni group. Apparently things were pretty out of hand, because he said if he tried to get them to stop, they'd just kill him. So they worked together to try and sneak Rabbi Yochanan out of the city. Rabbi Yochanan pretended to be sick for a while, and then kept an animal carcass in his room to spread the rumor that he had passed. His students then carried him, alive in a coffin, outside of the city. The Beryonim, who were guarding the exits so that way nobody could escape, wanted to stick spears, or at least hit the coffin to make sure Rabbi Yochanan was actually dead, but they argued against it as it would be disrespectful. Anyways, once he was outside, Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai entered the Roman camp and greeted Vespasian, calling him a king. Vespasian reprimanded him, saying he wasn't a king, and if he was, then why are you only coming now? Rabbi Yochanan responded, saying that Vespasian was destined to become a king, as all the verses referenced Jerusalem falling only to a king, and he had only come now due to all of the issues with the Beryonim. Vespasian asked, via metaphor, of a keg of honey and a snake, essentially why they didn't destroy the walls of Jerusalem to get rid of the Beryonim, and as they were discussing this, a messenger arrived informing Vespasian that Rome had just appointed him as the new Caesar. This, by the way, lines up with the historical accounting. This whole siege occurred during the year of the 4 emperors, the last of which was Vespasian, who was summoned away from his siege at Jerusalem, and sent his son Titus in his place. Anyways, after further discussion, Vespasian offered one thing to Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai, and knowing that asking to spare Jerusalem would be rejected, he requested that the city of Yavne, containing the Torah sages, that it should be spared, and that the family of Rabban Gamliel should be spared, and that he should also provide doctors to care for the sage Rav Tzadok, which was granted. So Titus was sent and eventually broke the siege, and as the war was fought in the temple, and within the streets of Jerusalem, it said that Titus took a harlot into the innermost part of the temple, spread out a Torah scroll, and cohabited with her on it. He also slashed the pareches, the curtain, with a sword, and blood poured out of it, and Titus thought he had killed God. In the meanwhile, the war was lost, and basically every remaining person within Jerusalem was either killed by the Roman forces or enslaved. He then wrapped all the utensils of the temple into the paruchas and brought them on a ship back to Rome. It said that a hurricane threatened Titus's ship, and Titus claimed that the Jewish god is of water, as he had killed the Egyptians with water and the armies of Sisera. So it says a heavenly voice declared, "O evil man, the son of an evil man, a descendant of the evil Esav, I have a puny creature in my world, and it is called a gnat. Go up on dry land and fight it." Anyways, Titus arrived off his ship, and a gnat flew up his nose and sat there picking at his brain for the next 7 years. At first, it would be silenced during the banging of a smith's hammer, but eventually it got used to it, and then never stopped its incessant chewing. One surviving sage was among the nobles of Rome, and he reported that when Titus died, they split his skull open and found a gnat inside, swollen to the size of a swallow, and some add that the gnat had a copper mouth and iron nails. Another incident, Onkelos, the sage who would eventually write the Aramaic translation of the Torah, was Titus's nephew, and before he converted, he decided to do some necromancy to see if it would be a good decision. He summoned his uncle, Titus, and asked him who is prominent in the world to come, and Titus said Israel. He asked if he should join them, and Titus said that they have too many laws and you won't be able to fulfill them, but he should attack them, as it said whoever does so will become a leader. Onkelos asked Titus what his punishment is, and he said that every day his ashes are regathered and judged, and then reburnt and rescattered across the 7 seas. Onkelos then raised the wicked prophet Balaam and asked similar questions, got similar answers, and was told that Balaam was punished by being boiled in semen. Lastly, he brought up Yeshu HaNitzri via necromancy to ask him these same questions. Now, there's actually a lot of debate as to who this Yeshu HaNitzri refers to. I explained this further back in Tractate Sotah on page 47a, but briefly, Yeshu HaNitzri is often translated as Jesus of Nazareth, as you'll see in some editions. This is not a very accurate translation, as on top of the word Yeshu just not translating to Jesus, it's a completely different word despite sounding similar. The reference figure also has dates recorded as to when he lived within the actual Gemara, which is around 100 BCE, along with points on his story being mentioned throughout the Gemara, and it being one completely different than the historical Jesus of Nazareth. So, as mentioned, it's actually a subject of much debate as to who this refers to, with no conclusive answer, although whoever it was, we do know that he had to live under the rule of the king Janneus, as mentioned in some other stories from the Gemara. Anyways, with that aside, he asked him who is prominent in the world to come. He said Israel. Uncle asked if he should convert, and he was told to seek their benefit and not their harm, as touching them is like touching the people of God's eye. And lastly, for his actions of mocking the words of the sages, he was punished in boiling feces. However, it does say admiringly about him how even as a sinner, as a Jew, he still gave good advice and sought to help others. Anyways, the other referenced incident was of the rooster and the hen, which caused further destruction. A region had the custom to bring a rooster and hen before a bride and groom as a blessing to be fruitful. Some Roman soldiers were passing by and they stole the birds, so they attacked the soldiers. The Roman armies came, and it says one prayed with the verse, "Do not go forth, O God, with our legions," and was then bitten by a snake in a restroom and died. The Caesar decided to spare the Jewish people here, so they all celebrated, so the Caesar got upset and decided to attack them anyways and sent 300,000 men and killed everyone on the mountain for 3 days and 3 nights, and those on the other side of the mountain didn't realize what was going on as they were busy celebrating. It gives some details on this region, and it debates if people from the town of Sachania who were destroyed were righteous, and it says that they just had mourned for the destruction of the temple. Anyways, the third incident was the one involving a carriage. One town had the custom to plant a cedar tree by the birth of a boy and a cedar tree by the birth of a girl, and when they married, the trees would be cut down to build a wedding canopy. Once the Caesar's daughter was riding her carriage through the town, and her carriage broke, so they cut down a cedar tree and fixed the carriage, so the people of the town got upset and attacked them, so the Caesar then destroyed Beitar, which it describes, and on top of marking the end of the historical Bar Kokhba revolt and the death of Bar Kokhba himself, it says all the residents within were executed until their blood flowed to the Mediterranean Sea, and vineyards of the area were fertilized with all this blood. It cites related verses by the death of Zechariah, whose blood lay boiling on the floor of the temple, and Nebuzaradan, one of the offers of Nebuchadnezzar, slew many over it to try to get it to rest. Members of the Sanhedrin, young men and women, and school children. Eventually it rested, and Nebuzaradan ran away and converted to Judaism. It mentions a few wicked people did such, including the descendants of Sancheriv, who became the sages Shemaiah and Avtalion, the descendants of Haman, and others. It cites many verses which reference aspects of the destruction of the temple. There's a recorded incident where 400 boys and girls were enslaved and being shipped to Rome to become concubines, so they all decided to jump off the boat rather than do such. There's also an incident where a woman with 7 sons was brought before the Caesar, and each was told to bow to an idol. Each refused and was executed until the youngest, where the Caesar even offered to drop his ring on the floor to make it look like the boy had bowed, but he still refused, so the mother told her son before he was executed to inform Abraham when they met that while he had put 1 son on the altar, she had put 7, and then went and took her own life. It expounds on additional verses. It goes through some further points on the destruction of the first temple, on the mass executions, how the Jewish children were enslaved and tied to bedposts to be looked at while the Babylonians had relations, and additionally by the later destruction of Beitar, all the children planned to attack the Roman soldiers with sticks, and in the end they were wrapped in Torah scrolls and set on fire. There's a story of a rumor being told to a sage of an exceptionally beautiful child in a Roman prison, so he traveled to him and asked him about some verses from the Torah to confirm that he was Jewish, and then paid a massive sum to free him, and the boy became a great sage. There's also a story of 2 slave owners that each said that they had a beautiful slave, a man and a woman, so they set them in the same room so that way they'd reproduce, but they were both Jewish captives and Kohanim at that, so they just sat on opposite sides of the room, and when day came, they saw each other and they recognized that they were brother and sister, so they hugged and they both died. Another story, it speaks of an enslaved, beautiful Jewish woman who was the daughter of the Kohen Gadol, who was used for illicit services by her captor and sold, and it speaks of her lamenting this to God. It also speaks of some instances of adultery and how it resulted in the destruction of the Second Temple. After that, it goes back and discusses additional points on the reclamation of property in the region after all these events and the resulting laws. It also says that these principles don't apply in Babylonia. There are additional points on these laws. Additionally, it states that from Moshe until the sage Rebbe, there was not Torah and authority in one person. And it goes through many biblical and historical figures and explains how this wouldn't apply, either as there were other great men also in those times or otherwise. New Mishnah: if somebody was thrown into a pit and he said, whoever hears his voice should write a divorce document for my wife, they can write a divorce document based on this. The Gemara clarifies, due to the issue of demons taking the forms of humans and tricking people, this case must be where they at least saw the man's shadow of a shadow, which a demon cannot mimic. Additionally, it's considered to be a time of danger, so you can write it even if you can't precisely identify who this is. The Gemara defines Kurdiakis as the demon which causes delirium from drinking fresh wine, and the name is relevant if you plan on writing a amulet of protection. It additionally lists ancient medicinal cures for this, and for heat stroke, which is water, and then for 2 days of heat stroke it's bloodletting, and then other ancient medical practices and whatnot for more, along with particular foods which cure frostbite. It also mentions some incidents where some servants of the sage of the Reish Galusa tried to kill the sage Rav Sheshas after he exposed that they were feeding people non-kosher food, first by putting a bone in his food, which he found, and then digging a hole and putting a mat over it, as Rav Sheshas was blind and he would walk over it and die. So he was warned right beforehand, as he asked a nearby boy to recite a verse, and the boy said, turn to your right or to your left, and he avoided the trap. Another topic, there's the verse as said by King Shlomo, King Solomon: I provided myself with masculine and feminine orchestration with delights of mankind, and Shida and Shidois. Some translated those last two as male or female demons. Some said it meant chariots. The reason King Shlomo needed demons was, as famously, he wanted to build the first temple in Jerusalem, but it was forbidden to build it out of metal tools, which made cutting stone pretty difficult, and he was told to use the shamir worm, a special worm that can cut stones it's placed on, which Moshe had used to engrave the stones of the ephod. He didn't know where the worm was, though, so he took a male and female demon and pressured them to tell him, but they said that only Ashmedai, the king of the demons, knows where it is. By the way, some write that Ashmedai is a title for king. It's not his actual name. Anyways, they told him Ashmedai could be found on a particular mountain where he had a pit dug filled with water, which was covered with a stone and sealed with his signet, and every day Ashmedai would ascend to heaven to learn Torah in the Heavenly Academy, and then come down to earth to learn down here, and then he goes to his pit, checks the seal, drinks some water, and then leaves. So King Shlomo sent his commander, Benaiah, son of Yehoiada, who took a chain with God's name engraved on it, wool, and wineskins, and then went to Ashmedai's lair. He dug from beneath the pit, funneled out all of the water, and then funneled in the wine, and plugged it with the wool, leaving the seal untampered, and hid in a tree to wait. Ashmedai returned, uncovered his hole, saw the wine, and he didn't want to drink it, as verses discouraged drinking wine, but eventually he became thirsty enough that he drank it anyways. He became intoxicated, and fell asleep. Benaiah then jumped down and wrapped him up in the chains, and when Ashmedai woke up, he couldn't break them as God's name was carved into them. So then Benaiah traveled with Ashmedai back to Jerusalem. Along the way, Ashmedai kept knocking down houses and trees, until a widow begged him to not knock down her house, so Ashmedai jumped so hard out of the way that he broke a bone. Ashmedai mentioned the verse, and a soft expression can break a bone. Anyways, Ashmedai saw a lost blind man and helped him on his way. He saw a drunk man and helped him on his way. He saw a joyous wedding and began to cry, and he saw a man asking a shoemaker for shoes which would last 7 years, and he laughed. He also saw a sorcerer doing sorcery, and this also made him laugh. Eventually, he was brought before King Shlomo. Ashmedai informed him that when Shlomo dies, all he'll have is the cubits of his burial plot, in spite of him conquering the entire world and capturing him, and King Shlomo told him to tell him the location of the shamir worm so that way he could build the temple. Ashmedai informed him that the worm was in the care of the angel, the master of the sea, which lent the worm to a certain bird so it could build its nests. Anyways, Shlomo sent others to find this bird. They did. They put a glass box over its nest. The bird returned, saw the box, flew off, grabbed the shamir worm, and placed it on the box, causing it to split in two. So they scared off the bird, grabbed the shamir worm, and brought it to King Shlomo. In the meanwhile, the bird swallowed a rock to choke itself for breaking its oath to the master of the sea. So the first temple of Jerusalem was thereby built. Anyways, Benaiah went to Ashmedai and asked him about all the things that had occurred while they traveled together. He was told he'd help the blind man, as he knew he was totally righteous, and whoever helped him would be rewarded. He had helped the drunk man, as he knew the individual was wicked, and he wanted to use up any of the man's potential reward. He had cried over the wedding, as he knew the husband would die in 30 days, and the bride would have to wait 13 years to do Yibum, the levirate marriage, to remarry his brother, who was a minor at the time, until he became an adult. He'd laughed at the man who asked a shoemaker to make him shoes that would last 7 years, as he was going to die in 7 days, and he laughed at the sorcerer, as he didn't realize that there was a king's treasury buried directly beneath him. Anyways, Ashmedai remained with King Shlomo until they completed the building of the temple. Once Shlomo approached him and they conversed, Shlomo asked him about the verse that references demons being superior to humans. Ashmedai said he'd need to take off the chains and Shlomo's ring, which had had God's name carved into it to be able to show him, so King Shlomo complied with this. Ashmedai immediately swallowed the ring and regained his power, placing one wing in heaven and one in earth, and throwing Shlomo a distance of 400 parseos. Shlomo eventually recovered and spent a long while journeying back to Israel. Nobody believed that he was the king along the way. Eventually he made his way back to Jerusalem and claimed that he was the King Shlomo, but they said that's not possible, as the king's been sitting on the throne this whole time. Shlomo managed to convince them of his legitimacy, and he confirmed that the impostor Shlomo had never shown his feet, as demons have rooster feet, and additionally that the impostor Shlomo was trying to engage in intimacy with people forbidden to him. Anyways, Shlomo was given the ring and the chain, marched into the throne room, and Ashmedai flew off, but nevertheless, Shlomo lived the rest of his life in fear of Ashmedai, as the verse says, "Behold, Solomon's bed, 60 mighty warriors of the mightiest of Israel encircle it, all handle the sword and are skilled in warfare. Each man has a sword at his thigh because of terrors in the night." It's debated if Shlomo ever fully regained his status as king. It additionally gives some unique ancient medicinal practices and customs to cure types of headaches. There are cures for eye issues, types of blindness, nosebleeds, mouth bleeding, toothaches, heart conditions, intestinal pains, and others, types of leaves, types of foods or fluids or animals or customs and whatnot that are described. It has more of these for abdominal issues, fevers, and others. There are additional of these along with a number of general health advice. There's more on this, and it says that God despises a man who divorces his wife in regards to a second marriage. And further, it said that when a man divorces his first wife, even the altar in the temple cries, which is based on a number of verses. The Gemara defines the principles of obligations a father has to his son, which are to circumcise him, to redeem him if he's a firstborn, to teach him Torah, to get him married, to teach him a trade, and according to some, to teach him how to swim. Some add, if a father doesn't teach his son a trade, it's as if he's taught him banditry. The sources for the fact that a father is obligated for each of these are brought from verses, and particularly how these apply to a father to his son. Additionally, it's debated if a father or his son has priority in regards to them being redeemed from a Kohen. There's more on this. It's also debated if the redemption of somebody's son or the going to the temple for a holiday pilgrimage, which is time sensitive, which of the two have priority. And based on verses, it's also said that a man is obligated to redeem all of his firstborn sons, even from several wives. We bring verses to show a mother is exempt from the obligations to teach her son Torah, as she wasn't commanded to be taught herself, which is itself sourced here from the verse, "And you shall teach them to your sons." Some say a father takes precedence over his son to study Torah. Some say the son, if he's smarter or more diligent, will take precedence. It gives a related incident. There's also an incident mentioned here where there was a very powerful demon in the study hall of the sage Abaya, so strong that it could even harm people walking in pairs. So they heard the sage Rav Acha was traveling over and said that all of the guest houses were full, so that way he'd have to stay in the study hall and hopefully take care of the demon. Rav Acha stayed there, and the demon appeared to him in the form of a 7-headed serpent. So Rav Acha prayed to God and bowed to God 7 times, and each time he bowed, one of the demon's heads fell off. Anyways, Rav Acha then reprimanded everybody, saying he was only not harmed due to a miracle. It's also said a person should study Torah and only then marry, although this was said to apply in Israel, and outside in Babylon you should get married first. It cites incidents expressing the importance of marrying, and it said if a man is 20 without a wife, his days will be filled with thoughts of sin, and it said that God reprimands him. One sage even expressed how happy he was that he had married at 16, and he said he would have been able to combat the Satan even better had he married even earlier. Additionally, it said you should advise and guide your son when he's in his youth, which is defined as either 16 to 22 or 18 to 24, depending on the opinion. It further expresses the necessity to teach your son Torah of all forms, including Mishnah, Gemara, Halacha, law, and otherwise. And it brings sources which show a grandfather should also teach his grandson, and if he does, it's as if he personally received the Torah from Mount Sinai, along with further points on this importance. It's also said a third of your day should be spent studying scripture, a third Mishnah, and a third Gemara. It also speaks of how the sages would count all the letters of Torah and point out the exact halfway point within it and other texts, and it clarifies how it was counted. It says there are 5,888 verses in Torah. Tehillim has 8 more, and the Book of Chronicles has 8 less. Although, as is said, our knowledge as to the precise beginnings and endings of scriptural verses is flawed, so we can't exactly qualify such things anymore. It's also said that a person should be so well versed in Torah that he could answer any question he's asked without stuttering. There are further points on the great importance of studying Torah. It's compared to the antidote as a cure to the evil inclination, which is said to be particularly terrible, as even God refers to it as evil in verses. It's also said that a person's evil inclination renews itself every day and tries to overpower and kill him, and without God's help, nobody would be able to withstand it. To defeat it, it says to shatter it within the study hall. Anyways, it cites further sources to get a son married and to teach him a craft along with how to swim for safety reasons. Obligations of the son and daughter to the father are things like honoring your parents and similar, and it speaks on the importance of this concept along with the great sin of cursing them, which is compared to blasphemy against God, as the mother, father, and God are all equal in the creation of a child. It also says a son should focus more on honoring his father, as a son naturally loves his mother more, so the obligation to honor the father is put first and then the mother. It also says the inverse applies, that a son loves his father more as he teaches him Torah, so verses also have the mother mentioned prior. It's also said that when a child distresses his parents, God thinks that he did the right thing by not living among them, as otherwise he would have been distressed too. It also speaks on the great negativity of sinning in secret, along with not walking 4 cubits with an upright, haughty posture, or with your head uncovered. In regards to honoring your parents, it was asked, what if your father and mother both asked that you should get them water at the same time? Who should you answer? And it was said that you should give it to the father, as the mother is also obligated to honor her husband. There's further points on this. To further express the great importance of honoring parents, it cites the famous story of Dama ben Nisina, a non-Jewish man from Ashkelon, who was renowned by the sages for his righteousness in this, as the sages went to purchase a new stone for the ephod in the breastplate of the Kohen Gadol, and they offered him 800,000 golden dinarim for it, and he accepted. However, the key to the chest was underneath his father's pillow, and he refused to wake his father during his nap, as he had so much respect and honor for him, and therefore lost out on the deal. As reward, God made a para aduma, a unique red heifer, born into his flock, so the sages went to purchase that, and the non-Jewish man, Dama ben Nisina, said he knew he could charge any price for the cow and they'd pay it, but he'd only ask for the sum he'd lost out on from the initial sale. It expresses the sages' great admiration for this and says, we can learn from this, if a non-Jewish man who has no obligation in these laws can honor his parents to this extent and be rewarded, how much more so we, who have an actual obligation, should do so, and will additionally be rewarded. There's more on this, and it also cites another incident of Dama ben Nisina respecting his parents as he was sitting in fancy silk clothes among the nobles of Rome. His mother came and tore his clothes and hit him and spat at him, but he nevertheless did not shame his mother. Further on honoring your parents, it said a man can feed his father delicacies, but if done with resentment, it will drive him from the world, and a son can make his father work a millstone, but if done only because absolutely necessary, and if done with love and encouragement, it could bring him to the world to come. It also mentions several sages who had great love and respect and honor for their parents, one even bending down to let his mother climb onto him to reach her bed and similar. It also says the sage Abayo as an orphan, however, he very frequently referenced teachings, particularly medicinal ones, from his mother all throughout the Gemara as he was raised by his nurse. There are additional incidents and further on the great importance of honoring one's parents and teachers. It also says to not sit in your father's seat or to contradict him or to interject with your opinion before him, and you must give him food and drink, dress him if necessary, and similar. New Mishnah. Somebody who does a mitzvah, he's rewarded for good, his life is lengthened, and he inherits the world to come. If you do not, you do not receive these. The Gemara says a different source implies that it's particularly the mitzvahs of honoring your parents, being kind, receiving guests, making peace between others, and especially studying Torah that grants you the reward in both worlds. So it says, this source says, if one does a mitzvah, that can tip the balance between your merits and sins if they're equal to grant these things. Others say the reward for the performance of mitzvahs is only within the world to come. There is a recorded incident where a boy was performing the mitzvah to shoo away a mother's bird while collecting eggs, along with honoring his parents at the same time, as he was asked to do this, both of which promise long life, and he fell and died while doing this, so perhaps the reward is not received in this world. Additionally, there's a principle that somebody on the way to do a mitzvah is not harmed, not even on their return, but this was unique as there was particular danger due to the unsafety of the latter. The heretic Acher, once the sage Elisha ben Avuya saw something like this and he became a heretic due to it, although some say it was when he saw the tongue of Chutzpis, the Metorgamon, which was ripped out by the Romans, being dragged about by a pig, and he was so upset by this that he became a heretic. It also says one who is given an opportunity to sin but chooses not to is given a great reward, as seen by a time a sage was propositioned by a Roman noblewoman to do illicit acts. So to escape, he said the name of God and caused his body to start rotting away. So she said some witchcraft and it cured him. So he ran into a demon-infested bathhouse and was unharmed due to his merit as armor-bearers of the Caesar guarded him. There was a different similar incident where a noblewoman propositioned the sage Rev Tzaddik and also offered him non-kosher meat, so he climbed into the oven to show how severely wrong he considered this to be, and the woman left him alone. There was also a time the sage Rav Kahano was selling baskets and a Roman noblewoman tried to be improper with him. So he said he'd go to the roof to prepare, and then he jumped off the roof. So Elijah the prophet, Eliyahu Hanavi, ran over and caught him, saying he had been bothered to run 400 parseos to catch him. So the sage argued that he was in this whole situation to begin with due to his poverty, so Eliyahu gave him a chest of coins. It also cites sources for all of the earlier points on those unique mitzvahs which have reward in both worlds. There's more on this and some related verses. It also says once a person sins once, he starts to feel as if it's permitted to him. And it's also said if a person's evil inclination, God forbid, overcomes him and he's going to do something wrong, he should at the very least go far away and hide himself so that way he doesn't desecrate God's name. There's more on these points. New Mishnah. Anybody involved in studying scripture or Mishnah and ethical behavior will not readily sin. Based on a verse, the 3-ply cord is not easily severed. If a person is not involved in these, he's not a member of society. The Gemara says, the righteous are compared to a tree in a clean place, whose branches that extend outwards are trimmed off, as the righteous suffer to inherit the world to come, while the wicked are like a tree in an unclean place, with the branches extending out, which are cut off, as the wicked have good in this world, so they have nothing in the world to come. It's also said, Torah study is the most important, as it brings to doing the other mitzvahs, along with further on the importance of studying Torah and learning the 3 things listed above. It also says to not eat in the street, as a dog does. It says an angry man has nothing but anger, while a good man has the fruits of his actions, and it says to not benefit off of a man who doesn't study scripture or Mishnah or ethical behavior, and it says their company is the company of scoffers. Additionally, it said that 10 measures of wisdom were given to the world, 9 of which went to the land of Israel, and the rest to the world. 10 measures of beauty went to the world, 9 of which went to Jerusalem, and the rest to the world. 10 measures of wealth went to the world, the early Romans took 9, and the rest went to the world. 10 measures of poverty went to the world, 9 of which went to Babylonia, and it says 10 measures of arrogance were given to the world, which sourced in Babylon, but eventually the 9 portions wound up in Elam. The verse sources for these principles are discussed. Additionally, 10 measures of might were given to the world, 9 of which were given to the Persians. 10 measures of lice were given to the world, 9 of which went to Media. 10 measures of witchcraft went to the world, 9 of which went to Egypt. 10 measures of disease went to the world, 9 of which went to pigs. 10 measures of promiscuity went to the world, 9 of which went to Arabia. 10 measures of brazenness went to the world, 9 of which went to Meshan. 10 measures of conversation went to the world, 9 of which went to women. 10 measures of drunkenness went to the world, 9 of which went to Ethiopians. And 10 measures of sleep were given to the world, 9 of which went to slaves. Related to this, it cites the incident where the wicked King Yanai had all the sages of the time executed. Essentially, King Yanai had just won a great victory over some cities he had conquered, and he invited all the sages over for a big feast. One particular wicked individual suggested to the king that he should test the sages by wearing parts of the Kohen Gadol's garb to see if they supported him, which he did. However, the sages doubted the validity of his position, as there was some significant questions as to the validity of his ancestry, so the sages were all expelled. Then the man said that those opinions were likewise held by all the people in Israel, and that there was no great concern if all the sages were executed, as if anybody wanted to study Torah, the book still existed. So he went and had all the sages executed, besides for the sage Shimon ben Shattach, who escaped and eventually managed to rebuild. This was brought as it debates the validity of the witness's testimony in regards to King Yanai's ancestry. It cites some incidents showing the strength of the evil inclination by this topic. There was this one incident where there were several captured women who had been rescued and were being kept on the 2nd floor of the sage's home, and the sage saw one of the women and became so desiring of her that he picked up a ladder that would have taken 10 men to lift and started going up. But as he was climbing up, he quickly realized what he was about to do and yelled there was a fire in the house. So many people came to help out and stopped him from doing that transgression. It also mentions some occasions where Satan decided to mess with sages by pretending to be a beautiful woman, tempting them, and then revealing who he was right before they did anything wrong. One sage used to frequently curse the Satan, so the Satan came to him disguised as a poor man and asked to be invited in, and then started acting disgustingly and making his skin start rotting off and doing very impolite things. So the sage scolded the man for behaving like this, and the Satan made it look like he had died. So everybody started yelling that the sage had killed somebody, so the sage hid it in an outhouse, and eventually Satan revealed himself, saying he shouldn't be cursing him. There's another incident of a sage whose wife decided to test him, so pretended to be a harlot and convinced the sage to cohabit with her, and then later revealed it was actually his wife later, but he still felt so bad at it that he fasted until he died. It qualifies the remaining points on seclusion, along with a few exceptions, like a child can sleep with their parents and similar. These opinions debate each other along with further on digging pits in a public domain, including the story of Reb Chanina ben Dosa and the child who fell into a well, which was said in an earlier tractate. It also says not to knock stones from your own domain into the public domain, and there's a story where somebody was doing this and he was criticized, and he ended up tripping over the stones that he had left out in the public domain. It has a bunch of incidents regarding illegal seizures of property and the resulting situations. There were incidents, a time two men were fighting over a fishing net, and one of them just took it and gave it to an officer of the king, so it was ruled that he was excommunicated until he brought it back, and had a trial. Additionally, there was a time a man wanted to seize somebody else's straw, so he told a sage he was going to submit it to a non-Jewish court so that way they'd confiscate it. And the sage said he absolutely could not do that, and the man says he absolutely would do that. So another sage, Rav Kahana, stepped forward and broke the man's neck, and then had to flee the country. So he went to the school of Reish Lakish and was listening to a class by Rabban Yochanan, and he kept asking very difficult questions. So Rabban Yochanan lifted up his extremely long eyelashes to see this individual, and Rav Kahana had a split lip, so Rabban Yochanan thought he was smirking and he got offended, and Rav Kahana died. Later, Rabban Yochanan found out that's just what his face looked like, so he went to visit Rav Kahana's grave, but it was encircled by a serpent with its tail in its mouth, so he asked the snake to move, and it refused until he said he was the man's teacher, and then it let him pass. And then he prayed, and he raised Rav Kahana from the dead. Anyways, Rav Kahana then went back to the school after being assured he would not be dying again, and had all of his questions resolved. Tractate Bava Metzia broadly discusses the laws of finding and returning lost items, along with additional points in renting, borrowing, and responsibility. Chapter 1 will begin on the laws of the acquisition of lost objects. The first Mishnah says, if two people come to court with a garment, both claiming that they found it and that it's entirely theirs, they should both take an oath that half of it is the other's and then split it. If one man claimed he owned all of it and the other said he owned half of it, the first should take an oath that 3/4 of it belongs to himself, and the other takes an oath that a quarter belongs to himself, and they split it like that. Similarly, if two men were riding an animal, or one was riding it and the other was leading it, and they both claim it's entirely their own, they should again take an oath that half of it belongs to the other, and then split it. If either admits to the validity of the other's claim, or if either have witnesses, then oaths aren't necessary, they can just split it immediately. The Gemara clarifies, it says specifically both that they're claiming they found it and that it's entirely their own as one claim, which would mean generally that just finding something, seeing a lost item, is insufficient to claim ownership over it. Others do actually disagree with this point, but based on the double clarification of wording in our place, they hold sight is insufficient to claim a lost item. Others actually have a different interpretation of this. They say it's referring to two separate points, where the man saying that he found it references a case where they're arguing over a found item, and saying the second point where he says is entirely his is where they're arguing that they each purchased it. It specifies both, showing both would require an oath as mentioned, despite their unique principles. Additionally, the case where they're arguing over who purchased the item must be where they can't just ask the seller, as they both gave the guy money, but he only allowed the sale to one of them, and he's not sure which. So they need to take an oath to split it, as mentioned. Now, there is a different opinion who says we don't administer an oath in court if one of the parties is definitely lying. This would not apply here, as not necessarily are both lying. They could have just both picked up the item simultaneously, so they actually do each own half of it. It's additionally unlike another opinion that holds if there's uncertain ownership of property, it's split without an oath. Although some suggest this opinion could apply, it's just uniquely not held here, as it's a certain claim against another certain claim, where his opinion would not apply. It's debated. Alternatively, we do follow this opinion. It's just that this notion of an oath, in this case of two men seizing a garment, was instituted rabbinically to prevent people from just grabbing other people's items and claiming it's theirs. Still further, there is an additional opinion who holds if there's an uncertain claim of ownership between items, the remainder goes to neither of them. It's just locked away until Mashiach comes, essentially. This would not apply by our case, as it's unique in that there's a genuine possibility that both of them are telling the truth. It belongs equally to both of them, as they would have both grabbed it simultaneously. If it discusses these opinions related, it said, if a man claims another has 100 of his dinarim, that man claims he has nothing, and witnesses claim the second man has only 50 dinarim, he gives the first man 50 dinarim, and takes an oath that he doesn't have the remainder, as the witnesses have the strongest claim of evidence. Similarly, by our case, if two people both are holding a garment, and both claim that they found it, their holding onto the garment is similar to a witness as a proof of evidence, and therefore they split it with an oath. It's necessary to take an oath if admitting to part of a claim as opposed to entirely denying a claim, as entirely denying something requires a degree of insolence that most people don't have, but to partially admit something, that's something people would do, so an oath is necessary here. Now, that's by somebody's own testimony. If there were witnesses, then based on this, he for sure would need to take an oath. However, this is operating off of the presumption that admitting to part of a claim does not make a person liable to pay money. This is debated on from a number of other sources regarding the uniqueness of admitting something yourself in various cases. So, it debates what the logical deduction above is. It sets a number of possible options which are rejected. It brings various cases to try and prove a point that if somebody in such a monetary dispute hands someone a portion of the money saying, "Here you are," it's questioned whether he's effectively giving that portion and whether or not a further oath would be necessary. This is debated. Regarding the earlier mentioned case, if one man claims a second owes him 100 coins, the second claims he owes nothing, and the witnesses say he owes him 50 coins, we said he pays 50 and must take an oath. Now, others actually debate the point that he needs to take an oath, saying a verse implies an oath isn't necessary based on witnesses' testimony. It debates the interpretation of this verse. There was a case where men left their animals to be watched by a certain guy, and once there were no witnesses to this exchange, so the guardian said he never received the animals. Then other witnesses testified that the guardian had actually eaten the animals, so it was said depending what you hold like by the above case, it would determine whether or not the animal owners would need to take an oath. Additionally, in the case of the Mishnah, where both men seize a garment and take oaths to split it, it clarifies that they need to take oaths both that they have a claim to it and that they don't own the other half, while additionally maintaining their initial claim that they technically own the whole thing, but they're just taking an oath to split it, essentially. The oath is necessary in the first place, as mentioned, to discourage people from just grabbing people's garments and having a valid claim to half of it, as now people would also need to take an oath, which they wouldn't necessarily be willing to violate, and it cites proofs from other discussions. It proves at length that just because somebody is suspect of financial dishonesty, that doesn't necessarily mean that they'll be dishonest and take a false oath. It asks if two men were holding onto a garment and then in front of the court, one of them successfully pulls it away from the other, and the other man initially says nothing and only later protests, what the status is. Perhaps his initial silence is him conceding the garment, or perhaps he was only silent as he thought that the court knows he pulled it away from me, so there's no reason to yell. It tries to find a resolution and also debates what the status of an item that's being argued over. If one of the men just decides to consecrate it to the temple, whether or not this is considered to be valid. It debates this from various other discussions. Broadly, it is ruled if people are fighting over a property, if one of them can't fully claim the property by legal process, at that point he's not allowed to consecrate it either. If somebody did legally claim a property, specifically a property which he doesn't need to physically acquire, he would be allowed to consecrate it. It said if two people are holding a garment and they decide to just keep the parts that their hands are holding until and divide the remainder in the middle, this should be done with an oath. This is different from our Mishnah, as this case is where they're grasping the fringes of the garment. Related, we can infer that when acquiring cloth, you're required to take hold of an amount, and the minimum apparently to take hold of is a 3-finger breadth by 3-finger breadth square. Giving only part of a cloth to acquire it fully is valid, unlike by a divorce document as mentioned back in Tractate Gittin, where giving a divorce document attached to a sturdy string still held by the husband is invalid, as it's not considered to be fully given over. Additionally, if they're dividing the middle of the garment as mentioned, and there's gold thread more on one person's side, that's still divided equally also, as it could technically also be divided widthwise. If a borrower and a lender are both holding a note of indebtedness, a promissory note, and the lender said it's his, meaning the debt hasn't been paid yet and he just dropped it, and the borrower said that he'd already paid the debt and was just given the note as a receipt, so it's his. Some say it should be checked by the signers on the document, others say to just divide the written debt between them. Similarly, if such a note of indebtedness was found by two judges and they're not sure who it belongs to, some say just do nothing with it, others say just do what the document says. It's a debate if the above argument applies if the document was actually certified by the witnesses. It additionally qualifies the point in the promissory note falling between two judges and the differing opinions. The debate where the borrower and lender are both holding on to the note of indebtedness, that's specifically where they're both holding on to the standard part of the text in the document, or both are holding the essential text. If one is holding the essential text, some say he receives the contents of that part of the text, others say it's equally divided, specifically if the essential part of the text is in the center, but nearer to one of them. According to the first opinion, they split the contents of the document where it was grabbed. This is explained as there's a difference in a document depending which parts it contains. For instance, if one person has the essential part of the document, he'd also have the date, and that allows the claiming of a property that was collateral. In fact, related, some say this concept is a general principle, that it's the value of an item that's divided. So for instance, in the whole premise discussion, they're not actually splitting a garment in half, they're splitting the value of the garment. Others nevertheless disagree, saying we're literally splitting the garment, as it could technically still be used once split for children's clothes, for instance, and if it had gold thread, it could be used for wealthy children's clothes. Although by the case of dividing an animal, that would refer to splitting the monetary value, as if it was non-kosher, cut up meat between them would be essentially useless. So by extension, in the other cases, it does refer to generally splitting the monetary value, not the actual item. Based on the Mishnah, some say it implies that a person can lift a lost object on behalf of somebody else, so as to claim it for them. Related, if two mentally incompetent people simultaneously pick up an item, they both acquire it, as they're also acquiring it for each other, and this is instituted to be permissible so that way they don't argue. However, if a mentally incompetent man and a mentally competent man lift an item simultaneously, they can't acquire it for each other, as such an institution would not apply. It argues over what the sources for these points are. On the topic of the mentioned point in the Mishnah of claiming a lost animal by either sitting on it or by leading it, it asks, if there's an animal and one person sits on it and one person leads it, which form of acquisition takes precedence? It tries to prove this from additional cases. It said that sitting in a wagon of an animal is not sufficient to create an acquisition, and it debates if sitting in a wagon is legally comparable to sitting on an actual animal. It tries to prove this from various other discussions. It debates from various further additional sources as to whether there's validity of acquisition through riding an animal and whether that overrides acquisition through leading it by the reins. It mentions by purchasing an animal. If it was specified that acquisition should be done through the normal manner, it would be valid to acquire it through riding in a public domain, and if he's an important individual, a woman or a detestable individual, they could all acquire it by riding it anywhere, as they either ride their animals everywhere in general, or they don't typically lead their animals by the reins. Additionally, it debates if it's valid to pull an animal to acquire vessels that are on top of it if it was specified to do this by the seller. It said it's only valid if the animal is bound, as then has a legal status similar to a courtyard, which can acquire items through it. If fish jump into a boat on a river, the boat can form acquisitions as it's not considered to be mobile, as it's the water that moves it. Similarly, if a man throws a divorce document into a woman's basket, the basket is not considered to be mobile and can acquire the document as it's the woman that moves. New Mishnah. If a man is riding along with somebody and sees a lost item, if he asks the other to give him the lost item, this other man can just lift it and claim it for himself, even though he didn't see it first. If the riding man is handed the item, the other man no longer has any claim to it. The Gemara says there's a debate by laws of field charity. If sheaves of wheat are left for the poor, and one wealthy man takes some and says it's designated for a specific poor person, it's a debate if it's given to that poor man or not, and it's just given to the next poor man that comes. The logic that this would be allowed is that theoretically the wealthy man can renounce all of his property and become poor himself, thereby claiming the sheaves, and then theoretically, as he can claim it for himself, he should by extension be able to claim it for somebody else. Others say no, as that's stacking two logical leaps. If a poor man reserves these sheaves for another poor man, that would be agreed to be valid. Others disagree, as then our Mishnah wouldn't fit in accordance with either opinion, as people have a similar status to poor people by lost objects in regards to claiming an item for somebody else. However, it can be resolved if the case is that the other man lifting the item initially is claiming that he intended to acquire it for himself initially. This point is further qualified. There is an opinion which says if somebody lifts a found item on behalf of somebody else, that other person does not actually acquire the item. This is discussed along with explanations, and it mentions that by the Mishnah's case, with the horseman and the walking individual, there would be variation. If the horseman said to give the item to him, he only acquires it when he receives it, but if he said acquire it for me, he acquires it once the other man lifts it up. New Mishnah. If somebody sees a lost object and falls on it, but doesn't use a formal means of acquisition, and then another person takes it but uses a proper formal means of acquisition, the second man gets the item. The Gemara says there is an opinion who holds it was established to prevent arguments that the 4 cubits around a person affects acquisition, acquiring any lost items within that area. Others suggest some discussions which apparently disagree with this. There's a point which discusses the poor acquiring left out sheaves of grain, and it mentions it's not valid for them to just fall on them, which is seemingly contradictory. However, it's explained that since he fell on it, it's that he was choosing to not use the 4-cubit method of acquisition and was trying to use an illegitimate form of acquisition which was invalid. Alternatively, it's that this method of acquisition just does not work on private property, and it still wouldn't work by paya charity. Additionally, our Mishnah above singly disproves this opinion. It says if somebody falls an item, that's not valid in spite of it apparently being within his 4 cubits. So again, it's answer that he's choosing to not use this valid form of acquisition by using an invalid method. And there's also an answer that perhaps this 4-cubit method of acquisition is only valid in alleyways and the sides of public domains where there are not crowds, and it wouldn't work in a public domain. Related, there's a debate as to whether a minor girl was allowed to acquire items through a courtyard or through the 4 cubits around her. The debate is if having an item to be in your courtyard is the equivalent of having it to be in your hand, which a minor can acquire through, or is considered to be an agent, which a minor cannot appoint. However, we bring a source which seems to prove that a courtyard does not act as an agent, and additionally, If it does, then you'd have a possibility of an agent being able to commit a transgression for somebody, which we said just does not exist. There are two answers. The first, that a person is only not liable for his agent's transgression if the agent himself can become liable, while an actual courtyard can't become liable, so the courtyard owner would just take liability. Another answer is that a courtyard has no consent in whether or not it does a transgression, as it's inanimate. There's a practical difference between these if there's the liability for a Kohen asking a non-Kohen to be an agent to betroth a divorcee to him. As according to the first opinion, since the non-Kohen has no liability for doing this, so he's not subject to liability, and the Kohen would be liable instead, unlike by the second opinion. It gives additional examples. It's actually agreed that a woman can acquire her divorce document through a courtyard. The debate is whether somebody could acquire lost objects through it, as to whether that's learned from the laws of acquiring a divorce document or not. Or it's that they just disagree if a minor boy can acquire through his courtyard, and whether that's learned from a minor girl who it's agreed can. Alternatively, it's just two statements of separate opinions that a minor girl can accept a divorce document through a courtyard, and a different one that a minor boy or a girl cannot acquire items through their courtyard. New Mishnah. If somebody sees people chasing after an ownerless found animal in his field, if the animal is crippled or otherwise limited in movement, he can just say verbally, "My field acquires the animal," and it then belongs to him. If the animal is not crippled and could move normally, he cannot just acquire it through his property. The Gemara says particularly if it's an unsecured property, the man must be standing next to his field to acquire things within it. It debates sources for this. These points are further discussed in regards to particularities of the necessity of being by property as it acquires an item. Specifically, it said, for instance, by a woman obtaining an item through her courtyard, there's a difference between a divorce document and a gift, that by a divorce document, the woman must actually be there by the courtyard to acquire it. As a divorce document is considered to be negative for her, so it can only be acquired in her presence, while a gift is a positive thing, so it can be acquired by her even if she's not there. In regards to the premise point from the Mishnah, that a person can verbally acquire a wounded animal that's running through his property, it said this applies as long as he himself would theoretically be able to run and catch it. If the animal was a gift, this wouldn't be necessary, he could just verbally acquire it. It's asked, if somebody throws an item through a house, so it passes through the airspace and then exits on the other end without hitting the floor, has the house acquired the object? We try to prove it from our Mishnah, but as this case is where it never touches the floor, it's said to be different and it's left unresolved. New Mishnah. If somebody's minor child or a Canaanite slave or wife found a lost item, it belongs to him. If it was found by his adult child, his Hebrew slave, or divorced wife, even if he hasn't yet given her the marriage contract, it belongs to them. The Gemara says the minor isn't acquiring the item as he takes it and gives it to his father. It debates from related discussions on workers collecting sheaves of grain, whether a minor can or can't acquire items for himself. Regarding the sheaves, there are opinions. Some say it's a special institution that minors can collect and acquire sheaves, even though they normally cannot. This would apply also to the poor when they gather the leftover grain. Or it's explained possibly that regarding the sheaves, it doesn't literally refer to a minor acquiring sheaves. It refers to an adult who's reliant on his father, although others disagree with this. It's also debated why a Hebrew slave doesn't acquire an item for his owner, as he is obligated to work for him, and that should include giving him any lost objects he finds. Some say this refers to a slave whose job is something very profitable, to carve holes and pearls, for instance, so he only has a sole job, so things he does on his own time, like finding lost objects, for instance, belong to himself. Alternatively, some suggest a slave found the item as he was doing his work, so there's no lost labor towards his employer. Others say it's that a worker only acquires lost items towards his employer if he was specifically given that task, for instance, to gather fish from ashore. It mentioned a maidservant can keep her lost items, and it debates how this is possible, as a Hebrew maidservant goes free at adulthood, typically. It suggests that she still has a father, and the item is acquired to him. If a man's divorced wife finds an item, she keeps it. And it said, in an uncertain divorce, the husband needs to continue to sustain their wife. However, by uncertain divorce, the woman would still keep a lost item, as we want to encourage them to finalize the divorce. New Mishnah. If somebody finds a lost promissory note, a document of indebtedness, if it includes property as collateral, he shouldn't return it, as otherwise the court would possibly need to confiscate the land, which could have been sold in the meanwhile. If it did not specify land as a collateral, it's a debate. Some say to return it, some say not, as either way the court will collect collateral from the individual's sold land. The Gemara clarifies the case further. It's where the borrower in the note admitted to his debts and the borrower ended up actually borrowing the money much later than specified in the document. So there's a concern the court will confiscate property sold after the date in the document, but before the man actually borrowed anything. This concern uniquely applies here, as the document got lost. It debates its content from various other cases. It said regarding the debate from the Mishnah, if a debt document should be returned if it doesn't specify land as a collateral. If the borrower admits to his debt is agreed, the document is returned. The debate only exists if the borrower does not admit to the debt, as there's a debate by such documents if the debt could be paid with collateral land. Others disagree and say the inverse, that the debate is only if the borrower admits to his debt, and if he does not, they definitely don't return the document. It cites sources which debate these opinions. It's explained the opinion which holds that debt can be collected from collateral property, even if unspecified in the debt document. It's as the lack of the specification was an error. This point is qualified further. Related, if somebody buys a field from a man and then it's revealed that the seller didn't actually own the field, it's agreed he's compensated for whatever he spent, but it's debated if he receives compensation for any work he did in the field in the meanwhile. According to the opinion that he does not, some would say this even applies if the seller specified beforehand he would be reimbursed for his work on the field, as this resembles interest, which is not allowed. It's debated from other discussions. It's additionally argued between these opinions as to whether the purchaser would be financially reimbursed for effort and labor he put into the stolen land. There are further points on this. Additionally, if a man purchases a field and actually knows that it was stolen, it's agreed he does not have the rights to any work or enhancements he's done to it, but it's debated if he even collects reimbursement for the illegal purchase in the first place. The debate essentially is that it's agreed that he's not given the money to purchase the field. It's that it's just an underhanded manner of giving a deposit, essentially, which would be returned, or it's an underhanded method of giving a gift, which would not be returned. The same exact debate exists by somebody betrothing their sister, which is obviously not allowed. It's just that some say it's a unique manner of giving a deposit, some say he's trying to give a gift. It says both must be specified to show the opinion to apply by both relatives and non-relatives. By the field, the reason this deposit or gift allow him to use the stolen field in question is that he's just working the land, and when the original owner claims it back, he's reverting the money to either be a deposit or a gift. By the initial case, where the man unknowingly purchased a stolen field, the law has ruled that he has the right to what he spent, and he's reimbursed for the enhancements he made to the field. And if he knew the field was stolen when he purchased it, he only gets repaid for what he spent on the land. And if the collateral is not specified in the document, this is considered to be a scribal error by both promissory notes and deeds of sale. In the event that a man steals a field and then sells it and then buys it from the original actual owner, it's that he can't retake the field from the man he sold it to, as he had sold him the rights to the field. The reason the thief is properly purchasing the field in this case is debated. Some say it's so that way he won't be called a robber anymore, others say it's so that way he'll be considered to be honest. There's a practical difference if he gave the field to the second man as a gift, as here it'd be dishonest to reclaim it, but it wouldn't make him a thief to take it back. In the event that a thief steals land, sells it to somebody, and then sells it or gives it to a second man, if the thief then purchases the land properly from the original owner, it wouldn't go to the first man he sold it to, as he's clearly not establishing him as the owner. This would similarly apply if the thief had inherited the land after stealing and selling it, and the man he sold it to does not acquire the property. If the thief, after stealing and selling the land, was given the land by the original owner to repay a debt, if he was given options of land to choose from and picked this, it's clear he wants to establish it validly to be acquired by the man he sold it to. Otherwise, no. If the thief was then given the land as a gift, it's a debate as to if it has the same status as inheritance or a sale. Regarding the fact that this thief is apparently purchasing the land he stole and sold to protect his reputation, as mentioned, this desire would last until he's brought to trial for his fraud. Others say it's once the court rules and gives authorization to the purchaser to claim the thief's property. Others say it's until the thief's property is assessed to see how much he must repay. It is debated further as to whether the thief is even able to transfer ownership of his property. Related, it said, if a man tells another that he's about to buy a field, and when he does, it'll retroactively transfer ownership to the other man, this is valid, and when the first man buys the field, the second man would acquire it. Apparently, this would apply even to a specified field, as this is in accordance with the opinion that a person can acquire an item that doesn't yet exist, which is sourced from some laws of betrothal. It's further held, if deeds of transfer are found in a marketplace, they should in fact be returned to their original owners. This is further discussed, and others say a promissory note in a marketplace should not be returned. It's debated when this would apply. There are related points on court oaths discussed. It's also said if somebody finds a promissory note in a marketplace, it's only if it's certified and also dated to that day he should return it. This is because it was shown to be used as it's certified and not yet repaid as it's on the same day. This point is qualified further. It's also said if a man claims he repaid a debt that's owed by rabbinic law without any evidence, he's not believed, as an owed debt in such circumstance is viewed as if the other man had a promissory note with him. It debates as to what this encompasses regarding marriage contracts and similar. It's discussed further along with additional points on collecting marriage contract payment when the actual Kesubos marriage contract does not exist, which was permissible in some unique circumstances as a court enactment. The Mishnah, if somebody found a divorce document, an emancipation document, a will or a receipt or a gift document, they should not be returned, as there's a possibility their owner wrote them and then changed their mind about delivering them. The Gemara says the implication is that if the writer specifically said that this document should be delivered to its recipient, the finder should do that, no longer how much time has passed. There's variation on this, as discussed more in detail in Tractate Gittin about finding a lost divorce document. as to how much time can pass before it's delivered, whether there's a concern it's somebody else's divorce document, depending on if it's in a caravan or not. There's further discussion on these points. Specifically, it said, if somebody finds a lost divorce document, if the husband said to deliver it to his wife, he must do so. If he did not, he should not return it to either of them. It's discussed as to why this is different from a promissory note. Regarding the document of emancipation, it said, if the owner said he's freeing the slave, the document should be returned to the slave. If he did not, it should not be returned to anybody. There's no concern of the slave's purchased properties in the interim being repossessed due to an outdated emancipation document, as either we hold his signed emancipation doesn't occur retroactively, or it's because when the slave repossesses his property, he needs to show proof as to when he was emancipated to show when it happened in accordance with his purchases. It also explains the difference between a will, which takes place after death, and a gift, which takes place from today and after death, if written in order to specify that it should only be given after death. Again, some say these actually should be returned if the writer said to deliver them. It's debated and it's explained that there's a difference if a gift was given by a sick person on their deathbed, which can be retracted, and a gift given by a healthy person, which cannot be retracted, and therefore should not be returned to prevent potential issues. Others disagree and say both refer to a gift given on a deathbed. It's just that the opinion which said the document should be returned is where the writer said to give it, and the other is where the writer died, so it can't be retracted, and his son said to give it. So it's not returned to prevent issues of the son changing the gift recipient and similar. By the receipt for a marriage contract, if the wife admits she was paid, it should be returned to the husband. If she does not, it should not be returned at all. Evidently, there's no concern of the receipt being outdated and used to pay for purchases, and then later have the purchases repossessed, as the woman has the right to forgive her marriage contract debt, so this wouldn't strictly be illegal. Others disagree with this principle. New Mishnah. If somebody found documents of appraisal of property, documents of provisions of sustenance, a chalisa document, a miyun document, a Eruvin document, which will be defined, or other court enactments, he should return it. If somebody found documents in a container, or three rolled together, he should return them. Some say if the document is of one person borrowing from three men, he returns it to the borrower. If the document is of three people borrowing from one man, he returns it to the lender. If somebody finds a document amongst his own piles of documents and he's not sure what it's for, it should be left in stasis until Mashiach comes. If he finds the cancellation of the contract, he should follow what it says. The Gemara debates as to what this Eruvin document that was mentioned was. Some say it's a document to clarify litigants' claims, others say it's a document of litigants choosing a judge. It cites cases regarding these principles. It also defines the document containers and what constitutes a rolled document as opposed to a bundle of documents, depending on how it's rolled up. And it can be declared vaguely to allow somebody to provide signs of evidence to claim the document. It clarifies the running point from the Mishnah. Regarding the cancellation of a contract document, such a document is discussed. It said it's certified by its signers. If it has none, but it comes from a third party or under the actual promissory note, it is valid, as this lends it credibility. And that's the end of chapter 1. Chapter 2 of Tractate Beitzah continues discussing the laws of finding and caring for lost objects. The first Mishnah says, it gives a list of items which, if found, belong to the finder, according to Rabbi Meir, which are scattered produce, scattered coins, bundles of grain in a public domain, cakes of pressed figs, baker's loaves, strings of fish, cuts of meat, unprocessed wool directly from shearing, bound flax, and bound straps of purple wool. Rabbi Yehuda says, if an item is found, and it has some sort of an identifying mark called a simun, a unique factor of some sort, such as a cake of figs with an earthenware shard pressed inside, or a loaf of bread with coins inside, the finder must return these items. Others say if there's an anpuria vessel, which will be defined later, it does not need to be returned. The Gemara defines what constitutes scattered produce. It's said to be one kav, which was an old form of measurement, spread out over an area of 4 by 4 cubits. Typically, the difference would just be whether the produce looks intentionally placed or not, so it defines this case as grain on a threshing floor, meaning if it's over an area of 4 cubits, its original owner would not bother to expend effort to gather it, and he would therefore renounce his ownership. If it's within a smaller area, then it would be easy to regather, and the owner would plan on returning to take it, so the finder would not be allowed to take it for himself. Based on this, if a half kav was scattered across 2 by 4 cubits, it's a debate if the owner would bother regathering them, and whether therefore a finder can or cannot claim it for himself. On the one hand, they're scattered across a small area, so it would be easy to pick up, but there's also a small amount of produce with a low value, so perhaps they would not be regathered. Similarly, if there's 2 kav across 4 by 8 cubits, on the one hand it would take a lot of effort to regather, and on the other hand it's a lot of value. Similarly, if there's sesame seeds spread out across 4 by 4 cubits, they're expensive, so they might be regathered, but they're also really difficult to regather, so perhaps not. Similarly, if a kav of dates or pomegranates are scattered across 4 by 4 cubits, They're inexpensive, so might not be regathered, and can be taken by the finder, but they're also easy to regather, so perhaps the owner would take them. All of these cases go unresolved. As a general principle, if somebody gives up hope of recovering their lost object, it can then be claimed by whoever finds it. However, if somebody isn't even aware that he lost his item, but if he was, he would have given up on it, it's a debate if this is considered to be giving up on the item, meaning it can then be claimed by others. This would not apply if the item had an identifying mark, as then he wouldn't have been allowed to claim it in the first place. However, if it had an identifying mark and it had been swept away by a river, as will be discussed later, it can be taken and found. So the debate by an unknowingly lost object that theoretically would be given up on is if it had no distinguishing identifying marks, and the debate is either that he's just not aware that he lost it, so he hasn't given up on it, or if he was aware, then he would have given up on it. It tries to prove this from a number of different sources. It said that scattered produce can be collected by the finder, implying if they were unknowingly lost and would have been given up on, it can be kept, but that's answered as we had said previously. It's a case of somebody who left with their grain, meaning it was a conscious loss. Fine, but we also said if somebody finds scattered money, presumably unknowingly lost and given up on, he can keep them. But again, no, that's considered to be a conscious loss, as people frequently check their wallets, so he probably noticed it was missing and give up on it consciously. Same principle, but being able to keep pressed figs or baker's loaves, as mentioned, again, it's a conscious loss, not an unconscious one, as they're heavy, and he would have realized he had dropped them. And finally, by strips of purple wool, they're also not considered to be an unconscious loss, as they're significant and expensive, so the owner would have realized if he had dropped them, similar to the coins. It debates additional proofs from laws of regathering field charity tithes, figs falling from trees, and otherwise, as to if somebody who unknowingly lost an item, if he can unconsciously then give up on it. This is further debated from additional sources on separating Terumah tithes and otherwise. It does, however, conclusively prove that unconsciously giving up on an item does not legally constitute giving up on an item, uniquely holding like the opinion of Abaya over Rava, one of the few times we do so. This would mean if there's a case like fruits blown off of a tree, they're still allowed to be eaten, as the owner actually does consciously give up on them, as he thinks bugs would have eaten them. There's no presumption that these belong to minor orphans who can't give up ownership of their properties, and if there was offense, then this would not apply. Anyways, the Mishnah had specified that if somebody finds bundles of grain, he can keep them. It's debated if this would apply even if there is an identifying mark on it, based on whether an identifying mark that is prone to be trampled and destroyed is considered to be a valid identifying mark. It debates it from various sources. This is discussed further at length, and it also debates as to the validity of an identifying mark that could come about on its own. It's also stated if a man declares his disappointment in the monetary loss from his lost item, he is considered to have given up hope on the item. It said that the law regarding finding bundled grain is that if the grain is in a public domain or in a secluded area, but it looks like it just fell like that, he can keep them. If they look like they were intentionally placed there, he needs to declare as find. If there's an identifying mark on the item, no matter how or where he finds it, he needs to declare as find. It was said earlier, if somebody finds a string of fish, he can keep it. In this case, the knot and amount of fish don't act as identifying marks, as it's the standard type of knot and fish amount related. It said that typically weight, measurements, and amount can all act as viable identifying marks. By cuts of meat, an identifying mark would be if it's cut into a unique shape, for instance. Regarding seals on barrels, as a debate, some say it's a viable identifying mark, others say it's only viable if it's still held by the manufacturers. Some say that naming a specific location is not a valid identifying mark, as multiple people could have placed their items there. It cites related incidents on this. We said earlier, a person can keep lost Anpuria vessels. It's explained what these vessels exactly are, which are brand new vessels that their owners would have a difficult time recognizing with no identifying marks. These are unique, as regular people wouldn't be trusted to say they recognize them to have them returned, while Torah scholars specifically are more trustworthy and could have them returned. Related, there are only 3 things a Torah scholar is permitted to ever deviate from the truth in. He can be humble and say he's learned less than he actually had. He can say he didn't sleep in a bed with an emission to save himself from embarrassment. And lastly, he can say a host had not treated him well so as to prevent people from harassing the host to stay by them. So if a Torah scholar is typically very honest and the only thing he ever deviates from the truth in is on those unique 3 things, he's trusted to be believed to identify a lost object based on visible recognition. The Gemara brings sources for these points from scripture and gives various instances of things you shouldn't say, whether because they're dishonest or as they'll offend the person you're speaking to. Very, very broadly, you should be very careful with your words to never say things that are dishonest or things that will embarrass people. In fact, some say verbally harming somebody is even worse than monetarily wronging a person, as verbal words harm the person himself as opposed to his finances, and also restitution is not possible. It speaks on how improper it is to embarrass others. Some say there's an exceptionally long punishment in Gehenna for those who commit adultery, somebody who publicly embarrasses their friend, and somebody who calls their friend an embarrassing nickname. It gives further instances as to how improper it is to embarrass one's fellow, and quotes many verses and teachings describing this. It also says one should be very careful to not upset their wife. Related, it said that since the destruction of the temple, the gates of prayer were closed, but the gates of tears were left open to us. It's also said it's better to not listen to one's wife by religious matters, but one should listen to one's wife by worldly matters, according to one opinion. It quotes many similar teachings on these points. There's a famous story quoted regarding the topic as to not offending people. Essentially, there was a debate between the sages and Rabbi Eliezer as to whether a certain type of oven, which in this case was cut up and refused together with sand, whether it was subject to the laws of impurity or not. Rabbi Eliezer said that it was considered to be pure. The sages vehemently disagreed, and they argued with him at length. Rabbi Eliezer argued his point and eventually declared that if he was right, the nearby carob tree should prove it. The carob tree then uprooted itself and moved away a long distance. The sages responded by saying, "You can't bring a proof from a carob tree." So Rabbi Eliezer said, if he's right, the water in the nearby canal should prove it. The water then flowed backwards. The sages again responded, "You can't bring proofs from a canal." So Rabbi Eliezer said, if he's right, the walls of the study hall should prove it. So the walls started to collapse until the sage Rabbi Yeshua rebuked the walls, asking why they're getting involved. So out of respect for both of them, they just stayed slightly leaning. Finally, Rabbi Eliezer said, if he's right, heaven should prove it. So a voice declared from heaven that the law accords with Rabbi Eliezer. So Rabbi Yeshua responded saying, the Torah is not in heaven, meaning it was given from heaven to people who then have to apply the laws to the best of their understanding. So essentially he said heaven spoke as a test of a sort, and it says that much later a different sage spoke to the prophet Elijah, who said that God was pleased with this statement. Anyways, as Rabbi Eliezer refused to concede the point to the sages, they eventually excommunicated him. So Rabbi Akiva, Rabbi Eliezer's student, was sent to inform him of this, saying it had to be him, as if Rabbi Eliezer was informed improperly, the world could be destroyed. So Rabbi Akiva wore black and sat at a distance from Rabbi Eliezer and implied the excommunication through his words. So Rabbi Eliezer tore his garments and sat on the floor and cried, and a third of the olives, wheat, and barley in the world spoiled. Rabbi Eliezer was so upset then that anything he looked at got incinerated, and the sage Rabbi Gamliel, the Nasi who had excommunicated him, his boat nearly sunk. Rabbi Eliezer was actually married to Rabbi Gamliel's sister, and eventually Rabbi Eliezer prayed the Tachanun prayer, much to her chagrin, and Rabbi Gamliel passed away. It also quotes verses explaining the wrongdoing of being unkind to a convert. Related, it's taught that the verses describing the prohibitions against interest, the laws of tzitzis, the laws of proper weights, and also the prohibitions against eating non-kosher insects are all mentioned in connection with the exodus from Egypt, to show that the same way God was able to differentiate so particularly between the firstborns, he's also able to differentiate between the specific particularities of all those laws. It ends by bringing a teaching that there are three types of people who cry out but aren't answered. One who lends money without witnesses, one who acquires a master over himself, which is said to either mean somebody who writes over his property to a non-Jewish person or to his children while he's alive, and according to some, a person who refuses to move towns in spite of his lack of financial success. And lastly, one whose wife rules over him. A few related verses are expounded on. There's a story. A sage was speaking to some officers who were struggling to catch local thieves, and he gave them advice to enter diners in the morning and see who's really tired, and then ask them what their profession is. And if they say something like a student or a particular job that requires them to work at night, then they're probably innocent. And if they say otherwise, they should be questioned as a thief. So they thought this was such a good idea that they decided to hire the sage to start implementing this. Other sages criticized him, saying it wasn't his place to go around arresting other Jewish people, and such a decision should instead be left to God. But the sage said that what he was doing was good, as he was ridding the Jewish people of their evildoers. Once, a man insulted the sage, and he had the man arrested, and then later tried to have him freed, but he couldn't, and the man was executed by the government. But he later found out that the man was actually guilty of the sin of cohabiting along with his son with a betrothed young woman on Yom Kippur, but in spite of this, he still felt guilty. So he ended up having a surgery performed to see if he had done the wrong thing, where he had pieces of his stomach fat removed and placed in the sun, and it turns out that they didn't rot. Apparently this also happened by some other individuals. It also describes some interesting related points and some of the attributes of some sages, including their impressive physical qualities, which are listed, particularly the noted attractiveness of the sage Rabbi Yochanan, which is compared to that of a silver goblet filled with pomegranate seeds. Uniquely, however, he didn't have a beard, which is mentioned. This is seen in the famous story wherein Rabbi Yochanan, when he was younger, was swimming in the Jordan River, when suddenly a man named Reish Lakish, who was a famous bandit leader, saw him and tried to attack him as he thought Rabbi Yochanan was a woman. Anyways, after he realized Rabbi Yochanan was actually a man, they conversed, and Rabbi Yochanan recommended that instead he use his strength for Torah and offered, if Reish Lakish were to repent from being a bandit chief, he could marry his sister, who was even more beautiful than him. Reish Lakish agreed, and they started learning together, and eventually Reish Lakish became a noted great sage who's frequently quoted throughout the Gemara. Anyways, many years later, they were debating the point as to when certain metal weapons start becoming susceptible to ritual impurity, and they began to argue. Rabbi Yochanan asked Reish Lakish about this, saying he used to be an expert on such weapons, and this upset Reish Lakish, thinking it was an insult, and he expressed this. But Rabbi Yochanan misunderstood him and thought he was expressing regret at changing his profession from being a thief. So Rabbi Yochanan became upset, and in turn, Reish Lakish became sick. Reish Lakish eventually passed away, and Rabbi Yochanan, in turn, was very upset. The other sages tried to give him a replacement student, but Rabbi Yochanan wouldn't have it, saying nobody compared to Reish Lakish, and he eventually became so sad that he lost his sanity, and the other sages prayed for him, and he passed away. Anyways, back to the original story with the sage who was appointed as an officer. He was still upset with himself, so he accepted physical suffering upon himself, and he became horribly ill, until eventually his wife told him to stop, and she had him healed. Anyways, then he went back to his studies, and he was extremely proficient in determining whether select blood samples were pure or not in regards to the laws of Nida. It brings other instances showing the greatness of the sage. Particularly, his body afterwards lay in an attic for many years, and it never decayed in his merit. It brings instances of similar things occurring to other sages and their referenced greatness. It also mentions the sage who had a son who really didn't want to become a sage himself, but eventually decided to and was very successful, as was his descendants. There are related teachings on this. It also mentions the greatness of other sages, particularly Rabbi Chia, about who it says would hand grow flax, weave nets, then trap deer, and feed the meat to orphans, and then prepare the deer hide into scrolls on which he wrote the Torah, and then went to villages and taught it to children, and also how to teach it to others to prevent the Torah from ever being forgotten. There are further points on his greatness. It said after he passed, another sage looked at Rabbi Chia's heavenly throne and was blinded until he requested forgiveness. It's also said that Elijah the prophet, told one of the sages that he would awaken each of the forefathers, Abraham, Yitzchak, and Yaakov, at different times, as if they all prayed simultaneously, and Mashiach would come instantly. And also, he mentioned that Rabbi Chia and his sons were comparable to them. So this sage quickly went to have Rabbi Chia and his sons all pray together. And then as the part of prayer for wind was said, wind started blowing, and by the prayer for rain, it started to rain, and by the prayer to awaken the dead, the world started to shake. So Eliyahu the prophet, in the meanwhile, was reprimanded and made to interrupt the prayer service by appearing in the form of a fiery bear. The greatness of other sages are referenced. There was Rabbah bar Nachmani, who was forced to flee the country after people started lying that he didn't pay his taxes. He made it all the way to the city of Pumbedisa, and while he was there, the officers that were sent to find him were attacked by demons and had their faces turned backwards, so he gave advice on how to cure them and then left before he was arrested. Eventually he was arrested and imprisoned and prayed to God, so the prison wall collapsed and he escaped. So he went to live in a swamp and studied Torah all day, until eventually the angel of death came to fetch him, but couldn't approach him as he was learning Torah, so the angel blew into a reed, and the sage thought it was the officers coming to arrest him, and he prayed to quickly pass away instead of being arrested, which he then did. It said that a note fell from God in the city, letting the sages know where his body was, so that way he could be buried, and he was then eulogized at length, which is described. Back to the original point, we said that employers need to feed their workers according to the local custom. This is said to mean that the workers can demand to be fed first before working, if that's what's done in the region. It's also said that the forefathers would give great feasts to their guests, which it then proceeds to describe at length based on some verses, particularly involving the time Abraham had 3 angels come over as guests, as described in the verses, although the angels only pretended to eat the food, it says. It's actually stated that God made the day extremely hot, so that way Abraham would stay indoors and not need to deal with guests, as he had just been freshly circumcised, but he insisted, and in fact went and chased after the 3 men after they almost left, saying that he was preoccupied. These 3 men were actually 3 angels, as is stated, particularly the angel Nachael, sent to give the news to Sarah that she was to have a child, and also to save Lot from the city of Sodom. The angel Raphael was sent to heal Abraham, and the angel Gabriel was sent to destroy the cities of Sodom and Gomorrah. It further describes this meal and the surrounding events. It mentions that the verse states Sarah was in the tent, specifically in a different room, showing she was very modest, which was stated by the angel to draw attention to it. It also says that Sarah regained her youth when she was told she would have children again, It's also said that after Yitzchak was born, everybody doubted that he was their actual child due to their advanced age, but this was disproven as they had a large party to celebrate, and Sarah was seen to be able to nurse, and the child looked just like Abraham, so it was clear they were his parents. It's also said that until this time, there were no physical signs of old age, until God decided it was necessary for people to be able to differentiate between Abraham and Yitzchak, who were identical. It's also said that there was no sickness before death until Yaakov, who prayed for that to be the case, so that he could know when he was going to pass. And also, before Elisha, no one ever recovered from an illness until Elisha prayed that it should be so. It qualifies the remaining points. It's also said that a lender needs to leave the borrower at least its basic necessities when collecting payment, which is then additionally qualified. It discusses this further, some sources, how it's assessed, and similar. It quotes this from a story wherein a sage met the prophet Elijah, Eliyahu Hanavi, in a cemetery, and we're discussing these principles. Anyways, the sage asked what the prophet Elijah was doing in a cemetery anyways, as Elijah is a Kohen and Kohanim aren't allowed in the cemetery, so Elijah quoted a source that non-Jewish graves don't transmit impurity, as the verse states, "Now you, my sheep, the sheep of my pasture, you are Adam," Adam meaning man. So the Jewish people are referenced here specifically using the word Adam, unlike non-Jewish people who are typically referenced using a different word which means man, not specifically the word Adam. And the verse discussing the application of corpse impurity specifically mentions the word Adam. Now naturally this does not mean that non-Jewish people aren't considered to be people or men, obviously they and everybody else is. It's saying that the application of the laws of corpse impurity applies specifically to Jewish people, while there is no impurity contracted from a non-Jewish grave based on the particular choice of wording of the usage of the word Adam describing Jewish people, which is then also used in reference to the laws of grave impurity. Anyways, Elijah then asked the sage why he wasn't able to study properly, and the man answered, because he had no money. So Elijah led the sage to the Garden of Eden and told him to collect some leaves, but as he was leaving he heard a voice reprimanding him, so he returned the leaves. However, his cloak absorbed the leaves' smell, and he was able to sell it for 12,000 denarim, which he then gave to his sons-in-law. It brings some instances of this principle. Some say a synagogue can just be demolished if it's actively falling apart, which is possibly the reason the temple was allowed to be taken down and renovated by the king Herod, or that was unique as a king is trusted to keep his pledge. Related on Herod, it said that Herod was originally a slave of the Hashmona'i house and wanted to marry a girl from the family, and heard a voice from heaven saying that any slave right now that rebels will succeed. So he killed all of the slave masters and the Hashmona'im family, but spared the girl to marry her. The girl, however, decided to prevent this by going to a roof announcing that the line of the Hashmona'im kings would end with her, and Herod would remain a slave, and then jumped off, taking her own life. Herod, however, decided to preserve her corpse in honey, possibly in order to marry her and ascend the throne by right, and others say it was just in order to cohabit with her. Anyways, then Herod killed all the sages, besides for one as an advisor, but decided to blind him. Herod once came to this blind sage, pretending to be a commoner, and questioned him at length about the king, but the sage remained loyal and refused to speak ill of Herod, so Herod regretted killing all the other sages and decided to rebuild the temple as recompense. Herod used delaying tactics to try and get permission from the Roman government and built it in the meanwhile, but they forbade it anyways. But the temple was built, and it spends some time describing its beauty, particularly with its stonework. It says it was permitted for the sage to help Herod in this case, either as he was still legally a slave, or as it was in order to rebuild the temple. It mentions some similar points by the prophet Daniel. There's a story, the sage Rabbi Yehuda Hanasi, opened food storehouses for the poor after a famine, but said only learned individuals could enter and take food. One of this sage's students decided to disguise himself and pretended to be an ignoramus and begged for food. Rabbi Yehuda Hanasi relented, and he started to feel bad having given food to an unlearned person, because he said that misfortune only comes to the world because of them, but he found out the person was actually a student and then decided to open his storehouses to everybody. Now, we said that after 12 months, a person is considered a citizen of a city and must pay certain taxes. This is particularly the citizens as opposed to the residents, which is a slightly different status as seen in some other cases. Additionally, this 12-month period is specifically before taxes are charged for boards for the city walls. Much earlier than that, after 30 days, the new citizen is expected to contribute to the soup kitchen. After 3 months, he's supposed to contribute to the community charity fund. After 6 months, he needs to start giving clothes to the poor. And after 9 months, he needs to start contributing towards burying the poor. Broadly, the city wall taxes and similar are charged from anybody that benefits from them. So this would include orphans, but exclude the sages. It cites some related incidents on this. It mentions some points on the greatness of redeeming captives and discusses the previously mentioned community charities. The community charity box was run by 2 people, as one person can't be appointed an authority over the public, and the charity collectors are supposed to seize pledges, so long as the man is wealthy. It also brings some teachings on the greatness of charity collectors. Also, charity collectors are not supposed to do anything that could make it look like they're stealing, like they can't split up. If they find coins, they shouldn't pocket them, and similar. They're related points. This goes further. It said that the charity collectors should not be the ones dispersing the funds. Similarly, the temple treasurers shouldn't be expending the funds themselves. If a poor man asks for food, they should check his eligibility, but if a poor man asks for clothes, he's given it immediately, as people wouldn't pretend to be poor and wear lackluster clothing to get some free clothes. It's also based on a verse. Others say it's the exact inverse, that we'd freely give food as the poor man is hungry and shouldn't be made to wait, while by clothes he should be investigated. And they also bring a verse that apparently implies, like, their opinion. Related, if there's a poor man around and he isn't collecting door to door, he's given a bit more than a specific set amount of bread and flour, and he's given a bed and a pillow. If the poor man is around for Shabbos, then he's also given 3 meals. This is discussed. It's also said that a person should give at an absolute minimum 1/3 of a shekel coin each year, based on a verse, although realistically the laws of Ma'aser apply, meaning you should always give 10% of your total income. Related, it said that one who causes somebody to do a charitable act is greater than the one who actually does it, as his task was more difficult. It quotes a few verses on the importance of giving charity. Further points on the great importance of charity are brought, and discusses some various laws of ritual and purity. More on charity, it is said to be exceptionally great to do it in secret so as to not embarrass anybody, and there are lots of blessings given to those who give to the poor. It's also said that those that frequently give charity will be rewarded with wisdom, wealth, and knowledge based on some scriptural verses. In fact, one Roman official, Tyrannus Rufus, asked Rabbi Akiva why, if God loves the poor, doesn't he help them? And Rabbi Akiva answers that way others have an opportunity to help them by giving charity and be saved from Gehenna. The analogy given was of a king who punished his son, imprisoned him, and ordered nobody to feed him, so one man went and brought him some food and the king was actually thankful. It was also said that the obligations of charity always apply even in exile. Therefore, the point on the importance of giving charity, it said doing so protects the Jewish people and that it brings Mashiach closer. Related, it said there are 10 strong things. A mountain, which is broken by iron, which is melted by fire, which is extinguished by water, which is carried by clouds, which are scattered by wind, which are carried by the body, which is broken by fear, which is dispelled by wine, which is lessened by sleep, and death is stronger than all of these, and charity itself is stronger than death. Therefore, the points on the importance of charity and its protective attributes. It said that charity given in secret protects the giver from an unnatural death. Therefore, the points on the importance of charity, and it said it's great if given altruistically or even unaltruistically from a Jewish person, as they still do it to fulfill God's will. But for others, it's said to be a wrong thing if it's given to receive a reward unaltruistically, as they'd regret the act if they don't receive a reward. There are additional points on this. It brings various other instances further expressing this great importance of giving charity. Related, it said that since the destruction of the first temple, the power of prophecy was taken from prophets and given to sages. This is seen as sages would explain a ruling, and would later be found to also have been taught, like they said, as a tradition from Mount Sinai. Others said that since the destruction of the temple, prophecy was actually given to the insane and to children, and it cites some incidents of this. It also quotes some medical advice. It gets into a related discussion as to whether various parts of scripture can be combined into a single scroll, and the number of lines that must be left blank between certain books within the text. These and related principles are discussed, along with the standard measurements of a Torah scroll. This relates to the structure of the Ark, wherein there's a debate as to how all the items stored within fit, being the sets of the tablets, and the Torah scroll written by Moshe. So based on this, it tries to determine the dimensions of the scroll based on the dimensions of the Ark. This is additionally discussed, and related, it mentions that Moshe was commended for destroying the tablets. It also gives the order of the books of prophets, of course being Joshua, Judges, Samuel, Kings, Jeremiah, Ezekiel, Isaiah, and the 12 prophets, or in Hebrew, Yehoshua, Shoftim, Shmuel, Malachim, Yirmiyahu, Yecheskel, and Yeshaya. The order is additionally explained. Further, it said that Moshe wrote the Torah, being the 5 books of Moses, and also the passage of Bilam within, and also the book of Job. Yehoshua wrote the book of Joshua, and the last 8 verses of the Torah, which cover the passing of Moshe. Samuel wrote his own book, and the book of Judges, and the book of Ruth. King David wrote the book of Psalms, Tehillim, along with the 10 elders who composed parts of individual psalms, being Adam, Melchizedek, Abraham, Moshe, and others. Jeremiah, Yirmiyahu, wrote his own book, the Book of Kings and of Lamentations. Chizkiah and his assistants wrote the books of Isaiah, Yeshaya, Proverbs, Song of Songs, Shir Hashirim, and Ecclesiastes. Koheles, which were actually written by King Solomon, King Shlomo, but he compiled them. And the remainder of the books were written by the men of the Great Assembly, although Ezra wrote his own book and the genealogy from Chronicles up until himself, and the remainder was finished by Nehemiah, son of Chachaliah. Some say that the last 8 verses of the Torah were nevertheless actually written by Moshe, which creates some variance as to how they are read. The sources for these points on authorship are all individually qualified and discussed. There's debate as to when exactly Job Eov lived. Some said during the time that Moshe sent the spies into Israel. Others said Job wasn't ever real. He's just entirely a parable. Others said he was there during the Babylonian exile. This actually expands into a broader debate as to whether Job was even Jewish. It additionally expounds on the verses from the book of Job, giving some additional explanations to the story. This incident is spoken on further. It additionally expounds on Job's great righteousness and also on a few of his improper statements. These are additionally discussed. It also speaks on Avraham for a bit. It says in the verse that he was blessed bakol, which means with everything. There are a few interpretations as to what this means. Some say it means he was given a daughter. Some say it means he was given a daughter who he named Bakol. Others say that it means that all the kings came to him for advice due to his great knowledge in astrology. Others say it means that Abraham was given a precious stone that could cure anybody who looked at it, and when Abraham passed, it was then placed in the sun. Others say that it means that his grandson, Esau, waited until after he had passed to rebel, which it expands on. And others say that his son, Ishmael, repented during his lifetime, which it sources. There are further points on this. It said that there are 3 people that the evil inclination has no power over, being Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, and that there were 6 men that the angel of death had no dominion over, and that their souls were taken by God, being Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, Moshe, Aaron, and Miriam. The relevant verses are all cited. It's also said that they, along with Jacob's son Binyamin, that their bodies do not decay. Additionally, 4 men would never have died but for the sin of the tree of knowledge, establishing death. Binyamin, Amram, Moshe's father, Yishai, David's father, and Kilov, David's son. And all of these are tradition besides for Yishai, who the verse implies like. There's actually a broader debate as to which direction the Shekhinah is in, which is sourced from a number of verses. It also describes the path of the sun as it circles around the globe, giving some general measurements. It additionally quoted a number of verses on the wind. It said, if somebody wants to become knowledgeable, he should pray facing south. If he wants wealth, he should pray facing north, although traditionally we face east towards Jerusalem when we pray. There are related teachings on the proper, modest ways of a Torah scholar, how they should dress, how they should set their table, and similar. There's a story, a certain sage would go around and mark crypts, so that way people wouldn't accidentally become impure. He came to the crypt of Avraham, the forefather, and saw his servant Eliezer outside. He asked Eliezer what Avraham was doing, and he said that Avraham was laying in the arms of his wife. So he went inside, took some measurements of the cave, and left. A voice from heaven said, well, you were there, you also saw the forefather Jacob, but you should make sure to not look at Adam. But the voice described the remaining dimensions so that way he wouldn't need to go back in. The sage said that he had seen the heels of Adam and said that they resembled 2 sons. It also describes the great beauty of Adam, comparing him to the other forefathers. Another story, a magician would go around to the dead and rob their graves. He did so to one past sage, and the sage grabbed his beard and wouldn't release him, so another sage had to come and free the man by cutting off his beard. There are other stories involving these sages. Okay, the Gemara will now list about 21 different stories about a number of different topics, the first few of which are relevant as they relate to ships. Just about every single one of these stories are extremely fantastical and non-literal, and the commentaries explain at length as to what these are all analogy for, typically on esoteric subjects like God's relationship with man, the nature of the soul, and things along those lines. First story, there was a great ship-sinking wave in the ocean with a fringe of white fire, that if it was struck with a club that was engraved with the 3 names of God, it would subside. So just to explain this one, according to the commentaries, is a metaphor for the soul's journey throughout the world, wherein it's antagonized by the evil inclination, represented by the great wave, which has a white fringe, as on the surface it tries to portray itself as virtuous, and it could only be defeated through God's promises, represented by each of God's names. So that's one example. Next story, there are these great waves in the ocean, and one lifted some sailors so high they could see the resting place of the smallest star, which appeared to be absolutely massive, and if they had gone up any higher, the star's heat would have burnt them up. And then they heard the waves calling to each other when asking why this great wave wasn't destroying the world, and it answered that God had decreed that it couldn't even pass a thread breadth of sand at the seashore. Anyways, another story. A sage saw the demon Horman, son of Lilith, the mother of demons, who was riding along the battlements of the city of Mechoza, and a horseman was riding ahead of him on the ground, but the demon couldn't catch him. Also, 2 mules were saddled for this demon Horman, and were both standing on 2 bridges over a river, and the demon was jumping back and forth between the mules while pouring 2 full glasses of wine between each other without spilling a drop, and this summoned great storms, so the king of the demons sent his soldiers to kill Horman for giving up their secrets. By the way, this whole story here is explained to be a metaphor for the pointlessness of the pursuit of worldly pleasures. Another story, there was a great beast called a Re'im, the size of Mount Tabor. It describes its great size and says it excreted sufficient to dam the Jordan River. Another story, there was a frog the size of a city, which was swallowed by a sea monster, which was swallowed by a female raven, which then sat on a tree. Another story, some men were on a ship and they saw a fish which had a tiny creature to crawl up its nostril, and then it died. The fish corpse washed up on shore, destroying a city, and the people there ate of it and built houses out of its bones to rebuild their city. Another story, people were on a ship and saw a massive fish that had an island growing on its back. So the men thought that it was a regular island, so they went up on it and started a fire, so the fish rolled over and they nearly drowned. Another story, some men were on a ship and traveled 3 days and 3 nights to travel between the 2 fins of a massive sea creature, even though their ship was going fast enough to outpace an arrow. Another story, some men were on a ship and they saw a bird's head sticking out of the water, so they assumed that the waters were shallow, but then a voice from heaven warned them that the water was so deep there and torrential that an axe dropped into that spot was falling through the ocean for 7 years and still hadn't hit the seafloor. Another story, men were in the desert and saw geese, which were extremely fat and rich, and they were said to be eaten by the righteous in the world to come, but due to the pain of the geese, those that delayed Mashiach's coming will be held accountable. Another story, an Arab merchant would be able to tell the distance and location anywhere in the desert just by taking some earth and smelling it. Another story, the Arab merchant brought the sages to see the location of Mount Sinai. On the way through the desert, they passed one of the corpses of the people from that time, and it was so massive that the merchant could travel underneath its bent knee while riding on a camel and holding a spear. One of the sages cut off a corner of the corpse's tzitzis, as there's a debate on the proper manner of its tying, but the merchant said he had to return it, or else they wouldn't be able to move on. Later, the sages all criticized him for not just counting the threads and knots on the tzitzis and recording it. Anyways, they reached Mount Sinai, and it was surrounded by scorpions resembling white donkeys. They heard a voice from heaven bemoaning the fact that God had chosen to take an oath to have the Jewish people put in exile, and the sages were later criticized for not taking the opportunity to annul the oath. Anyways, then this merchant led them to the grounds where the earth opened to swallow Korach and his followers. They saw smoke coming up from the ground, which burnt wet wool that was placed into the hole. The merchants reported that he had heard voices of the rebellion regretting their choices from that hole, and that Gehenna shakes them around every 30 days and brings them there. Anyways, then the merchant brought them to the place where the heaven and earth meet. They saw a window in the sky, and one of them put a basket in the window, and he went to pray, and then he saw his basket was gone. He was told that the heavenly sphere is rotating, and your basket will be back in place the next day. Another story, the sage reported he was on a ship, and he saw a giant fish with eyes like 2 moons, and water pouring from its nostrils like 2 rivers. Another story, a sage reported seeing a great sea beast called the sea goat with horns, on which were engraved the words that it was only a small creature of the sea in spite of being 300 parsecs long, and it was going to be consumed by the Leviathan. Another story, the sage was on a ship and saw a chest covered with precious stones and pearls surrounded by dangerous sea creatures. One diver tried to get it, but he was attacked by the sea creatures, but he warded them off with a bottle of vinegar that he poured into the water. A voice from heaven declared that this chest was for the wife of the sage, Rabbi Hanina ben Dosa. Another story, a sage was on a ship and saw a precious stone surrounded by a massive sea monster which attacked the ship, but then a great raven cut off the head of the sea monster, and so much blood came out that the water turned to blood. Then another sea monster came and placed the stone back around the dead sea monster, and then it came back to life, but it was then re-killed by the raven. So the men on the ship grabbed the stone, and it was placed onto some salted birds, which then came back to life and flew off with the stone. Another story, some sages were traveling by ship, and one started getting afraid, and said he saw a great light in the depths of the sea, and the other sage said that that was the eyes of the Leviathan. Another last story, a sage was in the desert, and he cut and prepared a piece of meat and placed on it some special herbs, but that repaired the meat back to its original shape. 12 months later, they returned and saw the coals from the fire were still glowing, as was a special type of wood. Anyways, some points on the Leviathan. There's a lot of commentary as to what the Leviathan even is. Some give it a more metaphorical meaning, as some sort of an analogy, depending on the context. Here, it's apparently talking about a giant sea creature. Anyways, it said that there are 2 types of Leviathans, the straight snake and the curved snake, a male and a female, but to prevent them from reproducing and destroying the world, God killed the female and saved its meat for the righteous by Mashiach's coming, and castrated the male. God also created the Behemoths, gigantic creatures, a male and a female, but to prevent them from reproducing and destroying the world, the male was castrated and the female was made unemotional. The female Leviathan was killed, as fish are more unconstrained, and it was specifically the female, as God plays with the Leviathan, and such a thing would be improper if he was doing so with the female. Again, a lot of commentary on what this is a metaphor for. The female behemoth was not killed, as only salted fish meat is good. It's also said, by the creation of the world, God ordered the angel of the sea to swallow up the waters to make room for dry land. The angel claimed it could not, so God killed it, and its carcass lays at the bottom of the ocean, and it can't be smelled due to the ocean above it. Some say that the Jordan River comes from the mouth of the Leviathan, and it lists a bunch of seas and rivers. It said, in the future, the angel Gabriel will lead a hunt against the Leviathan, and will only be able to defeat it with God's help. It further describes the massive size of the Leviathan, and that in the world to come the righteous will eat of the flesh of this Leviathan, and also that they'll live in structures made of its hide. If they're not fully worthy, they'll only get an amulet of its hide, and everything left over will be spread over the walls of Jerusalem. It's also said that Jerusalem will be built of massive gemstones when Mashiach comes. One student made fun of this, saying gemstones couldn't be that big, and then he was on a ship and he saw angels carving out massive gemstones for the future by Mashiach's coming. Then his teacher got upset at the student, looked at him, and the student turned into a pile of bones. These points on the reward by Mashiach's coming are further described and related. It said that there are three who are referred to by God's name, being the righteous, Mashiach, and Jerusalem, as seen in a few verses. It's also said that the righteous will be praised by the angels when Mashiach comes. It's also said that when Mashiach comes, the city of Jerusalem will be elevated up into the sky and will also be greatly increased in size. It also describes the great walls that will be built and additional points. Anyways, based on the particular usage of words to reference wheat as white or red, the implication is that the sun itself, which has a similar used word, is actually red, and it's just difficult to tell due to our sight, and some say the sun is red-colored as it passes by Gehenna. Again, there are further points on proper business practices, and there are some additional points on the story of Ruth, Boaz, and Naomi, and the related verses. It also speaks on Abraham, his life. It said that when he passed, all the great men of the world lined up to mourn him. Again, a number of other verses are quoted and spoken on. It speaks on the greatness of the produce of the land of Israel, and it also says that everything aged is better as long as it's typically something that's aged, so this excludes things like dates, beer, and small fish. It brings up some scriptural figures as it discusses the family trees, and it mentions that a person should always stay near a righteous family and marry into them, as this will cause you to have righteous descendants. This is seen with Aaron, who married the daughter of the righteous Aminadab and had Pinchas descend from him. Pinchas also descended from Jethro, but it was removed by several generations. It's also said that when marrying a woman, you should examine the characteristics of her brothers, as seen from the verse when Aaron married his wife, it mentions her brother. This it says, most sons resemble their mother's brothers. Some additional verses are quoted. Similarly, according to this opinion, the children of Joseph petitioned for extra land, even though they entered Israel, as they had many children, under 20, so they would have received a lesser amount. Some suggest that these specified petitions show that every other person was fine and received a portion in Israel. Others say the request of Joseph is simply recorded to teach that a person should beware of the evil eye, as they were advised to live in forests. However, they responded, saying that the evil eye has no power over the descendants of Joseph, as they're compared to a fish, which are immune as they're covered by water. It quotes sources for the division of portions between the spies and the followers of Korach. These are discussed, and it particularly qualifies the inheritance of the daughters of Tzlafchad. These are discussed, and it asks how the daughters of Tzlafchad could request an extra portion as their father was a firstborn, as firstborns receiving double doesn't apply to prospective assets. So some suggest they weren't asking for the land, they were requesting his actual property. Others say that the land of Israel was considered to have been in their possession since they left Egypt, although others debated from a source. It said, actually, Moshe was uncertain as to whether this was the case, and it was clarified that it was an inheritance, but it won't be received by those that left Egypt themselves, as they all ended up passing in the desert. It also expounds further on the incident with the daughters of Tzlafchad. It said that they were wise as they spoke in a timely manner, they were knowledgeable in Torah as they knew the law, and that they were righteous as they waited a while to marry people befitting their station. It said that because of this, the same miracle that occurred for Yocheved occurred for them, which is that they retained the beauty of their youth even when they were old. It's also said that sometimes the verses list the daughters in different orders, sometimes in order of age, other times in order of wisdom, although others say that it's to show that they were all equal. It further expounds on these verses, on their marriage, that they only married fitting individuals, and similar. This is discussed along with other points on the prohibitions that existed for certain individuals to marry outside of their tribes, as was briefly mentioned earlier. This is relevant for the holiday on the 15th of the month of Tu B'Av, wherein all the tribes would have their marriages, along with marriages between tribes. Now, there were other things that this holiday of Tu B'Av celebrated, although that's more discussed in the very last pages of Tractate Taanis, But essentially this celebrated the ending of the deaths in the wilderness, and it also celebrated the day that the guards blocking the roads to the pilgrimage holidays in Jerusalem were removed. It's the day where those killed in the Battle of Beitar were finally buried, and it was also the day that they stopped cutting trees for the altar pyre. Related, it said that there are 7 righteous men that had their total lives span across the entire world. There was Adam, who lived until Methuselah, who lived until Shem, who lived until Jacob, who lived until Amram, who lived until Achia, the Shilonite, who lived until Elijah the prophet, Eliyahu Hanavi, who is still around to this day. The relevant verses to calculate their ages and dates are also brought back to the division of the land. It said that it was divided according to the tribes, not by head count, based on some verses. It was done so with the Urim V'Tumim on the Kohen Gadol's breastplate, and also a lottery was drawn to divide the portions of land between tribes. It is said that when Mashiach comes, everybody will have land of all the different variants, and it'll be divided between 13 tribes, an additional one for the Nasi, Mashiach. During the original division of land, those that received lesser portions of land would be monetarily reimbursed based on the difference in value between land by its distance to Jerusalem. Others said that they just would receive other lands. Everybody received their portion by lottery, besides for Joshua and Kalev, whose portion is specified in verses as given by the word of God. It clarifies which portions exactly these were. Related, regarding these verses, it mentions Leah's marriage to Jacob, and prior to this, it says that her eyes were ra'akos, meaning tender. Some interpret this to mean like the word arukas, meaning longer, showing that her descendants many generations down the line would be very great. Others say it's literal, that she was a very sad person because people would frequently say that she would one day marry Esav, and she would often cry over that. Additionally, Jacob was supposed to marry Rachel and worked for many years to do so, as the verses state, but her father switched her out for her sister Leah, and Jacob didn't realize until after they were married. It's explained this was as Jacob and Rachel suspected her father, Lavan, might try such a thing, so they designed some secret signs to identify themselves to each other when they were getting married. However, when Rachel saw her sister being switched out, she realized her sister might get very embarrassed, so she taught Leah the signs, and Jacob married Leah, and then only much later on married Rachel. New Mishnah. If somebody writes over his estate to another person and leaves nothing for his children, it's a valid gift, but it's something that's frowned upon. Others say this is considered to be a good thing if his children were not being proper, that they shouldn't receive an inheritance. The Gemara debates if these two people disagree as to whether heirs of poor character should not inherit. A story is brought. A sage had a son who was acting improper, so the sage took all of his money and consecrated it. The son later got married, and he bought a fish and found a jewel inside and was told to bring it to the temple treasurers to sell it so he'd get a fair price. It's a debate if he either brought 6 times the amount his father had consecrated to the temple, or that he took 7 times his father had consecrated from the temple. So either way, we can't really say if the implication is that the disownment was a good thing, although it is said from elsewhere that generally any form of disownment, even towards a poorly acting son, is viewed negatively. It discusses this from other incidents and also quotes the greatness of the students of the sage Hillel, the least of which was said to be Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai, who was extremely knowledgeable in basically every field: scripture, Mishnah, Gemara, Halacha, law, Agadah, the different arguments and discussions, astronomy, the different parables, medicinal matters, the speech of demons and angels, the incident of the chariot in Ezekiel, and many others. The greatest of the students was the sage Yonasan ben Uziel, about whom it was said that whenever he studied Torah, any bird that flew above him was incinerated. It also quotes scriptural sources for the point that an extremely sick person can verbally give over his property. Related, it mentions that Achitophel, King David's general who betrayed King David to ally with the Prince Absalom, before he took his own life after he saw the rebellion failing, he told his sons 3 things: to not fight amongst each other, to never again rebel against the Davidic dynasty, and also if the sky is clear by the holiday of Shavuos, to plant wheat crops that year. It debates what this weather by the last one is exactly referring to, and there are some additional omens for the year's weather that are listed. It said if it's hot or cold on the first day of Rosh Hashanah, then the year will be hot or cold, respectively. This made a difference in what the Kohen Gadol would pray for. One of these instances is where a sage reported another sage as having written a document that was made improperly, and he was told to cease his lashon hara, which is speaking about other people behind their back, or slander. The same occurred when a sage just mentioned a different document had been written by a different sage, which shows that you shouldn't speak about people behind their backs, even excessively about their good qualities, as that could lead to discussion about their faults. Related, it said there are 3 sins which men transgress to some extent every day. These are thoughts of sin, improper concentration within prayer, and avak lashon hara. Avak lashon hara isn't typical slander, as not everybody does that. Instead, it refers to neutrally speaking about others in a manner that could be interpreted negatively. It's held that it's a very meritorious thing for a judge to rule a compromise. Some say it means it's even a meritorious thing to offer a compromise. Related, it said that Aaron's decision to make the golden calf was a compromise, as seen in the verses that Hor, his nephew, tried to stop them, and they killed him. So he said instead of them killing him, it would be better to try and stall and make the golden calf, which could be repented for. There are many related verses expounded on. It also says that a true judgment causes the divine presence to rest on Israel, and if a judge incorrectly takes a litigant's money, God will take the judge's soul. There are a few related incidents mentioned on the topic of not embarrassing people. One teacher on the study hall requested that whoever had eaten garlic should leave, so one of the sages left so as to not embarrass the student, and also there was a time where a woman entered the study hall and said that one of the students had betrothed her through cohabitation, so the teacher gave her a bill of divorce, and then every student in the school gave her one also, so that way the student that betrothed her wouldn't be embarrassed. In regards to the leaning on the offering by 3 judges, the word used is smicha, which typically refers to the ordination of somebody as a rabbi, which is called smicha. Here, the word smicha refers specifically to the leaning on an offering. Ordination to become a rabbi is done before 3. Leaning hands is not required. The title rabbi is given, and they're allowed to adjudicate cases involving penalties. The specific process of this was a ceremony passed down from Moshe to his students and down to the times of the Romans. And at that point, rabbinical ordination was outlawed, and the line that was passed down from Moshe until that generation was in danger of being ended. So the sage Yehuda ben Bava went between 2 mountains and ordained 5 other prominent sages, and the Roman soldiers discovered this, so he told them to run off, and he was stabbed to death with 300 iron spears. However, it does say that, unmentioned, there were 2 other men with Rabbi Yehuda ben Bava, so ordination actually must be done with 3 rabbis. Some say it also must be done within Israel. It cites other instances on the ordination of various other sages. It gives sources from scripture as to the original composition of the Sanhedrin, with 70 judges and Moshe leading them, and how the judges were drawn with lots and similar. 2 of the men, Eldad and Medad, refused to participate out of humility and were rewarded with prophecy. Some say that they foretold Moshe's passing, others say Yehoshua's crossing into Israel, others say the incident with the birds, others say of Mashiach's coming and Gog and Magog. Sources are discussed. There are particular points which will be discussed further on later. It said that members of the Sanhedrin must be men of height, wisdom, imposing appearance, old age, acquainted with witchcraft to be able to prosecute it, and who know the 70 languages, so that way they won't need an interpreter. Some say they also must be knowledgeable enough to know how to purify a sheret creature according to biblical law. There are points on the requirements to know every language, and also throughout the whole Gemara, it often uses expressions to refer to various sages without using their actual given names, so it gives a complete list of the terminologies and who they refer to here. Regarding the mentioned requirement for a city to have a minimum of 120 men to have a Sanhedrin, this is 23 for the court, and then 3 rows of 23 scholars, and then 10 unoccupied men who stay in the synagogue, and then also a stenographer, court officers, 2 litigants, 2 witnesses, 2 to discredit the witnesses, and 2 to discredit those, and then 6 others for various town positions, a doctor, scribe, butcher, charity collector, and otherwise. Others say the required amount was 230, others say 277, others said 278. Within scripture, it does a calculation and says the total number of judges were 78,600. Related, it refers to Ruth's son as a son of Naomi, which is as Naomi raised him. It says similarly about other scriptural figures, including Moshe and Batya, who raised him, and it said, whoever teaches a boy Torah, it's as if he fathered him, which is based on some verses. There are further points on King David's marriages, and how Saul gave his daughter Michal to another man, Palti, in marriage after David, although Palti supported her but never was intimate with her. Some additional points on this topic are discussed. New Mishnah: if somebody related to a king passes, he cannot leave the entrance of the palace to follow the funeral procession. Others say he can if he wants to, as King David followed the bier of Avner, but others say that was unique as it was done to placate the people. When the king eats the mourner's meal, everybody sits on the floor and he sits on a dargash, which was a type of chair. The Gemara says a debate. Some say women should go in front or behind a funeral bier, depending on the custom, and others say they should always go in front, and they debate this based on a number of verses. It argues as to what exactly a dargash is. It's said to be a leather cot of some sort. It describes the bed a bit further. New Mishnah: a king can wage war with the consent of the Sanhedrin of 71 judges, and a king is allowed to break fences of people's property to make himself a path to his field, and people cannot protest this. A king has first choice of any spoils of war. The Gemara says it repeats the first point, now by the laws of kings. Some say a king can actually use any of these powers, others say they're just stated to make people fear the king. It's debated from a number of verses whether the Jewish people had a requirement to appoint a king. Some say it was required, some say it was only as they were complaining that they wanted one. When the Jewish people entered the land of Israel, they had 3 commandments: to appoint a king, to eradicate Amalek and to build the temple. They didn't know the order, so it's explained it's based on scripture. Also, it lists points on King Solomon's kingship. It said that it slowly regressed from including being over the upper beings to only being over his country, to only over Jerusalem, to only his bed, and then only his staff, which is based on some verses. It's debated if King Solomon fully regained his kingship after he lost it for a period to the king of the demons, as discussed in Tractate Gittin on page 68b. New Mishnah. The verse says a king cannot take too many wives. Some say this is a limit on 18, others say he can have more so long as they don't turn him away from God. Others say he cannot even marry a single woman that'll turn him away from God, with a limit on 18. The Gemara explains the dispute to be between an interpretation on scripture. It additionally explains the source for the limit of 18 based on points on the wives of King David. It also expounds on verses regarding the incident with Amnon and Tamar. It says in the verse that Amnon hated Tamar after he violated her, as his genitalia had been cut by her hair. It says that this was as Tamar was the daughter of a convert, as a Jewish woman up until the destruction of the first temple didn't have any hair grow on their body. After the incident with Tamar, people started being a lot more careful with such things, and the laws against seclusion and cohabitation with an unmarried woman were instituted. It expounds on further verses. New Mishnah. The verse says, a king shouldn't have too many horses. This means he should only have enough for his chariots. It also says he shouldn't have too much gold and silver, which is that he should only have enough to pay his soldiers. A king writes his own Torah scroll, which he takes to war and brings to judgment, and sets it opposite himself when he reclines, based on the verse. The Gemara additionally expounds on the points and sources for the limit to how many horses and coins he can have. It says King Solomon transgressed here. He also married the Pharaoh's daughter, and when he did so, it said that the angel Gabriel went and stuck a reed at the bottom of the ocean, which slowly formed into a sandbank, where Rome was built atop eventually. It explains the reason there are many commandments in the Torah which don't have explanation given, things like the laws of kosher or sha'anis, is because there are laws which, if explained, people would try to circumvent them logically, as King Solomon did. For instance, the prohibition against the king having too many wives or horses actually did have explanations given, not to have too many wives, as otherwise the king would turn from God. So King Solomon thought to cut the wives and just not turn from God, and it didn't really work out. And the prohibition against having too many horses was so that way nobody would return to the land of Egypt, which Solomon thought to get the horses without returning to the land of Egypt, and that didn't end up working out either. It's additionally said that a king should write his own Torah scroll even if he was passed down one, and some say this applies to every Jewish person, and the custom nowadays is to have a letter written on your behalf within a scroll by the scribe. It says the Torah was originally written in Hebrew, but was later also given in Aramaic for the Samaritans. It expounds various points on these different scripts. New Mishnah. Only the king can ride on the king's horse, and only the king can sit on the king's throne or use the king's scepter. No one can watch the king's hair be cut, and nobody can watch him undress in the bathhouse, as the verse implies that the awe of the king must be upon you. The Gemara expounds on various verses regarding King David and Avishag, and various points on the tragedy of a man who loses his wife. It said that a person is predestined in the womb to marry somebody, but to remarry it's as difficult to arrange as the splitting of the sea. There are various other teachings on the closeness between a husband and a first wife. The points on the witness's testimony are qualified, and it discusses the verses on Adam and Eve and the tree of knowledge, and how it shows the importance of never adding to God's words. As Adam said to not eat or touch from the tree, so, when the serpent convinced Eve to just touch of the tree, which itself wasn't problematic, she then ate of it too. In regards to the order of judges, starting with the most eminent, it says, from the days of Moshe until Rebbe, we don't find great Torah knowledge and authority in one person at a time, and it debates this from various different scriptural figures and famous sages. There's an expounds on points that even very poor quality individuals have redeeming features. There was a sage, Rav Zera, who tried to befriend some troublemakers in his town to try and have them repent, and they always ignored and mocked him, but then the sage passed away, so they then said that who will pray for mercy on our behalf, and they all repented. It says when a new student is added to replace the judge, everybody must shift to their new position, and if somebody complains that he's now at the end of a row, it's as it said, it's better to be the tail to a lion than the head of a fox. New Mishnah. When a capital case is tried, the witnesses are brought in and admonished, saying, perhaps you think to testify falsely, but this is unlike a monetary case, where at worst there's monetary repayment. Here, you'll be responsible for the death of this man and all of his future descendants. This is, as it says, man was created singly, to teach that whoever ends a life is as if he ended an entire world. And if somebody saves a life, it's as if he saves an entire world. Also, man was created singly, so that way nobody can say that they had greater ancestry, and so nobody could say there were multiple creators making multiple people. And also to show the greatness of God, that he created all people from a single mold, and none are alike. This is why everybody must say that for my sake the world was created. It then lists further verses the witnesses are warned with. The Gemara says a witness cannot even base his testimony on conjecture. It said that the sage Shimon ben Shattach once saw a man enter a ruin and then left holding a bloody knife, and there was a body on the floor, but he didn't testify against the man, as it wasn't sufficient, so he prayed that God should judge him instead, and a snake bit the man and he died. Related, it said that even though the Sanhedrin ceased and capital punishment is no longer performed, capital punishment is still done by God. So if somebody deserves stoning, it said a roof will fall on them, or they'll be trampled by animals. If somebody deserves burning, he'll either fall into a fire or be bitten by a snake. If somebody deserves beheading, he'll either be arrested or killed by bandits. And if somebody deserves strangulation, he'll either drown or choke. The man in the story had murdered, and the punishment for that is actually beheading, but he was bitten by a snake, as he had committed a different sin also. It's debated if monetary cases can be based on conjecture. It said that Cain seriously mutilated Hevel with multiple cuts and bruises before cutting his throat, as nobody had killed anybody before. After the earth swallowed this blood, it says it never opened its mouth for good again. It lists verses showing the atonement of exile. A related point, it said that the sons of a sage were given wine, and said that Mashiach will only come when the families of the Reish Galosa and the Nasi, the prince, cease. It explains many additional verses, and it explains further reasons why man was created singly and looking different than others. It also says that man was created last on Friday, so that way heretics won't say man was a partner in creation, and also so that way man will be humble, knowing that even the lowly gnat was created before him. Also so he could celebrate Shabbos right away, and also so the world would be prepared fully for him, like guests being invited to a prepared banquet. It expounds on some further verses. It said in the first hour Adam's dust was gathered, in the second it was made into a shapeless mass, in the third his body was formed, in the fourth hour his soul was blown in, on the fifth he stood, on the sixth hour he named the animals, on the seventh hour Eve was formed, on the eighth he procreated with Eve, on the ninth he was commanded not to eat of the tree of knowledge, on the 10th he ate from the tree of knowledge, on the 11th he was judged, and on the 12th hour he was banished. It's also said an animal only attacks a person if he appears like an animal. Another teaching, when God spoke to the angels about making man, the angels asked, "What will man do?" And God told them what they would eventually do. So they tried to discourage him, so God consumed them and asked other angels. And eventually, after the flood and the diaspora of the world, the angels said, the first angels were right. And God said that he'll continue to tolerate man despite their issues, based on a verse. It's also said Adam was also initially created stretching across the entire universe, the distance from the earth to the heavens, and was shrunk once he sinned. Some say Adam spoke Aramaic, as one of the words in a verse translates to Aramaic. It's also said that God showed Adam every generation in its stages, and he mourned the execution of Rabbi Akiva. Some even say Adam did idolatry. It said, whenever there's a questionable verse that idol worshippers or heretics try to misinterpret, the response is always in a nearby verse. For instance, it says, "Let us make man in our image," which is plural. So it says in the next verse that God created man in his image. It gives many more of such examples. It's also said that the plural is as God always consulted the heavenly court. It gives other instances of questions on verses and the answers. There are several of these questions from heretics. One argued that God was a thief to steal Adam's side to make Eve, but his own daughter argued, saying it was more beneficial to him and was done without him seeing, as otherwise he would have been disgusted seeing it being made. Another heretic told the sage Rabban Gamliel that he knew what God was doing and where he was sitting, so the sage responded by asking what his son was doing in a different city, as he missed him, and the heretic said he couldn't tell him. So he asked, then how could you possibly know what God's doing? There are other such instances. One heretic said he knew the number of stars, so Rabban Gamliel asked him how many teeth he had. So the man started counting, and Rabban Gamliel said, if you don't know how many teeth you have without checking, how could you possibly know the number of stars? There are more of these. One sorcerer said that the top half of a body belongs to the demon Hormuz, and the lower half belongs to Ahormuz. So a sage responded by asking, then how do they allow digested food to be excreted into the other's domain? Another incident, the Caesar once asked a sage that everybody should just join together to become one nation. So he said, we're all circumcised, and you can't really undo that, so for that to be viable, you'll have to do that all to yourselves too. So the Caesar said, fair, however, you bested me in an argument, so now you get thrown to the wild beasts. But the sage wasn't eaten. A Sadducee heretic suggested that maybe they weren't hungry, so he was thrown in and he was eaten. And it gives a whole bunch more of such arguments. Now, this says that they ask people to bring acquittal as he's being executed. However, the recording of the execution of Yeshu HaNitzri contradicts this. Side point, as has been mentioned before, Yeshu HaNitzri is a figure mentioned a few other times throughout the Gemara. In some sources, he's translated as Jesus of Nazareth, although this is generally considered to be an inaccurate translation, as A, Yeshu does not translate to Jesus, as explained more in other sources, mainly at the end of Tractate Sotah and Tractate Gittin 57a, and B, here, and also in Tractate Sotah, it lists the actual story of this Yeshu character, and it has little to do with the historical Jesus figure. The main discrepancy being the timing, Yeshu being objectively stated to live in about 150 BCE, which was a little while prior. Anyways, it says this Yeshu figure, after being excommunicated by his teacher, Rabbi Yehoshua ben Parachia, began practicing idolatry, sorcery, and encouraging others to do so. So they announced for 40 days beforehand, begging people to bring evidence that would acquit him for idolatry. But eventually he was executed via stoning and hung, as was always the custom after stoning, on Passover Eve. They tried very hard to acquit him, as Yeshu was very close with the government and they didn't want any issues. It said that Yeshu had 5 students named Matai, Nakai, Netzer, Buni, and Toda, and they were all also given capital punishment based on verses which reference their names. It brings additional points on the importance of repentance and its great virtue. Related, it said that Nadav and Avihu said that they'd outlive Moshe and Aaron and lead the generation, so they ended up not doing that. It explains how burning on a pyre is the incorrect practice and was something done by Sadducee heretics. Additionally, there are 7 commandments for non-Jewish people within Judaism called the 7 Noahide laws. They are to not worship idols, to not blaspheme, to not murder, to not steal, to not have forbidden relations, to not eat from the limb of a live animal, meaning to be kind to animals essentially, and to have courts of law and justice. Others said that there were other laws, but those are the 7. It gives the scriptural sources for all of these, citing the verses which show that these prohibitions apply to everybody. It further lists sources for these laws. Some say capital punishment is only given for violation of 3 of these: immorality, murder, and blasphemy. Others also add idolatry. Others say there is no capital punishment for idolatry. Others say there's liability for the violation of any of them. Main principle is, though, that just like all laws of capital punishment for Jewish people and non-Jewish people, as has been discussed over the past few chapters, that all of this only had practical application in the times of the temple in Judea, when the Sanhedrin stood. When the temple does not stand, there can be no Sanhedrin, and when there's no Sanhedrin, it's forbidden to try capital punishment. And as the temple can only be rebuilt once Mashiach comes, the 7 Noahide laws are no longer enforced principles. Instead, they act as moral guidelines to the rest of the world, which are encouraged through example. Additionally, it is worth adding that while Jewish people have the responsibility to adhere to the 613 commandments of the Torah in order to be able to get to heaven, as non-Jewish people only have an obligation in these 7 commandments as listed here. If they adhere to them, then according to Judaism, they would go straight up to heaven along with everybody else. Anyways, it said testimony in those days was before one judge and required a single witness who had to be male, but could be a relative. Prior warning was not required. It held there was liability for killing a fetus. It debates sources. These laws all apply to men and women. It further gives scriptural sources for these laws. It debates what exactly constitutes liability for immoral cohabitation by these laws. These points are qualified, explaining the particular relatives that are forbidden to all individuals to marry. It's particularly debated if everybody is forbidden to be with their father or sister. It said that this isn't forbidden by non-Jewish people, and it's debated if a sister is allowed. Additionally, a Canaanite slave can marry his mother or daughter, as he's in a sort of in-between status. It's forbidden for a non-Jewish person to cohabit with his designated slave woman. It said there's no liability for them to cohabit with their wives in an atypical manner, but there is for them to do adultery like this. It also says there was liability in those days if they struck a Jewish person. Related, it said if somebody raises his hand against their fellow, even if they didn't strike them, they're called wicked. Others say he's called a sinner. Others say his hand should be cut off and similar. Some hold there's liability for non-Jewish people to cease working for a full day, although this is not included among the Noahide laws. There's a debate if non-Jewish people can learn Torah. Rabbi Yochanan, for instance, says it's forbidden and they're liable to death from God. Rabbi Meir disagrees, saying a non-Jewish person who learns Torah is as worthy as a Kohen Gadol. They cite verses. Some say Rabbi Meir means they have this special worth if they study things applicable to them, like the Noahide laws. It's debated if non-Jewish people are forbidden from eating blood, as Jewish people are forbidden. It said any of the Noahide laws repeated at Mount Sinai apply to both Jewish people and non-Jewish people, and if they were only said as Noahide laws, that means they only apply to Jewish people, as there's nothing that a Jewish person is allowed to do that a non-Jewish person isn't allowed to do. The laws of conversion of captives in battle does not count, as that only had application during the conquest of Israel in biblical times, and liability for theft of an item less than a pruta applies to non-Jewish people, but that also applies to Jewish people too. It's just that Jewish people tend to pardon a crime that small. It also cites verses explaining why non-Jewish people aren't obligated in circumcision, and cites verses sourcing liability for eating the limb of a living animal. It's debated as to whether Adam was allowed to eat meat. It said no, and it also explains the uses of all the animals which he used for work. It said that Adam did eat meat according to some, fed to him by angels, which caused the serpent to become jealous. And it cites another incident where a sage was surrounded by lions, so he quoted a verse and pieces of meat descended from heaven, and it was said that they must have been kosher as they came from heaven, even if it resembled the meat of a non-kosher animal. As mentioned, others held that non-Jewish people had additional prohibitions besides for the 7 Noahide laws, which weren't made part of the final 7, prohibitions against sorcery and forbidden plant mixtures, and it cites the sources. It cites related verses, and it gives a list of scriptural idols and what they resembled. It's also said the Jewish people who had resorted to idolatry didn't do it because they believed in it, they did so just because they wanted to commit immoral acts. They only started to enjoy it after they became attached to it. It was said idolatry was such an issue that the sages fasted for 3 days and nights and prayed, and a note from heaven fell which said truth, which is the signet of God. And then a fiery lion cub of a sort appeared from the innermost part of the temple, and the prophet Zechariah told them that this is the inclination for idolatry. So they captured it, save for a hair which fell off, and stuffed it into a lead cauldron and sealed it. This action removed the innate desire within all people to serve idols, which used to be a thing the same way people used to desire after other sins. They also prayed to have the inclination for immorality appear, which it did, and they tied it up, but then animals stopped reproducing and there were no more eggs, so they just blinded it and thereby struck out the desire for cohabitation with one's relatives. It also describes these practices. The Yadoni puts a bone of a certain animal called a Yadua in his mouth, and it speaks to him. There are further particularities in these ceremonies mentioned, and it discusses some related verses and other forms of prohibited necromancy and augury. It also discusses further scriptural sources on sorcery and additionally qualifies as to what exactly constitutes a prohibition here, giving many different accounts of different forms of sorcery that were witnessed and differentiation between actual sorcery and just ordinary illusions. One incident, a man received a drink at an inn, and the waitress was mouthing something, so he poured out some of the water secretly, and it turned into scorpions. So he had her drink it, and she turned into a donkey, and he rode the donkey to the market, and then her friend saw this and dissolved the spell, and he was seen sitting on top of the woman in the market. It's also said that by the 10 plagues, by the exodus from Egypt, by the frog plague, the verse says frog in singular, so some say this means it was just one big giant frog that spat out tiny little frogs. One sage, Rabbi Eliezer, was excommunicated due to a different story back from Tractate Beitzah, and he was mourning that he had only imparted a fraction of his knowledge to his students. He once showed his student Rabbi Akiva the laws of planting and uprooting cucumbers via sorcery, and uprooted and replanted an entire field. So the students asked him to clarify some laws of purity before he passed, which he did. He then passed, and the excommunication was annulled. The sorcery was permitted in that case when he was teaching the students, as it was for study, where it is allowed. It speaks at length on the great negative effects of wine, particularly on Noah, who got drunk and his son Ham saw him. Some say his son castrated him so that way he wouldn't have a fourth son. Others say he also sodomized him. Some say that the tree of knowledge was a grapevine. Others say it was a stalk of wheat. Others say it was a fig tree. Generally, a person should rather sin than be killed, besides for the sins of committing idolatry, cohabiting immorally, or killing another person. This applies when the government isn't actively trying to make decrees to end Torah observance. If they are, a person should die rather than give up any commandment, if in public at least, with 10 Jewish people present. Queen Esther was allowed to impermissibly cohabit with King Ahasuerus, either as she was completely passive in the act, or because it was done for his own personal desire. It said these principles apply with the 7 Noahide laws too. It had a particular case where a man was so obsessed with a woman that he began dying, and the doctor said he should cohabit with her, but it was said that it was a form of forbidden relations, so he couldn't. And she wasn't even permitted to stand before him unclothed or similar. Marriage wouldn't have worked there, as it said that since the temple was destroyed, the enjoyment of intimacy was taken from marriage and given to sinners. It cites verses and additionally discusses these prohibitions, particularly by Pinchas and Zimri. One of the princes of the 12 tribes publicly sinned while the Jewish people were wandering through the desert after leaving Egypt by cohabiting with the Midianite woman Cosbi. So while everybody was trying to figure out what to do, Pinchas stepped up and just killed them both. It said that Pinchas managed to sneak into the camp and near their tent by removing the spear tip and hiding it and using the stick as a walking staff and pretending he was going to participate. There were 6 miracles done for Pinchas. Zimri could have ceased his cohabitation to avoid being killed, but did not. Zimri didn't cry out for help. Pinchas precisely stabbed the spear through both Zimri and Cosbi's genitalia. Zimri and Cosbi both remained on the spear like that. He lifted them through the tent, and the lintel of the tent was miraculously lifted, and an angel came and caused chaos through the camp so that way nobody could stop Pinchas. He then dropped off the bodies and argued that the plague should stop, which was going on at that time. Pinchas was noted by his lineage as being a Cohen, as people mocked his lineage after this incident. It lengthily details the extent of the sin between Zimri and Cosbi, going into a lot of detail. It expounds on further verses regarding Abraham and his trial to offer up his son Yitzchak. It said that the Satan came up to him and tried to dissuade him, but Abraham refused to bring sources for the remaining points, and these are all discussed further. Chapter 11, the final chapter of Tractate Sanhedrin, gives lengthy discussion on the coming of Mashiach and the resurrection of the dead. The first Mishnah says, all of Israel has a share in the world to come, as the verse states, and your people are all righteous, forever shall they inherit the land, the branch of my plantings, my handiwork, in which to take pride. The following do not have the share: those who deny the resurrection of the dead, or say the Torah isn't from heaven, or a heretic. Others add those who read external books, which will be defined, or somebody who incants over a wound, and some add somebody who pronounces God's name according to its letters. 3 kings do not have a share in the world to come: Yerovam, Achav, and Menashe. There are 4 common men who don't have a share: Bilam, Doeg, Achitophel, and Gehazi. The Gemara explains, God punishes measure for measure, so if somebody denies the resurrection of the dead, he doesn't receive it. It now goes through many scriptural sources and allusions towards the concept of Mashiach and the resurrection of the dead. The verse says, and you shall give from it God's terumah to Aaron the Kohen. Terumah was given in Israel, which Aaron never entered, so it must refer to the future after the resurrection. Others simply interpret this to mean men like Aaron, meaning Kohanim, along with several points on not giving terumah tithes to ignoramus Kohanim, which are discussed. Another verse, as it says, and I have also established my covenant with them to give to them the land of Canaan. It says to them, not to you, referencing the future. There were a number of verses the sage Rabban Gamliel referenced an argument, and God said to Moshe, behold, you will lie with your forefathers and rise. It was counter-argued that the context doesn't really reference that, so he quoted the verse, may your dead live, O command my people's corpses shall rise, awake and sing, you who dwell on the earth. It was argued that perhaps this referred to the dead resurrected by Yechezkel. There's the verse, going to my beloved with sincerity, stirring the lips of those who sleep. But they argued perhaps this is a reference to the teaching that when somebody teaches a law in somebody's name, their lips move from the grave. So he quoted the verse, on the land that God swore to your forefathers to give to them. It says to them specifically, and also the verse, and you who cleave to Hashem your God are alive, all of you today. Today is redundant. It's interpreted to mean on that day, referencing the future. It was argued to the Romans from the verse, behold, you will lie with your forefathers and rise, among other sources. Queen Cleopatra, although it mentions in commentary it wasn't the famous Queen Cleopatra, it was just another queen of the same name, spoke to Rabbi Meir, asking on these verses, and they shall blossom forth from the city like the grass of the earth, which references the resurrection, and she wanted to know if they would arise clothed. So Rabbi Meir responded, saying that wheat is buried unclothed and arises covered, so too will the righteous. It says a number of similar conversations and incidents. Another incident, it says the descendants of the ancient Canaanites came from Africa to argue with the Jewish people before Alexander of Macedon, claiming they have the right to the land of Canaan, but they counter-argued by quoting the verse that says the ancient ancestor of Canaan was cursed as a slave to Shem and Japheth, so they had no right to the land. Similarly, the Egyptians came before Alexander of Macedon to argue they wanted repayment for the treasures the Jewish people took upon leaving Egypt, so they counter-argued, saying by that regard they would need payment for the 430 years of slavery. Another time, the descendants of Yishmael and Keturah came before Alexander and argued they have the rights to the land, as the verse says they're a descendant of Abraham. So it was counter-argued, but the verse also says that Abraham gave all that was his to Yitzchak, Isaac, in gifts to his other sons, and had them leave to other lands. It explains that these gifts he gave them were the arts of sorcery. Marcus Aurelius, the good friend of the sage Rebbe, Rabbi Yehuda Hanassi, frequently conversed with him, and Marcus Aurelius argued, saying the body and soul could respectively argue that neither are at fault for sin, as once each left, the other stopped doing wrong. Rabbi Yehuda Hanassi gave the analogy of 2 thieves stealing from an orchard, one blind and one lame, and they sat on each other's shoulders, the blind man walking and the lame man guiding, so they were eventually caught and judged together on each other's shoulders, as they had committed the crime, so too the body and soul are combined and judged. Marcus Aurelius asked Rebbe why the sun rises in the east and sets in the west. Rebbe responds, if it was the inverse, he'd have asked the same. So he asked, why does it go across the east and west completely? And he said, to offer greetings to God at its peak, and it stretches all the way across to help workers and travelers. Marcus Aurelius also taught Rebbe, saying that the soul must enter the body immediately upon conception, as all meat without a soul rots within days. And Rebbe agreed. He also taught Rebbe that it must be that the evil inclination only influences a person from birth, as otherwise it'd try and leave the womb prematurely. And Rebbe also agreed and cited a verse as proof for this. He cites many verses regarding the resurrection of the dead. It said that the dead will rise and then be healed. It said that the Jewish people will rise and live forever, and even the non-Jewish people too will participate, being granted extremely long lives. There are further points and many additional verses cited referencing scriptural allusion towards the resurrection. There are more sources, for instance, may Reuven live and not die, the latter part being a reference. Of course, there's the verse, and many of those who sleep in the dusty earth shall awaken, these for everlasting life, and these for shame, for everlasting abhorrence. And as for you, go to the end, and you repose, and you will arise to your lot at the end of days. There are many further teachings on the great importance of understanding and teaching Torah and helping Torah scholars and humility. It cites more verses. It also says the dead that the prophet Yechezkel resurrected were the sons of the tribe of Ephraim, who miscalculated the dates of the slavery in Egypt and tried to escape too early and were all killed. Others say it was those that denied the final resurrection. There are other suggestions. It also discusses Nebuchadnezzar's attempted burning of Hananiah, Michael, and Azariah, saying there were 6 miracles. Then the furnace rose to ground level and the wall was breached, its foundation caved in. Nebuchadnezzar's idol fell over, the royal parties burned, and Yechezkel resurrected the dead. And these are all passed by tradition, besides for the burning of the 4 kingdoms, which is alluded to by scripture. From this whole thing, we can learn that a person in mortal danger should maintain his dignified bearing. It debates as to what exactly happened to them and as to what Daniel was doing at this time. It said that the false prophets Achav and Tzidkiyahu tried to be tested by Nebuchadnezzar in the same way, requesting that they also be thrown in the furnace and asking the Kohen Gadol Yeshua be tossed in too. So they were, and 2 of them were burned, and the Kohen Gadol's clothes were singed as his sons married women unfit for the Kohana, and he hadn't protested to that. It expounds upon many related verses. There were also many verses on Chizkiah and his wars, and it says he was almost the Mashiach, but not quite, along with some points on Sanhedrin, his many names, how he exiled the 10 tribes, some say to Africa, some say to the mountains of Selug. There are many teachings on the wickedness of Sanhedrin, but further lists events of Sanhedrin's siege of Jerusalem. It also cites an incident when King David was going out hunting and was chasing a deer until he eventually entered the land of the Philistines, when Yishai ben Nov, the brother of Goliath, saw him and tried to kill him by crushing him beneath an olive press, but the ground underneath David softened and he was unharmed. In the meanwhile, Avishai, David's officer, was washing and he saw blood in the water, although some say it was a dove that landed before him and started thrashing. So he ran to find David using King David's horse, and the ground contracted, allowing him to go faster. Goliath and Yishbi's mother, Orpah, threw a spindle at him, and it missed. So she tried to pretend it wasn't her, so Avishai threw it back at her head, killing her. Avishai reached David in time, and Yishbi tossed David into the air and stuck a spear into the ground beneath him, so Avishai said God's secret name, and David froze midair, and then again allowing him to descend, and they escaped. Yishbi chased them, so Avishai yelled that he had killed Yishbi's mother. Yishbi became weak, and together they killed him. Besides for Avishai, there were 2 others that the ground shortened, allowing for a faster travel, which is a concept called Kvitzas Haderach. For Eliezer, Avram's servant, as he went to find a wife for Yitzchak, the wording of the verse says he left on the same day he arrived, and also for Yaakov, as he traveled from Beersheba. It cites the related verses and discusses further that many of King David's descendants were destroyed for his role in the destruction of the city of Nov, leaving his descendant Yoash as the sole survivor after the purge of Asaliah, mother of Achaziah, which is from the Book of Chronicles. It discusses further verses on Sanhedrin's attacks and armies and the destruction of the attacking Assyrians, who it says were slaughtered by the angel Gabriel. Some say he did this by breathing into their nostrils, some say he simply clapped, others say he opened their ears and caused them to hear the heavenly song of the angels, and they all died. It debates who survived. It speaks on the death of Sanhedrin, how angels appeared to him in disguise and offered him a haircut, so he lit a fire and started shaving his beard, and then the fire caught on his beard and he accidentally cut himself. So he went a while later and found a plank which remained from Noah's Ark and offered his sons as an offering to the plank if it protected him, but his sons overheard and they eventually killed him. It discusses some related verses on Nebuchadnezzar. It also discusses his conquest of Jerusalem and how his general Nebuzaradan slaughtered many people and children to try and calm the blood of Zechariah and eventually converted to Judaism. Such a thing occurred to a few individuals, including descendants of Sisera and Sanheriv, Shmaiah and Avtalion eventually were descended from them after they converted to Judaism. And even the descendants of Haman became righteous scholars. There are further verses. On Mashiach, it said Mashiach will come in a generation when the Torah scholars decrease and the people's eyes will be worn from grief and anxiety. There will be constant trouble and harsh decrees, and before the first trouble is over, a new one will appear. It said in the 7-year cycle of Mashiach's coming, the first year will have partial famine, the second full famine, the third the death of men, women, and children, along with the righteous, and Torah knowledge will be forgotten. The fourth will be a year of partial sufficiency. The fifth will be a year of great sufficiency. There will be food and rejoicing, and Torah knowledge will return. In the 6th year, there will be sounds and heralding, and in the 7th year, war, and after Mashiach will come. It says, there have been many 7-year cycles with all of these, but never all in this order. It's also said, in the generation of Mashiach's coming, the meeting places of the sages will be used for harlotry. Galilee will be destroyed, and Gavlan will be made desolate, and the people of the borders will wander from town to town unassisted. The wisdom of scholars will decay, and those who fear sin will be hated, and truth will be absent. It gives instances of this. Youth will shame the elders, and elders will stand before the young. This is based on some verses. The face of the generation will be the face of a dog, and a son is not abashed before his father. It's also said in the generation of Mashiach, insolence will increase. honor will dwindle, things will become expensive, the kingdom will turn to heresy, and there will be no rebuke. It also says the informers will be numerous, the Torah students will be few, the people will be destitute, and similar. It said the world will exist for 6,000 years and will be destroyed for another 1,000, others say for 2,000. Also, the first 2,000 years of the world were of nothingness, the next 2,000 were of Torah, and the next 2,000 years of Mashiach. However, it's been delayed due to our sins. There's sometimes said when Mashiach will come, there's a story where a man found an ancient scroll that said the world would exist for 4,291 years, wherein the great sea creatures would do battle, and then the wars of Gog and Magog would come, and after would be Mashiach, and then after 7,000 years the world will be renewed. Others say the scroll said after 5,000 years. However, in spite of all of this, it illustrates the folly of trying to calculate the time of Mashiach's coming, and it's a very wrong thing to do. It also says that in every generation there are 36 righteous men who receive the divine presence. It's debated if there even is a specific date for Mashiach's coming. Some say that all that's required is repentance and good deeds. It's said that if this is not done, then God will simply appoint a harsh ruler and then it will be done. There are further points on Mashiach's coming. It said that it'll only come when the economy is poor, when the arrogant are eliminated from Israel, when the judges are eliminated. It'll come through charity. It said that it'll come with a dwindling generation or an immensely troubled one. Some say Mashiach will only come in a generation that's totally virtuous or totally guilty. It's also said that Mashiach will come riding on a donkey of a sort. A story, once Rabbi Yeshua ben Levi asked Eliyahu, Elijah the prophet, by the cave of Rabbi Shimon bar Yochai, and asked if he'd enter the world to come. He was told, if God willed it. He then asked when Mashiach would come, so Eliyahu told him to go ask Mashiach, who is sitting at the gates of the city amongst the diseased paupers. All of them untie all their bandages at once, but Mashiach is the one untying and retying his bandages one at a time, in case Mashiach comes at any moment, so he'll be ready. So Rabbi Yeshua ben Levi went to meet him and asked when he was coming. Mashiach responded, today. So he met with Eliyahu, who told him he was assured a place in the world to come. He asked, Mashiach said he was coming today, but he's not here. So Eliyahu responded, saying he meant today if you heed his voice. One sage was asked when Mashiach would come, and he refused to answer in case they demanded a sign to show he was right, so his students said they wouldn't ask for a sign. So he responded, when the gate of Rome falls and is rebuilt again and then falls for the third time, that's when Mashiach will come. The students then demanded a sign, so he said the waters of a certain cave should turn to blood, and they did. But there are further points on this, including the statement that the whole world was made only for Mashiach. It's debated what Mashiach's name will be based on several verses. Some say Shiloh, some say Yinoin, others say Chanina, some say Menachem. Others say the leper of the house of Rebbe. It questions who Mashiach will be like, whether he's among the living or among the dead. It debates the length of the Messianic era from a number of opinions and about the eternal reward. Anyways, it goes back and discusses several points on the wickedness of denying the divinity of the Torah, or even of not studying Torah properly and forgetting learning. There are many further points on the importance of studying Torah and doing mitzvahs and the great negativity of being a heretic and apikoros. Some say such a person is one who denigrated the Torah scholars, others say it refers to denigrating scripture. There are other definitions of an apikoros, a heretic. Some say it's one who disrespects his teacher by calling him by his name. There are related points. We also said there was a prohibition on reading external books. Some say this means the books of heretics, possibly Sadducee heretics. Others say it's a reference to the book of Ben Sirah, and it cites many problematic passages from it and a few proper ones. It also expounds the issue with incanting over a wound and similar, which was mentioned, such as consulting demons, which is prohibited. There are further points. It also explains the prohibition on saying God's name according to its letters. This refers to saying it outside the temple and in a foreign tongue. It also expounds verses and cites teachings on the particular men it said would not merit the world to come, particularly on the wicked deeds of Yerovam. These are all discussed further, and it also brings verses on Menashe and Achav and their wrongdoings. It gives further interpretations of various passages, and there are further verses on the wickedness of Achaz, Menashe, and Ammon, on their heresy and immorality, and other scriptural figures. There are further points. It additionally expounds on many verses from the Book of Lamentations. There are further points. In regards to the specifically mentioned individuals at the beginning of the chapter who have no place in the world to come, it mentions Bilam, a non-Jewish man, thereby implying that other non-Jewish people would have such a portion. It speaks on the wickedness of the false prophet Bilam, saying he performed vile acts of sorcery and also bestiality. It said that Bilam's donkey spoke to him in the verses. It's explained that the Moabite emissaries asked why he was not on a horse, and Bilam said he typically used a horse, but he was just using the donkey at that point, at which point the donkey opened its mouth and spoke, saying, no, I'm your sole animal that he always used, and that also Bilam was intimate with the donkey. The verse also says that Bilam was one who knows the mind of the Supreme One, which doesn't make sense if he didn't even know what his donkey was thinking, so it explains what Bilam knew was the single instant every single day that God is angry with the Jewish people, and he sought to exploit it. The instant is during the first 3 hours of the day, At the time, the comb of the rooster pales totally, with no red streaks. Rabbi Yeshua ben Levi once tried to wait for this time to curse a particular heretic, but he kept sleeping through the time, so realized it was improper to do this. Balak, Bilam's partner, in attempts to curse the Jewish people, it says he offered many offerings to God, and because of this, he merited to have Rus as his descendant, which teaches that a person should always study Torah or do mitzvahs, even for the wrong reason, as he'll eventually come to do the good deeds for the right reasons. Bilam ended up blessing the Jewish people instead of cursing them, and it gives additional discussion on the verses. It explains these further. It also explains how Bilam showed the Moabite women how to lure the Jewish people to be with them, and eventually worship their idols. It said that Bilam eventually died in the Battle of Midian, now only as a sorcerer. He was killed by Pinchas in battle, and it says he was executed using all 4 methods of execution at the same time. It also explains many teachings on the wickedness of Doeg, the other individual without a portion in the world to come, in spite of the fact that he and Achitophel were extremely learned. It's also said a person should never put himself in a situation where he'll be tested, as King David begged to be tested like the forefathers, and he was, even being informed that this was going to happen beforehand, but he still messed up with the whole Bathsheba incident. It said when this occurred, as King David was staring off his roof into the city, there was an object in the way of Bathsheba's window, so the Satan appeared like a bird, which King David shot an arrow at, which hit the object and exposed Bathsheba bathing, which resulted in all those issues. It said they were actually destined to marry, but he forced it too early, and he was frequently mocked as people would ask him to teach the laws on execution for adultery. The Bathsheba situation was a cause for Avshalom's rebellion. Another was that there's an interpretation of a verse that King David contemplated doing idolatry. It also explains how David begged forgiveness and suffered immensely for all this. It was known that King David was finally forgiven when King Solomon built the temple and tried to enter, as the gates remained closed up until the point that King Solomon asked that they open in the name of David, and they did, and all knew that David was forgiven. It explains the sins of Gehazi and his dealings with Elisha. It's said to never push even a sinner away with 2 hands, as Elisha did to Gehazi, and also as Yeshua ben Parachio did to Yeshu HaNitzri. This whole story was also said in Tractate Sotah 47a, where I gave some necessary background, and it's additionally referenced earlier in this tractate on 43a, so check there if you're curious. With that aside, it says the story as to how he became a heretic. He had studied beneath the tutelage of Rabbi Yeshua ben Parachia for a while during the times of the king Alexander Janneus, and together they were traveling back to Jerusalem, and they stopped by an inn, at which point the sage praised the hostess in reference to her deeds, but his students criticized the compliment, thinking it was on the looks of the hostess and saying she actually wasn't beautiful, so because of this, the sage got upset that a student was thinking about such things and had him excommunicated. The student came begging back to him many times, but Rabbi Yeshua ben Parachia always ignored him. Once the student again came to beg forgiveness, and the sage happened to be finally willing to take him back and forgive him at that exact point, but he was in the middle of prayer, so he gestured to the student to wait, but the student thought he was motioning him to leave, pushing him away, so he decided to become a heretic. He stood a brick on one end and worshipped it as an idol. Further, he began to practice forbidden sorcery, and he caused many others to sin. So when he later re-met his teacher, he refused to repent, saying it was too late for him, as he'd caused many others to sin in addition. So by this and others, we see the negativity of pushing people away with both hands. Anyways, it's also taught that Abraham, the forefather, didn't age, so people frequently confused him with Yitzchak, so Abraham begged to age, and from then on that became a thing that happened to people. Yaakov similarly prayed to become weaker before he passed, and that also became a concept, and Elisha recovered from his illness, and was the first person ever to have done so. New Mishnah. As the verse implies, the people of the generation of the flood have no share in the world to come, nor will they stand in judgment. The generation of the dispersion, those who built the Tower of Babel, also have no share in the world to come, and neither do the people of Sodom, although it's debated whether they'll stand in judgment. The spies of the desert have no share, and it's debated as to whether the generation of the wilderness and the congregation of Korach have a share from verses. The Gemara explains points on the generation of the flood, that they rejected God, saying they had great abundance in water and streams, so they were punished with the flood. Others say it was due to their haughtiness. It's also said 3 of the openings of the deep from the flood stayed open, which are the whirlpool of Gader, the hot springs of Tiberias, and the great fountain of Beiram. It further speaks on the great sins of this generation, which largely involved things like bestiality and robbery. It says that Noah was a righteous man, perfect in his generation. Some say this means he was totally righteous, others say he was only considered righteous comparative to the rest of his generation, hence why it specifies in his generation. It expounds on many verses relating to the flood. There are further points on this. It says Noah first sent out a raven, who complained and argued that Noah was only sending it out as Noah wanted to cohabit with the raven's wife. Noah said that was ridiculous, as all cohabitation was banned within the ark. The dog violated this prohibition within the ark, so was condemned to be leashed. The raven did too, and was condemned to have to be fed by spitting seeds into its mate's mouth. And Noah's son, Ham, violated this prohibition, so his son Cush's skin was affected. There are related points on all this. It says that when Abraham fought the kings, he threw dust into the air and it turned to swords and arrows to strike them. Related, there was the sage who was called Nachum Ish Gamzu because he would always say Gamzu Latova. This too is for the good. There's a famous story about this wherein the Jewish people wanted to send a gift to the Caesar, so they asked Nachum Ish Gamzu to go as he was accustomed to having miracles happen for him. So they filled a chest with gems and pearls and sent him with it. Along the way, he stayed at a place whose owners snuck over to the chest, emptied it, and filled it with dirt. The next day, he saw the dirt and said, "This too is for the best," and he traveled on. It was brought to the Caesar, who was very upset when he opened it, thinking the Jews were mocking him. So Nachum said again, "This too is for the best." So Eliyahu, the prophet, appeared as a Roman official and said, "Abraham threw dirt and straw at his enemies, and it turned into swords and arrows to defeat them. So perhaps this is the same." So the Romans tested the dirt on a city that they were unable to conquer, and they used the dirt, and it worked, and they conquered the city. So as thanks, they filled up the chest with gems and pearls, and they sent it with Nachum, and they sent him away with great honor. Anyways, Nachum traveled back the same way, stayed at the same place as before, and told what had happened to his hosts, the men who had stolen from him, so they took all the dirt and brought it to the Caesar. It didn't work, and they were executed. Regarding the generation of the diaspora and the Tower of Babel, it said there were 3 reasons they built it. Some were to live up there, and those were dispersed. Some were to worship idols, those had their languages confused, and others were to wage war against God, and those were turned into spirits and demons. Others say they all did it for idolatry. As for the tower, it said the top third was burnt, a third was swallowed into the ground, and a third remains. It said the area of the tower today causes forgetfulness. It also discusses the sins of the Sodomites and their perverse, unjust laws. It discusses these and the ridiculous rulings that they would have within their city, wherein they would reward sin and punish good. It said that they had guest beds, that if the guest was too short, they would stretch him, and if too long, they would cut off the excess, among other crimes. Like they found this one woman giving charity, so they covered her with honey and stuck her on a wall until bees consumed her. It also discusses verses on the spies and on Korach. It brings many further teachings on Korach. The points on the generation of the wilderness also discussed. New Mishnah. Some say the 10 tribes will never return. Others say they only will once Mashiach comes. The Gemara says some say the 10 tribes don't have a place in the world to come. Others say they only do if they repent. Others say they do. Some say a child has a place in the world to come the moment he's born. Others say it's from when he speaks. Others say it's from when he's circumcised. Others say it's from when he says the word Amen. It discusses many other verses. These are discussed. New Mishnah. The inhabitants of a city subverted to idolatry have no share in the world to come. The liability of beheading for the inhabitants of the city only applies if the city was subverted by its own inhabitants from the same tribe towards the majority of the city, and subverted by men. Also, every member of the city must have his own 2 witnesses and a warning. Individuals who do idolatry had stoning, and their property was left alone. A subverted city would have beheading, and their property was destroyed. A passing caravan can count as part of the city to prevent it from being destroyed by being a part of the non-idol worshipping majority. The possessions of everybody, idol worshipping and otherwise, within the actual city are destroyed. Only the idolatrous possessions outside the city are destroyed. Everything is gathered into the square. If there is none, they make a square. Anything consecrated is redeemed, any Terumah tithes are left to rot, and Ma'aser Sheni tithes and books of scripture are hidden or buried. The destruction of such a city is regarded as a burnt olah offering. The remains of the city cannot even be made into gardens or orchards. Others say it can, it just means there's no structures. So long as there is wickedness in the world, so is God's anger. If there is none, God's anger disappears. The Gemara qualifies particularities regarding the accounting of tribes. It's debated if the city can be divided between 2 of the tribes. It debates as to the status of the city subverted itself. Whether the majority is idolatrous would be assessed by imprisoning and judging them all, stoning each individual that's found to be an idol worshipper until they reach the majority. Some say they set up multiple courts. It debates the status of various unique forms of property from the city. These principles are discussed further. It quotes many related verses on the destruction of Jericho and on the drought brought about by Eliyahu after Ahab's blasphemy. The drought only ended once Eliyahu Hanavi, Elijah the prophet, wanted to resurrect the child of the widow in Seraphis, as there are 3 keys: the key of childbirth, the key of rain, and the key of resurrection. Eliyahu had been using the key of rain, but he could only have one at a time, so he traded it for the key of resurrection, and therefore the drought ended. The wicked in the world has referenced that anger God refers to thieves. It cites some related verses. The laws of the Sanhedrin judging cases apply inside and outside of Israel. It's also said that a Sanhedrin, a court that executes a person once in 7 years, and according to some once in 70 years, is called a destroyer, or bloodthirsty, as a court should always try ways to exonerate the defendant and use capital punishment as a last possible resort. Some sages, Rabbi Tarfon and Rabbi Akiva, had said that if they were part of the Sanhedrin back when capital punishment used to be done, there wouldn't have been a single execution. Others said that that would have been improper, as then there would have been more criminals. The Gemara clarifies the first 2 rulings that a court only immediately re-rules capital punishment if the criminal is brought to the same court within Israel. Outside of Israel, so long long as witnesses testify, he could be punished in different courts. It brings sources for this and for the remaining points. It also explains how Rabbi Tarfon and Rabbi Akiva could have chosen to not rule capital punishment by asking for extremely particular testimony that witnesses wouldn't have been able to answer so as to not have to execute anybody. Examples are given. The Gemara cites sources to locate the exact placements of the cities of refuge, which are here. There were 3 in Transjordan, where there were much less of the 12 tribes, as murders were more common there. They were also closer to the center, as verses are quoted showing that murders were common in those specific regions back then. Also, these specific cities of refuge are for everybody, whether they were aware of their murder or not. And then there were 42 other cities of refuge, which were only for people who were aware that they had to be in exile. It additionally qualifies the precise locations of all these main cities of refuge based on some particular verses. It also explains some particularities of what was required of a city of refuge. It had to be a medium-sized town, it has to have water or marketplaces, and a decent population, including Kohanim and Leviim. As a debate if weapons and hunting gear were allowed to be sold in such a city. It's agreed that trapping for animals is not allowed within the city, as such a thing attracts lots of people to the region, and it might allow somebody who wants revenge on somebody within the city to sneak in and take his revenge. It said if a student is exiled, his teacher should be exiled along with him, as long as accommodations are made. This shows that a teacher shouldn't teach somebody with poor character. It's also said that if a teacher is exiled, his school is exiled with him. This could be possible, that a Torah scholar could possibly accidentally kill somebody in spite of his protection, possibly as it could occur while he's not actively studying Torah, or that it's that the protection is specifically from the angel of death. For instance, very similarly to the story from Tractate Shabbos 30b, by the death of King David, it said that Rav Chizda was supposed to pass away and the angel of death came, but he couldn't approach him as he was studying Torah. So the angel of death knocked over a cedar tree, distracting Rav Chizda from his study for a moment, and thereby allowed the angel of death to overcome Rav Chizda. It qualifies some teachings about the designations of cities of refuge from a few verses. It also quotes some teachings about how it's improper to learn by oneself, and one should always try to study with a partner. There are related points. It mentions some additional teachings on this point. It said that if a man kills someone intentionally and another man kills somebody unintentionally, God will arrange for them to be in the same inn, and the unintentional murderer will accidentally fall off of the ladder and kill the intentional murderer, so that way they both receive their respective punishments. And there are further points. It's also said if an unintentional killer was fleeing to a city of refuge, before he reaches it, any relatives of the dead man are exempt from any liability if they take revenge on the murderer, killing him in turn, so long as he hasn't yet reached the city of refuge. The Torah scholars accompanying the killer are purely to try and convince that revenger out of it by telling the pursuers that the killing was totally accidental. Some say a city of refuge that has majority of its residents become killers, that loses its status as a city of refuge. It's also said that a city without a Beis Din, a court, cannot be a city of refuge. Others dispute this opinion, and a similar dispute applies if a city requires a Beis Din for the Egla Arufa ceremony to apply, as discussed at the end of Tractate Sotah. It additionally discusses the verses which speak on these laws on the city of refuge. New Mishnah. The exile of an accidental killer lasts until the passing of the Kohen Gadol. This could include the passing of an anointed Kohen Gadol, a non-anointed Kohen Gadol, and a Kohen who acted as a replacement Kohen Gadol. Some say an accidental killer's exile ends even if a Kohen that was anointed for battle passes away. Because of this rule, the mothers of the Kohen Gadol would donate lots of food and clothes to the exiled individuals, so that way they wouldn't pray for the death of their sons, the Kohen Gadol. The Gemara brings scriptural sources for this principle. Let's explain. The reason the exiled man's prayer for the deaths of the Kohen Gadol could have worked was because the Kohen Gadol hadn't prayed to God for mercy on the generation properly. That accidental killings should not occur. Some said it was actually that the mothers supplied food so that the exiles would pray that the Kohen Gadol should not die, and this was necessary for the same reason that they hadn't prayed to God for mercy. There was a story brought where a lion ate a man right in front of the sage Rabbi Yeshua ben Levi, and the prophet Elijah was upset at him and didn't speak to him for 3 days. Related, it said that the curse of a sage, even if undeserved, will come to pass. This is seen when King David was excavating the grounds for the temple, and the deeps came up and threatened to flood the world. King David needed to know what to do, so he said that if anybody knows a solution and refuses to tell me, should be strangled. So King David received advice from his general Achitophel that if God's name can be erased in the Sotah ceremony so as to make peace between husband and wife, it definitely can be done to save the whole world. So King David wrote God's name on a shard of earthenware and tossed it into the depths of the ocean, where it remains to keep the oceans in place. However, because King David made that threat, Achitophel eventually passed away by hanging himself after supporting King David's son's failed rebellion. It gives other examples of this. For instance, Yaakov promised retribution to Yehuda if he failed to return his brother Binyamin, as stated in the Torah. And although Yehuda did, Yehuda's corpse started falling apart, unlike his brothers, until Moshe later prayed for him and allowed him to enter the heavenly academy. Additionally, it's argued as to whether all three types of mentioned Kohanim Gedolim need to pass for somebody's exile to end. Others say it just needs to be one of them. New Mishnah. If somebody was sentenced to exile, but before he went, the Kohen Gadol dies, the man is no longer exiled. If the Kohen Gadol dies before the man was sentenced, he needs to wait for the newly appointed Kohen Gadol to pass away to be freed from his exile. If there was no Kohen Gadol at the time of the man's sentencing, or if the man had killed the actual Kohen Gadol, or if it was the Kohen Gadol who had accidentally killed somebody and is being sentenced, he's exiled forever. An exiled man does not leave his city of refuge, not to testify for anything, be it for a mitzvah, a monetary dispute, or for a case of capital punishment. He can't leave there for any reason, not to save all of Israel, not even if he's a great general. He stays there even until he dies, and he's buried there. Additionally, the Techum boundary, the 2,000 cubits surrounding the city, are included as part of the protection barrier of the city of refuge. If the exiled man leaves the protection boundary of his city of refuge, some say the relatives of the killed man, those who take revenge, are obligated to kill him, and everybody else is allowed to. Others say the relatives are allowed to kill him, and nobody else is allowed to. The Gemara explains sources for the above points. It said if a man is sentenced to exile and dies before he gets there, they take his bones into exile. If an exiled man dies and was buried within the city of refuge after the Kohen Gadol dies, they can transport his body to the proper burial place. If somebody was sentenced to exile, but then the Kohen Gadol was invalidated as a Kohen due to his lineage, it's a debate. Some say this retroactively nullifies the man's Kohen status, meaning there was no Kohen Gadol during the sentencing, meaning the man is now exiled forever. It argues this point further. There are further teachings from verses on the topic of cities of refuge. It said that when Mashiach comes, the heavenly minister of Rome will flee to the city of Batsra for refuge, which is the wrong city. He should have actually fled to the refuge city of Betzer. Additionally, he wouldn't be given refuge as it's only for accidental killers, and it's also only for people, not for angels. Additionally, typical people shouldn't be buried in the cities of refuge. The remaining discussed points are additionally qualified. It's also said a son cannot take revenge on his father for accidentally killing his brother, but a grandson can take revenge on his grandfather. New Mishnah. Anybody liable for the divine punishment of kares, or even death from heaven, they receive atonement from this if they receive lashes. Related, it said, if a person who commits a single transgression could be subject to the severe penalty of kares, then how much more so if a person does a single mitzvah, a good deed, he would receive a great reward, which is also seen in the verse. It is also said that if somebody decides to not commit a transgression, they receive reward like for having done a mitzvah. Further, it said there's reward for keeping the obligation to not eat blood, which a person typically doesn't want to do. So how much more so there's reward for not stealing or otherwise being immoral, which is something that people might typically want to do, which is described as a great reward for all future generations. Finally, it ends by saying that God wanted to grant merit to Israel, so he gave them Torah and many mitzvahs to be able to perform. As the verse states, God desired for the sake of Israel's righteousness that the Torah be expanded and strengthened. The Gemara says it's actually an argument as to whether lashes absolve somebody from kares, which is debated further. It's also said there were three things instituted by the earthly Beis Din that the heavenly Beis Din agreed with: reading the Megillah Esther on the holiday of Purim, greeting one another with God's name, and the bringing of the Ma'aser tithe, which is based on individually listed verses. Related, it said that the divine spirit publicly appeared in three places: the Beis Din of Shem, the son of Noah, in the Beis Din of Shmuel, and the Beis Din of King Solomon, which is again based on individual verses and tradition. Additionally, it's known that there are 613 commandments in the Torah, 365 negative commandments, and 248 positive commandments, which are said to correspond to the parts of the human body. It's also said that King David established 11 ethical requirements, which are described in Psalm number 15 as these. It also gives instances of biblical figures and sages who exemplified each of these. A similar thing was established by the prophet Yeshayahu, as seen here, and it again lists figures who exemplify these traits. Again, this was done by the prophet Micha here, and again by Yeshaya, as seen here. It's also said four things were enacted by Moshe and were then annulled by the prophets, which are that Israel will not dwell securely if there are no righteous, that there will be no tranquility in exile, that the sins of parents will be remembered to their children, and that they will perish among the nations that they are exiled with. These are discussed. There's a related incident, a story on the topic of the overriding of prophecies. There were four sages traveling together after the destruction of the Second Temple: Rabban Gamliel, Rabbi Elazar ben Azariah, Rabbi Yeshua, and Rabbi Akiva. They heard the Roman crown celebrating a while away, and while the other sages grew sad, Rabbi Akiva was happy, saying, while they bowed to idols and served false pagan deities, our temple is destroyed. So if they receive such happiness and reward while worshipping idols, how much more so will ours be? Anyways, they decided to travel to Jerusalem. They saw the destroyed city and tore their garments. Then they reached the Temple Mount and saw a fox emerge from where the Holy of Holies, the innermost part of the temple, once stood. The other sages were again sad, but Rabbi Akiva again smiled. They asked him why, and he explained. There are two prophecies spoken on in Scripture from the prophets Uriah and of Zechariah, which are linked as they're specifically mentioned together. The prophecy of Uriah clearly references the destruction of the Second Temple, while the second second prophecy of Zechariah clearly references the rebuilding of the third Beis HaMikdash and the coming of Mashiach. So Rabbi Akiva explains that now that the first prophecy of the destruction of the second temple has occurred, it's assured that one day the other will occur too, with the rebuilding of the third temple and the coming of Mashiach. And the other sages responded, saying, Akiva, you have comforted us. Related, it said that when Mashiach comes, God will take a Torah scroll and declare, whoever occupied themselves with it shall have its reward. The other nations of the world will then enter in disarray, and God will put them in order so he could speak to them one at a time. The Roman Empire will speak first, as they are prestigious, and they will tell God they established marketplaces and bathhouses. They acquired lots of gold and silver, and they'll try to argue they did it for the Jewish people so they could learn Torah, but God will say it was all for themselves and their hedonism, and they'll leave. Then the Persian Empire will enter after the Romans, as they're the second to most prestigious, and they'll say they constructed bridges, conquered cities, and waged wars, and they'll argue that they did so the Jewish people could learn Torah, so God will say no, it was for themselves, and they'll leave. The Persian Empire had a bit of a better claim, as they helped build the temple, unlike the Romans. The other nations of the world will also try, as they have a better claim since they didn't subjugate the Jewish people. The Roman and Persian empires alone are specified, as they'll endure until Mashiach comes. It said the nations of the world will argue, as it wasn't fair. They were never offered the Torah in the first place properly, unlike by the Jewish people, where it was said that God held Mount Sinai over them as a threat to force them to accept the Torah. So God will counter-argue, saying that he offered them to follow the 7 Noahide laws, and many didn't follow that as it was. Some actually say the Noahide laws simply no longer apply, so there's no longer a reward. Rather, it's explained as it says that any non-Jewish person who learns Torah is considered to be like a Kohen Gadol, and they receive a reward like one who does something without being commanded to do so. Anyways, by Mashiach, the nations will argue that the Jewish people who also didn't fully observe all the mitzvahs, but God will testify that they did, along with the heaven and earth. As it said, those will cease to exist without the acceptance of Torah. And additionally, people of the nations of the world will testify that the Jewish people kept the Torah, as Nimrod will testify that Abraham didn't do idolatry, and Lavan will testify that Yaakov didn't do theft, and Potiphar's wife will testify that Yosef didn't commit adultery, and Nebuchadnezzar will testify that Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah didn't bow to an idol, and Daryavush will testify that Daniel didn't cease prayer, and many others. So the nations will argue they want a second chance to keep the Torah, so God will say, fine, keep the mitzvah of a Sukkah, an easy mitzvah with no monetary cost. So everybody will do so by the holiday of Sukkot, but God will make the sun shine with blazing heat, so everybody amongst the nations will leave the Sukkah and also kick it as they exit. It's explained that the heat is fair, as the normal Sukkot holiday can sometimes extend into the summer season, and also technically you're exempt from the Sukkah if it's too uncomfortable, but the principal issue is that they kicked it as they left. It's also said that this is the one day ever that God will laugh. Others say the nations of the world will become partial converts and keep tefillin and tzitzis and whatnot, but will reject them once they see the difficulties of the war of Gog and Magog. It's said that this laughter is the one time he laughed about a creature. It's also said that during the first 3 hours of the day, God studies Torah. During the next 3, he judges the world and sees it deserves destruction, so he sits on the throne of mercy. During the next 3 hours, he provides sustenance for the world, for every creature, and for the final 3 hours he plays and laughs with the Leviathan, although there's a lot of commentary as to exactly what this is all in reference to. Others say since the destruction of the temple there is no laughter, so it's debated what God does in the fourth 3-hour period. Some say it's when he teaches children Torah, some say it's when he listens to the songs of the angels. There are many interpretations. There are many further analogies on the great importance of learning Torah. There are further points on all this. And it's said from a number of sources that God punishes his people in small increments, so they'll be worthy of the world to come. It's also said that God is only angry a single instant every day for 153,884th part of an hour, which was only known by Bilam. It discusses this exact time, which was already said at a few earlier times in other tractates, and it says one of the sages tried to use this time to curse a heretic, but he kept sleeping through it, so he realized that doing so is improper. Based on this, it said that a person should not pray the additional Musaf prayer during the first 3 hours of the day on Rosh Hashanah, as he might be judged poorly. This does not apply to the prayer of a congregation, as they have a lot of merit. There are other points on this. It said that all of the mitzvahs done will testify on their performance during the world to come. Others say the good deeds when Mashiach's coming will come and strike those that worshipped idols. And it's also said that the sin of the golden calf was only done so as to encourage people in the future to repent. There are further such points. It said that any mitzvah done will precede the person in the world to come, and any sin done will lead him to the day of judgment. And there are further points on the golden calf. Some say that without the golden calf, death would have been abolished. Others disagree. It said that there are 4 men who are are considered to be dead, a poor man, a blind man, a person with sura'as leprosy, and a person without children. It expounds on related verses. There are additional teachings. It said that the evil inclination can be conquered through learning Torah and doing kindness and similar. Anyways, the 3 days prior to the holiday, it debates if this is 3 full days prior or 3 days including the holiday. It debates this, giving a number of instances of actual ancient idolatrous Roman holidays called Calenda, Saturnalia, and Creatism, along with their dates. New Mishnah. The following are the idol-worshipping holidays referenced so far, that business transactions are banned around. It's a few pagan holidays, Calenda, Saturnalia, and Creatism, the Ginusia, day of the emperor's birthday, and also the day of his passing. Others say this last one only counts if the emperor's possessions are burnt, as that's when idolatrous services were done. There are a few minor pagan holidays, the day of the shaving of their beards and their haircutting, the day of their returning from sea or release from prison or making a wedding feast. There it's forbidden to do business dealings on that specific day with that specific man. The Gemara explains these ancient holidays, citing the dates in their source. They revolved around the winter solstice, and it says that tradition was passed from Adam seeing the first winter solstice. Some say it was tradition from him seeing the sunset for the first time, and he thought the world was being destroyed due to his sin. So he fasted and wept with Eve all night until the sun rose, and then he offered an ox with a single horn on its forehead. Anyways, regarding the holiday of Calenda, it was a Roman holiday, so it said that the prohibitions only applied to Roman citizens. There are further points upon the prohibition of partaking in such an idol worshipper's wedding, even if the food is kosher and whatnot. It said that it would be permissible 12 months after the wedding. Creatism was a holiday that celebrated the day Rome seized their sovereignty, which occurred twice, once with Octavian against Cleopatra, and the other earlier from the Greeks. It said that the Romans allied with the Jewish people to defeat the Greeks, and kept their treaty for 26 years, but then betrayed them. It cites sources for this and discusses their harsh decrees, including the passing of Rebbe Yehuda ben Bava, who secretly passed rabbinical ordination to 5 students, and was then caught by the Romans, and stayed to give the others time to escape, and was impaled by 300 spears. The Great Sanhedrin also exiled themselves around this time, as there were too many murderers, so instead of having them all be held liable, they just went into exile. It discusses these dates further, including the concept that the world will be for 6,000 years, 2,000 of nothingness, 2,000 of Torah, and 2,000 of Mashiach, and it discusses opinions on how this is calculated. It also gives some guides on the calculation of the sabbatical year cycles. Therefore, the point in the calculation of dates for documents. The Genusia holiday for the emperor was said to be the day of inauguration of the emperor. It debates how this inauguration would work regarding the ascension, and it said that the emperor could appoint his son upon request, as Marcus Aurelius spoke to the sage Rebbe Yehuda Hanasi, his friend, saying he wanted his son to rule after him, and also to grant Tiberius its freedom, but he could only do one of those. So Rebbe, as he typically did, would communicate with him in analogy or code, showed him the analogy of a man on the shoulders of another man. The top man handed a dove to the lower man, who let it go free. Marcus Aurelius took this to mean that he should appoint his son, and then have his son declare Tiberius as free. Another exchange they had, Marcus Aurelius confided to Rebbe Yehuda that some Roman dignitaries were persecuting him, so Rebbe plucked single radishes from a garden one at a time, and Marcus Aurelius took this to mean he should have them killed one at a time over a period. The reason their exchanges were so encoded and secretive was as the people of Rome wouldn't have been too thrilled with their relationship, so they kept it all very secretive. There's another incident where they had a whole conversation on advice for Aurelius's daughter, who had gotten into an adultery scandal, and they communicated by sending vegetables to each other. Marcus Aurelius would frequently send Rabbi Yehuda Hanasi sacks of crushed gold covered with wheat, but Rabbi refused it, saying he already had plenty of money, but Aurelius said it should be for all of his descendants. They would also meet in secret. Marcus Aurelius had a secret tunnel to Rabbi Yehuda Hanasi's house, and he'd bring 2 servants, both of which he'd have killed to maintain their secrecy. Aurelius wanted their meetings to be totally private. Once another sage, Reb Chanina Bar Chama, was there, and Aurelius got upset, so Rebbe said, "Don't worry, he's an angel." So Reb Chanina was sent out, and he saw the dead servant, and he didn't know what to do, if he should report it or not, so he just prayed and had the guy be resurrected. And Aurelius said that was neat, but still the meeting should be private. The 2 men were very close, and Aurelius would bring Rebbe food and offer to help the sage into his bed as a stool, but Rebbe refused, saying he didn't want to disrespect the throne. Marcus Aurelius also asked if he would enter the world to come, and Rebbe said yes, as the verse says that no remnant of the house of Asaph will enter, but that refers only to those that act like Asaph. There was another of such men within the Roman government, a non-Jewish man named Ketia Bar Shalom, who used his position to keep the Jewish people safe from the Caesar of that time, and for it was executed. But right before he was executed, he circumcised himself and said all of his possessions should go to the sage Rabbi Akiva, and a voice from heaven said that Ketia would enter the world to come. It gives instances of such other righteous non-Jewish men. Onkelos, the nephew of Titus, who converted to Judaism, so the Caesar sent some troops to arrest him, and Onkelos convinced them to convert to Judaism also, so more troops were sent, and he convinced them, and more were sent and were told to not speak to him. and as he was being arrested, he placed his hand on the mezuzah, so the soldiers asked what he was doing. So he explained how God guards the Jewish people when they were impressed and also converted. It also brings the verse regarding Rivka, as she was pregnant with Yaakov and Esav. It says, 2 nations are in your womb. And some read the word for nations as the similar word for proud ones, reference to their respective descendants, the 2 righteous men, Marcus Aurelius and Rabbi Yehuda Hanassi. Anyways, it also discusses whether the burning of the king's possessions upon his death is an idolatrous ceremony. It also explains the idolatrous hair-cutting festival as sharing the bread and also cutting the hair. Another ancient Roman holiday, every 70 years they would have a healthy man representing Esav, right atop a lame one representing Yaakov, and the upper man would dress like Adam, and he would wear the flayed face of the sage Rabbi Yishmael, and they would declare that their empire had defeated Yaakov. This was not mentioned earlier as it wasn't a yearly holiday. Those were the Roman holidays. There were also some pagan Persian holidays called Muharrenkai, Aknesai, Bachnunai, and the 10th of Adar. It lists the locations of several ancient pagan temples. There are further points not to drink water from rivers or ponds with your mouth or hand, as you might swallow a leech. If somebody does so on a Shabbos, there are medicinal matters that are permitted to be performed. It also says a person should not drink water at night due to the demon Shabriri, and it explains how to avoid this. It's an incident when Rabbi Eliezer was being tried in an idolatrous court and was acquitted, and the judge swore by the name of an idol, which upset the sage greatly. It cites many related teachings and says that there was this one man who it said had cohabited with every single harlot in the world, and one told him that he'd never be forgiven for this, so he went away and begged forgiveness from God and cried until he passed away, and it was declared from heaven that he would go to the world to come. Another story, 2 sages were traveling and they reached a fork in the road, one to an idolatrous temple and one to a brothel, and they decided to travel by the brothel so as to have the opportunity to subdue their evil inclination. It also cites the Romans' persecution of a few sages, one of which was sentenced, but the messenger was intercepted by Eliyahu the prophet and was flung 400 parseos away. A different sage was similarly tried by the Romans and he was burnt to death as he used to say God's name according to its letters to teach himself in public. His wife was also executed as she didn't stop him from doing this. His daughter was sentenced to live amongst the harlots as she was walking in Rome and she overheard somebody talking about how beautiful her steps were, so she started walking very particularly. It said when they were sentenced, the 3 of them all quoted verses acknowledging God's judgment. It further expounds on this whole incident. One sage, Rabbi Meir, his wife was related to the daughter who was sentenced to live among the harlots. So Rabbi Meir went to go rescue her and gave the guard a coin along with the prayer, Elokad de Meir Aneni, God of Meir, answer me, which he showed protected him, and he rescued his sister-in-law. The guard was arrested and sentenced to be hung, so he said the prayer and he was unable to be hung. So they asked who this Rabbi Meir was, and he told them, so Rabbi Meir hid in a brothel, and Eliyahu Hanavi appeared like a woman embracing him, so the Roman soldiers thought this wasn't him, and Rabbi Meir escaped to Babylonia. Anyways, it said that going to a stadium or to see conjurers or snake charmers is frivolity and leads to a neglect of Torah. It said going to a gladiator match would be allowed, as by shouting you can participate and lead to a gladiator being spared, and also if there was a Jewish slave in the arena, you'd be able to testify to his death. Some say there were issues with going to circuses or theaters as there were idolatrous practices or possibly a suspicion of such. It quotes many related verses on the negativity of scoffing and jests and also arrogance and commending those who don't waste time with theaters and circuses. It expounds on many verses relating the importance of Torah study. There are many further of such teachings. It discusses prohibitions on staring at women, and it discusses the angel of death, who it says stands above the sick with an unsheathed sword held above him. When the sick man sees the angel, he opens his mouth and a drop of poison falls off the sword into his mouth, causing him to die and his body to rot. It cites further issues on staring at women, like their clothing. The remaining points are qualified. Based on the fact that such a concern exists by the para adoma, the red heifer offering, it suggests that this means the offering is one that is consecrated to the altar. Others disagree and say it's just a concern of it getting a blemish. However, there is the famous story of Dama ben Nesina, a non-Jewish man from Ashkelon who was renowned by the sages for his righteousness, as the sages wanted to purchase a new stone for the ephod in the breastplate of the Kohen Gadol, and offered him 800,000 golden dinarim for it, and he accepted. However, the key to the chest was underneath his father's pillow, and he refused to wake his father during his nap, as he had so much respect and honor for him, and therefore lost out on the deal. As a reward, God made a para aduma, a unique red heifer born into his flock, so the sages went to purchase that, and the non-Jewish man, Dama ben Nesina, said he knew he could charge any price for the cow and they'd pay it, but he'd only asked for the sum he lost out on from the initial sale. So based on this, we see there is no issue when purchasing a red heifer from a non-Jewish man. Others, however, say that it was specifically purchased through Jewish merchants, and there's no concern as it was guarded from conception, and even further, the mother too was guarded to make sure nothing happened to it. There's no concern in earlier than that. The way they knew the cow would give birth to a red heifer was that they passed a cup of red liquid before the mother as she was reproducing to make her kids have a red hide. Red heifers are still uncommon as they can't have 2 black hairs on their entire body. This was done with specifically selected herds. New Mishnah. If somebody finds a utensil that has the figure of the sun or moon or a dragon on it, it should be thrown out into the Dead Sea. Others say this only applies to dignified utensils, not common ones. The Gemara says it's specifically these 3 images of a sun, moon, or dragon that are depicted and worshipped by idol worshippers. Others are just for ornamentation. In fact, generally all celestial bodies are permissible besides for the sun and moon, and all faces are permissible besides for persons, and all figures are permissible besides for dragons. This applies to permissibility of benefit. It also clarifies for the prohibited images and describes this dragon image that was worshipped, which is a reptilian creature with fins beneath its vertebrae, meaning such an image is specifically forbidden if it resembles this. It cites an incident wherein a sage saw a ring engraved with a dragon and he wanted to nullify it, so he had specifically an adult buy it and also made him do so by force. This teaches that an idol worshipper can nullify any idol, his or another person's. Only a person who knows about idols and their accessories can nullify an idol, and the person can be forced to nullify an idol. The ring status isn't nullified just by being lost, as the owner still hasn't given up on it being worshipped, as it'll either be found by an idol worshipper or be sold to one. Rabbi Gamliel, as mentioned in Tractate Rosh Hashanah, had various depictions of the moon on his wall, so people could testify to set the calendar. It asks how this was permissible, and there are a number of answers. Possibly the Torah only prohibits replications of things that could be replicated in their entirety. This is debated. Others suggest that it was made by others, and there was no suspicion as they were a depressed image. And also Rabban Gamliel was the Nasi, the prince, so lots of people were around to know that he wasn't doing any idolatry. Others say the images were made of several parts, others say it's allowed if it's for educational purposes. New Mishnah. The sages were asked in Rome by philosophers, if God dislikes idolatry, why does he allow it to exist? They responded, people worship the sun, moon, and stars, but those are necessary for the world in spite of the fact that they're worshipped. They were asked, but people also worship other idols which aren't necessary for the world, and they answered, if only those were destroyed, it would then lend legitimacy to the worship of the sun, moon, and stars. The Gemara discusses this. There were other debates, for instance, why does God punish idol worshippers but not the idol itself? So they answered with the analogy of a king whose son named his dog the king and swore by it, so the king would get upset with his son but not at the dog. The philosophers argued the legitimacy of their idol, saying one time there was a massive fire and every building burnt down besides for the pagan temple. So they said it's comparable to a king who battles a rebellious army and ignores the corpses. They said then God should just destroy the idols, and they said they're worshipping the sun and moon and whatnot, so God's not going to destroy those because some people worship them. There's a similar discussion on this, how if somebody's healed after entering a pagan temple, it's essentially as God deems somebody should be healed at that set time, and they just happen to enter a pagan temple at that point. The healing isn't going to be removed because they did so. Also, it says there was this one idol that appeared to people in their dreams and told them to sacrifice humans, and he'd bring rain, and it always worked. And it was explained that God sometimes gives lots of opportunities for people to worship idols so as to remove them from the world. It cites an incident when a sage gave a present to a non-Jewish man on an idolatrous holiday, and it was fine then, as he knew the man didn't celebrate the holiday, even though he was not a Ger Toshav. It is also said a Ger Toshav must eventually circumcise himself, but only if he made a commitment to do so, otherwise he has no need to do this. It gives other instances of sages giving presents. Once Rava gave a gift to a non-Jewish man on an idolatrous holiday, and it was fine as he knew he didn't worship the idols. Rava went to find him and found him in a bathhouse covered in rose petals and surrounded by harlots, and the man asked if this kind of enjoyment exists in the world to come. Rava said it was far greater, as then there will be no fear of the monarchy. The man said, well, he doesn't have any concern of the monarchy, and at that exact moment, royal emissaries arrived, ordering the man to go to the king. He then cursed Rava, saying his eye should fall out, and then his own eye came out. It discusses the remaining cases. It discusses many related verses on various topics, including on Lot and several of his actions. It's also said that a transgression done for the sake of heaven is greater than a mitzvah done for ulterior motives based on verses, although it does say that a mitzvah, a good deed, should be done even for ulterior motives, as eventually it will be done for the right reasons. So some say it's actually equal. The Gemara discusses points and opinions on the creation of the Kohen Gadol's special anointing oil, along with its uses. There are various sources brought. It said the oil is only used on the kings of the Davidic dynasty, and it discusses particular kings based on scripture. It's discussed along with debate as to the sequence of the application of the anointing oil. There are points on this, and on the concept of a good omen. And it said if a person wants to know if he'll live out the year, he should light a candle on the 10 days between Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur, indoors without wind, and he should see if it goes out. If somebody wants to know if his business venture will be successful, he should raise a rooster for its sake, and if it ends up healthy and good, it'll work out. If a person wants to know if he'll have safe travels, he should stand in a dark house, and if he sees a shadow of a shadow, it's a good sign. Others disagree with this, saying if he doesn't see it, he'll get worried and he'll have worsened mazel. Related, it's said to eat certain foods in Rosh Hashanah, like gourds, leeks, beets, dates, and others, as they're sweet and represent having a sweet new year. There are various other teachings on these laws of the Kohen Gadol's offerings. There are further of these discussed, and it asks if a Kohen Gadol contracted tzaras, leprosy, whether he can marry a widow at this point. It was explained from a verse that he still wouldn't be allowed to, and one of the sages was so impressed by this teaching, he gave his daughter's hand in marriage to the student to figure this out. They're related, along with various forms of causes of forgetfulness and various other medicinal points on things that damage the mind. There are also points on the importance of honoring Torah sages, like standing when they walk in, similar along with some particular incidents on this. There's debate as to the proper areas of focus within study, and there are related points on this. It was debated which sages' methods were preferable, either being sharp with asking difficult questions, or patient and reaching conclusions, which is unresolved. New Mishnah. Rabbi Akiva taught, a father benefits his son with beauty, strength, wealth, wisdom, and long life. He also benefits by adding generations, as is seen from verses, that the coming of a redemption is calculated by the number of past generations, not years. New Mishnah. It was also taught that there are 5 things that last 12 months. The judgment of the generation of the flood, the judgment of Eov, Job, the judgment of the Egyptians, the judgment of Gog and Magog by Mashiach's coming, and the judgment of most in Gehenna. All only last for 12 months. Others say it's 49 days. New Mishnah. Some rulings from the sage Akavia ben Mahalal, which he refused to retract in spite of the sages disagreeing with all of the following: deposited hair from tzaras, leprosy, and yellow uterine blood, he said, were impure. He also allowed benefit from the hair of a blemished firstborn animal that fell out, placed in a wall for safekeeping, and then the animal was slaughtered. He also said the Sotah water was not given to a female convert or a free slave woman. Some say he disputed other sages by this ruling and was excommunicated for it. Others say this was just referring to a different sage entirely. New Mishnah. When this sage, Akavia ben Mahalal, was about to pass away, he retracted these contrary rulings so his sons would follow the majority opinion, and also refused to intercede to have his sons be accepted by the sages, saying it should be by their deeds alone. New Mishnah. There's a tradition by Mashiach's coming that when Elijah the prophet comes, he won't come and declare which families are genealogically pure or not, but he will separate families that are known to be unfit, and give instances. Some say he will also reconcile variation of opinions between sages. Some say he's only coming to make peace between families, and this is based on the verse, "Behold, I send you Elijah the prophet." And it's additionally stated that the altar of the temple at Shiloh was made of stones, which it sources, and additionally brings points on the offerings of this older altar. It also says the maximum size of the altar could be 60 cubits long, just like the temple, and additionally sources its precise location. Some say the angel Michael was seen bringing offerings by its location. Others say the ashes the ram offered instead of Yitzchak, Isaac, were lying in that place. It's discussed. Further, we know the altars of the first and second temple were different sizes. Apparently, there weren't requirements for the altar to be any one particular size based on this, although it says it couldn't be smaller than the altar of Moshe, and it defines the measurement of that too. It also sources the point that the altar ramp was on its south side and was 32 by 16 cubits. Additional sources for these principles are discussed, and it argues as to whether there was a gap between the altar and its ramp, as to whether the meat had to be tossed over. It's also said there were these 2 minor ramps to the sides of the altar, which were used by the Kohanim to perform the services by the ledge. It's also said the ramp and altar combined were 62 cubits long, even though both were 32 cubits long individually, as the ramp extended a bit over the altar's base and ledge. Also, all of the ramps in the temple were slanted at a 3-to-1 ratio, besides for the main altar ramp, which was slanted at a 3 5/9 to 1 ratio. It brings up the incident with Nadav and Avihu, as apparently Aaron and his sons were told to eat offerings in spite of their period of mourning. As a debate if the prohibition here was waived, it's additionally discussed along with several verses on this topic. Some hold that the Rosh Chodesh Chatas offering brought by that incident was actually burned instead of being eaten, and it's debated as to the exact circumstance. There's also related debate as to whether Moshe himself was a Kohen or not. This is discussed, quoting many incidents throughout scripture that imply either way. It also quotes the verse, "And he left Pharaoh's presence in a burning anger," which it says is in reference to the fact that Moshe slapped Pharaoh across the face at this point. Others say he actually was more respectful, as it's held that royalty should always be treated with respect. It's argued as whether Moshe himself was considered to be a king. It's said that a Kohen with a blemish, be it temporary or permanent, still gets a share and can eat of the temple offerings. The sources for this are quoted. The Gemara debates as to where exactly this red heifer is being offered that's invalid for it. Some suggest within the actual walls of Jerusalem. Others say it's being done not opposite the temple entrance. This debate is principally on whether there's a concern of impurity across the land of Israel, as to whether there's concern of bits of bones and corpses being embedded under the earth from the flood, like it exists by the rest of the world, as to if the flood reached the land of Israel. That's disputed from a number of verses. It argues on this. According to the opinion that the flood didn't reach Israel, it said Everybody nevertheless died within due to the extreme heat, besides for possibly the Re'im creature, which was some sort of immense beast, although others say its cubs were brought in the ark. It mentions that the waters around the ark were cooled, which is why the pitch on the ark didn't dissolve, and it's where Og, king of Bashan, held on, as he was the sole survivor of the giants. It's also said that Babylonia, also called Shi'anar, is called such as all the dead sank there. There are additional points on the forbidden offerings of Nadav and Avihu, and it also speaks on the importance of accepting God's judgment with happiness, which is related to that whole event, saying there's great reward for doing so. It's mentioned that animals offered before the tabernacle was built had to be animals that would in the future be designated as kosher, which was known by Noah, as kosher animals entered the ark in multiples of 7s, while non-kosher animals were in multiples of 2. It sources opinions by the remaining discussed types of offerings as to which ones were offered by non-Jewish people. There's a related dispute as to whether Yisro or Jethro joined the Jewish people in the desert before or after the giving of the Torah. That's disputed from a few sources. It additionally sources the principles regarding where each type of offering could be eaten around the tabernacle at Shiloh, and it argues if the territory of Shiloh itself was in the portion of Ephraim or Binyamin, that's discussed. It also spent some time making calculations and giving the exact length of time each of these tabernacles stood for. The tabernacle in the desert stood for 39 years, the one in Gilgal stood for 14 years, and the one in Nov and Gibeon stood for 57 years. It additionally sources principles as to when each of these outside tabernacles became permitted, along with some related points. It also disputes what scriptural words exactly are used in reference to the tabernacle at Shiloh. New Mishnah. The 7 branches of the menorah are essential to each other, meaning all are necessary. The 7 lamps on the menorah are essential to each other. The 2 passages written on the mezuzah scroll are essential to each other, and actually every letter is essential. The 4 passages within tefillin are essential to each other, along with every letter. The 4 tzitzis on all 4 cornered garments are essential to each other because all 4 are one mitzvah. Rabbi Yishmael says the 4 of them are 4 mitzvahs. The Gemara begins going through sources, also on the construction of the temple menorah, which it said had to be beaten out of a single large block of gold, not by fusing together separate pieces. It also didn't strictly need to be gold. Many verses on this are quoted, although by the trumpets of the temple it said those could be made by fusing together separate pieces. It's said that the vessels Moshe made were also valid for all future generations, but the trumpets he made were only valid for himself, which it discusses. Anyways, we said the menorah had to be made out of a solid block of preferably gold, but silver works too. It's a debate if it could be a cheap metal, like tin or lead. As to if the menorah could be made of those materials, everybody agrees that wood, glass, or bone are impermissible. Again, it goes through sources and many verses, many of which actually did permit wood. Anyways, on the actual construction of the temple menorah, its total height was 18 handbreadths, the lower legs and flowers were 3 handbreadths, 2 handbreadths of a stem, a handbreadth of decoration, as pictured with the goblet and flower decorations, 2 more handbreadths, a handbreadth knob with branches extending, a handbreadth another knob with branches, a handbreadth another knob with branches, then 2 more handbreadths, and then 3 handbreadths of goblets, knobs, and flowers. It's a debate as to what all this precisely looked like, but this image here is the general consensus by several opinions. There are various other opinions on the height, on the design of the flowers and goblets which are described. It further describes the actual manufacturing of the menorah, particularly by King Solomon, and the great wealth he spent to manufacture it, featuring melting down and reducing a massive amount of gold. Some say that the angel Gabriel just showed Moshe how it was made. In fact, some say it was God that showed Moshe the design in a fiery image, as he was struggling to understand how it should look, along with the proper size of the new moon by sanctification and the identification of Sheretz creatures, which is based on verses. Anyways, we said that a mezuzah scroll must have every letter, which is necessary to specify to show that every letter must be separate from the next and can't run into each other. It said if there's a puncture through the blank area within the letter Hey, that's fine, but if the leg is punctured, if there's enough remaining of the leg to form the smallest Hebrew letter, which is a Yud, it's valid, otherwise not. A number of particular cases on this are cited. Somewhat related, on texts like the Torah or Tefillin or Mezuzahs, when scripture is written on parchment, some of the letters have these little extensions drawn above them, which are called crowns. It said that when Moshe went up to heaven by Mount Sinai, he saw God attaching these crowns to the letters, and he asked why, and God said, in the future, a sage, Rabbi Akiva, will derive many, many laws from which have these crowns and which don't. So Moshe asked to meet this Rabbi Akiva, and God told him to turn around, and Moshe found himself in Rabbi Akiva's class. So he went and sat, but he didn't understand the teachings, so he became disheartened up until Rabbi Akiva mentioned that everything learned is derived from tradition taught to Moshe at Mount Sinai. So Moshe went back to God and asked why he was the one receiving the Torah instead of a sage like Rabbi Akiva. And God said, it's not for you to know. So Moshe asked what had happened to this Rabbi Akiva, so he turned around and he saw Rabbi Akiva was having his skin ripped off by the Romans and then having his flesh weighed and sold in the Roman marketplaces. And he asked God why, and he was again told, it's not for you to know. Anyways, there are 7 letters that have these crowns: Shin, Ayin, Tes, Nun, Zayin, Gimel, and Tzadik. It's also said that the letter Ches has a vertical line added like this, along with other points on how scribes should draw individual letters, particularly the Hey. which has its lower leg separate with a gap in between, which represents concepts of free will and repentance, which is described. It also describes other letters, like the Yud, which is bent to represent humility, and others. It's also said that in Scripture, when God showed Moshe his back, it refers to the tefillin knot at the back of his head. The tefillin must be on the back of the head and in the middle to represent that the Jewish people shouldn't be subjugated or in the rear. Anyways, regarding the chiluzon creature that makes the techeles dye, it's said to be a sort of fish that appears once every 70 years on dry land, and the dye is in its blood. We don't really know nowadays what this creature refers to. Anyways, a story on the importance and reward for tzitzis. A man was very particular about wearing tzitzis, but evidently less so in other matters, as he learned there was this harlot in a far-off city who charged 400 golden dinarim. So he sent the money and scheduled a visit, and traveled to her, and he arrived at her place, and there were 7 beds, 6 of silver and 1 of gold at the top, where she sat. So he started going up the ladder, but the tzitzis strings he was wearing struck him in the face as he was going up, so he decided, never mind, and he went back down and sat on the floor. So she came down and asked what was up, and he explained the mitzvah of tzitzis and how it reminds us about reward and punishment. So she asked for his name and information, which he wrote down, and left back to his school. So the woman then gave a third of her possessions to the government, a third to the poor, and took the last along with the linens, and came to the sage's study house and asked to convert, telling them the story. So they said she should marry him, which she did, and it says that the thing which he desired impermissibly due to his adherence to the mitzvah of tzitzis, he ended up receiving in a permissible manner. And also, this shows how much greater the reward for tzitzis will be in the world to come. These were all from the book of Ezekiel that it's speaking on, which was necessary as evidently a lot of the verses there contradict scripture by these laws, so the sage Hanino ben Chizkiah spent a long while clarifying and explaining everything, so that way the book of Ezekiel could maintain its canonization. A number of verses are expounded on, for instance on the verse, "What is my beloved doing in my temple?" which some interpret to be an additional reference to Avraham standing in the ruins of the temple and praying to God on our behalf. It said that Jewish people are compared to an olive tree whose leaves don't fall in the summer or winter, showing that all Jewish people will never be nullified, not in this world or the world to come. It's also said we're compared to the olive tree to represent that just as olives only release oil when pressed, so too the Jewish people will only return to the right path through suffering. It also spent some time describing the measurements of the outdoor altar, although this will be described more in a later tractate, Tractate Middos. It also sources the principle that there could be differing cubit measurements. Somewhat related, it mentions that the east gate of the temple had an image of the capital city of Persia engraved into it. Some say to remind people of their prior exiles in that region, others say it's to make people have respect of the Persian royalty, and it also says that one should always have great respect for royalty. And there's some related discussion on the times of Mashiach, as it said a spring of water will issue forth from the third temple, and some say the trees grown from it will cure mute, others say it will make women no longer barren. It additionally discusses the arrangements of the loaves of the shulchan table and sources the principle that the utensils were all facing east to west, as were also the poles or the ark inside the temple. It spent some time describing all of the tables and menorahs that King Solomon made for the temple, and additionally where they were all placed, in which direction they were facing, which was said to be on this east to west axis. There's some dispute as to how the menorah was placed and how the tables were placed in relationship to one another. It additionally describes this arrangement along with some sources. Some related teachings, it said that there are times when stopping to study Torah itself is a good thing, like to accompany a bride to her wedding and related. It's also said that if a Torah scholar sins, it's wrong to publicly shame him. And also if somebody causes even a word of his Torah study to be forgotten, that's transgressing a prohibition. Some say it's 2 prohibitions, some say it's actually 3. This is if the forgetting was intentional due to acts of laziness, and it was within his grasp for this to not occur. Related, it said that the Torah was given in 40 days, and that the soul was treated in 40 days, which shows that if somebody safeguards the Torah, his soul will be safeguarded. New Mishnah. Any Kohanim who served in the temple of Alexandria, or in any idolatrous temple, they could not serve in the temple of Jerusalem. Kohanim who do so are treated like blemished Kohanim, meaning they can eat of offerings, but they can't make any offerings themselves. The Gemara says, if a Kohen serves the idol, and then repents and serves in the temple, it's perfectly valid, which it sources. If a Kohen accidentally served an idol, by throwing its blood, for instance, incorrectly thinking that that was allowed, it's a debate if his offerings in the actual temple are then valid. These opinions are sourced and additionally speaks on this by other conversations. It additionally spent some time disputing this and explained the necessity for all of these. As the temple in Alexandria was listed separately from an idolatrous temple, we clearly don't think that the Alexandria temple was idolatrous. The history behind this was essentially that the sage Shimon HaTzadik served on Yom Kippur every year, and in one year he told people that he would die that year, as typically he met a man wearing white in the temple, and this time he was met by a man wearing black. So he died that year, and his son was supposed to take over, but his brother forced his way into the position, and he tricked his nephew by dressing him in the Kohen Gadol's special attire, but he actually gave him women's clothes, and the person wasn't too familiar with how things were done, so he wore them. And eventually he had to flee to Alexandria, and he built a new temple there, although there's some variation on the details of this. It also speaks a bit on how poor it is to chase after positions of honor. A number of verses on this are described. It's also said that wherever the Jewish people are, there was a knowledge of God spread around them, and it additionally speaks on the importance of Torah study and how it correlates with the temple service, as studying Torah is as if one completes a temple service. New Mishnah. An animal offering, a bird olah, and the mincha offering are all referred to in Scripture as a fire offering, a satisfying aroma. This teaches that whether a person gives a lot or a little, his offering is equally accepted so long as his heart was directed towards heaven. The Gemara sources this principle from a great number of verses. It also sources the fact that offerings in the temple must be done with deliberation and intent. For instance, it said, "You shall slaughter it according to your will," which is said to fulfill God's will, and with your own will, with intent. Incidents on this topic are quoted demonstrating the concept that if somebody is righteous, they won't come to even accidentally eat forbidden food. It additionally discusses this in some particular cities as to whether they have this particular concern of a lack of tithing within them, along with some additional incidents. There's further discussion and some related points, saying that the righteous, when dead, are even greater than when they were alive, as seen by certain prophets like Elijah. It's also said that no illness or affliction, not even sorcery, can harm somebody who God hasn't decreed punishment against. Again, incidents demonstrating this are quoted. Some said that animals are created of dry land, so they must have two pipes severed. Fish were made of water, so they don't need to be slaughtered, and birds were made out of mud, so they only need one pipe slaughtered. It said one sage would run experiments, and he took a hen that had its down removed, and he put it inside of a warm oven while wrapped in a mat, and it regrew new, thicker down, proving that if a bird loses its down, it's not necessarily fatal. It gives other examples of experiments that he ran on the behavior of ant colonies and similar. It also speaks on a number of verses, and it mentions the time that a Roman Caesar spoke to one of the sages, and he asked how God is compared to a lion, if people can kill lions, and the sage answered, he's actually compared to the lion of Ben Eli, which the sage prayed to have appear, and it did, and the lion roared so loudly that it caused women to miscarry and the walls of Rome to collapse, and people to have their teeth fall out, and the Caesar to fall off of his throne. And it mentions a few other similar stories between the sages and the Caesars. It also defines an ox as being broad and broadly hooved with a large head and tail, and the opposite applies by a donkey, which is relevant by some laws of sales. It also speaks on the offering Adam made to God, which was said to be a great ox with a single horn. It speaks a bit on verses regarding the creation of the world. It also speaks on the creation of the sun and the moon, and how the moon was upset that it was smaller. So it's said that the he-goat of the Rosh Chodesh offering is atonement for that. There are further points. Additional verses are expanded on regarding a number of topics and the important things we can learn from them. It also mentions a lot of practical advice, like to not spend money on luxuries, to not drink lukewarm water from a metal utensil for health reasons, and further on having restraint with one's spending towards oneself, but to spend lots of money to honor one's wife and children. For instance, it said that as Abraham said, "Though I am but earth and ashes, we merited to have the obligations of the ashes of the red heifer and the earth of the Sotah." Covering the blood with earth is not mentioned, as there's no immediate benefit from that. It's also said, as Abraham said, if so much as a thread or a shoe strap, we merited to have the mitzvahs of tzitzis and tefillin. It additionally discusses these, and further on the fact that Abraham refused to accept even this from the kings of Sodom, as it shows that stolen property is so severe as even the righteous cannot return it. It further speaks on Abraham and the great importance of humility, and also how incredibly humble Moshe and Aaron were, saying that the whole world exists only because of their great humility. This is based on a verse, although some interpret it to mean that the whole world exists only because of those that stay silent when they're provoked. Others say it's for those that allow themselves to be downtrodden. It discusses these verses, and also on the incident where Jacob was wounded. It said he went back to be alone when he was attacked, as he was going to regather some small jars that he had left, as the righteous are always very careful with their property, as they never steal. It's also said that we can learn from this that a person should never go out alone at night. It speaks on some other verses. It says he took the stone that he had placed by his head, which is in singular, even though in the verse just beforehand it referred to the stones in plural, to show that all the stones that Jacob slept on gathered into one stone that he lay on. It then speaks on Jacob's ladder, which was said to be massive and had angels heading up and down. And it was by Jacob fighting the angel said it had to leave as it was dawn in the verse. This was as it was an angel who had to recite songs at this point for God. It's disputed as to when exactly they do this and what the words are precisely. It also speaks in the dreams by Joseph, later on by the chamberlain of the cupbearers who dreamed of a grapevine with 3 branches. There are a bunch of interpretations as to what this refers to. Some say it's the 3 ministering angels of the nations. Some say it's Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Some say it's Moshe, Aaron, and Miriam. Some say it's the temple, the king, and the Kohen Gadol. There are a few other interpretations. It said that washing after a meal is to get rid of salts that could cause blindness. So washing is also definitely done after working with salt. It said we don't wash over the ground to prevent a harmful spirit going to that area and harming people. And it also gives other examples, like to not leave breadcrumbs lying around, as that could cause poverty, and a bunch of other miscellaneous practices that can cause types of illnesses or make somebody susceptible to witchcraft. For example, it said that eating vegetables directly from a bundle could make somebody susceptible to witchcraft, among some other listed things. Also, it said to not sit under a drain pipe, as that's where demons are prevalent. It gives an example of this and the subsequent banishing of that demon. It expounds on further health-related practices. Anyways, in addition to the toad being a sheretz creature that gives off impurity, it said this includes the toad-snake crossbreed, a type of lizard, and the salamander. It remarks on a few other rare species of animals and also on the people of certain regions. It's also said that the toad-snake crossbreed animals shouldn't be possible, as that's mixing 2 totally different species, but it's just a miraculous creature. New Mishnah, last one of the chapter and the tractate. A person can't even take a mother bird from its young, not even if he needs this bird to purify a Metzora leper for his offering. And if this mitzvah, which winds up having a person lose about a single Isser coin, it's said about it so that it will be good for you and you will live long, then how much more so would this apply by difficult commandments of the Torah? The Gemara says, all obligations of the Torah that are written with their reward is tied to the resurrection of the dead, as the long life promised by this obligation and also of honoring one's parents is in reference to the world to come, and to the resurrection of the dead. This is seen by a case of a boy who was sent to take eggs from a mother bird by his father, and he died while doing so. Harm was able to come to him even though he was doing a mitzvah, as it was a time of particular danger, and also it said that mitzvahs don't always have the rewards given in this world. This is the reason that the sage Acher became a heretic, as he viewed this incident, or possibly the mutilation of the sage Chutzpitz the Metorgaman by the Romans, and he thought that no reward comes for doing good deeds, but in actuality the reward for doing good is often in the world to come. New Mishnah. If a non-kosher fish swallowed a kosher fish, the kosher fish can still be eaten. If a kosher fish swallowed a non-kosher fish, the non-kosher fish cannot be eaten. This is as the respective interior fish didn't grow inside the other, like the prior case where it was based on what the mother was. Here, it was just swallowed. The Gemara says, this implies this is only the case if we actually saw the fish swallow the other. So it asks, why can't we assume that the non-kosher fish swallowed a kosher fish, then digested it, and then gave birth itself to a kosher fish? So there are a few answers, either that this fish was found in the intestines, or it was found in the throat, or it was found fully developed, or it's simply we say as majority of fish give birth to their own species. We can viably assume that the different species in the fish's stomach was swallowed, not born. Anyways, a related discussion on the breeding habits of various animals. Non-kosher fish are said to give birth to live young. Kosher fish lay eggs. All animals that give birth to live animals nurse with milk. All animals that lay eggs gather food for hatchlings, besides for the bat, which uniquely lays eggs and nurses. It's also said that dolphins uniquely reproduce in a similar manner to humans. Although one of the commentaries, Rashi, defines the Aramaic word for dolphin here as a half-human, half-fish hybrid. So, a mermaid, essentially, although he uses the word for siren, and it's actually saying that humans can interbreed with them, but that's a related point. Anyways, all male animals who have external genitals have live young, while males with internal genitals lay eggs. Also, animals that have relations by day give birth at night, and animals that have relations by night give birth at night, and animals that have relations at any time give birth at any time, and this is relevant by some laws of finding eggs on a holiday, as to if somebody is not sure as to when the egg was laid, as discussed back at the very beginning of Tractate Beitzah. Also, all animals whose reproduction manner and gestation length are similar can interbreed with one another. All animals copulate facing the same direction, besides for fish, humans, and snakes, who copulate facing each other, as they alone were addressed by the divine presence, the fish by Jonah, and the snake by the Garden of Eden. Some say camels copulate back to back. Anyways, it then gives the exact gestation lengths of various animals, and also corresponding trees or plants that have similar gestation periods, like a chicken hatches after 21 days, which is similar to the almond. A dog is born after 50 days, which is similar to the fig. The cat after 52 days, like the mulberry. The pig after 60 days, like the apple tree. Foxes and some reptiles take 6 months, like grain. There are many other examples. One of these is particularly spoken on, the snake, which gestates for 7 years and has no plant equivalent, although some say it's a specific species of fig that's sourced. Anyways, it sets a dispute between the sage Rabbi Yeshua ben Hanania and one of the Roman Caesars on the gestation period of snakes. The sage said, it's 7 years. The Caesar said the wise men of Athens reported that snakes gestate for 3 years. So the sage responded, well, perhaps they had been pregnant for 4 years beforehand. So it essentially turned into a debate as to if the sages are wiser than the Athenians. So Rabbi Yeshua requested a ship be built with 60 cabins and 60 seats inside of each cabin, and he then took this and sailed to Athens. Rabbi Yeshua there saw a butcher skinning an animal, and he requested the head for sale, so the butcher agreed to the sale, but then the sage said no, he was referring to the butcher's actual head, which he'd claim unless he was shown to the entrance of the discussion hall of the wise men of Athens. So the butcher said he didn't want to, as they'd kill anybody who gave away their secret location, so the sage told him to just carry some reeds around and stop and rest around their entrance. So the sage found the secret entrance, and he saw there were some guards on the inside and on the outside, and he found that the policy was that they would execute the sentries if unauthorized footprints were found between them. So the sage waited for a moment, and then quickly placed his shoes down facing both directions, and in that way all of the sentries were killed and he managed to sneak in. So he saw there were 2 chambers, the upper one with the younger members and the lower chamber with the older members, and so as to not offend either group by greeting the others first, he just generally greeted everybody. So they asked what he was doing there, so Rabbi Yeshua said that he was one of the Jewish sages and he wished to learn of their wisdom. So they challenged him to a debate, with the terms being that if he won, the Athenians would have to join him on his ship. So they then asked him a series of riddles. These are all very esoteric in nature, and they're explained and interpreted by the commentaries to be debating some theological concepts on man's relationship with God. For instance, the first question was, if a man asks to marry a woman and the family refuses him, why would he then try to marry somebody of higher social status? So Rabbi Yeshua responded by sticking a pin into a wall, and he found he was unsuccessful, so then he stuck the pin higher up, where it entered a hole into the wall. So then it's explained to be basically a dispute on the Jewish people, who do not do very well in this world, but he explained it's a poor match and they will be successful in the world to come. Another question, if a man lent money and then he had to foreclose, why would he then lend again? So Rabbi Yeshua answered with a parable. A man went to a marsh and cut a bundle of reeds, but he couldn't lift them, but nevertheless he kept cutting more and more reeds, waiting for another man to come and help him. This is explained to be a question as to how, if the Jewish people were unsuccessful in keeping biblical law, why would they then try to keep extra rabbinic law later? And the sage answered by saying, just because one generation failed doesn't mean future generations can't do better. Another question, they asked for him to make a totally untrue statement, and he said a male mule gave birth, and the foal emerged with a note saying the mule was owed 100,000 zuz coins. So they asked, but mules are sterile? And he said, yeah, it's supposed to be an untrue statement. And this is a statement that's untrue in every possible respect, and it's also explained to be a very complicated allegory for the fact that the Jewish people will one day return together to Israel with Mashiach's coming. Another question, if salt goes bad, how can it be preserved? And the sage said, in afterbirth of a male mule. So they asked, but male mules can't have afterbirth? And he said, well, salt can't go bad. They asked him to build a house that floated in the air, so he said the name of God, and he flew in the air, and then asked for the necessary materials. Then they asked where the center of the world was, so he pointed to a random spot, saying essentially that the world is a sphere, so it has no specific center anywhere on its surface. Anyways, there are a bunch of other strange and esoteric questions, like how do you reap a field of knives? And he said with the horn of a donkey. They brought him 2 eggs and asked him which came from a black or a white hen, and he answered rhetorically with 2 cheeses, which came from a white or a black goat. And he was asked, when a chicken dies, how does its spirit leave its egg? And he answered the same way it got in. And lastly, he was asked to show an item that could decline in value more than its total worth. So he brought in a mat that was too wide to fit through the doorway, and it required the doorway to be broken down to be brought into the room. Again, there's a lot of commentary behind the esoteric meaning behind these conversations and what they were actually discussing. So, as the sage answered all the questions, he brought them all onto his ship, and he put each one in their own room filled with 60 chairs, so that way each man thought everybody would be coming to their room and entered with confidence. The sage also took some Athenian soil. And then, as they were traveling in the ship, he took water from a special location that absorbs all of the other waters in the ocean. Some say it's the Well of Miriam. Anyways, the sage brought all of the Athenian scholars to the Caesar, and he gave them their dirt so that way they could regain their confidence. However, they wound up offending the emperor, so the sage took the special infinite water and put it into a barrel and told the Athenians to fill the barrel with water. So they did so, but the water kept getting absorbed, so the Athenians kept working until they all grew exhausted and died. One commentary explains this is a metaphor for them to be unable to predict the precise nature of the Jewish calendar, as it operates simultaneously on the solar and lunar cycle, and this is all just metaphor for them failing at a nearly impossible task. But as for a household sale, that typically can't be sold from one's house, so it would only be allowed to sell a blemished maaser animal that belonged to an orphan to prevent him from having a loss, as that's just an established leniency. Also, it mentions the sage who said this. Rav Sheshas wanted to be credited with the answer, as it said that any Torah scholar whose teachings are quoted, his lips move in the grave. The Gemara says, on the importance of good health, a Torah scholar shouldn't drink water in public, but as it's so important to be healthy, he can even urinate in public, which it gives examples of. It said it's an extremely dangerous thing to hold in one's urine, as it could rupture important membranes in that region and cause somebody to become sterile. It said a person shouldn't urinate in locations that carry water to Israel, and also a woman shouldn't urinate in front of a child. She should at least stand to the side. It further describes the importance of taking proper care of one's body to prevent illness. As for the Kohen getting possessed by a demonic force, as mentioned, there's some debate in the commentaries as to what that refers to. It's clearly some mental disorder, but it's explained to be experiencing a great pressure or terror which causes shallow breathing, so it's possibly somebody prone to panic attacks or similar. Also, it said a tall man shouldn't marry a tall woman in case they have overly tall children, and an extremely small man shouldn't marry an extremely small woman in case their child winds up being extremely small. And also people with extreme skin pigmentations, such people shouldn't marry each other, as otherwise their children will end up with extremely odd skin pigmentations. It was mentioned that good things occur on auspicious days and that negative things occur on negative days. For instance, the first temple was destroyed on the 9th of Av, on the day after a Shabbos, and on the year after a sabbatical year. It gives the calculation of years based on verses from discussion of Yechezkel, Ezekiel's vision. There are a few opinions as to how exactly the calendar works out between the start of this exile and the destruction of the temple in regards to when the sabbatical year would fall out. It was also said that the second temple also was destroyed on the 9th of Av, on the day after a Shabbos, and on the year after a sabbatical year, and it again gives the calculation for the date in regards to this sabbatical year cycle. And there's a leniency and a stringency by the fine of a defamer, somebody who falsely accuses their wife. No matter the prominence of her family, the fine is 100 selaim. This shows that somebody who speaks an evil thing is treated more severely than somebody who does an evil thing. Similarly, we see the generation from the wilderness that wasn't allowed to enter Israel only had that decreed after they spoke ill by the report of the 12 spies. The Gemara sources these principles on the severity of speaking falsely and poorly of others, and how this led to the issues for the generation of the desert. It said that this generation tested God's patience 10 times, twice by the Red Sea as they were entering and exiting, as both times they had little faith and complained out of fear, and God wound up having to pour the dead Egyptians out onto dry land. They complained twice by water, at Marah they complained, and at Rephidim they complained. They complained twice by the manna, as some would collect it on a Shabbos and some would leave it overnight, twice by the quail, where they complained for meat 2 separate times, and by the golden calf, and also by the spies' negative report on the land of Israel. It also says, on this topic of speaking lashon hara, gossip, speaking at all of others is regarded as if somebody denied a fundamental tenet of God's existence, and it said it'll be punished with leprosy. It's also said in the future all animals will assemble, and they will say that they hunt prey to feed, but why do snakes bite people? And the snake will say that it does so to punish those who speak lashon hara. It speaks more on the great negativity for doing so. It said if somebody does this, he deserves to be stoned, and it said that God doesn't want to share a world with such a man, and it said that the angel of hell focuses on him. To prevent lashon hara, it said that the best thing to do is to learn lots of Torah, and if somebody can't, they should instead strive for humility. It said that lashon hara is equivalent to idol worship, murder, and illicit relations. Famously, it's taught that speaking lashon hara harms 3 people: the person who's speaking, the person who listens to it, and the person who's being spoken about. It said that the tongue is compared to an arrow, as it can kill from a distance, although it said one's tongue can get a man life or death depending on what he says. As for what classifies as lashon hara, some say it's even something like asking others, where can we get a cooking fire like such and such a person has, thereby revealing that that man cooks food and revealing that he's wealthy. Although some actually hold it's allowed to speak about somebody if they're right there in front of you. In fact, some rule that if something is said before 3 people, it's assumed to be public knowledge and can then be repeated further, although in later texts it said that's very case dependent and generally nobody should ever be speaking poorly or frankly speaking at all about other people. This is mostly seen in the lengthy works of the Chafetz Chaim. There's even extensions of lashon hara where somebody could speak about a friend saying how kind he was that he hosted him so nicely, and then that could result in people harassing the man to eat at their house. In fact, some say a person should never excessively speak even good about others, as this could lead to a discussion about the man's faults. In fact, it said there are 7 sins that cause saras, leprosy. Lashon Hara, murder, vain oaths, illicit relations, haughtiness, theft, and stinginess. And all of these are individually sourced. Although it's said that the priestly garments atone for many things, and the bells on the Kohen Gadol's hem are said to atone for Lashon Hara, only if his harmful words were not effective. Also, it's said that the tunic atones for an unidentified murder, but that's only where the killer is known, but wasn't warned. If the killer is not known, the Egla Arufa ceremony was done, as was described at the end of Tractate Sotah. And the incense offering atoned specifically for Lashon Hara spoken in private. Anyways, as somebody who speaks Lashon Hara got leprosy, such a person was banished from the encampment, as he drove a division between two people. So the same is done to him, in a sense. And he brings 2 birds for his purification ceremony, as birds chirp ceaselessly, just like he had. Bit of a related topic, it says, "You shall not hate your brother in your heart," in the verse. We can learn from this that it's proper to rebuke somebody who's doing something wrong. Although it is said, very few people know how to accept a rebuke, and very few people know how to give it. It said, humility not for its own sake is better than a rebuke not for its own sake, as a person who does the right thing not necessarily for the right reasons will eventually come to do it for the right reasons. Some say the obligation to rebuke a wrongdoer extends even until he's struck, some say it's until he's cursed, some say it's until he's scorned. These opinions are individually sourced from different scriptural occurrences. Related, it disputes as to at what point somebody should leave his lodging. It's agreed if he's struck, or if his bag is packed for him, he should leave, although it's disputed if he should leave when his wife is struck. It also sources the fact that a person should continue in the occupation of his fathers. It's a dispute as to what's the minimum amount somebody could suffer that could be considered divine retribution. Some say something as small as his clothes not fitting him, others say even if his drink was messed up, others say if his shirt was put on backwards. There are other examples. It said that even the greatest of people are subject to heavenly judgment. It expounds on further verses. Some say a generation parallels its leader. Others say a leader parallels their generation. So this means God either installs a leader to reflect the generation, or it means that the generation is influenced by their leader. Related, the reason when a female turns over 60, she retains a third of her original erech, unlike a male, is, as it said, an old man in a house is a calamity, while an old woman in a house is a treasure. It also speaks on the greatness of a number of particular sages throughout history, and that as time went on, our knowledge has declined and been forgotten, and that our leaders from a certain point onwards all have had their own sort of flaws. Many laws were even forgotten after Moshe's passing. It said 3,000 laws were forgotten in his period of mourning, and it was asked of Joshua and Samuel to teach new things, but they said after Moshe, the Torah cannot be changed and no new laws can be introduced. It said one of these forgotten laws was on the status of a chatas whose owner died, as to what the status is in such a case, which is relevant as that's one of the things we're discussing here. It said that when Moshe left to enter the Garden of Eden, he told Joshua to ask him any uncertainties he had on the Torah, and Joshua said essentially that he knew everything, so Moshe was very upset due to his students' apparent lack of humility, and hundreds of laws were then forgotten by Joshua, and everybody became upset, so they had to then go to a war. Although it is said that through the analysis of many sages, a lot of these old laws have been restored. It expounds on a number of related verses, speaking on the greatness of figures like Kalev, Othniel, or Yabitz, and many others, and it teaches that if somebody dedicates himself to Torah study, God will grant his requests. Regarding the liability of kares for preparing the anointing oil, it's said a person would be exempt if he prepared it just to see how it was done or for the community. Liability is if he makes it to apply to himself, but if somebody else used it, then he'd be exempt. Sources are quoted. Anyways, it also explains the makeup of the anointing oil, giving particular measurements and spices, although there's debate as to what exactly a lot of these translate to. It also qualifies the particular weights of all of these. It further speaks on the making of the anointing oil by Moshe and Aaron, which was used for Aaron and his sons, and then miraculously for all future Kohanim, Gedolim, and kings, and it remains stored away until Mashiach's coming. It also sources the principle that a Kohen Gadol and his sons are anointed, and that they don't anoint a king who's the son of the prior king. The exceptions to this were the kings Shlomo and Yehoash, as their rules were contested. Others disagree with this concept entirely, and say that it's just that the kings of the Davidic dynasty were anointed and nobody else. Other kings like Yehoachaz and Yehu were anointed with plain balsam and not this special anointing oil. It further expounds on a number of verses, speaking on a bunch of different kings and their rule and their anointing. It said by kings, the oil is applied in the form of a crown around the king's head, and by a Kohen Gadol it's made in an X or possibly a C shape, although the oil is also poured on their head, and it said the anointing goes first. Related principles are discussed. It's also said that the kings were anointed in the spring to symbolize the endurance of their monarchy. There are points on this in the concept of a good omen. As was already stated in Tractate Horayos, if a person wants to know if he'll live out the year, he should light a candle in the 10 days between Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur, indoors without wind, and see if it goes out. If somebody wants to know if his business venture will be successful, he should raise a rooster for its sake, and if it ends up healthy and good, it'll work out. If a person wants to know if he'll have safe travel, he should stand in a dark house and see if he sees a shadow of a shadow. That's a good sign. Others disagree with this, saying if he doesn't see it, then he'll get worried and he'll have worsened mazel. Related, it said to eat certain foods on Rosh Hashanah, like a gourd, leek, beets, dates, and others, as they're sweet and represent having a sweet new year. It further speaks on good omens and learning well from one's teachers. Anyways, it further quotes verses about anointing oil, saying, whoever was anointed with a horn of oil, their reign was prolonged, while if it was a flask that was used, it was not. Anyways, we said there's liability for replicating the temple incense. This is, again, allowed to be done for education or to give to the temple, but it's prohibited to make in order to smell it for oneself, and if somebody else smells it, then he's exempt. Although there is liability for benefiting from consecrated items, that's actually disputed, as some say there's no concept of being prohibited from a sacred item after it's done being used. It argues from a few different concepts in the temple. Anyways, it also gives the makeup of the incense. It's a bunch of spices, some of which we're not really sure the definition of. There's galbanum and myrrh and saffron and cinnamon and otherwise in specific ratios. It said if somebody mixes these for the temple and he missed any of them, he receives death from heaven. There are a few opinions as to the uses of these, and there's some additional points on this, and it discusses the manufacturing of the incense back in the temple times and how those that did it were paid. It also mentions that every few decades, the accumulated excess of the incense would form enough for a new batch, which was used, along with further as to how exactly the incense was prepared. It brings sources for these principles. Some say the list of spices were told to Moshe by Mount Sinai. A number of additional verses are quoted as source. There are further points. Anyways, we said there's a liability of karis for anointing with the anointing oil. It's said this does not apply to anointing one's animals, one's utensils, a non-Jewish person, or a corpse. Sources for these are quoted. For instance, we know there's no liability for anointing a non-Jewish person with the temple's anointing oil, as by anointing oil, it specifically uses the rarer word of Adam, man, to refer to who cannot use it, and elsewhere Jewish people are referred to also with this unique word, unlike non-Jewish people who are referred to in scripture using the more typical word for man, something like ish. It actually does refer to non-Jewish people occasionally as Adam also in scripture, but that's only in comparison to prior verses, which spoke about animals to show that non-Jewish people are very different from animals as they are people. Anyways, some say there's liability of kares for impermissibly re-anointing a king or a Kohen Gadol. Others debate this. There's also a debate by a regular person as to how much anointing oil must be used to create a liability. Some say any amount, others say an olive's volume. This is based on verses. By a Kohen or a Kohen Gadol, it's agreed that when anointing them, that any amount is sufficient. This is expanded on. New Mishnah. Lambs are always mentioned before goats are in scripture. So by the Chatas, it specifically says that they're actually considered to be equal. Similarly, turtle doves are always mentioned before pigeons are in scripture. So by the birth offering, it specifically says them after to show they're actually equal. A father is always mentioned before a mother in scripture. So by honoring one's mother and father, it specifically says them after to show they should be equally honored. There's also an obligation to honor one's teacher, so if a son studies most of his Torah knowledge from one teacher, he's more obligated to honor that teacher than his own father, as his father is also obligated to honor this teacher. The Gemara says, the temple courtyard cried out 4 times. The first was for Eli, Chofni, and Pinchas, contaminating the sanctuary. The second was to allow Yochanan ben Naptai, who was possibly one of the Kohanim Gedolim, to eat of the offerings. Third, it cried that Yishmael ben Pikai should serve as the Kohen Gadol, and lastly, that Yisachar of the village of Barkai should be removed from his post, as he honored himself and desecrated the offering service, and this was as he would wrap his hand in silk and then perform the service. Because of this, he was punished, as the King Alexander Janneus and his wife were talking, and they argued if goat or lamb meat is better. So they summoned the Kohen Gadol, this Yisachar, and he incorrectly said the lamb is better as it's offered for the daily Tamid offering, which we just said earlier is not the case. But when he said this, he gestured arrogantly, so the king ordered his hand to be cut off. So this Kohen Gadol bribed somebody and got his left hand cut off instead. So the king found out about this and said to also have his right hand cut off. And it said this was a good thing, as God took his punishment in this world. Additionally, he was clearly ignorant in Torah, as has been proven in the earlier Mishnah, that goats and lambs are actually equal. Lastly, it quotes a verse teaching that Torah scholars increase peace in the world. It gives a story where the Roman government outlawed a number of Jewish practices, so they were trying to figure out what to do. So first one sage dressed up like a Roman nobleman and successfully argued that the decree should be undone, but he was caught and it was then reinstated. So a demon appeared and possessed the daughter of the Caesar and began demanding to see the sage Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai, who arrived, and then he banished the demon, and as a reward he had the decree annulled. A source which says that personally benefiting from the garments is permissible, at least within the actual temple. Outside of the temple, it would be impermissible. There is that story from Tractate Yoma on page 69a, where the Kohen Gadol, Shimon HaTzadik, wore the priestly garments to greet Alexander of Macedon, but some say he only wore garments fit to be priestly garments, not the actual priestly garments, and some say it was just uniquely permissible, as there was a significant need in that case. It's also said that Alexander of Macedon asked the sages 10 things when they met. He asked, is it further from the heaven to the earth, or from the east to the west? They said it's further from east to west, as the sun could be looked at in this time, but not when it's above. However, other sages said that they're equal distance, and it's brighter above as there's just nothing in the way. Alexander also asked, were the heavens or the earth created first? So the answer of the verse says, in the beginning God created the heavens and the earth, so the heavens were created first. Alexander of Macedon also asked, was light created first or darkness? They said they didn't know, but the verse does say there was dark first, they just didn't answer that, as it says in Tractate Chagigah, that there are things about the creation that shouldn't be asked or answered, so they answered the first question, but no other. Alexander of Macedon then asked, who is wise? And they answered, somebody who sees the consequence of his actions. He asked, who is mighty? And they answered, he who is in control of his desires. He asked, who is wealthy? And they answered, he who is happy with what he has. Alexander asked, what can a man do to live? And they answered, he must kill himself through living modestly. He asked, what can a man do to die? And they said he should live through indulgence. Alexander asked, what must a man do to be accepted by people? And they answered, to hate the king and authority and avoid their power. Alexander disagreed, saying it's better to be close to the king and authority, to be able to help others. Alexander asked, is it better to live on sea or on dry land? And they said, on dry land, as people at sea want to go to dry land. He asked, who is the wisest among you? And they said they were all equal, as they all answered these questions the same. Alexander asked, why do they oppose him? And they said he didn't really matter very much, as even the Satan sometimes wins over people. Alexander then threatened to have them executed. So they responded, he had promised them no harm, and a king should be honest. So he dressed them in purple garments and gold necklaces. Anyways, Alexander said he wanted to war in Africa, so they warned him about the mountains of darkness in the way, and advised him to take Libyan donkeys, which could travel in the dark, and to bring ropes to tie as they travel, so that way they'll be able to find their way back. Anyways, Alexander traveled, and he came across a city entirely of women. He wanted to fight them, but they said, if you win, people will say that you only defeated a city of women, and if you lose, they'll say you lost to a city of women. So instead of fighting, they brought him golden bread on a golden table, and he asked why, and they said it was clearly as he didn't need actual bread. He had enough. He was just doing this conquest for gold. So Alexander then left, and he inscribed on the gates, I, Alexander of Macedon, was a fool until I came to the country of Africa of women, and I learned sense from women. It's also said that Alexander of Macedon once stopped by a certain spring to eat salted fish, and he smelled a very good smell, so he said that this spring must come from the Garden of Eden. Some say he washed his face with this water, and then he traveled along the spring until he reached the Garden of Eden, and he demanded entry as he was a king, and he was given an eye, which he weighed, and was found to be heavier than all of the gold and silver that he owed. So he asked the sages what it was, and they said it was the eye of a mortal, which is never satisfied. They then put some dirt to cover the eye, and it lost its weight. Related, some say that Gehenna is above the heavens, and others say it's beyond the mountains of darkness. It speaks on the importance of learning Torah. The first Mishnah says, the Kohanim would stand guard in 3 places in the temple: the chamber of Avitnas, the chamber of the spark, and the Hall of the Fire. The Levium would guard 21 places, 5 at the 5 gateways of the Temple Mount, 4 at the 4 corners of the Temple Mount walls on the inside, 5 at the 5 entrances to the Temple Courtyard, 4 on the outside of the courtyard corners, and 1 in the chamber of the Lamb Offering, and 1 in the chamber of the Curtain, and that's unclear where it's located, and 1 behind the chamber of the Ark cover, which was the Holy of Holies. New Mishnah. During the night, the officers of the Temple Mount would make rounds to make sure all of the guards were doing their watches and not sleeping, and if they were, they'd be struck with a staff or have their garments burnt. New Mishnah. The walls of the Temple Mount had 5 gateways: 2 Cholda gates in the south, an entrance and an exit, the Kiponis gate in the west, for an entrance and an exit, the Tadi gate in the north, which was not used, and the eastern gate, which had the likeness of Shushan, the capital of Persia, on it, and the Kohen Gadol and everybody with him would use it for the Para Aduma ceremony. New Mishnah. The temple courtyard had 7 major gateways, 3 in the north, 3 in the south, and 1 in the east. The south had the kindling gate, the gate of the offering, and the water gate. The eastern wall had the Nicanor gate, which itself had 2 chambers next to it, the chamber of Pinchas the clothier, and the chamber of the maker of the Chavitin offering. New Mishnah. In the north, there was the gate of the spark, which was a pavilion with an upper story where the Kohanim guarded above and the Levium would guard below. It had an entrance to the Chel, the area right next to the temple, And then there was the Gate of the Offering and the Hall of the Fire. New Mishnah. The Hall of the Fire itself had 4 chambers inside, 2 in the consecrated portion and 2 in the unconsecrated portion outside the temple courtyard, which were separated by beams. There was the chamber of the sacrificial lamb, the chamber of the panim bread, and the chamber of the stones of an altar defiled by the Greeks, and the chamber that entranced the immersion room. New Mishnah. The Hall of the Fire had 2 gates, one opening to the Chel and one to the courtyard, which had a smaller doorway which the Kohanim would enter through to inspect the courtyard. New Mishnah. The Hall of the Fire had a dome, and it was large with lots of stone benches inside, where the Kohanim doing the next day's work would sleep, holding onto the keys of the courtyard, and the younger Kohanim would sleep on the floor. New Mishnah. The Hall of the Fire had a hollow part in the floor with a loose tile covering it that could be removed, and the keys were stored in there. If a Kohen had an emission in the night, he would exit this location through a tunnel until he reached the immersion room, where he would immerse. Some say he would then leave through a second tunnel under the Chel and exit near the Tadi gate. And that's the end of chapter 1. Chapter 2 of Tractate Middos continues describing the dimensions of the temple. The temple mount was 500 cubits by 500 cubits. Majority was in the southeast. New Mishnah. Everybody entering the temple would have to do so moving counterclockwise. Everybody exiting would go to the left of where they entered. A mourner or an excommunicated individual would enter towards the left to let people know this. New Mishnah. Within the temple wall was the soreg, a 10-handbreadth high lattice fence. The Greeks in their wars made 13 breaches which were repaired, and there were 13 corresponding prostrations that were done. To the west, right around the temple, was the Chel, which was 10 cubits wide. There were 12 steps going up to the women's courtyard, each half a cubit by half a cubit. This was the standard height of all steps within the temple, besides for the steps in the antechamber. All entrances in the temple were 20 by 10 cubits, besides for the entrance of the antechamber. Also, all entrances had doors, besides for the antechamber. All gateways had lintels, besides for the Tadi gate, which was V-shaped. All of the gateway doors were gold, besides for the Nicanor gate, either as it was brought through a miracle, as Tractate Yoma 38a states, or possibly because they were shiny. New Mishnah. All of the walls of the temple were high, besides for the eastern wall of the temple mount, as the Kohanim doing the Para Aduma service needed to see the sanctuary entrance from the Mount of Olives while they did so, to the east. New Mishnah. The women's courtyard was 135 cubits by 135 cubits, and it had 4 chambers in its corners, each 40 cubits long. They had no roofs, as there will be by the third temple. There was the chamber of the Nazirim, where those that had taken the Nazirite vow would cut their hair and do their service. There was the chamber of the wood, where blemished Kohanim would sort wormy wood from usable wood. There was the chamber of the Mitzrayim for Tzara'as impurity, and the last chamber, some say it was the chamber housing the oil, where the wine and oil were stored. The wall around the women's courtyard later had a balcony installed, so the men and women wouldn't mix during the water drawing celebration. 15 steps from the women's courtyard went up to the Israelites' courtyard, corresponding to 15 particular psalms where the Levium would sing during the water drawing celebration, and they were semicircular shaped. New Mishnah. On either side of the Nicanor gate, there were 2 chambers which opened to the women's courtyard, which were for storage for the Levium's instruments. The Israelites' courtyard was 135 cubits by 11 cubits. Then went the Kohanim's courtyard, which was also 135 cubits by 11, with beams separating it from the prior courtyard. Some say there was a cubit-high step in between, with 3 half-cubit steps here leading to a platform for the Levium to sing on. The entire courtyard was 187 cubits by 135 cubits. There were 13 prostrations done within, as mentioned. Others said it was actually to correspond to the 13 gateways. There was the upper gate, the kindling gate, the firstborn's gate, and the water gate, which was called the water gate as that's where the water libation was brought through. Some say it's where a stream of water will go through by the third temple. There was the gate of Yechaniah, where Yechaniah left when he was exiled, the gate of the offering, and the women's gate. Then there was the Nicanor gate, which had 2 minor doorways, and there were 2 other unnamed gates on the west side. And that's the end of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of Tractate Middos begins discussion on the various structures within the temple. The first Mishnah says, the altar was 32 cubits by 32 cubits as a base. Then it went up a cubit and went inward a cubit on both sides, so it's now 30 cubits by 30 cubits. Then it went up 5 cubits, called the ledge, then inward another cubit, so now 28 cubits by 28 cubits. The horns on the corners of the altar were a cubit by a cubit. Then there was a cubit of walking space on the sides, so the main altar pyre space was 24 by 24 cubits. There's variation from the first temple. Halfway up the altar there was a red line to separate between the upper bloods and the lower bloods. The base of the altar wrapped around the north and the west side, and it only extended a cubit to the south and east. New Mishnah, the southwest corner of the altar base had 2 holes to act as drains towards the Kidron Valley. New Mishnah, in that corner there was a loose tile for access to the drainage tunnel. The altar had a ramp on the southern side, 32 cubits long and 16 cubits wide, with an alcove on the west for unfit bird chatas offerings. New Mishnah, the altar and ramp stones were taken without using iron tools. They were taken whole from the base Karim Valley. They would become unfit if they were nicked. A fresh coat of lime would be applied to the walls and on top of the altar on Passover and on Sukkot without using an iron tool, and also to the exterior of the temple sanctuary once a year on Passover. Others say that the altar would be cleaned every Friday with a wet cloth because of the blood. Iron is not used, as it typically is used to shorten life, while the altar is meant to lengthen life. New Mishnah, there are several rings installed into the floor behind the altar, either 6 rows of 4 or 4 rows of 6 to slaughter the animals. To the north there were blocks with hooks for the hanging and skinning of the animals. New Mishnah, the kior, the washing basin, was between the antechamber and the altar. The antechamber had 12 steps going 22 cubits, each half a cubit high and a cubit long, although there was a 3 cubit long landing beside every 4th step, with the last landing being 4 cubits long. Some say the final step had a landing 5 cubits long. New Mishnah, the entrance to the antechamber was 40 by 20 cubits, with 5 decorated beams above as the lintel, wider than the doorway, each being a cubit wider than the lower one, with a row of stones between each beam. New Mishnah, the interior walls of the antechamber had beams of cedar and golden chains from the ceiling, which the Kohanim would climb to inspect the windows. There was also a golden grapevine at the entrance, suspended by wooden poles, and people would donate golden leaves, grapes, and clusters to put on those vines. And that's the end of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of Tractate Middos continues discussing the dimensions of the temple. The first Mishnah says, the entrance to the sanctuary was 20 cubits by 10 with 4 doors, 2 on the inside and 2 on the outside. The area that they covered when closed was not plated with gold. There's debate as to how the doors swung open. New Mishnah, the temple gate, the main entrance to the sanctuary, had 2 minor doorways to the sides, to the north and to the south. The south one was never used. The sanctuary was opened by going through the minor northern doorway, which led around to open the sanctuary from the inside. Others say that there was a whole area in between the walls that wound up between the double doors of the sanctuary. New Mishnah, the temple sanctuary had 38 cells, 15 to the north and south and 8 to the west. The north and south cells had 5 stacked on 5 stacked on 5, so 3 layers of cells, while the west had 3 cells, 3 above and then 3 on top. All of the cells connected to the ones to their right, left, and the one above. The cell in the northeast corner had an extra entrance to the winding ramp, to the minor northern doorway just mentioned, and to the sanctuary. New Mishnah, the bottom cells were 5 cubits wide, the middle layer was 6, and the top layer was 7 cubits wide. New Mishnah, the winding ramp would go from the northeast to the northwest corner of the sanctuary, which led to the roofs of the upper cells. From there you could walk all the way around to the south side of the sanctuary, and there were 2 wooden beams which led to the outer roof of the entire structure. The beams also acted to divide the upper story above the Holy of Holies. This was an area above where repairmen would be lowered from into the Holy of Holies, while they were kept inside of boxes, so that way they would be able to make repairs without actually looking at the Holy of Holies. New Mishnah, the sanctuary building was 100 cubits by 100 cubits by 100 cubits. The bottom 6 cubits were a filled-in platform called the otim, then 40 cubits, then a cubit of ceiling decoration, 2 cubits for bracing beams, a cubit for the ceiling, and a cubit to pave the upper floor. There was then another 40 cubits, then a cubit of decoration, 2 cubits of bracing, a cubit for the ceiling, a cubit for pavement of the roof, and a 3 cubit high fence around the roof. There was also a final cubit of spikes on the fence to prevent birds from nesting, although others say the full fence was just 4 cubits. New Mishnah, the sanctuary was also 100 cubits wide, 5 cubits of the eastern wall, 11 cubits of the antechamber, 6 cubits of sanctuary wall, then 40 cubits of space, a cubit partition to the Holy of Holies, 20 cubits of the Holy of Holies, then 6 cubits of the western sanctuary wall, 6 cubits of a cell, and 5 cubits of the outer wall. The sanctuary was 70 cubits wide, besides for the front, 5 cubits of the northern wall, 3 cubits from the winding ramp, 5 cubits from the wall, 6 cubits of cell, 6 cubits of wall, 20 cubits of the sanctuary interior, 6 cubits of wall, 6 cubits of cell, 5 cubits of wall, then 3 cubits of the place of the lowering of the water, and 5 cubits of the outer wall. The antechamber extended past the sanctuary 15 cubits in both directions. At the front, each called the Chamber of the Knives, which was for knife storage. The sanctuary building is wide in front and narrow in back, and it's said to be shaped similar to a lion. And that's the end of chapter 4. Chapter 5, the final chapter of Tractate Middos, gives some final measurements and dimensions of the temple. The first Mishnah says, the entire courtyard was 187 cubits by 135 cubits, 11 cubits of the Israelite courtyard, 11 cubits of the Kohanim's courtyard, 32 cubits of space for the altar, 22 cubits until the antechamber, 100 cubits of sanctuary building, and 11 cubits behind the Holy of Holies. New Mishnah, the courtyard was also 135 cubits wide, 12.5 cubits from wall to altar ramp. The altar and ramp was 62 cubits total. From the altar to the rings was 8 cubits. The ring area was 24 cubits, 4 cubits to the tables, 4 cubits to the small pillars, 12.5 cubits of small pillar space, and 8 cubits to the courtyard wall. New Mishnah, the temple courtyard also had 6 chambers: the salt chamber for salt storage, the parva chamber where the offerings were salted with a mikveh on its roof for the Kohen Gadol to use on Yom Kippur, and the rinsing chamber where the offering innards were rinsed with a spiral staircase leading to the roof of the Parva chamber. New Mishnah. The other chambers were in the north, and they were all the same height. The wood chamber, the diaspora chamber with a well for those coming from the diaspora, stored drinking water, and the chamber of hewn stone where the great Sanhedrin would convene and judge eligibility of Kohanim. A disqualified Kohen would leave wearing black, a permitted Kohen would wear white, and there would be a celebration with blessings, thanking God for allowing us to serve in the temple. May we do so soon in the third temple, with Mashiach's coming speedily in our days. It is discussed from our conversation regarding the lamp. It said that the family of the king Munba would do three praiseworthy things. They would have marital relations by day, but this is explained to mean that they would inspect their beds by day. They would examine their beds with cotton, and they would observe the laws of impurity regarding snow, which can be classified as either food or a drink. One sage asked as a joke to the sage Rav Zera if a woman expels an animal-like fetus and the father accepts a betrothal for it, if this would prevent the husband from marrying the mass's sister, and it says that Rav Zera did not find this very amusing. There are further points on the effects of drinking wine on one's body, and it says a few incidents which are generally interpreted as metaphor. The sage Abba Shaul chased after a deer and entered into a corpse's thigh bone, being the corpse of the giant Og, king of Bashan, and chased the deer inside to the end, being 3 parseos long. Another time, he fell through a cave and found himself standing in the eye of a corpse up to his nose, this being the eye of Avshalom. It says that this was even as Abba Shaul was an extremely tall man, and it also lists the height of various other sages. We mentioned there was a debate as to how long a female embryo takes to develop. Some say 40 days, some say 80. It attempts to prove either way from the implication of some scriptural verses, or a recorded incident where the Queen Cleopatra had 2 of her maidservants executed and found a male and a female fetus developing within them at the same rate. And it's explained that before this process, they had both taken a drug to eliminate any prior pregnancy before the test was conducted, so that way they would be pregnant for the same length of time. And this disagreeing opinion said that sometimes such drugs are not effective, so it was an invalid test. There's variation on this conversation that's quoted. It speaks on the nature of a fetus, how it's curled inside of the mother's womb, and it's fed by its mother. It says it can see across the entire world when it's in the womb, in the same manner that a man sees across the entire world when he dreams. It said that those are the best days of a person's life, and also that the unborn child spends the entire time in there learning Torah and being taught by angels. And when it's time for it to leave, it's struck on the mouth and it forgets everything. Some say it only leaves the womb once it takes an oath to God, which is to become a righteous person and not a wicked one. And even if the entire world tells you that you're righteous, you should still be in your own eyes like a wicked person. This line is lengthily expounded on in the foundational Hasidic work of the Tanya. He also takes an oath to be aware of the purity of God in his own soul, and that he should guard it or it will be taken back. It also speaks on the development of a child in the womb. It said it starts in a lower chamber and then moves up, and it's also said that childbirth for a female is more difficult as they start off face up and need to flip over. It also speaks on the dangers of intercourse with a pregnant woman during certain stages of pregnancy, as it could potentially damage the child. It said there are 3 partners in the creation of a person. The father, who contributes to the bones, sinews, nails, brain, and the sclera, all the white parts, while the woman contributes to all the red parts, the skin, flesh, hair, and pupil. And God gives the person his soul, his facial countenance, his eyesight, his hearing, his speech, the ability to walk, and insight and understanding. And when a person dies, God takes his portion and the rest remains. It additionally speaks on the miraculous nature of childbirth, how it grows inside of a woman, how every child is unique, even from the same parents. It said that man isn't even created from all the seed during cohabitation. He's created from the single most select drop from it, and that God oversees the entire process. It said that if somebody wants to ensure that he will have a male child, he should take care to not complete his act of cohabitation before his wife does. Some say a woman conceives only close to her menstrual cycle, others say it's only after immersing in a mikveh. It explains a number of other verses on this. It asks why a woman would need to even bring a sin offering to the temple after giving birth, and some say it's because while she was in childbirth, due to the pain, she might swear against cohabiting with her husband again, so she would now need to bring a sin offering depending on whether she had a male or a female, although that doesn't make much sense, as it would be a knowing violation, and it wouldn't even be a bird offering. It would have to be an animal offering. The reason circumcision is done on the 8th day specifically is so the husband and wife will no longer be prohibited to each other by the celebrations. It's so that man pursues after women, as opposed to the other way around, as Eve was taken from a portion of man. And that's why men and women cohabit facing their respective directions. Men face the earth where they came from, and women face man where they came from. It's also said that this is why men are more pacifiable than women, as they initially came from earth, while women have nicer singing voices as they come from bone. It said some men from Alexandria asked the sages 12 things. 3 were matters of wisdom, which were on the laws discussed here. The second was to say that the daughter of a remarried divorcee can marry a Kohen. The third was that if 2 Mitzvah lepers have their offerings mixed with each other and one was offered and one leper dies, The other leper writes over all of his possessions to others so that he can bring a bird chatas as a poor man for uncertain obligations, assuming the necessary asham had already been offered. That's clarified. Then went 3 questions on verses. The verses, for I do not desire the death of the wicked men who should die, and then for Hashem desire to kill them. The first is in reference to those who repent, the second is towards those who don't. Then went God who does not show favor and who does not accept a bribe, and may Hashem show favor to you. The second is explained to be referring to after the decree is issued. Thirdly, for Hashem has chosen Zion, and then for this city has aroused my anger and my wrath in me, which is explained. The second is with God's anger, is after King Solomon married the Pharaoh's daughter. It said there were 3 foolish questions. It was asked if Lot's wife, who turned into a pillar of salt, if she gave off impurity. It says no, as she was salt, not a corpse. Then by Elisha resurrecting the son of the Shunammite woman, the son was alive, so he would not transmit impurity. Then it was asked, by the resurrection of the dead, will they need to be sprinkled with the purification waters? And they were answered that will definitely figure some solution out. Or according to some, they would just ask Moshe then. Lastly, they asked 3 matters of proper conduct. They were told if a person wants to become a scholar, they should spend more time in school and less time in business, and they should also pray to God for wisdom. They were told to become rich, a person should engage in business and have integrity and pray to God. And for sons, they were told to marry a woman appropriate for oneself, and also to abide by the proper laws of marital relations and to pray to God. It ends by quoting a verse saying, the ways of the world are his. The word for ways is halichos, which could also be read as halachos, laws, meaning whoever learns the laws of Torah is destined for the world to come.